Yeah, hold on. I'm muting everyone that just did that. Okay, so who was actually speaking? Let's get back to what that was. Somebody did. Napalm interrupted. I think Napalm did interrupt. I think it's because he had to go. Maybe he interjected. You did get interrupted, Eggshells, so go ahead.
Yeah, Napalm was explaining he would have to step away.
I'm okay with Napalm's interruption. I just wanted to finish. I didn't understand Rakir's. I'm not saying it's impossible that light bends in that way. Absolutely, it seems to me that it could be possible. I'm just saying, what's the mechanism causing it?
Who knows? And Rakia only said anything after you said, "Let me finish" 10 times. Thank you.
Right, because I was speaking. Yeah, and then you interrupted to shout at me.
When you were saying, "Let me finish, let me finish, let me finish, let me finish," like a child. And we don't know what the medium is. That's the whole point. If it's water or fluid or superfluid, or it's a crystal-like dome, if it has to be a physical dome, if it's crystal, it would deflect the light and reflect the light and affect the light. You don't know. That's the whole thing. We don't assume to know, but we don't assume to say that we do know. Like, there's a lot of unknowns in the sky. I don't even know why we go to the sky so much, because if you want to know the shape of water or the shape of the ground, you stay on the ground.
Sure. I mean, but we are talking about the sky, and as many flat earthers now accept as a result of 2023, you can look at the sky to determine your place on the earth. We know this because...
So you agree there's a lot of unknowns?
I'm sorry, Rakir, if it's okay with you, can I finish?
How long do you need, dude?
I just like, more than 2 sentences. If it's okay with you. If it's, I mean, if it's not okay with you, then
what's your
shit
point?
Your pants and...
What is your point?
I'm going to mute you guys both again. Please don't do that stuff. Rakir, you always scream at people and tell them that you'll go on mute when they're done, and then you interrupt people when they don't go on mute. Please don't do that. Let them finish. Even if you don't like it, just settle your horses. Let them say all this stuff and then respond, because if you interrupt them, it does what just happened, and it's total chaos. However, Eggshells, please try to keep it a bit more concise, because, yeah, if you do go on a bit long. But, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying we accept now that we can tell where we are on the Earth by looking up in the sky. So that's fine. If it is crystals or water or something like that, and the problem that Moyok is getting to is that crystals or water is dependent on the observer, which would require this like ball of water to be following a person, but doesn't intersect a different person who's 1,000 kilometers or 100 meters from them. That's the problem. We're saying it's special pleading for every individual on Earth.
Everybody has. Oh my God! Are you still going? No, I'm addressing him. No, that was my point.
Heavy equipment.
Jesus.
Dude, he's strawmanning the crap out of what I brought up, right? And I'm running heavy equipment. I literally just had to stop it. I won't be able to respond very long. The point being, he's trying to claim that the Doma perspective is in some way, shape, or form physical, and it needs to be some sort of physical material or some sort of medium that is causing what he thinks is a bending or a warping of light that is in ways that we've never heard of, or this, that, or the other. The dome is literally just perspective. It's how you see the world. It's the way that you visually have limitations to the world. It's the reason that we have a horizon. It's the reason that a plane coming up over the horizon appears to rise up towards the top of your vision, becomes directly above you, and then appears to go down as it goes further away. This is just the way that we see the world. It has nothing to do with the way that the light's bending. The light is not refracted from light posts as they go further away from you and as they appear to go towards the horizon. That is not a mechanism of refraction. It's solely based on perspective, which is what we're talking about with Walter Brislin's model. That little dome above those people is just merely perspective in the way that you view the world. That's it, period. Sure. Everything outside of that has no bearing, because he makes assumptions. He didn't even use actual stars. The only way his model works is for the sun, moon, actually predicts all of that stuff. Sun, moon, and planets work perfectly, maps perfectly. Everything within that model will translate to what we see in reality. That's the point. It has nothing to do with the bending of light or anything like that at all. It's perspective.
All right, let's let Rakia get in, please.
Sure.
Well, we were talking about two different domes, and I do understand but we're still talking about individuals, how they see in their perspective view. No one has my view, right? No one can replicate what I'm seeing. The moon, the sun, and other objects follow people, individuals. I can't see your sun ray, blah, blah, blah. But my question that's not been answered yet is, in your model and in my model, we have to make assumptions about the sky because you can't figure it out. What's wrong with that?
Sure. So
Can I chime in on this?
Let me just clarify what I was saying. I wasn't trying to strawman what you were saying, Napalm. I get the idea that it's perspective for you, but what I was responding to is Rakia was saying it could be water, could be crystalline. I'm saying that's physical. Then that is special pleading that exists for each individual person. And where's the water for Bob when I'm standing over here in Perth? If it's just perspective, that to me, we do know a reasonable enough amount about, and it's just trigonometry, right? The street lights get lower in the sky at a decreasing rate. So a setting sun should set slower the closer it gets to the horizon. So there's two different issues, but neither seem like they're resolved by this dome. If it's perspective, it's not perspective. If it's physical, where's the physicality?
Why don't you use perspective when you talk about...
Is, if you would just let me speak for a second. The physicality comes from the lens of our eyes. And each lens is different in every human being. So their perspective will be different.
I agree with that. Well, why don't we use perspective when we're talking about 69 nautical miles per degree from the North Star as you move closer or further away from it? There's no perspective there. There's just Earth curve.
Yes, there is. It's still perspective. Absolutely perspective. Is like you guys seem to have this idea that like if we describe Earth curve, then we're forgetting about perspective. But what we're saying is we're already taking into account perspective. And then there seems like there is a dipping as things go away. We know things already get lower as they get further away, but they get lower at an incorrect rate if we're all on something flat.
So perspective could be Earth curve. How do you differentiate between the two?
It's opposite of what I said.
Well, the thing is, actually, so the 1 degree that's dropping in the sky and the 69 miles on the ground, you guys are relating that relationship is connected to the ground being a sphere. However, in perspective, like, in a hallway when the lights, even though they're all parallel above the ground, they look like they're falling, quote unquote, 1 degree, as it were, for every, whatever it is in a hallway, every 10 feet you move back, it drops whatever degrees, So I think how have you delineated the difference between perspective having that effect versus the idea that you're on a curved surface?
Yes, and when we stand on the Earth, we can only see in a 360 degree range with our lens of our eyes, that's our little bubble that we live in.
I'd like to field the actual question that was asked.
It follows us wherever we go. I mean, that little bubble follows us wherever we go, and it changes wherever we go.
Yeah, go ahead, Moyak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you said that in the hallway it falls by 1 degree per a given distance. No, that's factually incorrect. Never happens. Every time you walk down a hallway, it changes degree by a shallower and shallower angle, the greater the distance. The angle varies from every equivalent distance unit. What we see on Earth is a serial linear process that happens, which is indicative of a relationship between a curve, or at least it could be.
No, it matches a curve because every time the only way to match out a degree to linear is around a circle, right? This is why protractors are always made in a circular shape. It's the only way to make 1 degree, like from 0 to 1 degree and 45 to 46 degrees and 90 to 91 degrees be the same distance, is to put them on a circle. So it's the only thing it matches. In fact, the Earth, because it's not perfectly circular, means that 1 degree per 69 miles doesn't actually fully work everywhere because there are flat spots. There are bits where it's a little bit out.
Well, I was just going to respond to what Moyak said. The thing is, Moyak, so one day on like Ruhif was in here and we were looking, I think he had GeoGebra, and we were doing it with, I was asking him to do it all. It was kind of, he was reluctant to do it, but we did it. We have a flat kind of baseline, and you have, you know, a dude on there, and you have your angles, and you have your kind of stars above. And it actually did work out to roughly 1 degree. Went in a certain range of it. Like when it got down near the horizon, it definitely was way expanded, obviously, because, you know, when it's all the way down at the horizon. But of course, they don't do celestial navigation within 15 degrees, 15 to 20 of the horizon, et cetera. But when we were doing it, like on that, it wasn't like exactly 1 degree, but it was like, some of them were like 1.3, you know, so it actually does have like that effect over a planar surface like that. It's not like exactly 1 degree per 69, but I've also never seen that validated on the Earth. Like you guys, people claim it like, oh, it's 1 degree everywhere, but I've never seen anyone validate all the way from zenith all the way down to the horizon, 1 degree, 69 miles, you know, actually mapped out fully throughout the whole spectrum.
But by the way, you actually could get a consistent ratio just based on the azimuthal grid. That's going to be the same everywhere you are. You know, so if you have a hemispheric limit to your vision, it's going to be everywhere the same way.
You're going to have a problem with that azimuthal grid. You still have to take light from behind you and put it in front of you.
So you always got to say, like, yeah.
That's what I was trying to say, man. But you put it way more elegant. But that's what I was trying to say. Like, it is what it is, but it's based on our view, and they've took it one extra step, and instead of like seeing like that, seeing it was mapped out easier. You know, you could figure it easier using spherical geometry, because that's how we see. We see like in a dome, but they took it one step further and claimed it's a sphere, and we see in a sphere.
Again, do we agree that the ground position, roughly with the ground position of the sun being factual? The findings of where we think the ground position is?
Yeah, on land, I'd say on land.
On land and on sea.
Say there's no real way to verify it perfectly in the South. That's where my discrepancy lies.
Fallacy of perfection.
On the bits you do trust, do you think that it's right?
Well, look, man. As far as the azimuths, like the longitude, all that, or as the latitudes and all that, I think they're in question, especially in the Southern Ocean.
So
azimuth didn't have really anything to do with my question.
Can determine. Sorry, Wyatt.
That's okay. The ground position is what I was talking about, because that's, we got to start from somewhere. And what I was going to do is, when you go to southern Chile and the sun is up for 16 and change hours a day, if the ground position of the sun is correct, then that sun is way the hell over on the almost on the opposite side of the Earth. Between the tropics. And if that's the case, then it would be way, 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 way north of me. The physical location of that object would be way north of me. And I don't see how you rationalize the fact that it rises when looking at the sunrise in Chile or the sunset in Chile are south by more than 100 degrees.
Look at the sunrise time. Sorry, I thought you was done.
Yeah, the one Witsit. Well, I was just gonna say real quick. The image that Witsit just posted is sort of showing how we see in that hemispherical zone, whatever the stars might be. They could be a planar surface above us, but they're going to constellate to us in our spherical field of view, or a hemispherical field of view, whatever they are. But sorry, that was.
I guess the question I'm asking about that picture is, now take that sun and put it behind the ship and make it appear where it is. Or whatever it is, that yellow thing.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay. We know that the sun is over, let's say I'm in Africa or I'm in Chile, and we know that the sun has a ground position somewhere around I think 270 degrees away from me. And it's on the opposite side of the Earth, way, way, way the hell over. Almost, pretty close to 180. And it appears south of me, the opposite direction. So that image would have to explain how that yellow dot being behind the ship is appearing in front of the ship.
Yeah, it's invoking bending light, and it's lacking a mechanism. Week after week, day after day, we just keep saying, "What's the mechanism?" In different wording, we keep trying to get it through. You're invoking a cause, missing an effect, and an effect missing a cause, and we just keep saying, "What's the cause?"
You actually thought you crushed that, huh? You really thought that was like a slam dunk, huh?
Well, explain the 100-degree error.
Hey, let's see. Eggshells. Let's see. Can you still, man, what our response has been consistently day after day, week after week?
Sure. Okay. So what I'll struggle to do is steel man a response that will resonate with everybody, because some people, like it sounds like Rakia thinks about a physical personal dome, whereas other people don't seem to. But if I were to steel man what you say is you feel there is a azimuthal grid of that is your limit of vision, and things beyond that azimuthal grid will be presented to you in such a way that that all of the phenomena we see on Earth will be as they appear, such that we will have a south celestial pole orbiting in the south that will cause like multiple different celestial poles, and you feel that is evidenced by things like showing a glass dome over rings of that seem to show those rings going in circles, so that it could present something as not quite out of its position, but in a way that that straight Euclidean geometry wouldn't describe. How close is that to an accurate steel man for you?
It's mediocre, but I specifically asked you to specify the response to your claim about bendy light rays. It's just like this vicious circle where you guys seem to not be able to get past that point. You gotta stake your flag on bendy light rays. And our response repeatedly has been, no, the light is not physically bending. It's just an optical effect. Like, right. I don't even know, what is that like 8 words?
Your eyes fill in what's missing.
On a globe, if you look due east,
it makes it look domed when your eyes fill in what you can't physically see, because you have to finish the picture. You have to finish the picture, and this is reality. You finish the picture, and this is where all this comes into play.
Yeah, that's why I use the word constellate. Like, it has to kind of constellate to your region or to your like field of view.
That's why I use the airplane. Yes. The airplane driving from one horizon to the next looks like it's flying in a circle. But we know that even if we are on a sphere, it's not curving that much. Like it ain't going straight up and straight down. But that's just what we see. But I'd like to say on a sphere, on a globe, if you look due east, you're looking toward the equator. So you're looking south or north, depending on what hemisphere you're in. So that shit works on either model, bro. I hate to break it to you.
I'm just going to show you guys. You want to look at the share screen?
Image,
I'm going to answer your question. Just look at the screen.
A plane of stars circling over a dome.
Oh, can you guys?
And you've got that yellow star that is coming in a relatively straight line to that ship's position. But you have to explain how a person on the opposite side of the Earth will see it. First off, that same star. You got to still go to that same fixed position on that plane and bring it to that person.
Can you hear me?
Moyak, I don't think you can hear Witsit. Moyak, are you using the...
No, I can't. God damn it.
Are you on a phone, not a PC?
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes people, if they use the browser version of Discord, it does this a lot. But yeah, apparently you can't hear.
Yeah, this is the app. It's randomly throwing people away. Threw away Rakia, Eggshells, and now Witsit.
And somebody the other day, it has to be on your end.
Way, that's for sure.
You sound clear to me, like you don't sound distorted. But
Discord's been doing this to a lot of people for like the last week or so.
All right. Well, Moyak, you were gonna. I still didn't fully understand your point, so I don't know if you want to repeat that. Also, Witsit, if you're gonna do a screen share, I can share your screen on the live stream if you wanted to present something.
Sure. Well, you can let him go ahead, Moyak.
The double screen shares might be doing it, Moyak. That's not you, is it?
No. It's not. It's nothing to do with that. It happens. It's been happening randomly to random people, and doesn't seem to be any uniformity in screen sharing.
All right. Well, either do your point again, or Witsit's going to show his thing, or Witsit will show his thing after you say.
Let's see Witsit's thing. I've said my thing kind of ad nauseum.
Okay. So the idea is based on the position of the sun. Why do we see it so many degrees off of that? The Earth's the plane. Okay. So if you look at the screen share, you'll see this dome. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but there's the sun in the dome right here. And then this is the actual position of the sun, right? So you see, as I change this, that position in the dome changes, right? Okay. So if I move it this way, look what happens. You see the sun's position is changing in our dome. Now look right now. Look at that. Okay, so
yeah, this is why they call it bending. And I agree, it doesn't have to bend at all. It's just perspective. It's how a sun way above a planar surface that you can only see a small section of will, I always use that word constellate, will constellate in your region. So yeah, it doesn't require that sun to bend and warp around like that. It's the difference between like third person and first person, view.
Yep. Like it's just this
that's going around your personal dome. It's curving around your personal dome.
But do you see how the sun
you get to the extremes?
Yeah, but
what
think
he was
about
pointing out. Hold on, what he was pointing out is see how the sun in the little personal dome thing. See how that little yellow thing? It's rising and setting like declination, like a frowning face, or you know what I mean. It's rising and setting the exact way we see it. However, that is how the coordinates map when you have a sun above, circling above. It's how it translates. It doesn't have to bend and warp like a boomerang. It's just how it actually translates to your field of view because you can't take in the whole thing. That's why I was saying the difference between first person and third person. Third person is kind of what we're looking at now. It's like zoomed out. It's like God mode. You're looking at it from outside. But first person is how it actually looks to that dude in the dome, which is going to look like it's rising and setting at a particular declination within your hemispherical field of view.
All right. Go back that way to the left with the personal dome for a second. Okay. A little bit more so we get the sun path. There we go. That is a wicked, absolute roundy curve.
Okay, so once again, the light's not actually physically...
nowhere on a globe does any of these stars and the sun, only a couple places does it actually match the globe model without the declination corrected to the north, which you can't even see the fucking Polaris from down there.
Can I
evidence. I mean, there's lots of evidence that suggests that's not the case. Would you agree, Jim, these are the way this presents itself with this like dome and stuff is essentially the stars and celestial bodies presenting as if we're on a globe.
No, okay. You keep saying that, dude.
It doesn't work perfectly like you think,
dude. The globe was.
Would you agree, Gio, that these? If you accept them in their place or you assume they're in their place, then it makes it seem like we're on a globe.
Okay. No, the globe was created.
That's just it, bro. Y'all tell us that the sun rises due east. So Mitchell from Australia.
Guys, Brian, hold on, bro. You've interrupted Witsit like 3 times, man. Please try.
I can't hear him. I'm very sorry, bro. Witsit's here. I'm just kidding. I really can't hear him though. Sorry.
The globe was created based on the position of stuff in the sky. That's how we made the globe, literally. To turn around and say, oh, wow, what a coincidence that it just matches the globe is insane. That's how the globe was made.
I agree. I agree it was based upon, and largely in part in the sky. But the thing that I find interesting about that is if you're right and light, I'm going to say bends like a pretzel, and you have a personal dome that causes this to happen to make the light go from way over there on the right-hand side of the image, whips it around and makes it come back onto the opposite side of that sphere, then we could have concluded that it was a globe based on it. However, there's no mechanism whatsoever in any kind of optics or physics that seem to make that make sense.
Yeah, I can't hear Austin, man. I can't hear Austin. But he's not muted.
Just disconnect and reconnect. Just reconnect and disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah,
fixes it.
It's been happening more lately, apparently.
They don't want you guys to get this work.
Well, I could actually change this room is. I think it's set for East Coast United States. I could do a region override. I could actually change it.
If you could actually, because I actually have to be on a VPN to join now, so that could be giving some of us these problems. I mean, I am in Dubai, so it's getting loopy. But
the damn satellite
pinging you the other day.
I don't need help in the app, bro.
Can I make a point on what we were talking about? So Moyak was confused about, lights that were above the dome of perspective and what would need to be done with the bending of the light, blah, 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 blah. So if you were to replace those celestial objects with a plane at 30,000 feet and just use that as a conceptual idea as to what's taking place, can you explain to me the mechanism, the physical causal mechanism that allows for light to bend in a way that presents a plane at 30,000 feet to appear as though it's directly in front of you in the distance?
Perspective and curvature.
Yo, what is the optical? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I hear you.
This grid of vision, it's based on an optical. But what optical effect makes us see things that are below horizontal, above? Makes us see things that are actually above horizontal, below horizontal.
Everything is converging
Give us an example.
to the limit. Everything is converging to the curved limit of this azimuthal grid. So it's curved visual space. So like everything, we perceive everything at that edge. So say right here, the sun's going to be farther away from it. So now we don't see the sun anymore. But as it's getting there, you see it's going down towards the horizon, right? It's converging down. It's all on this limit, though.
Let me ask this: if I had an airplane circling me,
it would have to be.
I got to.
Sorry.
If I had an airplane circling me, and how far away would it have to be for it to appear in front of me? It's when it's behind me.
You're acting as if there are situations where we see the sun 180 degrees away from where it's supposed to be.
Not 180, 200. Let's say I forget what it was, but it's about 100 degrees off from where it should be.
Yeah, we're looking at it. We're looking at it.
I hear you now, Austin. I'm genuinely sorry for interrupting earlier, brother. I swear I couldn't hear you.
The only thing, Austin, like that dome thing would have to be bigger though, because we can see Polaris and stuff. You know what I mean? So it like that wouldn't just be the limit. You know what I'm saying? Like it would have to be larger.
No. See, that's okay. So that's where people get confused. So, like if say Polaris is way over here, but the light is coming to you. So even though it's beyond your limit, you're going to see the light enter where your limit begins. You're still going to see things further away from your limit because the light's coming to you.
Yeah, it could be seen that way. Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? So like the light will be right here, so you'll still see it.
Yeah, and what I would argue for with this whole thing would be cool to recreate this. We could model this. Like if you had like a very large like warehouse and make a huge AE map, how large it would have to be is a question. And then put a little camera on the ground facing upwards and then take like a light bulb that's 10 inches above the thing or 20 or whatever and circle it around the AE map. Wouldn't it be cool to recreate that and see if you can create it to where even though it's over, the sun's over above Africa or whatever, and you would think, oh, it has to bend and warp if you look at it this way. But in that little camera, it's going to do just what that little personal dome does, is what I think it would do. I think it's going to ride.
I think that would require optics that are not in evidence.
Another thing, y'all have to declinate. Y'all literally have to declinate almost 180 degrees in a lot of spots down there in the south, and like 90 degrees in so many spots. Like you're literally talking about us having to adjust the light or the light bending, bro. Y'all do the same. Your model does the same shit. It's not as perfect as you think, bro. I'm telling you. Look it up. Your declination.
We don't use magnetic declination for anything except for
light
basic
has to
navigation.
bend in their model for the Salient to actually work correctly.
Yeah, a couple of arc seconds.
It has to bend in our model too, just as crazy, because there's times where we see the sun part of the sun below your horizontal. I don't know. There's no perspective that I don't understand perspective to work like that. I don't have things. Yeah, that's not perspective though. That's refraction.
Yeah,
that's bendy
okay,
light.
yeah.
That's bendy light.
Yeah.
They keep talking about.
No, look, dude. For one, okay, like if I see the railroad tracks, they converge to each other. If I flip them over, that would be analogous to the flat Earth. Okay, like you have the plane Earth, and then you have the sky parallel to that. So it's like taking the railroad tracks and flipping them over. You're gonna see them converge. And the further in the distance that they're converging, the more atmosphere you're looking through, with or without refraction. It's just increasing the effect of the lens. When you reaches that limit of your perspective, it curves in all directions around you. So you have an optical convergence of curvature. That's how our eyes work.
Thank you, Witze. I get it now. Like I literally, that was the thing I personally didn't even realize, how we see the sun behind the horizon optically.
Yeah, so you're saying perspective causes straight lines to curve, then, right?
What?
Yes.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It doesn't mean that you can never see what looks like a straight line, because it'll be so close to a straight line that it looks like a straight line, you know. But like when you reach the limit, as you get closer and closer to that limit, the curved effect is going to be greater and greater, and it's going to be exaggerated even more by the fact you're looking through more and more of the atmosphere.
That's how far away would that airplane have to get?
Think about this.
The problem you're going to have. Hold on, Brian. Two people start talking, then you. The problem you're going to have is trying to, convince people that perspective causes straight lines to bend, because I don't know about that.
Okay, why do railroad tracks look like they converge?
One second.
They converge because of perspective, but that doesn't cause straight lines to curve. It also doesn't cause anything to cross your horizontal line.
Okay, so
Jeremy's
Okay, so there's a difference in tangible reality and our perspective. Although the tangible reality is parallel, it'll look like they're converging because they're reaching the curved optical space limits. They're reaching the curved optical visual space limit. You're looking through more and more atmosphere, so it's like adding a thick lens on top of the lensing effect that is your eyes. You're adding an additional lens. So it's going to exaggerate that effect. And once it gets to that limit, every part of it's curving. Like, look at the screen. Like, it's all curving. So if you reach the limit, every part of what you're viewing is curving down into that point.
Exactly. That's why you can be at the ocean, for example, and in the distance, when I was in Italy sometimes, and when you have a bad weather in the distance, you get high waves. And as a kid, it always looks like there's these big rain clouds in a far distance would be like below the horizon, but obviously neither on the globe or on the flat Earth, any cloud would be like touching the sea, right? So it's just the same as the sun works, and we observe the sun being below the horizon. It's just because it's converging, and that's why it visually for us looks like as if it's been blocked by something, even though it's just the two things merging together due to our limited perspective.
As far as the direction goes, real quick, as far as the direction goes, if picture yourself in the middle of a picture, you're at the bottom, you're looking out. So and you got something off to the right, something off to the left. Okay, the higher it gets, draw a line to the sun at the top, and then draw a line to the sun at the bottom. So if, like, for the sun in Australia, it's gonna, if it's higher up, if it's further away, it's gonna look closer just from perspective. And if you look at the compass, it does come in a little bit from the south, literally, according to the compass. It's the globe who had to fix that shit. So they have problems too.
Also, look at what happens throughout the year.
Here, I have it right here with it. I'm gonna post it. So the same as people would claim, oh, why is the sun being blocked by Earth curve? I could say, oh, why are these clouds being blocked by Earth curve?
I'm still more interested in why is the sun coming left 100 degrees from over my back, over my shoulder.
Wait, hold on. He made a good point though, man, with the clouds, because they're only like 20 miles away. How is Earth blocking them, bro?
Exactly.
Actually, they're about 80 miles to your typical cloud deck where it touches the ocean.
It's almost it's almost like the field of view dome, or whatever you want to call personal dome that we have. It's almost like that is like a reducer valve. It's all like it has to like reduce what actually is out there into your field of view. So it's almost like it has to it has to kind of form it in a sense.
Yeah, like think
and
about
it does
how,
so
think about a
without
flat
actually
Earth.
changing the distance between anything.
Think about how think about a flat Earth, and think about how big the Earth is. Think about how like massive the sky is, and you think you're gonna walk out there and see the whole thing?
No.
Apparently you Globers do think that. You guys claim we should be able to see across the entire world. We should be able to see Polaris way on the south. You guys quite literally have said that for years to this day, which is just ignorant.
Yeah.
Think about this, bro. If we're at the equator and we're watching the star go off in the distance, like everything else converges in the distance, but at the equator, if we're looking west, they diverge. So they literally could be spinning way tighter. They could be spinning way harder to the left, because think about this: if they were diverging a little bit, they would appear to be going fairly straight. And then we know if they're going straight, they would converge, because that's just how we see. So the fact that they're diverging at the equator means they're doing a heavier circle. Perspective is making it look like they're just barely diverging, but they should be converging, going off in the distance. So they're circling opposite directions pretty heavily. We just don't see it like that.
For example, everyone will agree that these clouds are literally at the same height, but because due to perspective, it looks like if the clouds that are further away are literally below the other clouds. And you can even, as the picture sent it before, you can even go further with that, and it literally proves with its point that everything at a certain point is converging. Hence, that's why we also see the sun sometimes cut in half and look like as if it's below the horizon.
Wouldn't a globe answer that question as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But how much would railroad tracks have to diverge to appear parallel?
Brian, 1 second before we go there, I just want to say this. But what the globe can't explain is that we have video evidence with filters on a drone showing that the sun is fading out. That's something that the globe cannot just easily hand wave or claim to.
I missed it. If you were talking to me, I missed it.
Okay, again, we have video evidence, or with a solar filter on a drone, of the sun fading out over the visible horizon. And I'm going to recreate that.
And yet nobody has ever, you've never seen it personally. I've never seen it personally. I don't know anybody who's seen it personally. I would call it the question.
What are you talking about?
You've seen the sun just blink out.
Moyok,
Yes,
I just said that's why I have a drone, and in the summer I'm gonna the only thing I need to get is this the solar lens, and I will put on my drone. I will try to recreate the thing once and for all.
That's good.
So
but like I said, I've never seen it my whole life, and
yeah, but we already have video evidence of it, right? It's just
if you catch it once in a blue moon, with with drone with the solar filter and a specific camera system, I would question the drone and specific camera system before I would question my lifetime of experience and almost everybody else's lifetime experience.
It is a little bit unique. Hold on, real quick. It is a little bit hard to catch it, because what it requires is the conditions for you to be able to see that far, and for the sun to. Well, see, it gets a little bit more complicated, because the reason that the sun cuts off from the bottom up has to do with atmospheric conditions, in my understanding. It has to do with the environment, in the same way that sometimes the ground, like in the what people refer to as the black swan, and with the oil rigs, sometimes the bottom of the legs are cut off visually. Other times you can see the horizon way behind it. So that same effect has to do with why the sun sets. In the same way, when the legs are cut off, well, that's why the sun's going to cut off closer, because the last bit of land you can see is the limit, and then due to perspective, it's going to be cutting off like that. So it's a somewhat similar thing. But so what you have to do is you have to get the condition that's like the black swan, where the horizon is far beyond the oil rigs. You have to have that effect to be able to see the sun fade, meaning now you don't have that closer delineation point to where the sun's going to cut off from the bottom up. So when you've eliminated that, it often can be in certain conditions, especially in the desert where it's very dry and so on. But if you can get those conditions, now you're not going to have that cutting off effect. You're going to have a sun fade effect, where it's going to be like a circle and it's going to fade away. And so those have been observed in many different scenarios. And I agree.
Exactly.
There really isn't a good, explanation for that on a globe.
Yeah. So we have established that two phenomena both work on each model. But there's one phenomena which we have on our side in reality that shows the sun fading out. I want to recreate it myself, by the way, because I want 100% be sure that what I have been presented on the internet is true. Stupid flat earthers doing their own experiments, haha. That would once and for all for me delete every question that would be about this. Not only that I established to understand why the sun sometimes looks like as if it's below the horizon, I already understand this. But also,
did you post a video of this?
What?
Did you post a video of this?
I can post a video of that if you want to.
Yeah, I'd like to see which one we're talking about.
Yeah, sure.
But I was just wondering if anybody did, because I don't care if you do it as long as it's there.
Yeah, I have showed this to Chucky, I think. He just said that it is too grainy or anything. I don't know, man. Globus just don't like the video. It's made by I think his name is Dave, isn't it? Yeah, Durf. Like his channel name is Durf, but his name is Dave, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Dave Weiss, yeah, TRH.
Yeah.
Sun fade out. Okay.
Yeah, I want to recreate.
I don't think I've seen this one.
Yeah, you have already first Glover just laughing at it, right? As if
I've
they
showed
don't
him.
have...
I've showed him videos of this sun fade out before, and one of them they said it was
out of focus.
This actually happened to me when I drove to Arkansas from Ohio.
In this case, this video is way out of focus. That's why it happened.
See, there you have it. It's just... If I'm going to do it myself, I bet there's the same answers to this. If I'm going to do it myself, people are just going to say it's out of focus.
Matter of fact, I don't think that was done with a solar filter, because looking at it, you shouldn't be able to see the sky through a solar filter. That should appear black.
It is. He even shows it in a longer version of the video. You can go through his channel, and he shows you the filter on the drone.
The out of focus made it disappear?
Yes.
Can you show me this happening some other time?
I have to show it when I get home, looking at Christmas lights and stuff.
For me, it clearly looks like as if it's just going to a point where the light is not strong enough to penetrate the atmosphere, and it just vanishes. Like it would be expected going over a plane. I don't know.
I've never seen I've never seen an image of the sun that looked so fuzzy. And yeah, they say that I think it's because it's out of focus. There's nothing in that image that shows any kind of detail.
I don't know if you watch the full video. In the beginning of the video, shows you that the lenses he uses. He puts on the lens on the drone. That's the drone, right? You should not skip forward.
I did skip forward, but I don't care what he claims he used. The question is, what did he use?
You just want to remain
ignorant. But what I was trying to say earlier was that I drove from Ohio to Arkansas, and it's pretty flat the whole entire way. And at one point, the sun looked like it was sitting on the highway, half of it. So the other half was, beyond my view. And put on the sunglasses. You couldn't see to drive, so you had to wear sunglasses and all that. And then eventually, it just faded away. That's what I saw in reality. I didn't film it.
ND17 filter. But ND16. Sorry, God, I'm sorry.
But I'm gonna do it with my own drone, and you don't need to believe it. But if I can observe it in reality, there is no question anymore for me. I mean, already there's no question for me anymore. I know that I live on a stationary plane, but it's just wonderful experiment to capture it yourself.
This one looks a lot like all the other ones online.
I just posted mine from sea level, and not only does it get out of focus, i.e. fade out, but it stops going down.
So, did you post that?
Yeah, I posted it 6:01.
Let me take a peek.
Yeah, you've seen it before.
I'm only going to call the ones that are out of focus the ones I think are out of focus. So if you got something else,
yeah, sync. So out of focus could cause that also if the sun is going away and the medium that it's in is too thick for it to shine through, right? Like we can prove with any other light. That was
okay. Now, Rokia, yours looks like it's pretty well in focus. When do we get the fade out? Yeah, but I don't see the same thing. They're talking about a fade out. That looks like it's being eclipsed.
Yeah. You have to watch the entire video.
Okay.
Yeah. So it goes down, just in case people haven't seen it. It goes down, 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 down. I'm on a pier at the edge of the Gulf, so I'm at sea level. And there's cities and stuff, you know, where the sun is setting. There's New Orleans, there's Metairie, Baton Rouge. So the sun is beyond that no matter what, but it appears to set, stops, and then starts to appear to get out of focus.
I would say down is, by the way, like a bad word. We all should start saying it goes away. That's all. That literally goes away.
Well, I've been saying for years, things go into the horizon. They don't go over the horizon. So it goes into, you know, the medium more and gets, you know, I mean, the effects get greater and greater. Even in their model, the sun has already set at this point, basically, or a little bit further than this, but is loomed up where you see the top hat, you know, portion.
Yeah. Unlike your video, the other one shows it up in the sky doing this. This looks like a classic sunset. You do get some nice, some of the reflection off of the water, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of shit happening down by the edge, but it's clearly that's a normal sunset. What the other one shows is its sun just full sphere of the sun just fading out.
Yeah,
they're very different.
Did you watch the end?
Yes.
That's why
yours was a set. Yours was a set. The other one was a fade out. Yours is totally different.
That's not normal. I don't know what you call normal, but especially not in my area, that's not normal.
It's one of the major ways that it goes down. What he had was very different than yours.
You
Did you see where it blinks out like it gets lighter and lighter, like it's going out of focus in my video?
Let's see, getting wider and wider.
No, I'll use your term, going out of focus. Did you see the end of the video where mine appears to go out of focus?
No, yours doesn't look like it goes out of focus. Yours looks like it's going into the shitty atmosphere.
Yeah, like there's scenarios in which the sun doesn't completely, you know, disappear from the bottom up all the way through. Like if it was a globe, that would be consistent. That would be for sure. It's like there's the globe. That's like what a sunset is on a globe, is that every time it would do that. So in all these times we don't see it doing that, but it's still quote unquote setting, just doesn't match with a globe.
That would be true if we didn't have an atmosphere. We're stuck with that pesky atmosphere fucking up all our measurements.
But on a globe, it can't set and also not go over the curve.
Yes, it can. That's refraction can do that. You can physically do that. We've seen that with the propane tank and stuff. It is possible. Now, whether the atmosphere can do it under the conditions we're talking about, that's another question. But we know refraction can bend things up from way behind another object and bring it into view. Like several degrees in the case of an extreme refractor like butane.
Dude, I'm so hyped to do this in the summertime, man. To do that video.
Now, I do have to question that guy's filter, because that is about the weakest filter I've seen. It's not like the ones you use for your eyes. Those make the sky almost absolutely black.
Well, then I guess
I don't know what the 16 is.
If you're going to come up with those things you just said, Moyak, which I don't necessarily even agree with those, but we'll just go with it for a second. You then would have to say that when the sun is setting, it's not actually going over the curve of the earth.
No,
meaning it's all just
a do two things.
All right, so then I guess then don't say that. Not you, but just I guess then you guys shouldn't say that anymore. You shouldn't say that. Oh, look at that sunset works perfect on a globe. You got to just erase that whole thing now. That whole explanation.
Why?
Because
two things can happen. Everything happens with multiple effects.
Is it going over the curve or not?
Yes.
But then sometimes not.
Okay, if we take the butane thing and let's just imagine something that happened. If I took that plasticine and I moved it around beyond the tank, physically beyond that tank, you would see that it would slow down and hover right around the horizon, being lifted up much higher than it should be, according to physical position.
Would it change size though?
No, that's a vertical gradient, so it might stretch, and then we do see stretch.
That's just a reflection, bro. That ain't refraction. That's reflection.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not convinced you're seeing around the curve on that butane thing.
Really?
Yeah.
It's red, and you can't see the red before.
I know,
so
but
it's not.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's a limited video. I've only seen it done that one time. That guy claims I just haven't seen that repeated. And I don't know what other factors he may or may not have going on there. So I'm just saying, I'm not convinced that that's what that's doing.
By the way, what can someone help me to get the right filter for my drone? Do I need an ND32PL filter or is it an ND64PL? I don't know what specific.
The ND filters will only make it slightly darker, but what we're talking about, what you want with a solar filter is like it's like welding goggles. Like you will see absolutely nothing, not even the horizon. You'll just see the orb of the sun. ND filters look cool, but you can still see everything with them, and it would still blow out the sun.
On the distance that the sun is already, is it even going to have enough light to make something visible?
Yeah, that's the point. What you want to cut is all light except the extreme light of the sun, so you get a crisp image of its outline.
So what is that filter called? I would buy it if I know how
solar
to find
filter.
It.
Solar filter, it's usually called.
I'm typing solar filter, and I only get these ND filters.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll get it for a drone. That's what I was going to wonder, because drones, like ND filters, make like landscapes look cool, or they slow down the shutter speed so it looks like you're riding your motorbike faster than you are, but it's still going to get. It's just going to let too much light in. Like I said,
what about an ND64 though?
So welding glass is 10 stops. It's like a neutral density 10.
ND10, there you go.
So it comes all the way from like 1 to, I don't know, maybe more than that. But.
Look, or you could just buy a replacement glass. That's what I did. Is just get the replacement shield glass. It's real cheap, just like a couple dollars. It's a little square, it goes back in a helmet, but you don't have to put it in a helmet. It covers the whole lens.
Yeah, I've never tried that, so I don't know. I know that they warn not to use welding goggles for the sun, but I think that they're probably good enough.
Yeah, I don't mean actual welding goggles, but I mean like when you look through a solar filter, it's similar to looking through welding goggles.
Yeah,
that's
but he was suggesting that you could just take a welding goggle. I don't know. You'd have to test that. But yeah, I know they say it's too bright for the eyes.
That's what I use, bro.
With welding goggles.
It works. I'm telling you, that's what I use.
Yeah. I would think so. I mean, personally, I think so.
ND number. That's probably the best thing. Just get the highest ND number you can, because it's like usually I think they're ND like 2 or something like that. See if you can get one that's like 6 or 7.
Rakir just posted that he said light follows the sun. He's showing. I was going to ask like any globe earther, what is your explanation in your own mind? Not in some huge debate thing. I'm just saying, how do you explain the fact that the other thing with sunsets is how the light like follows the local fade out of the sun? Whereas if that like what he just posted is one example of it, although there's some that are even more dramatic because that one's still when the sun's hasn't fully set yet as well. But where if that was a globe and the sun was 93 million miles away and it was all parallel light rays, you would expect that the environment would be equally lit up. It would be equally activated because it's 93 million bajillion miles away. However, what we get are these very local lighting effects when the sun sets. Like the light literally fades and follows the sun. It fades and follows the local area of the sun. Whereas if it was a globe, it would be equal because you're 93 million miles away on a tiny thing. So how do you guys explain that?
I don't think I follow that, so.
I didn't follow it. Can you try again, please, Gio?
All right, so when the sun sets, there's local lighting, fades, that surrounds the sun and that fades with the sun. What I was saying is that if it's a globe and it's 93 million miles away and all those light rays are coming parallel, The entire environment should be equally lit up until the sun, and then once the sun sets, it would equally be like a line, because the sun would be behind, and it would all fade equally. But instead, we get these local lighting effects that locally fade and almost like hone in to the sun and then fade and disappear with the sun. The local lighting effects at sunsets.
I was trying to respond, but my mic, I had to leave and come back. But I think it was just because we're viewing it, we understand it differently. Because when I imagine what you just described, or like what I would see because of the parallel light from the sun, and then I see what happens, that's what I expect to happen. Is because it makes perfect sense. Like in the image that Rakia had, where the clouds are pink right there, and then it's even brighter in that region closer to the sun, but over my head it's very dark. If you imagine the parallel light from the sun, that makes sense. If you try to imagine where those straight lines are basically intersecting with, and then remembering the fact that where the clouds are from your perspective is already like an angle. It's an angular. It's a different angle on the Earth from that distance. You know what I mean? So the straight lines that are.
Yeah, so basically it's the Earth throwing a shadow as the sun sets.
A curved shadow.
Not a curved one, just a shadow.
I go with, basically I see, when I try and do this in a 3D view in my mind of what the sun is doing, there is a curved shadow in front of me. It's a very subtle curve, but as the sun goes further and further down, there's essentially a hill in all directions. So I would expect it to fade out to the edges fast.
By the way, here's another hotspot Witsit just posted. You guys were trying to say the other day, oh, it was just reflecting off a body of water. Well, what about this one? There's way more than one. So cooked on that one.
I mentioned something previously where you were talking about refraction, and you said in terms of degrees, the amount of refraction that would be needed for the sun or something to be in the spot that it appeared to be. When you referred to degrees of what?
Degrees, the universal measurement degrees.
Degrees of what?
I don't know how to answer that. Degrees. It's an angular measurement from your observer point.
Gotcha. So do we use degrees when we're talking about spheres and circles?
You can.
Where else would we use degrees, and how would it be applicable?
Oh, I use degrees in order to decide if something's square in my construction.
Sure.
What do you mean? So they use them all over the place.
I
use degrees when I'm telling how tall a tree is.
Right. So when we're measuring the degrees and we go from 90, and we're talking about like a protractor, right? We go from 90 down to 0, or 0 all the way over to 180.
Yeah.
Right. So when we're making a measurement of the sun, and let's say we're taking measurements throughout the day from sunrise to sunset, and we're utilizing degrees, does that path that we're plotting draw any specific shape?
Typically an arc. I mean, on the solstice, you could say it's a straight line.
Of a circle? Is that what you're looking for? Degrees of a circle?
Yeah. So it draws an arc or degrees of a circle in the sky, almost as if we see in a arc or a hemispherical circle if we're talking about 3 dimensions.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Even though that object may be moving linearly away from us, the perspective or the way that we would plot out that movement would be in degrees, and degrees of an arc, or degrees of a circle, or degrees within a sphere, depending on how you're looking at the object or how you would like to plot it out. But based on the observer, the reason we use degrees is because of the spherical or the arc or the circular nature in which that object presents itself to us as it moves throughout our field of view, which our field of view is in a spherical or a circular shape.
So we see in a huge protractor.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. Think about that, Gio. Think about how we would try to take an angle to something, or we would try to measure an elevation, or even an azimuth, right? If we're trying to do these things, we're utilizing arcs, degrees of an arc, and when we plot that out, we're using circular or spherical type measurements.
But I would say that if I went in let's say I had two people walk away from me, or two ships, or two things in the distance, doesn't matter. No matter how far I get away, those get away from me at a given angle. If they're walking straight away from me, they will stay straight. They won't close in on each other. So like if I have my arms put 45 degrees, I look at one guy walking away 45 degrees away from me, and I look the other direction, he's walking 45 degrees the other way. And they walk in a straight line, they'll always be at 45 degrees. They never get closer.
Yeah, you would be talking about something that's moving away from you, two objects that are diverging, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Following 45 degrees.
But as they move away and they diverge away from you, as they get further in the distance, do they appear to come closer together at all whatsoever? No, they shouldn't. Basically, let's put it this way. If I see a mountain in the distance, like let's see, I'm looking at Mount Everest, and I can see it from 100 miles away, and I walk straight towards Mount Everest, I can follow a straight line all the way to the base of Mount Everest. And likewise, if I started from that same point towards another mountain that was right next to it, and I walked in a straight line a couple of degrees off, or 10 degrees, 20 degrees off, doesn't matter, and I walked 100 miles straight towards that object, I'd walk straight all the way. They don't. Those two positions are remain relatively uniform. No, so if you think of it this way, if you are standing somewhere and you see, let's take trees for instance, you have two trees that are both 45 degrees from you in opposite directions. As you walk backwards from those trees, they will appear to get closer together in your field of view. As you walk closer to them, they'll appear to get further away in your overall field of view. Now, if you're talking about objects that are moving in specific directions, that wouldn't be any relation to the objects that we see in the sky, because those have a uniform pattern. I'm trying to visualize something that popped into my mind as you were saying that, and a naked woman. Trying to see if it makes sense, because if I look at a mountain and it's at a given angle from my transit, from my starting point, and I look at another mountain from in that same direction, it's still got to diverge. If I was looking at further and further objects. I thought I had an answer for you, but I don't have an answer for you right now. They appear to get closer together the further away you get from them, and as you move closer towards those two mountain peaks, they're going to appear to get further away from one another. Yes, I agree with that. Okay, so what was your point about the 45? I don't know how to describe what I'm seeing in my mind, so sorry.
It's lumpy. Butt lumps.
Now, the interesting thing about those two things in the distance, they will follow, especially left to right, they will follow an almost perfect perspective rule. where every time you double the distance, the angular distance will change by half at any distance.
So how does the inverse square law and perspective relate?
I wouldn't call it an inverse square law, but it's perspective. Let's see, is there even a square in perspective? I have to look at that. What's perspective formula? I guess it's the same. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not the same.
No.
It just it's a linear. One's a linear function and one's a squared function. So.
Oh, right.
Oh, what's a linear function? Which one is linear?
Well, like perspective.
Well, what do you mean it's linear?
Like if you half it, it's half the size. Like you half the distance, half the size. Twice the distance, twice the size. Or twice the distance, half the size. There you go.
That's debatable.
Every time you double the distance, it halves. And horizontally, that works almost perfect.
Right. So,
Kosho, you can't afford any more L's from Bacon, so you better.
Hey, thanks a lot, Jay. I almost forgot that.
Sorry to remind you. I'm just kidding.
First of all, you don't see what happens behind the scenes, okay? Bacon's a lot of L's, and we just don't talk about it because we're friends. We don't bring it up.
You got a bunch of behind-the-scene W's on Bacon?
Yes.
Bacon just happens to have a funny accent, so he sounds more credible.
I have
Bacon. That's.
Oh, we have the funny accent?
I don't know.
What's your native language, Bacon?
Well, I'm Brazilian, so.
So you speak Brazil?
Mexican.
I speak Brazil, that's right.
What's going on, though, Bacon? Well, let's have this debate. You said it's debatable. I just woke up from a nap.
Set up my earbuds here.
So Portuguese?
Yeah. Portuguese. That's it. Yeah, if you're talking about angular size, for example, it's a trig function that tends to be linear with big values. But
that's fair enough.
Smaller value, yeah.
No, yeah, that's fair enough.
Let's say if you're talking about an apparent size on a rectilinear picture, then that's linear, always.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. But yeah, you're right about the trig function. It'll tend towards linear, but that's only at until you get to extreme distances or extreme angles.
Well, it would be an inverse linear function instead of a linear function. Like it's one.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
It's 1 divided by x, right?
So you're gonna go ahead. So that's the caveat. That's. This is making it debatable that it's an inverse linear.
No,
function?
It's the first thing I said. I just noticed that it's not linear. If you double the distance, you don't double the size. You have the size.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm messing. Yeah. Well, there you go. I include that under my category of linear functions. So we agree.
And this works well enough that we can measure things in the distance.
I mean, it's weird to call it a linear function because if you plot that, it doesn't make a straight line. It makes a curve.
By the way, Kosho, once you drop the globe, you're going to get like thousands of points instantly. So it really depends on whether you and Bacon, which one of you guys figured out first.
Already figured it out, dude.
I'm already in the hole, like thousands and thousands of points. So.
Many of them are fully aware, they're just gonna let go. Imagine the ridicule from the other anti-flat earthers. If you as the anti-flat earther would start going to the other side
some of these guys might not change their viewpoint until we have the actual concrete physical
evidence.
No, I said the concrete. There's already plenty of evidence. There's tons of evidence, but I'm talking about like the actual concrete, the measurement, the one that's going to change the paradigm for the whole world.
You mean some fancy numbers and equations and some people in white suits telling you that it's true?
Nah, I can deal with the evidence. Just give me some evidence. You've given me lots of evidence that maybe you could call into question some of my measurements, saying that they're not 100% or they have assumptions in them. But I really haven't seen a lot of evidence on the globe, the flat Earth side, especially that is comprehensive and coherent with other evidence.
We have so many videos showing that the curvature that your model is assuming is just absolutely non-existent, and the only way you hand wave it is by saying every time, "Oh, it's just refraction."
That's the point that Mark just made.
You're unable to detect it, and every time it can be explained by you not being able to detect it.
Yeah, Clay, your point was in line with what Mark just said.
What?
Mark just said exactly what we just did. He just said that he's never seen evidence, or he's seen how you guys poke holes or try to poke holes at the globe, sure, but he hasn't seen any evidence for your plan.
If we can't detect a curve with a laser that you assume should have been already there for I don't know how many hundreds of feet, then the globe is non-existent. End of story.
Well, if a laser worked the way you said it, the way you thought it did, you might be right.
Oh, I don't care about some people putting sugar water in a tank and putting a laser through it.
That sounds like you're just denying a possibility without any good reason to.
Dude, the laser, first of all, is being shot through the air, not through sugar water.
Yes, and if I shoot a laser over my car, on a hot day, you will see that laser dance all over the wall because it bends all the shit. So in air, you can bend a laser any fucking way you want.
But we have laser tests over the sea or over a lake at afternoon or noon.
So
that
doesn't preclude what I just said.
Car, right? No, it's not over a car.
No, it's not over a car. You don't have to have exact likeness to understand that atmosphere can bend light. So now we just have to find out if that bending light is real. And if it is,
we're talking about huge heat differences in different medium changes, right?
Yes, to do it over the 5 foot span of my car, as the roof of my car. Yes, you'll have to have an extreme change. Now I could do it across a rooftop that maybe has only 10 degrees difference, so like the top of a water tank. And now I could get it to bend equivalently over 100 feet. And now I can take it to 1,000 feet if I can find a tarmac of an airport or something with this on a cloudy day where it's only 2 degrees above the temperature, and I might be able to get some changes from it. So distance does matter.
No, distance matters now. You might want to tell Bob, and oh, by the way, looking through an optic, would that be similar to a laser?
Light bends, yes.
So just let Bob know.
Lasers are just light. There's nothing really special about light.
Awesome.
But if you want to look at it from the standpoint of what you're actually seeing, it's sort of like if you're looking at the window on a hotel in the distance, it's like looking at one spot on that window, let's say the top left corner, and just only looking at a 1 inch or a 1/4 inch section of that.
Just maybe say distance matters again.
I find it maddening to listen to you.
All right, I'll say it. Distance does matter. So when I say distance matters, and people like Bob says, and Chucky, and other people say, no, distance is not a factor.
No, that's not accurate.
I agree.
That's out of context, is it?
Really?
It's dishonest.
It is?
Yeah.
Of them or of me?
Of you. You're taking it entirely out of context. And
I am. Well, what context? What context then were they saying it in? Or do you just not know? You're just talking shit.
So,
go ahead. What context were they saying it in?
Okay. That was most likely said in the context of measuring spherical excess.
That's not what I was talking about.
Does most likely mean you're sure?
Okay, what were you talking about then?
So you don't know what context I was saying it in when I said, thank you for saying distance matters and agreeing with me, and please tell Bob. Then you are talking out of your ass, right? Just agree to that.
Maybe I am. I don't know.
Well,
By the way,
Thanks for playing.
When he said most likely,
that
right?
was easy.
He said most likely. Most likely can be also a synonym for I think or could be or maybe. That's most likely.
Okay, what were you talking about then? Substantiate your claim. This is not what you were talking about.
My claim that distance matters when you're shooting a laser or measuring through an optic.
You claimed that Bob and so on.
No, that was my claim. Maybe you missed it.
You said that Bob and so on said that distance does not matter. What context was that said in?
Well, when people like Bob are viewing through an optic over water with no great temperature changes, they say, right? Even though they haven't measured it. Then this guy is saying with 2 degrees, blah, 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 and distance matters. I'm agreeing with him. Bob disagrees with that, says no matter what. You don't seem to want to hear it. You just want to argue? Because I don't want to argue. So when Bob looks through an optic and says, I've accurately measured this to the best of my ability over this low observation over water, what I need to do is increase. Are you just going to talk through me the whole time?
Measured what?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. So when Bob uses an optic to measure, no matter what he's measuring, over water long distance and says, oh, I actually didn't get the correct measurement, even though I tried my hardest and used these tools over this distance. What I need to do is increase my distance to get a more accurate measurement of drop using an optic over water long distance. I say distance matters.
So you're now saying it doesn't matter what measurement they're talking about. He's saying no matter for what measurement, he needs to increase the distance to get a more accurate measurement.
Yeah, he needed to use his optic measuring tool, theodolite, over water long distance at a greater distance to be more accurate. Because when he measured it at a shorter distance, he didn't get the what he expected from his measurement.
He measured what? You said it doesn't matter what he measured.
Drop from horizontal. Yeah, from horizontal, which is what these tools do, right? They create a horizontal plane.
If he said,
you know that, right?
If he said he needed to increase the distance in order to get a more accurate measurement, which is not an accurate statement again, or again a disingenuous statement, but yeah,
well, he has a video.
Stand for now. So let's let it stand for now. Even if
so what did he say then? Wait, no, don't call me a liar.
Are you just going to talk through me then?
No, I'm just going to ask you a question. What did he say then?
No, are you just going to let me talk?
Well, you must know what he said.
Are you just going to talk through me then? Are you just going
I'm not talking through you, buddy. I'm just asking you a question.
You're talking through me. You're just talking all the time.
You seem to be confused.
Just stop talking and let me finish.
So you said I got it wrong. Correct me.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so I was right in saying that he was going to increase his distance.
Let's just stop talking through me and let me finish.
Go ahead. Okay. Tell us what he actually said. If I'm wrong,
stop talking through me. Thank you. So, even if what you're saying is an accurate or the honest representation of what is
so you're just going to go back to calling him dishonest?
Raquel, let him finish, man.
No, I'm not calling you dishonest.
Let him finish calling me dishonest.
I'm not calling you dishonest at all. I'm just taking a statement at face value and the representation you're giving at face value and saying, even if that is the case, then your statement that he says distance does not matter is not accurate because he needed to increase the distance. That means that distance does in fact matter, right? So your
measurements. Are you talking about accurate measurements? You need to increase your distance You agree with that?
I'm talking about the fact that you claimed, this person, Bob, for example, said that distance does not matter, and then you substantiated with saying that they have a video where they say that they needed to increase the distance in order to measure something better.
Oh, I got you. I see your
that
point.
Means that means that distance does actually matter.
I got you.
If the distance is too short, they were not able to measure the effect that they wanted to measure. That means distance does in fact matter, and they did never actually claim that distance does not matter.
So distance does matter.
Obviously, according to what you've told me right now.
Okay, what do you think?
With regards to what?
With regard to the topic that you butted in on, distance when measuring. What do you think? Or are you just here to comment and call people liars?
Well, you did lie.
That's a bit pot and kettle, man.
No, not really.
Yes,
I'm saying
you did
if
say
I
that
can
Bob
clarify,
claimed distance does not matter, and then explained that you taking this, you substantiated this from a video where they said that they needed to increase the distance in order to measure something, an effect more accurately, which would mean that distance did matter to them. The distance was too short, and the distance mattered. Increasing the distance mattered.
Okay, so distance does matter.
Well, depends.
Is this about measuring the radius thing?
No, it's just creating a horizontal line and measuring the drop. You can't measure the radius. You can only measure drop, which then you calculate the radius based on what drop you get over what distance.
Yeah, measuring the drop is not the only way to measure the
Well, that's the context
of the surface.
That's the context we're talking about. You know that, right, Bob?
You did mention that, yes. You claimed that it didn't matter what measurement it was, but then you just specified that it was a specific measurement after all.
No, I said that's what Bob thinks. I know for a fact because I do it every day.
In between that it doesn't matter which measurement.
Just let me know when you're done, man. I have a small statement. So I do these measurements every day and know that distance matters. Distance being a shorter distance, you get a more accurate horizontal that you can measure drop from. The more you increase your distance, the less accurate your horizontal is going to be. So the less accurate your drop measurement is going to be. So if you have someone telling you, like Bob, that distance does matter, he needs to increase the distance measured. You can be assured he doesn't do it on a daily basis. He doesn't get paid, and he's probably just talking out his butt on YouTube, like most people.
We've gone through this before. The thing is that, yes, the absolute error or the absolute value of the error might increase when it does increase, when the distance does increase. But the difference between the absolute value that you want to measure and the error that albeit it increases, might not increase as much as the absolute value that you want to measure does increase as well. Therefore, you're going to get a better differential between having measured the effect or not having the measured effect, even though your error is bigger over greater distances. We've been through this before.
Okay, cool. So at what distance do we need to measure to get a accurate, because that's what we want to do, why waste our time, right? Less error. What distance do we need to measure the drop rate of the radius given?
Depends, clearly.
Depends on what?
On the accuracy of your method, on the accuracy that you're aiming at. Accurate does not mean that it does not give you any precision. Accuracy.
Well, if you're going to claim the further you look through this optic, the more accurate you're going to be able to determine the drop rate, then I would like to know what you're basing that on.
It's not what I said.
What are you saying?
I just explained it. I don't know why you're not able to honestly repeat it.
Well, could you repeat it? Maybe clarify a few things?
No. I'm not willing to do that.
Nice talking to you. You're going on mute then? Because I'll tell the people that if you want to accurately do anything with an optic tool, then you better decrease your distance, not increase it. Now they can take that and go test it, ask the professionals, they can do whatever they want with that information, but that's my final statement. Nice talking to you, buddy.
What you mean is precision, not
I used to
accuracy.
also use the tools on a weekly basis, and I'll verify that it's not even, it's laughable really if you use these tools and somebody tells you otherwise, because you know just from experience that up closer it's more accurate. No getting around it. There's no.
What you guys, you're confusing precision and accuracy. Closer
no
means
scenario.
more precise, not more accurate.
There's no scenario where you're more precise further away.
Okay, exactly. Sure.
What's the difference between precision and accuracy again? I forget them.
Well, accuracy is how close you are to the real value, and precision,
is
the consistency of the measurement.
Consistent. Okay.
Like
precision is how small the corridor is of your error, right?
Yeah, less error
is how well the corridor.
That's the resolution.
Errors fits the statistics of being distributed around the real value. Being super accurate but not being precise does not mean that you're anywhere near the real value. It just means that you know that your real value is somewhere in the middle between the upper and the lower bounds of your error.
That's accuracy, you're saying?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Precision.
That's precision. That has nothing to do with accuracy. Accuracy, when you're using an optical tool like this that's designed to create a horizontal, establish it, you're always having plus and minus values that you have to add and subtract. You don't come up with formulas to calculate anything other than that. Now, if you use the data that you collect that's inaccurate to do an average or calculation to determine whatever you got, like a drop or an excess, or, sometimes you're going to get where the target is above the horizontal and you subtract that out to get something that you're trying to reach, and you create formulas for that or calculations, then good luck. You can do that all day long. But take the mean average of 10 wrong measurements, you got a mean average that's wrong.
So I just posted a picture in Livestream text, and there you can see accurate. You can see a picture of a graph basically. So the bottom left, the top left is accurate but not precise. You see how it's how the hits are distributed evenly around the center, but they roughly evenly around the center, but they are relatively widely distributed. So if you're accurate but not precise, then that means your error might be big, but the true value that you actually want to measure is somewhere or relatively relatively close to the middle of between the upper and lower bounds of your error. If you're accurate and precise, then your error bars are going to be low, and the true value that you want to measure is going to be somewhere in the middle between your error bars. And if you're precise but not accurate, then your error bars are going to be small, but they're not going to be distributed around the true value that you want to be measuring.
Okay, that's good description. I've heard that so many times before, and it's the first time it's made sense to me.
You can use both words like out in the real world and people understand what you're saying, but he described it good, for sure.
Yeah. I think most lay people, if I said that's really precise, they'd be like, I'd use them interchangeably. When I've heard people say correct, I'm like, I never know which one's which. And is there a third one? Accurate, precise, and something else? No,
there's the resolution. There's a resolution too.
Well, you take gun classes and target practice, you learn the terms more than I've ever done in like surveying, whatever, like listening to that or studying that or taking tests on that. I don't remember it. We don't use it out in the field.
It sounds like what you thought was precise is like a type grouping.
Yeah, but this is what that dude was talking about. I'm not sure what his name is. The German guy. He's German.
AK.
Oh, is AK? Are you German, AK? I'm not sure. Regardless, yeah, what he was talking about, that is an example of where there would be a distinction out in the field between those two terms because of, it is true that you're not going to get that the information is not more accurate, or it's not more it's not more accurate, but the percentage if you're doing like a percentage accuracy, even though the values are not precise and they're not making a small bunch, they're varied. You're still far away enough that variance is now less of an issue. So I think that's what he's saying, and that's what's being said about, because it's not that longer ranges makes it more accurate. It just makes the accuracy less less of a problem.
Take any optical scope on a gun, on a theodolite, on anything, increase the distance, and all of those dots that you see on that target get further and further away from the center of the crosshair.
But to be
the range with a gun, go outside with a theodolite, do whatever you want to do. You increase the distance, your accuracy gets lower, your precision gets lower.
I was just thinking, is there any way that could be the opposite? Whereas if you're too close, like if you're trying to shoot a target with a gun that's 6 inches away, getting the scope to line up, is there any way in which it's actually less accurate if it's that close?
Yeah. And these tools are designed just like scopes on a gun. When you go to a range and you want to dial it in at 10 yards or 100 yards, if you get 200 yards or 5 yards, your shot is going to be off. Same thing with a theodolite. It's not made to go distances that they're doing. It's precisely made to do shorter distances, and that's why it's the most accurate then. If you get too close to a laser level, you're not going to get accurate measurement. It's designed to go from X to X, right?
So doesn't the point still stand, though, that you've got error bars, and if the measurement you've got is greater than those error bars, particularly by orders of magnitude, then you're still fine? So you're sure you're not going to build a dam that you want to be correct to within a millimeter using big error bars, but if you go, I need to know how tall that Blackpool Tower is, and I know that I've got error bars, but the error bars are 10 feet and this thing is 100 foot out of where it should be, that's still useful information. Because the precision and accuracy are within what I'm measuring, within the are still meaningful. Even though both are decreasing with that range, they're still meaningful given the overall gross measurement. I don't know if I'm trying to make sense. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to express as well. Yeah.
Would you agree? You take your angle measuring tool out on different days of the year and, I don't know, point it at the top of the mountain that's 200 miles away, that you're going to get different angles?
Sure. And if that's within those bars, so if you go on the highest day I ever see it and the lowest day I ever see it is outside the bars of when I'm trying to measure it, then you go, that's a meaningless measurement. But if you go on the highest day and lowest day, that level of precision is orders of magnitude smaller than the measurement I'm after, then it's still meaningful.
Yeah, but the closer you get, the less of the measurements you're going to have to throw out. The more the angle is going to be precise, right?
Nobody's arguing that. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is just the error bars, and if they are well within what you're measuring. If I'm going, how long is this table, and I need it to be within a millimeter, and the device I've got can measure within 100th of a millimeter, then whether it's wrong by 2 or 300ths of a millimeter doesn't matter.
Right, I understand, but you also have to agree, if you're using that crosshair, it has a accuracy because of the size of the crosshair itself. Like, you're pointing a crosshair that's taken up a percentage of the mountaintop, and you're just saying that's the top of the mountaintop. Once you get to a certain distance, you're not measuring anything. You're just doing an observation and getting an angle.
Well, I don't think you're not doing anything. That's the point I'm making. If the device you're using has error bars, every measurement has error bars, right? Tolerances.
You missed my point there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, say it again. Maybe.
Yeah. When you get to a certain distance, like when you're up close, the crosshair itself is a certain size according to the object you're shooting. Like if you're shooting the top of a mountain from 10 feet away, you're getting an accurate measurement. But once you go 200 miles away, that crosshair is taking up like a percentage of the top of the mountain. Like it's from your observation, it's thicker than the top of the mountain, right? You understand what I'm saying? Sure. So that's a huge difference.
It's a huge difference, but that doesn't change the point I'm making, which is that's now your error bar, the thickness of the crosshair, the wibbliness of the refraction. That's the error bar I'm talking about. But I'm saying if that entire error bar in your estimation added up is going to be 50 foot of mountain, but you need to get that 50 foot of mountain correct to within 200 feet, then that's still a meaningful measurement. It's not incredibly precise, but it's still somewhat meaningful. It's the argument seems to be that you're making seems to be if you make a very short shot that's incredibly precise, that's meaningful, and if you take a long shot that is completely and utterly meaningless. And I'm just saying it's not. It doesn't drop to zero when you go too far. It progressively gets worse, and provided the thing you're after is bigger than how bad it's getting, then it's still meaningful.
Yeah, I never said that it's not meaningful. I mean, you can take measurements, angle measurements to whatever you want, and get error bars and do whatever you want with it. And some of them are pretty damn accurate. It's amazing, right? Especially up close. But long distance, you can use that too. But it doesn't. When you have so much error, right? You just it doesn't matter if it's up or down. I mean, the mountaintop could be higher than what it's supposed to be, and you say it's because of this. If it can be lower, and you say it's because of this. Like you can say and do and calculate and dream up formulas to make it whatever you want. That's the whole point. But what you can do is you can't fudge those numbers when you're up close. You can't fudge them because the accuracy of the measurement is so good. It's so accurate. You can't fudge. There's not enough room to fudge it.
But we're both saying exactly the same thing. What you're saying is up close, the error bars are smaller, the precision is higher. There's still error bars, right? You never get to a point on any instrument ever that has zero error. So you're always going to have some degree of imprecision. But what you're saying is, well, but overall what you're measuring is bigger than that. Yes, I'm saying exactly the same thing happens further away.
I'll just summarize by saying for years I've been saying you can't tell me you can take an angle measurement from 200 miles away and get it within 5 feet or 1 foot or whatever, or you can have this tool that does centimeter accuracy in elevation from a satellite in space, or you can detect the centimeter wobble of the moon over the course of the year or whatever, and can't measure. When I say can't, I have yet to find out someone who can accurately measure, not calculate, measure the drop of water. Like that is scary to me when you say you measure everything else.
We're all saying the same thing. It's all down to what method you use.
But would you agree?
Measures very effectively.
But I mean, if the water was curving at 8 inches per mile squared, don't you think that would be quite measurable, like concretely and easy to do?
Easily measured. I'll answer.
But I just disagree with Rakia's conclusion on it. I think that we've known the circumference of the Earth for quite some time because we've had the latitude measurements since the Polynesians had it. It's not that we can't measure it. It's that you'll dispute the measurements and whether they're meaningful. But the suggestion that we can't and we haven't, like we settled on the rough circumference of the Earth and haven't shifted much.
I always think you're done and you just keep going on and on, bro. It's your side that disputes the measurements, bro.
Which measurements?
The straight line segment horizontal planes that are created over static water, using tools that are established by engineers to do the exact same thing that they're designed to do and used the proper way. When done, it doesn't measure curved water.
Well, you haven't measured curved water, but again, that comes to the thing I keep saying, which is it could just be you're bad at measuring curved water. But celestial navigation measures a degree per 69 miles, which when you do the maths comes out to 39.59. And that
quit telling me, please.
Time. It's a very simple method.
Your horizontal line sucks.
Please quit telling me I can't establish a horizontal plane, because that's what I do for a living for 30 years, dude.
Eggshells, it sounds like you're using like ancillary ideas. Like if you just mentioned the 1 degree 69 mile from stars in the sky, that's not measuring curved water. You're using like you're describing other methods that extrapolate a radius value or circumference based on XYZ in the sky or whatever else. That's not measuring curvature of water directly.
What I think it is. I disagree on that. I get that you don't agree.
So looking at something in the sky, making a calculation and based on various assumptions somehow measures curved water?
Yes. Yeah. You can disagree with the assumptions. That's fine. But I don't think it disagrees with what's been done.
Bro, no matter how far I went down the coast, it just kept measuring level. It kept lining up with my freaking benchmark. What I was told is that I'm curving every single time that I change my position. That I'm curving every time. So I'm perfectly curving my way around a ball, and so that's why I said it's your side that disagrees with the measurements and comes up with reasons, fingers and quotes.
It's like, I mean, I don't want to be insulting, Brian, but like, okay, let me just ask it as the question. What should level do on a ball? Assume a ball just for a second.
I'll give you a very quick, concise answer, okay? If I got minimal room for drop, if I'm doing a mile of curb on the side of a highway and it's crucial for slopes, let's say I got 4% or 0.4%, I'm sorry, and I got a certain amount to drop it. Okay, I don't got no room to play, bro. I might have an inch of error, if that. Okay, now I know that there's no 8 inches, bro. I wouldn't get paid. The water wouldn't slope, bro. It's what we calculate is rise over run. It's when it drops in the distance, water goes that way. That's reality. Sorry.
You're not answering the question. The question is, what should happen on a globe that's different to what you see in reality?
On a globe, I'd add 8 inches. On a globe for that mile, I would add 8 inches, or I'd break it down into whatever. I would subtract 8 inches, sorry. But I would have to calculate in for earth curve.
Yeah.
Because listen, when we're laying out these horizontal lines, the ground underneath doesn't matter even one bit while you're laying out your line. We measure everything to that line. We're not measuring the earth. We're laying out a horizontal line off into infinity, basically, as far as you want to go. Then we tell you what the ground's doing underneath that horizontal line.
Y'all act like we're on the top of water, curving water when we're doing these measurements. We're on dirt that's going above our measurements. Like, might be going more than like 20 inches, 4 foot above our last horizontal plane. That has nothing to do with curve. The instrument doesn't even know. You shoot back at your established horizontal plane and you get that measurement to be accurate, then you can extend that horizontal plane in any direction with that tool. It's what it's designed to do.
So, yeah, I'm not suggesting you're over water. It just, if you're going here to point A, what is level at point A and what is level at point B?
The land doesn't do that, dude.
But it wouldn't create a plane, though. Eggshells, like it would. Yeah. I understand the idea of what you're saying, that level changes and it continue like a disco ball. You're going around the sphere. But the thing is that you wouldn't be creating a plane at that point. Like
exactly,
it would be hitting your like measuring rod that would be hitting up higher. Every time you go around, they would hit higher. It wouldn't be planar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Furthermore, we don't see a disco ball from space or the ISS or anything. We see a very nice, even curve everywhere. So the disco ball thing is poop if you're going to believe in outer space.
It doesn't matter if it was a disco ball or a sphere at the given radius. These tools are designed to establish a horizontal line above the surface. Period.
I guarantee you, I could do it. I could do it within half an inch.
Me too. I could too.
I bet everything I own that I could get it within 1 inch over a mile.
I could too. No doubt. 100%. I could
probably
create.
Could do it about half an inch.
I could do it out of sand, dirt, cement, whatever. What I can't do it out of is water.
Nobody's. I mean, you're tilting at windmills, things that Matthew's saying.
Guess what tool I would use?
If you're standing at point A and you're standing at point
A, I bet everything I own I can get within 1 inch over a mile.
Someone's trying to talk, Brian. I can't hear him very well, but I think someone's trying to get in.
I'll just not talk.
Your mic is bad, Eggshells, right now, or
you guys were just starting at the same time, but
were we?
Yeah, my bad, Eggshells. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm saying Eggshells and Brian were going at the same time. Just go ahead, whoever. Eggshells, whatever you're going to say.
No, it's all right. I mean, I think the point's been made plenty of times. If you're just finding level, you're going, what's level? Here's level. Great, I found level. It's not what you need to be able to say is, on a globe, I should have got result X, but instead I got result Y. And I'm just saying, what is this X? What is this Y?
Yeah, well, we fully explain. Hang on, Brian. We fully explain how these tools are designed and made and used. Where you put those three posts into the ground, that has nothing to do with what shape you're trying to measure. You're not even trying to measure a shape. You're establishing a horizontal line, not a level line, a horizontal line. You can create a plane with that. You can extend the straight line segment, not curve, any way you want. There's different methods to do it. You can check it, you can recheck it, you can move your tool, you can go up, you can go down, you can be on a sphere, you can be on a convex earth, you can be on a plane. It doesn't matter. That horizontal plane that you create in space, basically above the ground, is going to be horizontal if you did it right.
Yeah, coplanar points.
Coplanar points.
How long can you make that, Rakia? Because that then I know Eggshells maybe was going to respond, but I wanted to ask how long you think you could do that to accuracy, indefinitely or a certain amount of miles. And then linked with that question is the fact that planar surveying is all planar, like they say, like we don't account for the curvature of the Earth at all. Well, shouldn't they? I mean, shouldn't planar surveying planar surveying really shouldn't even be a thing on a sphere. You could still create a plane on a sphere. I get that. But planar surveying where you don't account for the Earth's curvature would never be a thing.
Well, your first question was how far accurately. I can do it at any distance because you're creating straight line segments at short distances. Your error margin, which is going to be your tool and human error, basically, is going to be plus or minus. So that's going to basically even out. I mean, unless you just have something drastically wrong in your method or with your tool, the plus or minus error is going to even out over distance. So each straight line segment you're creating, no matter which direction you're going in, is reestablished, right? You go back and make sure that is a horizontal line, and then you use those points to establish another point or another 10 points, right? Which also creates another plane. You can do it in any size, any direction, any shape, and it's a horizontal plane above the surface or below whatever you're in, because you can do it in a cave, you can do it whatever.
So the question I asked was, what is the difference between globe and flat?
I told you, bro, concisely that I'd have to add 8 inches to get if my slope to drain the water. If I don't get it just right, I'm already working with minimal. Okay, if I'm on a globe, I've got to factor in that 8 inches over that mile, or the water's not going to drain. So, or either I went over my limit and the next mile ain't going to work because I've went 8 inches too far, assuming it was a globe. But all I'm doing is measuring down over underneath the horizontal line. The ground does whatever it wants. We could do it next to a mountain, bro. The ground does whatever it wants. We measure everything, and we use rise over run. And I'd have to add 8 inches, which you don't always have that to play with in construction. In fact, you never really have that much to fucking error in anything I've ever heard of.
Yeah, I guess I can't make the question clearer.
Are there any buildings that have foundations that are a whole mile? I'm sure there are. More than a mile?
Dams and stuff. The
Well, I'm just saying, if you have a building that if you have to get slope within a building, like a massive warehouse, it's like a mile. It's a mile distance, and that 8 inches is going to make a big difference.
Gio,
I work in a Target warehouse.
Summarize this. Hang on, I gotta go. So if I'm hired to do a job that's a mile long and I'm 8 inches off, I'm not getting paid. Period. See you later.
Period. And they never get hired again.
Yeah, we know. I worked in a Target warehouse that was 2 square miles. The building.
Well, that's irrelevant.
What do you mean? Gio asked if there was any buildings that were 1 square mile or 1 mile.
No, he went 1 mile like length. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, what do you think 2 square miles is in length?
A little over a mile.
No.
You don't want a warehouse that is dead straight on a globe would have a higher end than another end. You don't want that. You go, right, it's from whatever height above mean sea level here, and I want to maintain that. I want to follow the curve. It doesn't make sense to make it crooked. There are buildings where it does make sense to make it crooked, right? Like LIGO, like boat tow rails. There are places where they do it because the precision is important, or you want to get it dead straight. But a warehouse, curvature.
Wouldn't a building, if it was 2 miles long and 1 mile long on each one end and 2 miles long on the other end, wouldn't that be 2 square miles?
1 mile and 2 miles. 1 mile's long on one end, and 2 miles long on another end. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Coach
so
said
if you-
it would be less than a mile.
Right.
The point is, you don't immediately know just because my building is 2 miles long and it's level all the way along, therefore the earth is level. Because in both situations, you could be conforming to a flat earth or a round earth, which is why I keep saying what's the difference between them? How would you use to determine one from the other? And you're going, to be crooked at one end. It's like, no, if you're following level the whole way, then it's going to be level the whole way. It's going to be doing what water does the whole way. And then you're going, oh, look, water does for 2 miles. Yes, water keeps doing what water's doing for millions of miles.
Nobody made that claim, brother. You're arguing with yourself. Nobody said. Jeremy just said he worked on a warehouse building, and he said it was 2 square miles. And I said that's a little over a mile as far as one stretch. And Coach said no. I was just responding to Coach. I wasn't making that argument.
Yeah. Well, check this out, bro.
Did we tell you anything? Did we tell you anything you didn't know already, though, Eggshells? Like, as far as like the projecting the horizontal line and measuring underneath it, the rise over run. Did we? I mean, we do this shit for a living. Man. Did we tell you anything at all you didn't already know?
All right, let Coach get in.
Yeah, I'm trying to respond.
When someone's trying to get in, we gotta let them get in because otherwise, like, makes it hard to get in. So.
I'm gonna let Eggshells because I don't want Eggshells to lose the momentum also, but I do want to respond to the flaw you guys are still making that you're bringing me up in. But I don't want Eggshells to go ahead.
You're not going to say anything?
No, I just don't want to take his momentum away.
I might have misunderstood you, Coach. If I did, I apologize.
You still there, Eggshells?
I said I've already asked this question. If it has been answered, I haven't recognised the answer, and it's like, of these things, what is the difference between the prediction on either model? And if there has been an answer, I haven't recognised it, so that could be on me. So somebody else can talk.
Okay, I could be thinking about this incorrectly. Sometimes I do that. I think about things incorrectly, but in this case, if I were to have a warehouse that was 2 square miles, in order for it to be a mile in length, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. So I converted it to feet.
Dude, are you high or something right now?
No,
it's over
dude.
a mile, bro. It's over a mile.
No, it's not. If you convert it to feet, right?
Why?
Kosher's right with every number except one, right?
Why are you gonna convert it to feet, bro? We're working with miles. 2 miles. You're wondering if this thing's longer than a mile. It's 2 square miles. You don't think it's longer than a mile, bro? Come on, Kosher.
Doesn't it depend on how it's shaped? If it's shaped
Yes,
like
it
a
does.
rectangle or a square?
Indeed.
Kosher, would you agree that if it's 2 miles on one side, if it was a square or a rectangle, if it's 2 miles on one side and 1 mile on the other, it'd be 2 square miles, right? I think what you're saying is right with every number except fucking one. It is confusion. I said the same thing on Jose's, and they laughed at me, bro. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's why I was changing it to feet. Yeah.
So if you have a 2 square mile thing that has at least a 1 mile stretch, then that 8 inches would on a globe would be there. You would have to these planar surveying guys that are doing planar surveying, which is what would be done in that scenario, would have to account for that 8 inches. Otherwise, the water wouldn't flow right. There would be problems. So planar surveying should be measuring Earth curve, but it isn't. Like there shouldn't be anywhere on the internet that says planar surveying never accounts for the curve of the Earth. That should never be a statement that exists if the Earth was a globe. Only if you did planar surveying within about 10 square feet, okay, that's a little different. But if you're at any distance where the curvature starts to be relevant, which is really a half mile or more, 4 inches, 8 inches, etc., that should always be accounted for. There should never be anywhere that says, oh, planar surveying doesn't account for Earth curve, because it's a big enough distance that you would have to account for it.
What I think Kosher's talks about, like if you had 4 square miles, you wouldn't have no side long, or you wouldn't have no stretch 4 actual miles. And I wouldn't be surprised if we come up with something, contradicting to what we're saying.
It turns out I was thinking about it wrong, and Jeremy's right.
Right. You were thinking that like that, though, right?
Oh, that's a fucking
Broken
surprise.
clock.
We were all surprised.
It really is a surprise. You're right, dude. I'm shocked and awed, but it's happened.
Shocker.
So
I know, me too.
You have more else against Jeremy or against Bacon, Kosho?
Oh my god, dude.
So you were thinking if it's like 4 square miles, then we're not going to have any 4 mile stretches, right? It works with every number but one, bro. Like if
exactly. Yeah, that was.
Miles, you're not going to have that 10 mile stretch, right?
That was the problem. I converted it to feet, but I'm so stupid. I converted it to feet, and then that's why when I was explaining, I had to take a break for a second because I forgot to convert it to square feet. So obviously there's a different conversion from square feet and square miles and feet and miles. I just converted it wrong.
Yeah, like I said, it works with every number but one. It's going to be smaller.
Hey, dude, if I had a building that was 1 square, dude, if I had a building that was 1 square mile, it's still as long as a mile.
Right, that's one, but we go up above one. So, I mean, one or take one out of the equation. So if you have like 4 square miles, you're not going to have any stretch that's actually 4 miles unless you add a 1. If you have like a 1 mile on one side and then 4 on the other, that's the only way to have a 4 mile stretch is to have a 1 in that equation.
But Jeremy's right. If you had 1 square mile, there'd be at least one direction that was at least 1 mile.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm agreeing with that. I'm just saying, if you take away the 1, and that no longer applies. Like 4 square miles, if you don't use a 1 as part of, you could go 4 miles by 1 mile. The 1 throws it all off. It is kind of counterintuitive, Kosher. So I understand the mistake you made.
I know, man, but you don't know how emasculated I feel right now.
What the fuck?
Now I'm wondering which shape would minimize the maximum length given the area. I think that would be a circle, right?
It's
the square.
No, he's right. A circle.
No, you get diagonals that are bigger than the diameter of the circle. On the square.
I see what you're saying. Okay. See, every time I get Kosho, Bacon comes through with some trick question and gets me.
That's why I feel so emasculated because you get shit like that wrong.
Every time with you, Bacon.
I gotta go chop some wood or something. Was you know what it was? I'll be honest. I'm
Chop some
quick.
wood.
We'll chop some wood. Yeah, smoke a cigar. But I think, I'll be honest that Jeremy had said something, and he was so emphatic and sure, and I just knew he had to be wrong, and that was flawed of me to just assume
go
that he was
scratch your
wrong.
balls in public, bro. You'll be all right. Just scratch your balls in front of somebody, man.
Yeah, eat a turkey leg, something like that.
You guys just always think we're wrong, like automatically. It's fucked up, man.
No, it's like I said, that's not usually the case. With you,
Dude, I'm always right. You know how many times this month we played out this scenario that just happened?
If you're saying you're always right, you're probably not. Oh, you're probably not because you're probably not because that statement means you have been wrong at some point. So if you're saying you're always right, then by saying you're always right is actually wrong, and therefore you're sometimes wrong.
Listen, 60% of the time, I'm right every time.
The thing is, Jeremy has the instincts and biology of a woman, so I know that if he says how many times in the last month he was right, he actually knows that number. He remembers every instance that happened, and he'll remember it for years.
The only person that's always right is Rumpus. We all know that.
And somebody said earlier that the 1 mile per degree could be off because there's flat spots in certain places. I just want to make it clear that Rumpus says that geodetic surveyors refer to flat as actually curved. And then I asked him, what if there was actually a flat spot on Earth? He said that was impossible. So whoever said that needs to rethink.
All right. Rumpus has been wrong. I stand corrected. More than 1 million times.
Bro, I'm the one who pulled that shit out of them, back in fucking 2016. At least in my mind, I am. I got a video where you heard it here first, guys. 2016, flat is curved. Like we heard him say level and all that occasionally, but back then. But flat is curved, said Rumpus.
Yeah,
couldn't believe it.
That's the globe, guys. Flat is curved. That's the real globe. Like everything else is a straw man.
Listen, I got more beef with you too, Brian. You were on Bev's talking about these spherical triangles.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. They're doing it line of sight. They're just using 3 different triangles.
No shit. It's 3 different angles, bro. 3 different stations. Every station you shoot the other 2. That's why you see them written down like twice in every trio.
Yeah, but you were acting like they couldn't. You were acting like they couldn't do it though.
What are you talking about, bro? Once again, there's 3 in every group. There's 3 stations. Okay, you can't measure a triangle from one station. You can measure an angle from each station. But you do it from 3, and you got a triangle.
What's up? I don't know. People are confused about how they make these spherical triangles, I think.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you, from one station they measure an angle, and then they can start another trio. So one station could be part of multiple trios, but you can only measure an angle. You can't measure a whole triangle from one point. You go to the next point, and then you shoot the other 2. So each trio is 3 angles from 3 different stations.
Yeah, 3 angles from 3 spots, they get a triangle.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say anyway.
Oh, all right. Because Regis the other day didn't act like this couldn't happen either. So I thought their heads were like massively confused about either what they're doing or if it could even be done or whatever.
And I still hold the same position. If it's line of sight, if they take one angle from each triangle that are stacked on top of each other from plums, then it's a coplanar triangle, meaning it's 180. Period.
I mean, I would believe you,
I
but
don't
I'm just saying
understand.
I believe that that's what's happening, and it is a coplanar triangle. But you can do this on like a basketball or something.
Only if you measure the angles from the surface. If you're doing it from above, they're coplanar.
No, you can do it. See, this is why I asked Moyak.
Doesn't change with elevation. If it works, one second, Brian.
Go ahead.
Right. if it works on the surface, it works above it, because going higher doesn't change any of the azimuths. You can't say it
Yes,
works
it
on
does.
one that doesn't work on the other.
Yeah, it does.
The
Bacon.
azimuths
You're
change
wrong.
with elevation.
You're wrong. The only way the
You're
angle
saying
is
azimuths change with elevation. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know how you want to phrase it, but when you were
Do
showing me
azimuths
the
change with
mock-up that you
elevation?
did, you were having the horizontals at each location. That's not how it works. You can't just put a little
Do
piece
azimuths change with
wider.
elevation?
If you're
Do
taking
you
an
understand the
azimuth
question?
from the
Azimuth have a
surface
360 on
behind
a
the
flat
curve,
Earth or a globe, bro. You
you're
keep
taking an
saying
azimuth.
azimuth like it's a question.
Bacon, if you're
I'm not
taking an
sure.
azimuth
Do you
from
understand the
behind the
question,
curve,
Regis?
from the surface, it's going to be a wider angle than if you do it from above. Period. I don't understand.
I'm talking about azimuths. Do azimuths change if you go higher?
Dude, azimuth is a left to right angle, right?
It's a azimuth is a left to right direction. An azimuthal
They do
angle is a
not
left to
change
right angle.
unless you assume an orientation change. They
Ryan.
do not change unless you assume an orientation change. I was answering his question.
Assumption is something that it's in your head, not in your instrument. What's in your head doesn't change what's in the instrument. The instrument is not gonna tell me something else if I'm assuming X or Y. But
Why are
if
you
I'm
bringing up
measuring, I'm
elevations,
measuring.
bro? It's not a part of the. It's disregarded in the triangular excess. Elevation's disregarded. You say azimuth like it's a
You know
gotcha, bro.
why? That's the whole point. Elevation doesn't change azimuths. Difference between
Okay, so if
azimuths
they're
give
line
you
of sight, then
azimuthal
they're not
angles.
So
spherical
welcome to flat
triangles.
Earth. Welcome to
dude,
flat
like
Earth,
what?
Bacon.
Oh my god.
No, Bacon, seriously.
Okay.
If elevation doesn't matter, right? Then there's no way to take an angle from behind a curve where you're extending the angle wider. If you're just saying all azimuths aren't affected by elevation, then they're coplanar triangles, period. Show me
Why?
one coplanar triangle that's more than 180
If you're
degrees.
raising elevation, you
I
would diverge. Yeah.
didn't say coplanar triangles are going to exceed 180.
Yeah, your distances would be wrong, Bacon.
I'm not even
elevations
referencing
didn't
any
matter.
triangle.
But that's how they got their distances, was by calculating. So they'd have to be very precise with their elevations, bro. Because yeah, the azimuth wouldn't change, but the distances would, and that's how they measured their distances.
Dude, if you take
So let me see if I get it.
one angle from each triangle, yeah, you're gonna have a little bit of a wider angle if you go from like a low position to a high position on the next station. But
I
then you
also
have
think
to hit the other angle
It's
on the
bro.
third, which evens it out.
I think you should
Hold
let
on.
Bacon just
All
like
you're doing
breathe
is
it in and
shifting the
accept
plane
it so
of
that
the
he can.
triangle.
I'm not being able to make.
I
Right.
don't know.
Let me try to.
I think you should let Bacon breathe it in and accept it so that he can kind of come to grips with the contradiction.
Let's take baby steps, right? Do you know what an azimuth is, Regis?
Yeah, I thought I did until you started talking.
Okay, what is an azimuth? If I say something is at azimuth 0, what does that mean?
It's like if you're standing on a clock on the face of the clock and you're in the middle of the clock and you're looking up at the 12, between like 12 and 1, for example, that would be
It's a
an angle.
measurement
left to
around
right
the
angle.
centralized. Right, it's the degrees around the central point.
Well,
A horizontal angle. So horizontal angle is part of a circle.
Oh, the
Yes,
reason I'm
that's
asking
what I would
is not
say,
that I
Bacon.
don't know the answer is because I want to see what's Reg's answer so we can get somewhere.
Yes, that's exactly how I would answer it.
Okay, what does it? But that wasn't answering the question. If something is at 0
You asked me
azimuth, what does
an
that
azimuth.
mean? My God.
If something's what, 0 azimuth?
Yeah, if the azimuth of something is 0, what does that mean?
I don't know, straight line?
It's in the same position?
No. It means that's at due north. Zero degrees azimuth means due
center.
north.
It means
I'm
center.
trying to have a back and forth Reg.
Well,
Doesn't
that's
have
if
to
you're
be
using
north,
it
bro.
within if you're using it within a grid system that involves like a north, south, east, west, then yeah, you could.
That's
not what
what the
they're doing,
azimuth
though, right?
is. 0 azimuth means due north. 90 degrees azimuth means due east. 180 degrees azimuth means due
Is that what
south.
they're doing? Is that what they're doing, Bacon, with the spherical triangles?
I'm trying to take baby steps. We can jump to the triangles later.
Yeah, but it doesn't. All I'm saying is it doesn't have to be from north. Like you could just have a circle in your yard and you're gonna because you're building something and you just want to measure an angle, and north wouldn't really be relevant. But if you're talking about like in astronomy and etc., then yeah, the north would be the 0. Is that what you're referring to it as?
Yep. Okay. So yeah, if you want to talk about directions, like a heading or whatever, if you're talking about like, whoa, I was pointing at, I don't know, 75 azimuth. That is the angle from north going eastwards, starting eastwards, or starting clockwise if you're looking from above. Okay, so that is the azimuth, right? So if I measure the azimuth of something, which means simply the direction, and I go higher, does that azimuth change, Regis?
On a globe or flat Earth?
Or whatever. Something is at
Neither. Let's say no.
Right. So if something is at 62 degrees north, and then I go 100 meters higher, does that change that angle of 62 north to a different angle?
Changes your distance, bro. I done said it.
I'm asking if it changes the azimuth. Is the azimuth going to be something different than 62 degrees?
Due east is due east no matter what. So it's wrong, bro. You're saying shit in vain, bro.
No, I'm trying, Brian. I'm just trying to get clear terms between me and Regis. I'm not making a point so far. Just trying to guarantee we can understand each other, right? Okay, so I measured the azimuth of 2 points now. I have point A and point B. If I take the difference between those two azimuths, that's what we call an azimuthal angle. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay, so if the azimuth of point A is 40, the azimuth of point B is 60, the azimuthal angle is just that difference, which is 20 degrees. Correct?
Okay.
Right, so if I go higher, it doesn't change the azimuth of either one. So it doesn't change the azimuthal angle. The azimuthal angle is still 20 degrees. Doesn't matter if I go higher or lower. Correct?
Yeah, until you wrap it backwards around the presupposed sphere. But yes, I agree.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so elevation doesn't change azimuths. That's the whole point.
Did you miss the part where I said you wrap it backwards around a presupposed sphere? That's where the angle gets wider.
That doesn't mean anything.
We check it to zero, though, right, Bacon?
Where do you think spherical
to
triangles
zero.
get their spherical excess from, Bacon?
I heard two people speaking at the same time.
I said, where do you think spherical triangles get their spherical excess from? Why would they measure bigger if elevation doesn't change anything?
Yeah, it's not the elevation that is giving you access, because you're taking azimuthal angle. So
that's my point.
One second.
I never said elevation did. You're the one who's going through this trying
No,
to teach
you said it before.
No, I didn't at all.
Okay.
Elevation doesn't give you spherical excess. Bacon, he's got to learn about how that works.
Right. Okay. If elevation isn't changing the azimuths, right? So when you add up azimuths between 3 points, they should add up to 180 if the verticals are parallel to each other.
If the what?
If they're not parallel to each other, you're not measuring those angles in the same plane, and you get a different value than 180. As simple as that.
No, it's not. It's still a coplanar triangle. You take one angle from the three triangles, you can draw a straight line in between all 3 points because it's line of sight.
Oh, open blender again.
Bacon, bro. You're a mathematician. You got to admit that.
Yeah, you're ignoring a pretty big rule here.
With line of sight, the only way to get excess is to assume an orientation change, because with line of sight, if from one point we're measuring an angle, we're checking them to zero, so it doesn't matter flat or globe at this point. We're checking them to zero. Okay, now, if you don't assume an orientation change, then you're going to get the distance. The elevation is would change the distance on a globe, bro, and that's very much part of the fucking the positioning, bro. So you have to assume an orientation change, and once you do that, you invoke the spherical excess. You got to prove that, but that's what's in contention. You got to prove the orientation change to prove that
elevation does not change that.
The distance.
We've gone over this before.
So the triangle don't get further apart.
3 points, all line of sight, they will get 180 every single time, regardless of how high you go. Regardless of how you go.
I didn't disagree with that.
There we go.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Right, Zanuck just agreed with us. Yeah, Zanuck just agreed with us. What do you say to that, Bacon?
Add up to 180. That is not spherical excess. Spherical excess is when you have a stack of triangles all in the same vertex, that the vertex is angled away from each other. So those angles will all be different.
There's no
Xanac,
stacked triangles in
look at
that
that.
survey, bro. Quit saying that.
Xanac,
You take
Xanac
one
thinks they're
angle from
stacked
each one.
because one time he saw
It's just tilting the triangle, bro. That's all it's
they're
doing.
stacked.
It's still coplanar.
Xanac, I told you
Three of
this
them could
before.
be, but we're not doing that. That's not how you get spherical excess. I tried to teach Richard or whoever it was the other day about this, and we started
You've
with the
been
example
parroting
of
false information, bro. Let Jeremy talk, man.
Go ahead.
Dude, you keep saying they're stacked. I saw it in a diagram once because that's the only way it would make coherent sense. Because if they tried to draw the triangles like they actually were, they'd be all intermingled and shit.
Well, no, that's how you explain it, how it works, and then you extrapolate that knowledge of why there's spherical excess. Hold on, before you say anything, that you extrapolate that knowledge of how it works onto a connected triangles where the baselines or sides are common. When there's one side common to another
that's
triangle.
a stacked side, not a stacked triangle.
Let me finish. Hold on. If that triangle then is on a sphere and connected to another triangle on a sphere, then the contributing triangles then will not add up to 180. It'll be greater than 180. Does that make sense?
I don't know what you said.
He's saying stacked triangles. Now he's saying a stacked side.
Triangles allows you to visualize what's happening. I've been trying to explain it for weeks.
Xanac, you have three triangles top each other,
Hold on.
right?
Let me finish my one sentence.
Hold on, bro.
No.
I want to make sure we're on the same page. The only thing I'm contending is how it's set up. You're going to end up with a coplanar triangle because you can connect all 3 points, even if they're from one from each triangle. You can connect them with straight lines.
No.
Therefore, it's a coplanar triangle that is just shifting.
That's exactly wrong. That's not how it works.
Okay, well then, if that's the case,
hold on.
then
Let me
no one
explain
told
to you
me
one more
that.
time.
I'm going off what people are telling me.
Well, no, I'm gonna tell you so you can maybe understand this. Because
Okay,
right there,
great.
that statement shows you don't understand it.
Okay, that's what I've been saying the whole time, though.
Make a coplanar triangle from 3 angles. That's not. That also is a coplanar triangle. That's not what we're doing.
Xanac, this image I'm posting, which you guys have probably seen this, but is this describe what you're trying to describe? Xanac?
Oh, for 2 triangles?
Yeah, is this what you're trying to describe?
That's part of it. Yeah, that's on the right page. Yeah, I think.
All right, yeah, this is nothing like what I was shown and told about the
I know,
spherical
because
triangles.
the point is we don't connect the 3 triangles with the ones that are stacked and make a triangle that has one on each of the triangles, making a coplanar triangle. That's not how it works. That also would be 180. We grab
you post
one
the
angle.
sheet
Hold on.
that showed that?
I already I'll post it again. We take one triangle from each triangle and add those 3 angles together, and that's how we would get greater than 180. Because if the vertexes were all on posts and those were diverging plumb lines, then all 3 of those triangles would allow that spherical excess to add up to be more than 180. If they were all parallel and they're all the same size and there weren't diverging plumb lines, then all those angles, even the contributing angles that I'm talking about, would also add up to 180.
Yeah, I don't know. I got to look into this. I don't know what this is. I was shown a PDF of 3 stacked triangles
Geos
on top
doesn't
of
do
each
that
other.
either. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
You're
shown
giving
a
misinformation,
PDF.
bro. That's not how they do the survey and what Geo showed. That's
I did that only with one purpose in mind, so you could understand it conceptually.
Bro, we all understand what you're saying,
you
but
don't,
that's not
because
how
you
they
keep
do
on
it.
saying it wrong about making. And in fact, someone said it already that it made a coplanar
We're talking
triangle.
about the actual
By the way,
surveys,
Geos is not
Danik.
that won't do it either.
Danik, we're referring to the survey, bro. We're not referring to how we could prove it one way or another.
Well, how you
prove
it is then you go get, by using that same logic, you get 3 triangles that all share common sides.
Nobody's done that, bro.
From them, alternating or in complementary contributing angles from them, add them together, and if it's on a flat surface, they will be adding up to 180. If it's on a curved surface, it'll be greater than 180.
Is this what Bacon was talking about too? Because I am totally on the wrong page with this whole thing then.
All they got to do is do it, and they're going to see that until they invoke the orientation change, which you don't get with line of sight from 3 coplanar points, then you get no excess, bro. You can invoke it, you can model it, but you're not going to measure it with line of sight.
All right.
Okay, I can stream. We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I want
So
to.
you're not gonna get
I
spherical
have that
excess.
modeled. I have the theme model in Blender.
You're not going to get intruding triangles. You'd have intruding triangles, right? But you're not going to get that without invoking an orientation change from station to station. That's why the latitude was very important. Their position, their exact
Why do
position.
they connect? Why do you think they connect all those triangles together, Brian? Why they have 4 or 5
They
of them
have to,
connected
bro,
with
to
common
work their way
baselines?
across the continent. How else
Yeah,
are they going to
and
figure out
that's how
the
they
distance?
and that's how they determine the spherical excess. It doesn't matter the elevations at all. All it
No
matters is they're
shit.
talking about these complementary angles along the way. If the surface was flat, those complementary angles, for example, if one's 20, the other one's got to be 70, right? Let's say if it's a 90-degree angle and it's split by a triangle,
bro,
they have to add up to
Jeremy, are you
90.
there?
Argument. Go ahead.
That if it adds up, if one's 73 and one's 20, then you got some excess there, and that's only due to the fact that it's over a curved surface. That would do that.
Bro, I went as far. I can't believe I had to show this to grown men, but I went as far as taking my globe and gluing fucking toothpicks on there to show everybody underneath.
And you got it
We
wrong.
see
And
it.
you
Hold
got it
on,
totally
man.
wrong.
Let me fucking talk, bro. Damn, dude, you do this every time. So I showed that on the ground with the orientation changes. Okay, we seen the spherical triangle on the globe, but from the top of the toothpicks, tied off 3 strings representing line of sight. It was 180, bro. I had to invoke.
Again, you're not getting it,
orientation
Brian.
change
I agree
to
with
get
you.
spherical
You're totally
excess.
right. On the globe you made up, put the gum on there, and you got poles coming out of the globe, and you have 3 triangles on there. They're all going to add up. They're all going to be 180. Every one of those
Okay,
triangles,
well
no matter how high
that's what I was
you go,
talking about. That's what Jeremy was talking about
Until
earlier.
you
with
measure
the other
them,
day. I don't know where this is
the way you
coming
measure
from.
azimuths.
Bacon, you were talking about that too, right? Isn't Zanuck bringing up a new thing right now?
you're not. You won't let me get. If you would ever, even last week, let me finish a sentence, you might understand what I'm saying. Brian has it correct. All 3 triangles on those stakes would all, or any triangle he makes coming out of the earth, would always be 180 if they're all straight lines.
Zanuck, that's
line of
all I
sight.
was arguing.
See, you can't
That's
do
all
it.
I'm
Even
saying.
that time, I've been trying for like a week to get
I'm
one
just
time
letting you know,
to say that
dude.
2 steps.
That's all I
You
was
won't let me do
arguing.
it.
So go ahead, but I'm out now because that's all I was arguing. Go
Bacon,
ahead.
you can't connect spherical fucking triangles, bro. At them distances, you can't connect them anyway, man.
You can if you follow
If
the
you measure
curved
them line of
surface,
sight, then you have
then
to
you'll
have
have.
intruding
Then that's
triangle.
another way to measure spherical excess by doing it over a curved surface.
You can't connect without knowing the orientation changes. You can't connect spherical triangles, dude. What don't you understand,
Yes,
bro?
you can.
Not without knowing the orientation changes and the distances.
That's why you do multiple. So you can do it 2 ways: stack them up and have one at the bottom, the lowest point where they all line of sight, middle, and then the highest line of sight, and add those contributing triangles up to get greater than 180 if it's spherical. Or you connect triangles on the ground, or line of sight, multiple triangles that share a common side.
Wait, so you
That's
just
how
said
you do it.
Brian was right, and
Yeah,
now you're
if
saying
I have a
that that's
triangle,
a way he can
and
do
if
it?
I have a triangle, we know it's a triangle, and it's 180. All angles are 180. We say, fine. We don't know what the world looks like. This triangle added to 180. We don't know because we haven't been able to walk off and see if the distances comport with that same line of sight. But we know for sure that those 3 angles add up to 180. Then we connect another triangle. Now think about it. It dips downward on that same connective base leg to another point where that last triangle will form. They have 2 triangles tied together. We've actually made a trapezoid or even a square. That square or trapezoid, the angles will not add up to 360. And they do that as well in some of their tests. That's another way to do it, to measure spherical excess.
They literally checked them to 360, bro. Literally in the survey. They literally
if they're connected,
checked everything
they
to
will
360,
not.
or they knew they had an error.
You don't
on any model.
You don't add the 2 triangles together. That's you're continuing missing this point. You add contributing triangles to get the total. So 3 of them you'd need. You need 3 triangles, all sharing a baseline, all spread over the surface. just like the stack, those three angles from three different triangles will not add up to 180, even though they share a common side and a vertex.
With varying distances, can you combine spherical triangles? Can you combine them perfectly?
We're not combining spherical triangles.
Let me
We're
finish,
combining
man.
real triangle.
God damn, dude! From line of sight measurements from 3 coplanar points, can you combine with differing distances that were calculated, I might add, without knowing your latitude and your orientation change due to that distance, okay, and due to the bro, if you listen for 1 second, bro, it's not disproving a globe. It's telling you that line of sight is always going to be coplanar. If you invoke the curve and you invoke the orientation change, which is what's in contention, then you get spherical excess, bro.
Doesn't matter whether you're going up a hill, different angles. It doesn't matter. You're not getting it.
You're acting like if the Earth is flat, that the ground is just a perfectly flat plane all the way across, bro. You're thinking wrong, bro. There's hills.
I'm not. You're not. If you would go back and listen to our conversation a week ago with the three triangles stacked up, that gives you the fundamental knowledge and logic.
Heard you say that 5 times, bro.
So you're not doing it. You're just hand waving it.
I'm not doing it. I said we can do that.
And you're talking over me right now. I can tell. I can hear you. I see you lighting up. But you're not listening.
We can do that. What you said we can do, but
Brian,
nobody's done that.
Brian.
You guys, I'm about to mute both of you guys if you keep doing this. Come on.
Okay,
Either have a conversation, conversation about the actual info instead of just bickering, or just, don't engage with each other.
Okay. Can I try to use the live stream to show that the azimuths are not going to be add to 180 on the sphere? I don't know how can there still be disagreement on that. Okay, let me see who's. Can you join it, Regis and Brian? Wait, Brian left?
Did he?
I don't see him on the VC.
I think he took off. He couldn't take it anymore.
No. Why did he skedaddle?
All right. Okay. Here's the triangle. This is the planar triangle.
Oh, we got live
Those
stream?
poles are all vertical to the surface.
Watch your stream.
Well, it's like Xanax, you and Brian, what you guys do is you start just like literally fighting and bickering, and then you said this and you said that, and you guys talk over each other. It's totally just, it's hard to listen.
I saw him light up while I was talking. It's like, oh man, I'm just trying to get the one sentence out, and you wouldn't let me do it.
Yeah, it almost seems like with you two, if you guys were going to have a conversation, somebody has to like mute one, unmute the other, and then mute the other, unmute the other, because it seems like without that, you guys,
Well, I thought I was responding in a really logical and calm way to sound, look, I get what you're saying. I agree with you, but here's what you're missing. And then he start talking while I'm explaining it to him.
Hey, Bacon, I can explain real quick based on what you're showing here, what I'm talking about. It'll take me 1 second. I just need you to do one thing. Look at one of those triangles that you have drawn on the surface, like the one right on the top there, like toward the left side. Just zoom in from behind it. Like, that's pretty good. Like, zoom into like the vertex where, yeah, but not the one you have over the surface. One of the other ones that's drawn on the surface. Just do it real quick and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So when you're overhead of your triangle right now, that angle right there is smaller than if you were to take one from the surface, get right behind it and zoom in, as if you're right there measuring it on the surface. It's going to be a wider angle. If you take it and make it a flat triangle over the surface, that's when you're going to get 180 when you measure them.
Right. No one's arguing that.
Okay, Bacon was arguing that with me earlier.
That's not the reason why you get 180. They can have these divergent.
Yeah, it is. It's because the reason why you would have spherical excess is because you're literally behind the curve, and those lines are going out to the side more to get over the curve. So it's a wider angle. But if you look at it on a globe like this, overhead, like Bacon's trying to do, then they're going to look like a normal triangle with normal angles.
No, I didn't get it.
No, the angles.
I'm completely lost in Regis' argument.
It alters the angles proportional to the rate of the circle. So when you have this triangle and had poles on each one of those vertices going up, that triangle, no matter how high it goes, will always have angles that up to 180. Yet the triangle that it was born from at the surface
Zanuck, you're right.
will
but
not be 180. That will be over 180. It'll be
exactly. That's the only point I was trying to make to Bacon.
Yeah, he knows that.
Okay, why is he fighting me about it then?
No, he's going to show you how you can add these triangles together, hopefully, and see why there's spherical excess measured with successive triangles sharing
I
common
understand why there
sides.
would be spherical excess on a globe.
Ooh, hold on.
I understand that.
No, we can
But
do
that's
line of
not
sight three
what's
triangles.
But that's not what's happening with the 3 stacked triangles. That's all I was talking about.
Yeah, so
you have
3
three
stacked
stacked triangles on top of each other with plums.
So you got to stop for a second. I don't want to run this into
Okay,
like
I was
Brian
talking, but sure. I was in the middle of explaining
you
it, but
stop and
sure.
then I thought you're done. And
No, I didn't stop, Zanuck, but go ahead.
All right. So if you have the 3 triangles that are sharing that common vertex, but the vertex has a pole going out from the center of the sphere, then those triangles, you would agree, would be larger and larger as you go higher, right?
Yes.
Even though all 3 of them will have angles that add up to 180 degrees, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
The way we measure spherical excess in that scenario is to take one angle from each triangle and add them together.
That doesn't work.
It does work. If you
Are
think
you
about
saying,
it.
hold on, are you saying take one angle from each of the 3?
One angle from each of the 3 triangles.
Yeah, you need to think about it, Zanuck, because think about it. Take those 3 points and you can draw straight lines to them. All you did was tilt the coplanar triangle.
No, I'm not. No,
Try
I'm not.
again.
You're confusing again.
No,
I'm not
no,
having
I'm not.
you connect.
When you take
you're not
one
gonna
higher
listen.
triangle's angle, okay, it makes up that angle difference when you have to take the other one, this middle one or the bottom one. So
You're
you're
still
going to
not
get a
getting- you're still
bigger
not getting
you're going to
it.
get a bigger angle on one of them.
You're
Okay,
still
go
not
ahead.
getting
Explain
it.
it to me. Explain it to me. Go ahead.
So if you listen,
Yo,
you'll
this
figure it
needs
out.
to be
You're
done.
not
This needs to
making
just
a
be done.
triangle
Go
that
get
is
a ball.
angled. Please, whoever's talking in the background, let
Ball
me
and a
finish this.
protractor.
Jeremy, please, come on.
Ball and approach.
You
Well,
know,
he's
you
not
hear me
gonna believe
talking
it
to
until
him.
you believe it until he sees it done.
I can explain it to him in one simple sentence. Listen, Bear. 3 triangles all have 3 angles each stacked on each other. That means a total of 9 angles. We're not taking 1 point, 1 vertex, going to a triangle, the middle triangle, and go to that vertex, and then go to the top triangle, go to that vertex, and making another planar triangle. We're not doing that. That is what we're
Well, what are
not
you saying
doing.
then?
Okay, look, what you're doing is you take a angle from one triangle, add it to another triangle, and add it to the third triangle. And those 3 triangles, if they originate from a sphere, then those angles will add up to greater than 180. They do not make a triangle. They do not make a triangle. There is no triangle that they make.
You can make a triangle by taking
you
the 3
cannot.
points.
You cannot. It is not a
So
triangle.
you're saying just
still,
take the
even
angles
now,
that are there and not remeasure them?
Yes, even now, you are still thinking some kind of crooked triangle. It's not. That is not what it is doing. We are just taking one angle, adding it to another angle, and add it to a third angle. Do not make a triangle with that, and add those 3 angles
Okay,
together.
I see what you're saying.
Thank you. I know it's a little bit
I'm
confusing.
still checking it. I'm still checking it because I don't
You
know
don't
if
have to
that
check it. Just take my
works
word for it,
still.
because I am the citation.
Oh, I'm checking it.
This one.
I'm checking it for sure.
Okay.
I assumed that we were taking the points and measuring them again. That kind of seems like the way to do it. I don't know why you would just
that
add.
doesn't get you spherical excess, because you're right, and that's where this argument has gone on for months now, and that people think that you just make a triangle line of sight, and if you're on a sphere, then suddenly you'll add up to 180. And I was even down the path of a modified version of how I'm explaining it to you, which also kind of thought that way in a way. I thought you actually tilted it, like you said. The second thing you said about tilting it or getting one angle from each and making another triangle, that's kind of how I was thinking it. But then I started thinking about
Yeah, I don't
people
know how.
Jeremy and
I
I were
don't know how
talking
it's
about it,
relevant doing
and
it the other way.
that's incorrect. Yeah, that was incorrect too. What
Well,
you
why
do
is it even relevant doing it the way you're saying?
because if you have 3 angles that are contributing to those triangles that are on common vertexes, and those vertexes are attached to a plumb line that is that they're parallel in themselves, then if you add up those three angles that I'm contributing, they all will add up to 180. That means all those triangles are congruent. They are equal triangles.
See, I got to check this though, because if you take the angle from, yeah, I guess you're right. So you take one angle, add it to the other one, add it to the other one. Yeah, I got to double check that.
It's the angles I have on the screen. They're bigger than the angles on the coplanar.
Bacon, come on, you know this is nonsense.
What is
it's all
nonsense?
about the perspective of how you're looking at it.
No, it's not.
You're looking overhead, so they match up. It's silly. It's really silly.
Overhead gives you the azimuths.
This is insane that you think that this proves anything.
It proves that the
you're lifting pieces at a different angle, and you're calling them azimuths, even though they don't match line of sight. If this was a line of sight triangle, the azimuth would be measured on the line of sight, not up in the air like you have it. And
that's
you know
the azimuthal angle, dude. Okay. Let me.
Oh, that's why you brought up azimuths. Okay,
it would be straight across.
Okay,
it would be straight across because it's line of sight, Bacon.
Okay,
Stop.
Can you shut your mouth for a second? And,
sure, but good
and
luck,
allow
man.
me to answer
You're
to
looking
you.
up into space. It's
Yeah,
silly.
I really need luck because you don't even let me. You're not even shutting up when I'm trying to explain you.
I'm shutting up right now, Bacon. Go for it.
Right, thank you. Okay, so this thing here is pointing due north at this point, correct? Does that like look like due north for you?
Sure, Bacon. You have to do the direction thing. You can't just do the angles.
That's how you get the angles. The difference between azimuths.
But you don't have to, right? You're just doing it.
No, that's how you get azimuths, azimuthal angles.
Could just measure the literal angle between the two lines, but okay.
No, you start with a 0, and then you measure the other ones based on that initial one.
And this is how they really do it in the field?
Yeah, I think so.
Doubt
yeah.
it. No, I doubt it.
How do you think they do
it? They probably just measure the angle between the two line of sight lines that they have with whatever they use. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
the two shows you the current azimuth. So you establish a 0, and then as you move the 2 to another direction, it's going to tell you from that 0 how many degrees it rotated around the vertical. Is exactly what I'm doing here. That's how you measure the angle. That's how you measure an azimuth.
I don't think we're arguing though. You're going to end up with 180, right?
That arrow. What?
You're going to end up with 180, right?
No. This triangle here is equilateral. Right? So all sides are the same. If the angles in this planar triangle are all 60 degrees. Okay. So I'm here observer 1 pointing at that point that is at due north from me, right? So now I'm going to measure the azimuth of that one in respect to this one. I measure the azimuthal angle to that point. I'm going to start rotating.
One quick question. Bacon, can I ask one quick question?
Go ahead.
It's real quick. Can I just ask one quick question?
Yeah.
So what you're doing is you're measuring the actual azimuth from the surface. That's why you have that little ramp on the corners of the triangle, right? So that's what I was saying. When you measure it from the surface, like behind the curve, that's when the angle's bigger. That's what I meant by that.
I'm here very high from the surface, right? Again, it doesn't matter if I'm on the surface.
I know, but the little incline that you put on the corners is making that arrow shoot out into space.
It's level.
Right?
It's a level. It's level orientation.
It's level with its spot, but not with line of sight, right?
Correct.
It is vertically, not horizontally. That's the whole point. That's how you measure an azimuth. You don't align.
He's talking about the direction.
Now it's vertical. Okay.
It's angled above it. On a sphere, that would not be level. It would have to be angled down. But that doesn't matter on the angle.
Yeah, you can angle.
Just get a ball. Does anyone have a ball?
Oh, it won't work if you angle
3
it down.
straws.
It will. It still will. Let me
Yes,
show you.
I do.
I can.
That won't work.
Okay, why don't you do this? Why don't you just do it, and then we can.
If you angle that down to where it matches the actual flat triangle, it's not going to work, right?
It will, because I'm still going to be rotating around this axis. Doesn't matter if this is tilted or not.
All right, let me see it. increase that angle down to the. Oh, you mean with it pointing straight out like that?
No, I'll angle it down to point to that.
I'm saying you should be looking line of sight over the surface, but
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, how many miles above the Earth would that point that you're observing from be?
it's essentially him doing it from the surface, which is what I was
I'm
saying.
not on the surface. I can remove this thing
But
here.
the angle of the things that you put on the corner of the triangle ramp it up equal to the surface, right?
I don't get what you're saying.
Making
There's
it flat
nothing
with
on
the
the
surface.
surface
So
here.
in relation to the other 2 points, it's going to be angled up. It's not line of sight. That's my point.
It's not angled up. It's pointing directly at the point I'm observing.
Okay, let's see it.
Right. Okay, so I'm looking due north. Now let's see how many degrees I have to rotate this around the vertical of this location. Right. That's how you get the azimuths. You rotate around the vertical. If I rotate it like this, it's not around the vertical. Now it is around the vertical. As you can see, that's the vertical of this observer. I have to rotate around. You can see the angle in the left top corner, around 63 degrees to point at the second target. Right. So more than 60.
Hold on. Do that again. Do that again. It's
Right.
the thing stopped and you kept going further. All right, stop. Why you keep going?
I didn't keep going. No, I hold shift so I have a more precise hold on the angle, so I can align perfectly. That's 63 degrees. I'll show it again. I'll rotate this arrow. I'm just on holding shift so it's lower, so I can point exactly the direction of the target. That's the direction of the target. In the left top corner of my screen, it's written rotation. It says 63.03 degrees.
Bacon,
Not
is that
60.
how it's measured from the vertical? Because that is taking, again, line of sight out of the equation. Is that how they
This is
actually
line of
measure it
sight,
in the field?
and this is line of sight.
That's not line of sight. You're doing it from your vertical,
No,
from
it's
your
not.
plumb, from your station. That's not line
But
of
I can
sight. You're
see
looking up
it.
out into space if you
No,
do that.
I'm looking at directly to that
No,
observer.
you're not. Because you're
The
using
arrow,
the vertical.
the arrow is pointing directly at that point. This arrow
Yeah,
is
because you
pointing
changed
directly at
the
that
angle
point.
of the
What do you
arrow,
mean it's no line
Bacon.
of sight? What do you mean it's no line of sight?
You're using a vertical from your spot, right? So
That's what an
if you're
azimuth
using a
is.
vertical, okay, if it's measured that way, then I concede. But is it measured that way in the field?
Yes, that's
From a
how you measure
vertical?
azimuths. That's the whole point. Yes.
Okay, if you're right, then I concede. Okay?
Thank you.
A Bacon.
That's how they get this.
Why you line that up with the side of the triangle and then you stopped on the other side of the triangle, which was a planar triangle. How is it more than 60 degrees?
Sorry, say that again.
It was an equilateral triangle and it was flat, right? So if you were to measure that angle normally, it would have been 60 degrees. So something you did there with the setup you had measured it as more than 60 degrees. So can you
Yes.
tell me what that was that you did to make that happen?
Yeah, it's the axis of rotation of my angle measurement. If
What do you
by the
mean?
axis of rotation of my angle, sorry.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, when you're measuring angle, it's like you start at one point and then you rotate to the other point, right?
Yeah, but you had an equilateral
rotate.
triangle there that was flat that you went from one side to the other.
I get it.
That would
get
be
it.
60 degrees, period. I don't know what
Yeah,
kind
in
of
a plane of
calculations you're
that
putting to
triangle.
that.
It's not a calculation. It's the axis of rotation of my angle.
What did you
You're
say?
measuring an angle.
No, it's not, dude. You just had an equilateral triangle
He's
up
not
there.
measuring.
You went
He's
from
not
the one
measuring.
side to the other.
He's not okay. I
You're
think I
doing
got
something
it. Bear,
silly,
listen,
dude.
guys, I think I know what Bacon's saying. Bear, when you tilt that angle and the angle of rotation to get that 60-degree angle, it takes an angle of rotation of 63 degrees to get that same
Because you're
angle.
behind the curve, right?
Because he's the angle of rotation has
Yes.
been altered.
That's all I was saying.
He's not measuring the angle. He's saying what it takes to get one point.
But then he's putting
The
the
other
flat
point,
triangle
kind of
like
like a gear
hovering
ratio.
the ball and acting like it's different.
Hold on, guys. It's kind of like a
Yeah,
gear
let's let you
ratio.
keep interrupting. That's cool.
It's kind of like a gear ratio on a bicycle. You want to turn the crank, the wheel only goes a half a revolution. He's basically gearing this rotation with this offset from the vertical.
Yeah, because each point has its own hinge.
Right. In other words, yeah.
Baked in the spherical triangulation, just like they do. Okay. Like I just, am I crazy? Like what?
A little bit. Okay, I'm completely lost in what's the point of contention now.
Talk funny.
Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. You just took an arrow, measured from the equilateral triangle side to the other side, and ended up with more than 60 degrees, and it was a flat triangle. So don't act like I'm being silly, okay? If you
No,
did
I'm
that
not
with a
acting like you're
protractor,
being
it would have been
silly.
60
I'm
degrees.
not. I simply couldn't
Okay.
follow your discussion with Zenik. I'm not saying you're silly or anything like that.
All right. Well, you should be able to follow it because I pretty much just said what I just
I
said there,
was
and you
playing on
understood it.
Blender. I was playing with Blender to try to make it more clear instead. What was explaining the thing about
You
the
didn't make it clear. You were denying that I said that the spherical excess comes from beyond the curve, and that's why it widens. And you
No,
kept
I said I
denying
didn't. I don't understand that. Like, all you need
All right,
is to
man.
measure
I don't
azimuths.
know. You're bending a triangle, so the angle of the side is going to increase.
No, he's
bending it.
taking a longer rotation to get 60 degrees because he's tilted the axis of rotation. He's tilted.
Thanks, Anna. Like I know what he did. I know what's going on. It didn't solve anything, is what I'm saying. It didn't do anything.
Well, he showed that the angle is bigger, and that's what would happen on the sphere.
Yes, exactly.
So
like
we're done.
I said, if you measure from the surface, yeah. If it's a globe, you're going to get spherical excess. If you measure above the surface, you're not going to, and that didn't change anything.
Well, why not?
Unless
Why
you measured
your
from
elevation changes anything?
But you're going to. We're not talking about elevation when you're talking about spherical triangle, Bacon. You keep trying to conflate that to
You said
confuse
on the
everybody, and
surface
it's
and not on
pissed
the
me off.
surface. But you said on the surface versus not on the surface. What is the
You
difference?
literally made it on the surface and took it off to try to trick people, and you're denying it, and
Bacon,
it's
his
making
point
me
is,
angry.
yeah, his
What
point
do I
being
mean it on the
is,
surface? What do you mean?
can I elaborate? Can I elaborate just for a
Do it, because
second,
I
Bacon?
can't.
Yeah, so if the spherical excess is on the surface, right? Is that what you're saying? The spherical excess is on the surface?
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
No, I'm asking Bacon.
He would agree.
I'm saying the axis is between the azimuths. I don't see how that's related to the surface.
So we're not measuring the spherical excess of the surface then. I agree with that.
Yeah, like he's acting like this would work on a flat Earth. That's basically what he's saying right now. Like he's clueless as to how
What?
the surface has anything to do with it.
Well, he's taking line of sight from elevation and conflating that with the surface. You would need to
Yes,
make
with
a
the
measurement of
curvature.
the surface.
Exactly. He's saying elevation doesn't
Actually,
change
doesn't
azimuth, but it's not elevation that is in question. It's the curvature of the Earth.
It's
The
the
That
angles
is
on
what's
the
making the
surface.
angles bigger.
The angles on
Elevation
the
certainly
surface.
does matter. So let me ask you a question,
The
Bacon.
angle of-
In your
Good
little
job,
model
guys.
there, at
Wait,
30,000 feet,
This is
at
scale.
30,000 feet, in your little model there, on 30,000 feet, through the scope of a device that you would be measuring this with, what would you typically use?
No, I don't know.
Like a theodolite?
I would guess a theodolite, yeah.
Okay. So in your little model there, I would say that you're probably the height of the ISS. So let's say 250 miles above the surface. If you look through a theodolite, what size mountain would you have to be looking at to get line of sight within that scope?
What?
What size mountain would you have to be looking at to be able to get the mountain within the line of sight of the scope of your theodolite that's 250 miles above the surface?
I don't know.
Would you be able to get line of sight to a mountain that existed on the surface?
Of course.
I don't know.
So if we go to
I
your
don't understand
little,
how that's relevant.
can you pull back up
or
your
related
model?
to the point.
Can you pull back up your model?
What do you mean?
So
you would have to be able to draw a line from where you're putting your little, you know,
Why are you adding
triangle.
the word little every time you're referring to the model?
Yeah. So you have a like a planar triangle, which you show, right? Which is all connected and filled in, and it's an elevation above the surface, right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. So from the point in which that triangle that is above the surface, can you see to the base, to the surface of any of the other points within that triangle from a single point at the elevation in which the triangle is residing? Meaning, can you see optically the base of the vertical that you're drawing that triangle to?
Yes.
No, not the base.
Exactly.
You can see
Right.
most of it.
And we're talking about a surface here, right? So you're creating a triangle above a surface.
I can make it higher. I can make the whole thing higher.
Then
And
you're
then I'll be able.
He's
conflating
not asking the right
a
question.
line of sight triangle that actually, when you propose that to us,
No, I can.
is
Done.
directed so far above the one that is already high, so high you won't be able to see.
I can see the base now.
Of the vertice. So in
I can see the base now.
In a scale, how high is that triangle that you're showing filled in compared to the Earth if the Earth was to scale to size? What's the elevation?
A few thousand miles, probably.
50,000 miles?
A few thousand, maybe a couple thousand miles, right, from what I remember his drawing.
No.
Napalm, you're asking the wrong question.
Yeah, I don't see the relevance of any of that.
Bacon, let me try to interpret
What's wrong with your answer?
Not be able to get line of sight.
Bacon, why don't you let me try to steal
Possible you're wrong, Xander, since you were wrong with the answer that you gave.
Hold on.
Is that possible?
Let me steel man it to Bacon, because I don't think he's understanding. Bacon, what he's saying is that if you're on the ISS and you see
No, I don't. Hey, hold up.
Please,
Zanuck, I don't need you to explain what I'm saying to Bacon. I want to hear Bacon's response.
I want
not
Bacon.
you.
He doesn't understand what you're saying.
Not you coming in to deflect and divert
Let
the
me respond
conversation.
to Bacon real quick.
You're talking.
Can Bacon not handle himself? Bacon, do you need Zanuck? Is that the problem? Or can you answer my question specifically? Because it was directed at you, not Zanuck.
I don't know what the question is. What is the question?
So you're not listening. So, okay, no point in having a conversation. Good night, gentlemen. I got work to do.
I was, but Zanuck said a bunch
That's
of
why I
things.
wanted
don't
to
know
ask
what you
him,
were
because
asking.
he wasn't understanding it. Bacon, listen to me.
So you need to have
Hold
games.
on, right?
So you're gonna fuck his question up?
Bacon,
Everybody
anything
stop
that
talking for a
comes
second.
out
Let
of
me ask
Zanuck's
you real
mouth
quick. Bacon
is not what I said, by the way.
Right. I'm sure of that much. Anything Zanuck says will not be accurate to what Napalm was thinking.
100%. Because Zanuck is just going to come in and tell you something that I did not say. So you can rewind the live stream and answer Bacon, or you can let your little white knight come in and deflect the conversation.
Yeah, I muted Zanuck because he
what
was
question
just
do you want to
constantly interrupting and over talking and just trying to do his domination thing he does. So we can unmute him in a second. But yeah, Bacon, did you want to respond to Napalm first?
Yeah, what was the question? What question do you want to answer?
Yeah, so the model that you showed us was of a ball, which you are. Is this you giving us an example of a like something similar to the Earth when you're showing that ball? Is the ball to represent the Earth?
Yep.
Okay. So if the ball is representing the Earth on a scale model, the triangle that you have at elevation that is planar, what is the elevation at each point to the surface of the Earth in scale?
I don't know.
Because it's very relevant. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if each one of those points, I'd say it's higher than the ISS, but let's just use the height of the ISS, let's say 250 miles. If you are claiming that you can get a line of sight observation from 250 miles above the surface of the Earth to those other points on the surface of the Earth with line of sight? Is that your claim within this model where you're showing
No,
how an azimuth is measured within a survey?
nope. This model has nothing to do with the scale. It's just to show the concept that if you
Right.
have
So
points, if you have one second, if you have line of sight between 3 points and you measure the azimuths on a sphere, you would get more than a 180 degrees if you just make those points closer to each other and the elevations lower to make it more realistic. That doesn't change the fact that you're still going to have an X. It's just going to be a smaller one.
do you have the ability to so do you within your program, is it kind of like when you create that ball, it would be similar to if I looked at Google Earth on my computer? You can zoom in and zoom out.
Yeah, it's just not as good as Google Earth. If you get too close, it gets a bit harder to control the zoom.
So it's hard to model something on like the surface of the ball. Like could you make your ball a lot bigger and help with that to where you would get something similar to maybe an elevation on the Earth relating to
This is
the
not
highest
scripted.
mountain that we know of, like Everest or something like that, whatever that elevation is.
Yeah, that is not scripted. I did that by hand. If you want something else, I would have to start from scratch and do it by hand again.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because your claim, like we understand conceptually, if you're that high above a sphere and you're measuring from what is your like a horizontal, like you're establishing a horizontal perpendicular to plumb at a height like that if you were able to point in the direction of something else that is at a similar height, right? You could get line of sight. Would you agree with that?
Showing that you can get line of sight. I mean, I don't see where you're going with this. The point of this is just to show that the azimuths will exceed 180. If you want to talk about scale, of course, if you scale that to a more realistic scale, the excess is going to get smaller. It's not going to get zero; it's just going to get smaller. This is
right.
Right.
So the
Napalm,
problem is
can I just ask you a
don't
question?
have the ability
I'm
to
listening. I'm interested.
actually.
Let me just finish. This scale is exaggerated, so the concept is clear to see. That doesn't change the conclusion. So if you're talking about the scale of it, I don't see the relevance of any of it, given that this model is only here to demonstrate the concept.
Gotcha. So you
please
could
let me
scale
ask
this
one question of
down
Napalm.
to the point in which it would be measurable on the Earth, right?
Napalm, can I ask the
And we
question
could
of you
even.
to make sure that I
I'm not
understand?
finished with bacon, dude. You're talking over me. So if we had, would any size on a sphere, would this be measurable? Like any elevation
Sure.
and any distance?
Yeah, there's always some elevation, some distance that you measure.
Sure.
You're
So
not getting what
regardless
he's
of
asking. You're just
elevation
not
and
getting it.
distance, we would be able to measure this on a sphere, right?
Sorry, can you say that again?
So regardless of distance and or elevation, we would be able to measure this on the Earth, right? We have the tools to be able to do this.
No, if you get further, you have to also go higher if you want to be able to see it.
I understand the way that perspective works, but I'm talking about like what would be the limit? What would be too small of a measurement, right? So we would say on the size of the scale of the Earth, based on the radius, if that's what we're trying to relate our spherical excess to being the surface of the Earth. What within the instrumentation that we currently have would be the minimum distance that we would have noticeable, measurable spherical excess? Could I do this in like a triangle where each arm of that triangle each side of that triangle is roughly like 10 miles? Would that be sufficient with our current equipment?
You're not listening to what Bacon's saying, and Bacon doesn't know what you're saying. Napalm, I beg of you to let me just ask you a quick question.
I'm
If
still
you're on the
talking to Bacon,
ISS,
dude.
if you're on the ISS, you're looking at a big mountain in Alaska and also can see a big mountain in California, you make it now. It's really pretty
Dude,
dramatic,
Zanuck,
right?
he said he was still going back and forth with Bacon, man. You're
But
bringing up
Bacon
now a
still doesn't know
different
what he's
point.
saying. I do. I know what he's asking. He thinks that because you go real high that you're going to get the spherical axis, and that's not what Bacon's saying.
Nope, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you what.
And that's
if you
not
were
what I'm
watching this.
thinking.
If
And
you
I'm
were
talking to Bacon.
Napon, if you
I don't
were
want
on
to
the
talk.
ISS and you saw a mountain in Fairbanks, Alaska, and you also saw one in California, would that triangle be high enough and far enough away where you think, and we could measure the spherical axis that you think we had, where he's talking about? Because we could line of sight both of those mountains, Mount McKinley, and also a mountain outside of Alaska, near Fairbanks, from the ISS. Now, Bacon will understand.
Do you want me to respond, or are you just going to continue
respond.
to talk?
Yes.
I would say if you are establishing if you're trying to get line of sight to those two mountains and one directly below you, right? So if you were to establish a plumb on the ISS that went to the exact GP of the ISS on the surface of the Earth, and you look through the scope of a theodolite, you wouldn't even see the Earth at all.
Why would you not see the Earth at all?
Because the theodolite would need to be horizontal, correct? You'd establish a horizontal from the plumb.
Well, yeah, but you were talking about just looking
So
down and
250 miles above the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
A horizontal to the plumb.
Yeah, you're
looking through the scope of the theodolite. You
miss
think
it
you
at
would
any
even see the surface of the Earth at all?
Yeah, even a building will not see the surface of the Earth through a theodolite. You're always going to be above the horizon.
Thank you for proving my point.
That's not. I think your point. Let me ask you if your point was this.
What are you using to get the? What are you using to get the line of sight measurement of azimuth?
You could get any kind of device that has a scope on it that you can zoom in and then establish some type of angle, a co-altitude angle from the vertical. In this case, it'd be a negative co-altitude angle, but you still could get an angle, and that would be something in the order of, I don't know, 15, 20 degrees, depending on where, let's say, where it was. 10
So what
degrees.
device would you use to do this?
I can get a telescope and a protractor. It really wouldn't matter. I could use a theodolite and turn it down and have hash marks on the theodolite to tell me what I could use a HUD display that has respect to
You wouldn't be able to do it. That's my point.
No, well, I'm really, and I know Bacon's feeling this too. Puzzles
You'd
me
have
apart
to look
about
down. If the Earth is a globe, you would have to angle down your device, right?
Are you
But
saying we
when
can't
you're
look
actually
down?
taking a line of sight measurement,
Are
you
you
do
saying I
not.
can't use a
Dude, if you're going to talk, I'm done. This is done.
well, every time you stop, I start talking, but I guess you're not done yet. Go ahead. I thought you were talking about looking at where you can look at a multitude of devices. A telescope can do this. Set the angle to Mount McKinley in the distance from the ISS, and also set the telescope to someplace in Alaska, a peak, and get that marked. And you can get an angle between them. That will be a flat planar triangle. That's not what Bacon's saying. You missed the thing about his azimuthal differentials. It's different than the angle's line of sight to these places, and I think that's what you're missing. Did you leave?
Yeah, he left, bro.
I mean,
nobody wants to be constantly interrupted by his Zanuck, dude. Nobody wants that, so he bounced.
I listened for 15 minutes, and everything he was saying was going past Bacon because Bacon didn't know what he was asking. Bacon's talking about azimuthal angles, and he's talking about a coplanar triangle that would be created. And then he starts calling us out on not being able to look down at any kind of device that we have, which is ludicrous. We have devices that can look down. You can tell me we can't look at the Empire State Building from 20 miles away and tell you how high it is? Of course we can. Angularly.
A theodolite can look down.
Yeah, he didn't think they can. He thinks a theodolite just has a horizontal line. They also can have hash marks on them to show how high something is. Or you can actually move it up and make that horizontal higher than level, and it'll tell you how high above level you are.
Yeah, a theodolite can can be used to. I mean, as far as understood, theodolite just shows you what's the azimuth and zenith that you're pointing at.
Right.
It has a
Right.
zenith and an azimuth.
He thinks that the theodolite only
That's it.
only has horizontal. It's fixed horizontal. It's like nothing but horizontal, 90 degrees from plumb, done. And that's where he was wrong too. That's why it
Alright.
becomes a shit show and people don't just kind
That'll
of
be
like,
at not a level, wouldn't it?
yeah, not a level, yes. But I mean, it's just interesting that you've looked at this from a different perspective, Bacon. That the azimuthal angles add up differently because they're on a tilted axis of rotation. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, as long as the verticals are not parallel, then
Right.
the angle.
So that's why
Yeah.
I invoked an analogy to a gear ratio. You're kind of gearing this motion. You have to make more of a rotation than you normally would if it was on the ground, because it's tilted off of the vertex, off of the plumb.
Yeah, Zach, I agree that it's important that we all make sure that we're all talking about the same thing, because I hear what you hear too, as well as what the confusion, I guess, was, because I heard it earlier too when Bacon was talking to somebody else about the same thing. I think that the best way to fix that is just if we just make clear every
Is
time. 'Cause, I mean, Bacon
roboting for
says.
anyone else?
I think it's just you, actually.
Coach, you go ahead.
I'm
Oh
roboting.
no, I was just.
I think Coach was roboting for you because I heard him clearly. He was
Yeah,
clear
Bacon,
for me.
that's a win for me
Yeah, my
this time,
connection
Bacon.
sucks now.
Yeah.
All right, give Kosho 1/100th of 1 point for that.
Hey man, I take it wherever I can get it, dude. But it doesn't matter. Yeah. So I think the best thing to do is Bacon does it, but I think that it still gets lost in. So I think this needs to be made clear of what's meant, because I always say horizontal angles or azimuthal angles, or the horizontal component of the angle. But I feel like even though we're saying these things, it's like there's still a disconnect between what
Well, yeah, he's not
we're
talking.
measuring and.
He need to say, I'm not talking about the angles of a planar triangle at all. I'm talking about azimuthal angles. And if he wants to understand what that azimuthal angle means, then you got to go into a description of that, because I know what you're saying. I didn't initially, then I kind of saw your drawings or your model. That made sense then. But they didn't get it. They still thought, well, if I go really super high, and he goes, that makes all the difference in the world, then that planar triangle will have spherical excess, measurable spherical excess. And that's not true either. The measurable spherical excess is done the way Bacon is talking about doing it, by rotating that marker that's pointing one direction, as the azimuth north, to the azimuth of the other of the triangle beneath it. And that motion will have to be greater than the 60 degree for an equilateral triangle. It'll be 62 degrees. And Napalm kept on thinking he was talking about the triangle having 62 degrees. And that's not what Bacon was talking about. Do I have that right, Bacon?
Not sure, but yeah, the angle is 63 degrees if you should measure using the vertical.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of
But you're not drawing out a triangle that has a 62 degree, an equilateral triangle
No,
that
no.
has a 62 degree angle at any point on that triangle.
Yeah, I wasn't. I think that makes it like trying to reference triangles. I think it makes it harder to make the
Of
point.
course it does, and that's why I wanted to jump in to kind of help bridge the gap, because I know Napalm was getting frustrated, and you were frustrated because neither one of you understand what each other was talking about.
But you have to admit, though, Zanuck, because you're my buddy, I'm just going to tell it to you true, though. But you have to admit that it was counterproductive, because he's gone.
That I tried to jump in?
I mean, I guess so. I mean, that's
Well,
why he.
If he wants to say something, I usually yield and let him say something, but he wants to speak very slowly, and he's got his mission in his mind. He doesn't want to yield. He's talking to one person, so it's not a conversation with anybody else. And you can't listen to someone who just wants to help out and say, look, I get it. You think you're drawing a triangle. He's talking about triangle. He's not. He's talking about azimuthal angles.
Damn, you believe what you're saying, almost. Crazy.
I mean, it's a fact. What he's saying is a fact. I mean, the part about the angle, but what the
He showed a demo of it. Did you either Kosho when he showed it on the on Blender? Kind of
I've seen, yeah, I've seen his demonstrations. They're a little bit better than my demonstrations, and I've done too many of them.
My only critique is that Bacon, you need to color code things more because I feel like all gray is a little hard to see. That's my only critique.
Well, I need to.
That's why I have.
Sorry.
No, that's it. Go ahead, man. I was just gonna make fun of Bacon for a second.
I need to take the globe like Jeremy said, and stick the straws on it, and do the demo like on a globe with the straws and the angles, so we can see what we're talking about. Because I think that's
Brian's already done that though.
I know, but he wanted me to do it. So yes, if I had a globe, I mean I do.
Or you could take a giant like grapefruit or something, do the same thing, just stick the fucking what do you call those? The fucking toothpicks,
Yeah.
Or styrofoam ball you can get like in the craft section.
He already did the work for us.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not neat, but this is based off of Xanax because Xanax, you describe it in a way that is actually different than the way that Bacon will describe it. But it both of those together, it helps. I mean, it helps give an intuition if you understand both. But yeah, but you say Xanax, you always bring up how there's you're creating a triangle, a horizontal triangle at each place, at each site, and the angle that you're concerned with is the component of that horizontal triangle that is at the point that you are. And so you take each of those points from each of those triangles and you make a pseudo triangle with those three angles, and that's where you'll get your spherical axis from. That's interesting of thinking about it.
So you're getting spherical axis from pseudo triangles?
No. See, that's I wasn't careful what I said, but with Bacon, the way Bacon says it is much. He's very careful not to let in any bullshit like that.
Well, I'll put the virtual triangle in here again. It's actually fairly self-explanatory. The concept. That's why I keep on bringing with Brian the concept of this virtual triangle. That's not a triangle at all. It's just sum of three angles that will make three angles. Doesn't always make a triangle. In fact, it can't make a triangle. That's the point. It's spherical excess saying that it can't be a triangle. So I'll put it in the chat. We've all seen this thing many times. I'll put it in there.
Yo, what the fuck is a pseudo triangle though?
Listen to me, dude. I forgot.
It's going in your file, Kosho.
I forgot where I was, man.
From that file, so.
And I'm pretty sure he said spherical axis.
Dude, it doesn't matter how I talk, dude. I'm sorry. People always make fun of me. Yeah, go ahead, Zane. Go ahead.
When you're accessing spheres with pseudo triangles, we want to ask some questions.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, dude. I've always been. People always make fun of me for the way I say tournament. I don't know if I say that correctly or not. I've gotten corrected on both my first name and my last name by other people who aren't in my family.
Do you see this?
What's wrong with that? Tournament?
Yeah, I say tournament, but he says tournament.
No, I say tournament too, but people corrected me, so I think I changed it to tournament. I don't know which one's correct.
Tour.
I like
tour. Some people kind of say tour versus tour. Tournament, like to go on a tour of something.
So,
well, both sound actually pretty nice. Tournament, I kind of like that tournament, but tournament. I don't know. Actually, tournament does actually sound cooler now that I think
from
about
New
it.
York or something.
In a tournament, though, you take turns.
Tournament.
I am from New York, and that makes sense that the Arma would say the same. Ever since I lived in Texas, people have always been correcting me on, and I can't even remember which one is the correct one now because I never understood them when they were saying it to me. I didn't know I was saying it wrong.
Yeah, from New York.
Don't you mean?
Yeah.
Look in the chat real quick.
I'm looking.
Yeah, let's see this.
In fact, this is a nice.
Yeah.
So this is where we all would have these. And this is where Brian went awry. Brian thought we would talk about the dotted line triangle. He kept on. I know where his mind was going. It's easy to slip into that direction because I think I originally went to that direction when we very, very first started talking about this. Maybe you and I, Kosho and Jeremy, were all talking about this one time, about a month ago, 2 months ago. I can't remember when. We're not talking about the ABC dotted line triangle. That doesn't exist. We're talking about the alpha, beta, delta or alpha, beta, gamma, whatever that symbol is. I can't read it. It's too small. Those added together, making the virtual triangle, which is not a triangle at all, just the sum of those three contributing angles, is greater than 180. That's the point I'm trying to make. And if the triangles are all equal, all congruent, then those angles would add up to 180. But if they're not congruent, which they won't be on a sphere, then that's how you measure spherical axis. You don't measure it with the didal triangle. You don't measure it with any of the triangles top to bottom. They're all going to add up to 180. And that is the azimuthal talks about it there. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
In the GIF that I have, I only posted the triangles. I only posted the triangles that you're only measuring one angle from each. Like I don't have in there picture of what you're actually measuring like on its own. But I guess if I was going to do that, I'd do like a different color, and then it would just be a triangle that runs along the surface connecting each point. You know what I mean? Because that's what you end up with. You end up with an angular relationship of a triangle that is it's representative of both things, either a triangle along the surface or a triangle created from one point from each of these triangles, right? If that makes sense. Those equal the same thing.
Yo, Moyak did it a long time ago. That's why I asked him for it today. Can one of you guys just get a globe with some straws or chopsticks or something? Maybe you got some chopsticks left over from the bad Chinese food you're always eating, and then just get a protractor and do it.
Are you looking at the chat by any chance?
The chat.
Why did you
post
post
Germany
on?
specifically?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, there's something posted. Yeah, I'm just asking because you're asking us to do something stupid, and there's already a GIF in the chat. And if you haven't seen the GIF in the chat, then perhaps if we did this stupid thing, you would not even see it. Yeah, that's Sputnik.
Yeah, it's like an orange with a bunch of sticks sticking out of it. It's rotating around.
Yeah, you get chopsticks sticking out of it.
Yeah, it's like an orange with chopsticks on a microwave plate. It's like that's why it's rotating around. But it's also
like
off center too.
It is what is missing.
Hold on. How's it doing it? Make the sound effect again.
With the that
microwave sounds like a race.
That's what I hear coming out of your mom's bedroom.
That's stupid.
Oh, look, Brian's back.
Welcome back.
We can now have the whole discussion again.
I listened a little bit, man. I had to go abruptly, but I listened. But I see, like the azimuth. When you invoke that, bro, you're just agreeing with what I'm saying. You're invoking the way you're invoking it. You're inducing the sphere. You're assuming the sphere. You're invoking spherical azimuth. But well, it's just being honest, bro. It doesn't disprove or prove anything. Here's the thing. Yeah, I can surround a whole globe with 180-degree triangles. All right, you didn't disagree with that. Okay, what we're arguing about is whether we're changing orientation. That's the argument, because on a globe there'd be an orientation change. Okay, but the argument is that orientation changing? Okay, now you can't invoke an orientation change based on the latitude, based on the distance, and call that proof. That's what's in contention. But here's the thing: you can't share sides of a triangle of different lengths. You can't share spherical triangle. They won't share sides, bro, with different lengths. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't share sides.
Yeah, my internet is not.
That's kind of more to Zanuck with his fucking stacked triangles, but they do commingle the points, not the triangles. They commingle the stations to different triangles. But
right. No, but it's important because me and Zanuck were just talking about this. I posted a GIF that's representing what Zanuck is saying. He posted a picture represents what he's saying. But it's important to understand that for instance, the one I've posted, there's 3 triangles. Each of those triangles are created from those 3 stations, so that they're connecting the other 2 stations and they're horizontal from the position of the station where the measurement's taken.
Right.
So
there's three angles from three
right,
stations.
yeah,
And
right. But those other,
right.
not the only component of that triangle. There's three angles and three lines. All the lines are irrelevant, and two of the angles are irrelevant. The only relevant angle is the one angle from that triangle that's at that position. So
Okay.
that's the only thing that you're worried about. And you just take that from each of the stations, and you combine that and make a triangle, or a pseudo triangle, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. So you're saying, okay, so now let's start from scratch. So I'm going to try and keep you on task here and on point. We're going to start from the same position. Okay, so we've got 3 towers. Okay, and we're at a random spot, and we know where we're at. But we don't even have a map, but we know where we're at as far as just me and you. We're both right here. Okay, now we measure one side of the triangle, and I go to one tower, you go to the next. Okay, we have to build towers so we have line of sight. Now Bacon. Now we Bacon goes and he measures his length, and so we want to, and then he measures his length from me to you, and you to him. So we've got that whole triangle measured. Okay, where we started meticulously. Okay, now we've got line of sight. We measure what at your station. You measure an angle between me and him. Okay. At my station, I measure an angle between you and him. What else can I do so far?
Well, so far, in my opinion, you haven't done anything or anything relevant. I mean, everything you've done so far has been brings you no closer to the measurement.
So look, so Bacon measures his angle, okay? And so what we've got is 3 angles, right? And that's how they group these each of these triangles as 3 stations, 3 separate measurements. You'll see this, and then they commingle. Then we'll skip, right? Now me and you. So Bacon's off of the distance, and let's say he keeps his position, and me and you. Go ahead, dude.
I don't want you to get too far because I feel like so far, like I said, so far you haven't explained, you haven't said anything that would be useful in this measurement, unless that's what I was going to ask you. Unless you could elaborate more on the angle measurement that you're taking in accuracy, because so far it doesn't sound like it's
elaboration, bro. It's line of sight. It's 180 until we induce something. It's 180 on no matter.
No, I'm not asking you about what it should be. I'm saying like what is the measurement that you're taking when you say that you're taking the angle measurement.
That's why I'm trying to walk you through this, bro. I'm not going to let you jump.
I know, but I know, but I'm trying to stick on the part that I'm not clear on. When you said that you take a measurement, you take an angle from this point, from each of the points. What do you mean when you say
we're going to do this step by step? I'm going to walk you through it. You hear me?
I know, but that's what I'm saying. So walk me through that part. That's what I'm saying. Walk me through what you're doing there.
Panicking, bro. Just calm down. Listen, man. Listen. Just okay. So we got 3 angles, right? Line of sight.
I don't know that yet. That's what I'm saying.
We agree so far. Just making sure.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. This I'm asking you. I'm asking you because there's a lot of different things. Just pretend like you're explaining it to a Chinese person that needs to know exactly what you mean when you say you're taking a measurement, an angle measurement from that position. Describe what you mean and give me an example of how that looks and what that how that will display itself, just so I can be clear on what you're saying. Because that can mean several different things, right? You say you take an angle measurement from that position to the other 2.
Probably do it a couple different ways, dude. I got probably a special theodolite that's measuring azimuth angles, right?
I just want to say Brian's ears might not work that well, but his eyes work really good, and I think that was really rude to compare him to a Chinese person, Kosho.
Chinese people have great eyes too, man. But regardless, Brian. No, but Brian. So, but you cleared it up. If you're saying that you're taking azimuth angles, then that clears it up. As long as I just want to make sure that you're not taking angular measurements from the 2 places, because that would be irrelevant. Like if you just took a measurement, like with a like if you had a sextant, let's say for example, not that you would use that, but let's just say you had something that could tell you
there's azimuth angles on a plane, right? You do agree, right? They both add up to 360, right? We got to check that on a plane or a globe, we got azimuth angles, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking, just making sure you understood that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And you also understand that I can make a million coplanar 180-degree triangles around the whole sphere.
No, that's not true.
Oh yeah, it is, and there's a name for it. I know, but here's what you would have. You would either have it wasn't true. Hold on, in your mind, it wasn't true, and you're just saying that ain't true.
I know, but I need to clear it up.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact, and you can clear it up. But I'm trying to clear up what my statement is. It's not true unless you're saying that it's an imperfect sphere and maybe a polygon of some.
You want to know the name of the
other size. Or hold on, dude. Or it could be a bunch of triangles that are not perfect triangles, but they have some excess that's not being stated. But one of those two things has to be true.
If you say icosphere, I'm gonna shit on you.
I was gonna say to ask Bacon because he told me what it was the other day.
Oh, that's what I just said. I said it's not a sphere. It's some polygon with a bunch of sides.
Like that.
Yeah, dodecahedron would be a very simple example, like with 20 sides, right?
I'm just making sure you understand that on a globe with line of
that's
sight,
not a globe.
I would encompass the whole entire globe. If I don't make any assumptions at all, I'll wind up with that shape. If I assume it's a globe. If it's line of sight, and then I can invoke, depending on my latitude, depending on the distances, I can invoke my orientation change and get my excess, and it's meticulous. But I can't share. I can't share sides of a spherical triangle, bro, with different distances. They won't line up.
Not getting.
That's not a globe, dude.
Please don't start talking about stacked triangles.
All this, please. You can't figure out that that's not how they get spherical access.
Listen, we're talking about how they did it. Okay, don't just say some way. You're going to go over your spiel and say stacked triangles and all this other shit. That's not what they did. We're trying to discuss not what we could go do, but what they did in the transcontinental fucking survey.
And how do they do it?
So please don't go over that again. I've heard you say it 5 times, bro. That's what I was trying to start from scratch, bro. I'm trying to start from scratch. I'm gonna make y'all fucking say the assumption where, and there's a point where it's got to come in, bro. If you let me walk you through it, I started with me, Bacon,
walk us
and
through spherical access. I want to hear this.
All we can measure.
Brian, go ahead.
There's only one thing we can measure without assumptions, and that is an angle between the two stations. That's it. Then we can go to another position, okay, and then. But now we're no longer measuring the distances. Now we're putting in the distances based on the fucking angles. Now it matters whether you're on a globe or a plane because the distances are going to be different. Okay. Why do you think this thing took them almost 4 decades to do, bro? So
you don't need the distances, though.
Right out of the gate, bro. Right out of the gate, assumptions are necessary if you're modeling a sphere.
To measure azimuthal angles, you don't need distances. You can just measure that directly. That's a direct measurement you can take. Like you can just measure the azimuth distance.
That's redundant.
That angle. I know, but I'm saying so. There's no requirement to measure any distances in the triangle to figure out if it's a globe or a flat.
How are you gonna know where your station's at if you don't calculate it, Kosho, and you're not measuring it?
You're looking at it. That's why they have the mirrors and stuff.
That's what I just said. And you're measuring the angle and doing the math, right? So it's going to be different on a sphere than on a plane, right?
No, but you don't have to do any.
Y'all are saying no. I'm about to cut this conversation off. Y'all are saying no, it wouldn't be different if we're calculating the distance to a station that we did not measure the distance. We're calculating it, and y'all are saying it wouldn't be different. So now I can see you're just trying to disagree with me.
Brian, you got to let people. Yeah, you got to let. Zane, go ahead because you're. Yeah.
Go ahead, you got to push it.
Well, just very quickly, I'm just going to tell you that this measurement, specifically the one from this 39 parallel, specifically when they're measuring the azimuthal angles, they have a very big theodolite, like a human-sized, thing that they sit in, that they built, and it's got a plate on the ground, so they can when they're angling these two locations, they have a component. The plate on the ground is a horizontal component. And when they're taking the measurement, they're not worried about the angular difference between these two stations. They're only worried about they're only worried about the horizontal plate. That plate, the plate that tells them
the horizontal angle, bro. That's it.
Yeah, I know, but Brian, there's no calculation that needs to be made. That it's a direct measurement of this place to this place, taking only that component of the measurement.
Okay. Do you agree that there are the majority of the sides, the distance between the stations, were not measured?
Oh yeah, that's true.
So how were they fucking figured out then?
But were you listening to what I just said? Like a second ago when I said about the taking the azimuthal angle using that theodolite with that plate, the horizontal angle, that's a direct measurement that you will not require the distance. The distance is part of
any distances then, Coach.
because
the
distance
any distances at all?
Because it's part of the whole. The whole point was not just to do spherical excess. The whole point was to actually define the.
Why did they measure any distances? You just said they didn't matter.
I'm telling you, because like I said, there's a bunch of different triangles. None of those individual triangles were the measure. Brian,
bro, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not. Gonna
I know.
let
Then
you
stop.
weasel
Then
out
stop.
of this,
Then let me answer the question, Brian. Okay, those triangles that they measure each individual triangle was not the measurement that they were looking for. It's true that Brian, I know, Brian. It's true that those spherical excess measurements are part of the bigger picture, but the bigger picture was to define the curvature at that parallel, right? Like to just perfectly describe it, and so that includes the distances. They were combining these base stations, or not these base stations, these base nets, like these individual sections of the country. They were combining those and then getting a description of the curvature for the whole place. So part of what goes into that is the distances. Like they're going to want to measure the distances as well. They got to measure the distances.
They calculated the distances, right? The ones they didn't measure, which was most of them, they calculated, and they do matter, right? You're going to retract.
Well,
the
for
fact
in the overall picture. In the overall picture for what they were doing, it matters. And doing a spherical excess for any individual triangle, no, it doesn't matter.
I know it matters.
Brian,
guys, relax, guys. Brian, hold
Trying to
on.
answer
Everyone, just slow down. Just slow down.
Yeah, right when I respond. Coach, you sound jacked up, bro. You don't usually interrupt like that.
I sound jacked up because I'm trying to finish.
You were interrupting him, Brian. Relax. All right, just one at a time.
Yeah, Brian, I'm just letting you. Brian.
Listen back. I'll wait for my apology.
Okay, Brian. So the measurement of the whole place, the whole country, parallel. In regards to that, yes, it is important to have the distance measured and do the calculation for the rest of the base, all that kind of stuff. That's true. But what we're talking about and what we're concerned with is the spherical excess. And so we can just take any individual triangle anywhere and talk about that. And when you're doing that, no, the distances are not needed to compute the spherical excess. All that's required. All that's required is the azimuthal angles. Of course, you can do it with there's multiple ways to do it because you can do it with the distances and then the surface area and that kind of thing. But the spherical excess can be gathered just by getting perfect measurements of the azimuthal angles.
You told me to walk you through it. Like if you're a Chinese guy, bro. I start off at the beginning. Now you're just breezing past shit, bro. You're fucking baffling my brain right now, bro. And then it's like, so you're jumping. You're saying the distances are irrelevant. Okay, so the distances are very important, right? Every step of the way. And they're calculated. Right. Majority of them are calculated. And so now, would you like to change your answer to if I'm doing the math over a plane or a globe? My first calculation to the distance, I will get a different distance, right? If I'm doing planar geometry and spherical geometry, it will be different, right?
So let's begin by deciding if we're talking about the measurement of the whole parallel and what they were trying to do, or we're talking about spherical excess and determining if there's.
I'm gonna walk you through it, bro.
I know, but Brian, I need to answer your question. I have to make sure that what we're talking about here, because if we're talking about spherical excess in general, Brian, if we're talking about spherical excess in general and the method used for that, that's a different question than answering the specific task that they were doing with measuring the entire arc. Because in what we're doing Brian, in spherical excess, no, it's not necessary that we have the distance.
I asked you, is it different?
Is what different?
The fucking distance. If I do spherical geometry based on the angle or planar geometry, is the distances different?
You mean if you take different angles? You can either take
use spherical geometry or planar geometry, will I get a different distance?
Yeah, if you're on a sphere and you're taking the azimuthal angles versus the actual angular separation, yeah, you're going to get different sides because they're going to be different triangles. On a sphere, on a flat plane, they'll be the same thing.
let's take it back to the beginning. It's me, you, and Bacon. Okay? All we can measure is the fucking azimuthal angle from our station. That's it. Then we can move and measure another one. If we're not getting measuring distances, then we're calculating.
Not understanding what azimuthal angle is, Kosho. Would you please explain to him what that means?
Oh my God, dude!
Well,
Can we not have azimuthal angles on a plane, Zanuck?
No, you can. You absolutely can. But I guess Brian.
Please quit saying fucking azimuth.
Yeah, I know, but Brian, I understand.
Azimuthal angle. Go ahead.
You act like y'all are saying something by saying fucking azimuth. There's azimuthal angles which add up to 360. They zero out. We check them to 360 or to zero, whatever you want to fucking call it.
How
bro.
do they relate
On
to the angles?
a flat plane or a globe, you've got to zero it out, or you're not doing shit.
How do they relate? How do they relate to the angles you'd measure from 3 stations on 3 mountaintops?
Ah, dude, I'm trying to walk you through it.
Are they the same or are they not the same?
You can only measure the fucking. You can only make a measurement of the angle between the two stations. Whether you want to invoke a spherical azimuth, bro, that's up to you. That's you invoking the spherical measurement. You understand that? Please tell me you at least understand that.
Brian, I suggest you look up what an azimuthal angle is. Go back.
Do you understand that?
It's just a horizontal. All it is a horizontal angle from left to right. I mean, it's not that can happen on a globe. That can happen on a globe or a flat.
That means it doesn't reach the angle of the other measuring towers.
They're weaseling out, bro. I'm trying to walk them through it, and they won't let me.
What's your problem with it?
I'm just going to show them it. Right out of the gate, you got to start making assumptions, or you're going to get different shit. They keep saying
there's no assumptions in this other. There's no assumptions in this other than that the actual positions. Other than that, I don't think there's any assumptions.
Right. The positions are what's in contention, right? The orientations, okay? That's how they're getting their spherical excess, bro. They are using spherical azimuths and by therefore invoking an orientation change that's not measured and calling it spherical excess, bro. I'm trying to walk them through that. And
Brian,
they won't let me.
Can I ask you a question? Do you see the thing I just posted? I know it looks funky, okay? Do you see it? I'm sure you do. I'll pretend you do.
I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling it up, bro.
Okay. Well, I'll just let you know, just while we're waiting for you to pull up, there's something that I haven't put in here, and so, and that's the triangle along the surface from each of those points. So imagine that there's a triangle. Hold on, Brian. Imagine there's a triangle along the surface to each of those points as well. Okay. So it's important to understand that when we're saying azimuthal angles, the reason we keep saying that is because on a sphere specifically, on a flat plane, that you're right, they would not. It would not be different. I know
but
why
you're saying it, bro.
Okay.
I know exactly why you're saying it. Okay. Now, okay. Notice that even on a sphere, line of sight triangles are 180. Okay. What I'm asking you to prove is the fucking orientation change. I'm asking you to prove your azimuth fucking angles. That's what's in contention are your fucking spherical azimuth angles. You can't just assume it and call that a proof, bro. You think you got a big gotcha by saying azimuths, bro. That don't mean shit, bro. You are inducing an orientation change, bro. You are using spherical geometry to calculate the distances, okay? And then you are invoking spherical azimuth. You don't measure it.
You do. You absolutely measure it, but it's not.
It's all you can measure.
No, dude. I mean, I've tried to explain it so many ways, but I have to go back to the theodolite again. It's like you understand what you would get if you had a sec. Let's imagine a sextant worked like this, where you could measure the two sites with a sextant. You're going to get an angle, and this is
without inducing orientation change. Now tell me, without inducing.
Yeah. I'm not saying. I didn't say anything about an orientation change. Brian.
Thank you.
I know, Brian. I'm trying to make a distinction here. I didn't say anything about azimuth or orientation change. I'm saying just taking a sextant and pointing one part of it at one site and the other part at the other site, and looking at the angle that you get. That would tell you the angular separation between these two places. I agree with you.
Called
Okay,
name.
right.
Vertex, right?
Right.
Vertex. Okay.
Vertex?
So,
Sure, yeah.
what are you
You'd be at the
changing
vertex.
about- what are you changing? What are you trying to say that
Exactly.
you're changing? Then the yeah, exactly. Please don't
No,
fucking squirm
that's
away from this.
no,
What are you
I'm not
changing
scoring,
from
Brian.
measured angle?
This is exactly where I wanted to make sure we're on the same page because that's exactly what I'm
Okay, well,
gonna
shut up and
describe to
answer.
you.
Listen,
It's-
what would you do? What are you going to change from the
I'm
measured
going
angle?
I'm going to isolate the vertical versus the horizontal. So instead of using a sextant, I'm going to use a telescope that had. Hold on, Brian.
Orientation change.
Brian, hold on, dude. All I'm doing is I'm using Brian. Please please listen.
You're being willfully ignorant,
I know,
bro,
but
and I know you're doing this shit on purpose, bro. I know for a fact you're doing this on purpose.
I thought we were getting somewhere, and you're just talking over me again.
You just made my point, bro. And
Brian,
you're
I haven't made a point yet. So hold on, dude.
Did you just not say latitude and longitude?
Brian, no, I did not, Brian. I need you to stop now, okay?
Carry on,
I just need you to stop. I need you to stop.
Carry on.
Okay. A sextant. That we went over that, how you can get the angular separation between those 2 points. Okay. Now we want to isolate the horizontal versus the vertical component of the angle. Okay, so yeah, you got to isolate the horizontal and vertical component of that angle, right?
How can you isolate one angle down any further?
Sorry, something was going on over here, but yeah. So horizontal. Hold on, but Brian. Sorry,
so be able to do it.
Brian, so the horizontal and vertical component of the angle, you want to isolate them. All you're going to do this is you're going to take a different object that's not a sextant, maybe a telescope, okay? And on that telescope, you have one gear that will angle it, up and down, another gear that will axially rotate it, like around a vertical axis, right? Brian, and let's say that we're going to use this device and take the exact same measurement. Brian, please, dude. This is so much easier without that.
Come on, guys. Let's all
Dude,
relax.
I'm just waiting on. I'm trying to ask legitimate, quick questions. He's squirming, and I
know, Brian.
He's trying to think of, right now. He's trying to think of a clever way to invoke the orientation change.
I'm not thinking of it. I'm not, Brian. All I need is for you to just listen, okay? I'm not trying. I'm not squirming. I just need you to just listen for half a second. Okay. So you're taking the exact same measurement using this new tool, okay?
Are we still talking about the transcontinental survey?
No, we're talking about doing spherical access, and instead of measuring the two sites using a sextant.
This shit, Jeremy. He's doing a Xanac, bro. He's trying to say a way we could do it, and not how they did do it.
Brian, I'm trying to explain something to you.
Brian, you go to the spot. You got 3 spots. You set up on one of the spots. You take the measurement from left to right. You go to another spot, left to right, another spot, left to right. That's it. I mean, what's the problem?
Yeah, he's going to try and isolate an individual fucking measurement, and then now he's invoking a telescope.
Jeremy just said the same thing I said, dude.
Elevation, bro, and he won't answer one fucking question, bro.
Brian, Jeremy just said the same thing I said. Brian, Jeremy just said exactly what I said.
Okay, so carry on, please.
What's the question, Brian? I'll answer it.
The question is okay, I asked him 5 times, are they different? Are the calculation distances different? Okay. He doesn't want to.
I answered that, Brian. I answered that when you asked me that, Brian.
No, they're not irrelevant, bro. They're 100% not irrelevant.
For the spherical
elevations are irrelevant because it doesn't change the angles on a globe or a flat plane. The angle doesn't change, but the distance does.
The distance will change the angle, yes.
No, it won't change the angle. Yeah, distance will change the angle. Exactly. Distance is fucking wholly critical. I'm just waiting on him. All we're doing is stalling for time. He's going to think of a clever way to change your orientation when that's what's in contention. So I'll just listen from this point on to him fucking just start hemming off his own ideas instead of what they did in the transcontinental survey.
So with a greater distance, you'll get a greater angle increase if it's a sphere, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
it's
so
a function. It's a function of the surface area. But So, anyways, just real quickly, all I'm saying before the sextant, you use the sextant to get the angular separation between these two sites. That will give you a good description of the angle between them. Not vertical or horizontal, just the actual angular separation. Okay, if you use the device like I just described with the telescope,
what are you doing with a telescope?
Kosho, are you talking about the 3 stacked triangles? Because
I was pressing the wrong button. My bad.
Brian's 100% right, dude.
Hold on, that's great. That's great. We'll tally up who's on whose side afterwards. But I just want
to say the distance getting longer doesn't have to change the angle. If all the distance is getting bigger.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about that.
Bigger triangle with the same angles, dude. And that's exactly
no, you
what
don't.
You have if you have
not in a
3
sphere,
points.
dude. Not with spherical axis is involved. No, not at all.
Yes, on a sphere. Dude,
No,
think about
not
it.
at all.
2 points on a sphere, any 2 points on a sphere are only going to lean back to each other if you're looking from one point to the other. They're going to lean back. They're not leaning any other way. And then you turn and you look at the third location, and again, that's only leaning back from you. It's not leaning any
This
other
is the
way.
part. This is the part where I'm explaining the difference. I'm explaining the difference, and you guys won't stop with these objections, and it's still being confused. Brian, just please, okay? We're gonna go back. We're going back. We're going back. Oh,
you know why I have this problem with Brian now? You understand what I go through?
Yeah, I understand, but let's not add to the problem. Let's not add to the problem. Just please.
Right, speak.
We're just taking the same. Please. Brian, stop. Brian, just stop, please.
God, dude.
We're gonna go back. Where Brian?
Just let Kosho go, and then you can go next.
Screaming my name, bro. Would you please quit screaming my fucking name?
I wouldn't be screaming your name if it was somebody else interrupting me. I'd say their name.
God, you sound like a bitch, dude. Brian. Oh,
guys,
Brian.
please, Brian, come on.
If I told you what you sounded like, Brian, we wouldn't be buddies. But we are buddies, so I'm not going to tell you that. I'm thinking it, but I'm going to continue what I'm saying now. Okay, Brian, listen. The sextant measurement, the angular separation measurement. This will give you a good description of exactly the angular separation between those two things. Not ignoring vertical or horizontal, not making a distinction between them. Now you have a device that can make a distinction between them. You have a device that's like a telescope that has a horizontal gear and a vertical gear. Okay? But you're still only concerned with taking the angular separation between them. So you'd be able to do this using that, but you'll have to add together both of those, the vertical and the horizontal angles. You have to, mathematically determine what the total angular separation is, or the total angular, separation is. However, you're not worried about the angular separation, the total angular separation. You're only worried about the isolated angular separation. So you're only either worried about the vertical separation or the horizontal separation. In this case, the horizontal. In this case, Brian, the horizontal. So you're taking a direct measurement. Brian, you're taking a direct measurement of those two sites, the angular separation between them, but you're all ignoring the vertical component of that measurement. That's all you're doing. And in doing this, you're taking an actual measurement, and it's different than what you would think about the angular separation in its entirety. It's not an angular. It's not
other than the actual measurement, right?
That is a measurement.
Other than the actual measurement, you just said it.
No, I didn't. I said that's the actual measurement. Actually, what I told you was if you wanted to take the angular separation measurement, you would have to do a calculation for that because you'd have to add the vertical and horizontal component together and combine them and then get the actual angular separation. However, you're only concerned with one of the axes. So all you got to do is turn it from left to right or turn it from one station to the other station and look only at the horizontal component of that measurement and ignore the vertical component of it. And that's your measurement. That's it.
Dude, it's all redundant. You keep just repeating the same redundant horse shit.
But if you're looking at the points, Kosho, and let's say there are stacked triangles, as you go up on the plumbs, they're still directly in line with your vertical to each other. I'm just saying, the stacked triangle thing doesn't work either. What
Important to
Zanuck
understand
was
that
saying earlier.
those triangles aren't parallel. I know they look parallel in Zanuck's picture, but they're slightly they're all slightly.
What, they're not using the same plumb?
No, they're using a plumb. Each of those the triangles in his picture are using a plumb at each station. So that's why I made this GIF.
If y'all knew anything about using theodolites, auto
exaggerate.
levels, things like that, if you knew anything about the instruments, you'd know that what's underneath doesn't matter. In reality, with line of sight, all we can measure, okay, all I can write down is the fucking angle between them. You can invoke different shit and isolate. You can isolate one angle, okay? You can isolate, you could change it, okay? So now if you're going to change what we actually measure, the angle, don't say vertical, don't say horizontal. You're at one point. That's all. You're at one station, and all you can measure is the fucking angle. You can do all kinds of calculations afterwards. After you can fucking start invoking different shit. And I'm just trying to walk you through it again, bro. So now all I can measure is angle. So do I write down?
Yeah, I know.
The angle that I measured?
Yes, Brian, but here's the problem. In the description I gave, there was two examples. One where you're using the wrong tool, and one where you're using the correct tool. And the sextant will give you an angle. That's the wrong angle. So you want to throw that tool out. You want to make sure you're using a device that separates the vertical and horizontal component of your angle. Because if you're using that, if you're using that device, you can write down the measurement you're taking, and you can ignore part of the measurement. You can ignore the vertical component of that measurement.
You brought in a sextant just to throw it out.
I know, Brian, but that's because when you said
it's not a response, bro.
I'm trying to make a distinction between what you're measuring and what you're not measuring. So both of those are measurements. Neither of those require calculation. Like if you're using the sextant or if you're using the horizontal component of a theodolite. Well, you're not going to need to make a calculation to determine that measurement.
So carry on. I measure the vertex. Okay. Now
No, that's it.
Do I change it when I isolate it?
No, yeah, that's it. You measure the horizontal component, and if you had just 3 stations you're doing this at 3 stations, you measure just the horizontal component. Let's say you have a perfectly accurate tool for some reason. So this measurement was accurate in each of these instances. You would add those numbers together and subtract 180 and end up with your spherical excess, if there is any. That's it. I'm sorry for being short with you, Brian, and also Jeremy. I'm sure you're sorry for calling me a bitch, Brian, but it's kind of rude of you. But I have to get back to work. And keep up the good work, Zanuck.
When you say isolated, does the line of sight angle between the other 2 stations, does that change?
No.
Okay.
The line of sight. The line of sight angle. You're saying?
So it's
Coach, what's a really good thing to do with these situations is make them really extreme. I mean, maximum extreme. Have a pole coming out of the North Pole, and then 2 at the equator. Everybody's angle is 90 degrees, 390s, 270 degrees on the surface. But have those poles go just high enough so that they can see each other, and then we'll have 360s. Right?
I did that. I did it on a globe to demonstrate that the line of sight's still 180.
So how do we? Question is, what are the azimuthal angles for those 3 line of sight positions? If you were listening to what
90 degrees, bro, it's 90 degrees, but that's not our line of sight.
It's not just me.
position.
It's not just it's
Get it?
everybody, Brian. You just don't want to do it.
You just ask the questions, dude, right? Now let me answer it instead of acting like you're teaching me something, bro. Because we're going to stick to the actual survey this time. I know you've never fucking surveyed. I know you've never used the tools, but I'm going to entertain you anyway, okay? And I'm going to try and teach you something if you listen. Line of sight, I made a video on a globe. I showed the 390-degree angles, okay, on the surface of a globe. I drew it on the surface of a globe. Then above it, I used 3 toothpicks to represent line of sight. Now, I've tied a string between the 3. Guess what? They measured 180 because they weren't on the surface. So if you want to invoke the orientation change, you can induce spherical excess. But until then, it's a coplanar point anywhere in the fucking universe, bro. You could tilt the triangle. You could turn it. You could do anything you want until you invoke an orientation change. You are dealing with 3 coplanar points, bro. There's no getting around it. I thought you admitted that me and Jeremy taught you this shit like 2 weeks ago, bro. You said you learned something. You and Rumpus, and now all of a sudden that doesn't apply.
You're not thinking straight. Multiple now, but not the same particular globe. Multiple triangle. Now we do another triangle. We share a common side, and we add up different three triangles on that globe. And they all should be
on what? Wait, on what?
On that globe.
Wait, how do you know it's a globe? That's what's in contention. We're not mentioning globe.
Whatever you're measuring.
Yeah.
You
Thank you. Okay, now go from there. There you go.
Connect them together via one side.
Connect 3 triangles via one side. Okay.
All 3 triangles are connected via a one side canal.
You can't share one side between 3 triangles.
No,
you can
each 2 triangles.
1 point.
3 triangles.
Bro, you don't even know what you're saying.
They're all a structure.
You said share.
A structure.
Are you retracting that now?
No, all 3 triangles share a side.
Yeah, so you're going backwards. Okay, so you're going
backwards.
Okay, so one side. Okay.
One side for 2 triangles.
Two other
shares another side. And they're left over they're across the triangle. You could even do the extreme.
That's not how they did it, bro. They did it in stretches. You see where they drew the triangles, bro. They're not sharing all 3 one side. They're not doing that.
They share 4 and 5 triangles actually.
They're working. They share points and they share sides. But listen, so can you line up spherical triangles with different distances in it? Will they line up?
You can line up triangles, yes.
Will they line up? Will a spherical triangle line up with another one?
They're not the same.
Will that side line up if it's a different distance?
If they all have the same origin in a vertex, the spherical triangle will have larger angles than the line of sight triangles. The same vertexes.
Let's talk about. Okay, so you don't understand. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, let's talk about the actual survey and what they did. Okay, don't veer. Please don't veer. We're never going to get anywhere if we don't stick to what they did. And I like your idea. We can go do that and test it, but that's not what they did, Zanuck. Okay, and to my knowledge, I haven't seen anybody who has done that. So let's stick to the point. Now, all I can measure is me, you, and Kosho.
I'm trying to get you in kind of an indirect way, Brian, to understand the difference.
Just listen, man. Hold on. I was almost done, bro.
And the azimuthal angles. Now, I know you didn't hear me because you're talking the entire time over.
Bro, I wasn't done, man. Just listen. So it's me, you, and Kosho. We're at 3 stations, okay? So now we each measure our angle, okay? Do we change? It's line of sight, so it's 180. Do you agree with that so far?
Of course.
Okay, so we got 180 degree, and we all represent 3 coplanar points, and we don't know what we're on. It could be a spherical part of a flat Earth. It could be a sphere, whatever. We're going to get 180 no matter what. Okay, now
no matter what. If you measure azimuthal angles, you'll have something different.
Okay, so you change. So now you're telling me that the 3 coplanar points, line of sight, are going to measure something different. You just agreed and said that they wouldn't. Now you're saying they would. So please elaborate.
If you measure the azimuthal angles as Bacon demonstrated.
So you're going to change the measured angle. All I'm measuring is the angle at the vertex.
Do you know what an azimuthal angle is?
Bro, there's azimuthal angles on any fucking shape, dude.
When your answer is yes, it's that. I know you're just.
So you're inducing a spherical azimuth. Is that what you're saying, Zanik?
No.
Please clarify. Okay,
Use
then
a
what are you
theodolite
doing to the measured angle? Just tell me what are you doing? Don't fucking be sophist, bro. What are you doing to the measured angle? Are you changing it?
We're changing the way we measure it. Yes.
Are you changing the measurement, that true fucking azimuthal measurement?
That's not the azimuthal
degrees.
That's the true angle differential between the two observed spots. Each spot will have an angle for the two other spots. Make it two.
You realize that azimuth,
it will give you an angle, and you're still talking over.
Jesus Christ.
But you're the one teaching me. You're teaching me how this works. So
I'm trying to, bro. You think azimuth isolates a fucking globe, bro, and you're wrong.
You don't even know what it means. That's the problem right now.
Bro, I do know what it fucking means, dude. What do you don't know what it implicates, bro?
I do know what it means.
You're asking me what fuck you keep acting like azimuth is I got you. Dude, I'm trying to make this plain as day for you. We all know what a fucking azimuth is, Zanik. Quit acting like you're teaching me something. Now, it's a fucking concentric point in the middle. It doesn't have to be north. It just means a central point, a fucking circle. The measurement around the fucking circle, that central point, doesn't need to be north. You don't understand that, okay?
Is it a plane?
Now, you can measure azimuth angles from anywhere, bro. Doesn't have to be the North Pole.
Is it a horizontal plane?
It doesn't matter, bro. It could be a globe or a plane. That's what you're. No, it doesn't, dude. Right. You're telling me there's no azimuth angles on a fucking plane, bro? Huh?
I didn't say that at all.
Then what? Then
azimuth angles are planar regardless of what you're on.
But you can invoke a spherical fucking azimuth by changing the orientation. They're just squirming, dude. They won't walk me through this and they're trying to think of a clever way to sneak in the fucking orientation change, and I'm not going to let them. Therefore, they're going to keep squirming. They won't say whether they're changing the measurement that they measured. They're just fucking going off in the weeds, bro.
I explicitly told you exactly. I went into detail on what you could use to measure what I said, and I told you exactly what you would measure and what number you would write down. And the number you would write down is the number that it says when you turn the fucking thing. So it's not there's no calculation that needs to be made. You just write down the number that it says. That's a simple
Please
measurement.
Not talk about what they measured it with. I asked you nicely, and I knew you were going to fucking tell me that you're going to go back to what they measured it with. Even though I said, please, let's just assume we're measuring with a blah, 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 and that the angles that we're measuring are true and correct. And you couldn't help it, could you? You went right back to talking about the fucking what we measured with because you can't tell me anything else because you don't fucking know.
No, I'm telling you what you measure this with. Like, you don't take a protractor. So there's a lot you do not use in this instance, like protractors or fucking many other things. And there's things that you specifically use to measure this. And the thing that I'm bringing up is the thing that you specifically use to measure this. So it's not a wrong thing to do, but it's much easier to take the measurement when you have a device that isolates each axis.
So if I spin a circle,
that's all that you're doing.
360 degrees, right? This measuring device you're talking about that asks you not to because it doesn't matter. If we spin a circle, we're going to get 360 degrees, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
that goes without saying.
We agree on something. So quit talking about that. We're going to assume that whatever we're measuring with has given us tried and true angles. Now, please quit sidetracking, bro. Now, the angle that I measure, does it ever change? Do I write down the angle that I measured, or does it change when I isolate it? Or then elaborate on that change, please.
Yeah, you write down the angle that you measure if you use the correct device. Yeah.
Okay. Now we move. Okay, we go to another point to share. Let's say we're going to share that side. Okay. Now we don't measure it. I'm not even going to go about distance, even though it's a factor. I'm going to just skip that. Okay, now we go to another station. We measure 3 coplanar points again. Okay, now do we write them 3 coplanar points down and add them up to 180 again and again and again, or do we invoke?
You're adding a lot of extra stuff in there, and in the game we call this a loaded question. So What I'm not going to do is answer that, but what I will tell you is that at each of these positions, you take a measurement. You don't need to take a calculation, assuming you're using the correct device. That way you'll actually record exactly what you're meaning to record. Yeah, you don't need to do anything. But there's a caveat here. The caveat is you cannot just take an angular measurement between these two positions because that will give you the wrong answer.
So you're
You
changing
already know
it.
what I'm going to say. You already know what I'm going to say, and it's going to make you upset for some reason. But
You're going to say azimuth.
you're using
like
a device. Yes, in order to take the azimuth.
We agree on that.
No, but I don't think we do, Brian. Because in
No,
order to
just tell
take the
me how
azimuth,
they changed
Brian, in order to take the azimuth angle, you have to take the horizontal component of the angular separation of these two positions.
Really?
That is how you take the azimuth
that
angle.
doesn't come with an orientation change, does it, genius? That doesn't come with an orientation change, does it, Kosho? Wouldn't happen to do that, would it, Kosho?
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Do you agree with what I just said? Brian, do you agree what I just said? That in order to take the azimuth angle between these two positions, you need to take the horizontal component of the angular separation of those two positions.
Never mention anything other than the fucking horizontal component. Never mention the instrument. Just waiting on you to fucking sneak in the orientation change.
I'm asking if you agree with that, Brian.
Never disagreed. Never disagreed. Now you're going to start to go vertical.
Brian, the reason I'm asking you if you disagree with me is because you just got flustered when I said that. That's all I'm saying. So if I want to make sure that if I say azimuthal angle or if I say horizontal component of the angle, that you understand that means the same thing, and I can do one or the other. So that way I don't have to say the thing that makes you flustered. I'll just say azimuthal angle. But like I said, that's assuming that you understand that just means the horizontal component of the angular separation.
Right. There's nothing but horizontal angles measured. Right. Elevation's irrelevant, except for it wouldn't be on a globe. But carry on. So now, how does it change from the 180? Just walk me through it. Don't just say azimuth. That's not an answer.
Well,
we all agree.
For instance,
it's horizontal azimuthal fucking measurements. Okay.
Okay.
Now
Brian.
walk me through how they change the measured angle.
It's difficult to walk with you, Brian, when you got all the shoes. You're wearing my shoes and your shoes. But what I was about to say, you know. But I mean, if we agree on that, Brian, I don't know what the disagreement is anymore.
Is it just me or there's a monkey sound?
Yeah, it's just you. Because you live in fucking Brazil, dude. You live in Brazil and you hear fucking monkeys. It's not my fucking problem. Okay. But Bacon, you take over because I got stuff I got to do. I'm sorry for yelling at you, Bacon.
I'm sorry
for yelling at you, but yeah.
You know, monkey, my life. But
I did hear that. Right. I did hear that. I heard something in the background. I don't know who it was.
It's obviously coming from Bacon, dude.
Kosho, are you under the impression that there are spherical excess measurements?
Yes.
And and when it's fully known by everyone on Earth that the Earth's not a globe, what will you make of the things that you currently think are accurate spherical excess measurements? Are there any ways that you think that they might not be as solid as you might currently think?
Sure, man. Like I said, I listen, dude. There's people who come in here who are literally clowns. For all we know, I find out it's flat, and my whole life was a joke. I'm gonna dress up like a clown. I'm gonna be a court gesture. I'm gonna do whatever. Like I said yesterday, I might change my sexual orientation. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna have to start all the way over. So
he's gonna shave his ass and walk forward.
You're gonna go back to being a real boy?
Oh yeah, that's great, man. Yeah. All right, let's just bring back
balls in public.
Eat the turkey leg, smoke the cigar, chop the wood, all that stuff. But
yeah, Brian, what's wrong with shaving your ass?
Well, I just wondered if you were able to kind of look at it and be like, well, there are these assumptions, so yeah, I guess it could not be solid.
No one likes to have hair in their food.
No, yeah, no, but Gio, to answer what you said, I want to be on the same page. Just because if we're on the same page, then we, Zanuck and Bacon, we can talk about things like we can describe how there's no assumptions that need to be made. If you understand that you have three positions, if you take the horizontal component of the angle or the azimuthal angle, just by doing that, you should be able to tell that you're on a flat plane because it will behave as it should on a flat plane, 180 degrees, or you'll get access. And there's no assumptions needed for that.
He fucking said access again.
You get access to the club.
Is that wrong?
It's excess.
Isn't it access?
That's a different word. Access with an A, excess with an E. EX versus AC, you know the two different words.
It sounds exactly the same to me. I can't spot the difference.
Access versus excess. To access something would be like to, access your house by putting the key in the door and opening the door to access something, whereas excess is like something
Oh,
greater.
yeah, I know the two words. Yeah, I know the words and what they mean, but I can't spot the difference in pronunciation. Sounds exactly the same to me.
Well, axe is like, it sounds like AXE, like access, axe, whereas X is more like to, like my, an ex-girlfriend or ex, you know what I mean? It's excess versus access. But yeah, they
Like,
just,
let me axe you.
Jeremy can't get access to his cell phone connection in order to be heard. Well, it makes sense when it's people say access because it's spherical access. So I feel like they call it it's a CAL at the end of spherical. Put your kind of mindset into saying that with an A, spherical access, So you have to kind of, for me, I have to think about like spherical excess. Like you have to kind of separate the A and the E sounds at the, to say it together. But Kosha, you just straight up said access, but either way. What was the last thing you said though? You think they measured you think it shows it as is?
Yeah, Bacon, you take this one.
What is the one?
It doesn't matter. I was just asking Kosho, but
Yeah, Coach, are you there?
I was just asking because if someone's saying that
suggestion of I did the thing. Yes, I might have a delay.
Yeah, now you're roboting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have a delay.
He's not roboting for me right now.
My ping is almost a second.
Here's a question though on this topic, unless we want to move to another topic, but what would be your preferred way to test for spherical access? If you had all the money, all the time, all the resources, outside of these things that we can't verify that have already been done, what would you propose?
Volcano.
No, what I'm saying is that if you didn't go off any current claims that are made, and you have the time, the research group, the money, etc., and you want to verify spherical access does exist, what would be your plan?
Did the whole room go silent?
Oh, okay. I thought I was missing somebody again. Who's he
Moyak,
talking
do you have
to?
the thing you made with the globe? Moyak, do you have the thing you did with the globe and the protractor and the straws?
I did something with
Come on.
toothpicks, as I recall.
Toothpicks, whatever it was.
Which was showing that everything is vertical depending on where you stand on Earth, and looking the Great Circle route.
You were showing me that you measured. You had the protractor on it. You're like, look, because I didn't think it could be done either. And then you did it on the with some little fake globe you had or something.
Yeah, my little 4-inch globe.
Yeah.
I did see something about that. Where the hell did I see it?
You did it. What do you mean see it?
No, I'm looking for where I saw it. I've got thousands of pictures and shit. No organization to them. Thought I saw the globe with some toothpicks sticking. There. Back in. Where the f was? I think part of that I did live. I may not have video of everything.
Gio had a good question. If you had all the money in the world and all the time, what would you do to have a definitive measurement of spherical excess? I almost said access. You sons of bitches.
I'm happy with the arc of the parallel, so I don't. You're talking about something different. You're asking about what's definitive to you. I think what they've done is definitive. So you're trying to get me to meet your burden of proof.
So you would just redo the same thing they did, basically?
Seems pretty fucking solid. I mean, today I'd use GPS and stuff. You don't believe that?
Well, I guess the question was more in the spirit of like, all right, let's say there's, a panel of the top 500 world leaders of the United Nations, whatever story you want to make. They're all there, and they're asking you, Moyak, or Kosho, or whoever, to verify spherical excess. In order to save them,
spherical excess, like if I would build LIGO again. I would build a nice straight line. You can go up there, and I would allow you to bring your little transits to it and go and measure it any way you wanted. But I would build a nice straight line on the Earth.
All right, now we're talking. Well, I don't know about LIGO part, but yeah.
It'd be a little bit cheaper because we wouldn't have to do all the lasers, the expensive shit, for the interferometer they have.
So then, would you
probably
try
only cost like couple $100 million?
Would you try to make 3 straight lines?
LIGO would be 2, but I'd be happy with 1.
Hey, you realize that
what I would do is I put water on it.
You realize that GPSs nowadays we can input different datums and get different maps, different elevations, and all that. You realize that the GPS we can independently change the datum and change
the problem is that we don't use the datum. You skip the whole datum.
It's datum dependent. What are you talking about?
Nope, it's not.
You can't have GPS.
It gives 3D,
datum, bro.
You use the 3D coordinates.
Gio, these guys just say any fucking thing, bro. It's like, I don't get it, man.
The datum is only required when you're converting over to a latitude and longitude system.
GPS requires a datum. You can change the datums, bro. It comes with a freaking default, whichever. Okay, and okay, you could change the datum, and you change the map. Yeah, just making sure you understood that.
That didn't change one thing that I said, and you apparently didn't understand what I said.
Just making a point that different datums give you different maps with your GPS. Not saying they're like way off, but you do get rivers running uphill with some datums and vice, and other things.
I would use the base system that GPS works on, which is the 3D coordinate system. No datum at all.
No horizontal or vertical datums, and still using GPS. Genius. Just winging it.
No need for a datum. Compare all points to other points.
You know what a horizontal datum is, don't you?
8 mics open. That means 24 people are.
The datum is only required when converting over to latitude and longitude.
Can so show me the globe without latitude longitude. I'll welcome you to flat Earth.
The hell's that mean?
It's only required if you're going to use latitude longitude. Okay, so I'm asking you to show me. That's my whole entire point. I'm welcoming you to flat Earth if you're trying to invoke GPS, because I'm just making the point that different datums give you different maps. Okay, but you got to have a datum to use latitude. Show me a globe without latitude longitude.
Don't need one. Just use the point cloud that the
right. So welcome to
generated by GPS, and I can compare all those points to each other.
Don't need a globe. Welcome to flat Earth. That's my point. I'm being kind of sarcastic, but you see, you get my point now.
You're being silly.
You just said we don't need a globe, right?
Don't need one. We can. The answers will still yield a globe. When you get all done driving all over the Earth with your GPS, a fucking globe will fall out just using points.
Don't need a globe, bro.
You don't listen. You're just incapable. You're competent and incapable. As you were. I'm not going to talk to you.
Of course you're not.
That is all you would need ultimately, though, is that straight line. And you just put water under it, and you wouldn't have to do all the spherical excess triangle things. It's all about just that one straight line.
One straight line, take a bucket, a pipe with some water on it, and look at it make a hill in the middle.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we just got to make that straight line, get some water under it.
4-inch pipe, it'll be spilling over the edges before it reaches the end.
It's crazy. Right when I was about to go there and talking about it with Blue and all, and in here, and all of a sudden they dammed the fucking the canal next to it. Like, why the fuck did they do that? Because they know I'll go.
They were going to do it to hide it from you.
No, I'm just saying, why the fuck would they even do that? Period.
Why wouldn't they? You'd have to ask them why they
went
did
out of his way to show me that it's pointless because it's not continuous. They fucking put a dam for no apparent reason, not a land bridge or anything else. I'm like, why the fuck they do that? It pissed me off. I was planning on going there, and all you need is I was going to bring my swivel laser and check it beginning, middle, and end. I wasn't even going to bother nobody. I was just going to beginning, middle, end, and go and look at the fucking results and compared to the water. And even if I figure I still could technically do it because the water table should still be level, even if it's like grown over and shit. I could dig, even if it's no water, I could dig down to water, and within them couple miles, there's no reason that the water shouldn't be level. So now we're trying to figure out if level is flat or not. We need to look. It could be sloping, and so that's why we'd have to do 3. We couldn't get by with 2. We'd have to do 3 to see if. And that's assuming that the tubes do have line of sight. I'm assuming that. I don't know anybody who would have a problem with that. I'm assuming that the laser could see from one end to the other. And me, in my world, and I'm pretty fucking certain, I'd put money on it, not a lot, but I will bet that I checked the 3 measurements of water at beginning, middle, and end and I get a straight line. Period. I get and it's level with the water, or either angling coplanar, not curving. In other words, if it is tilted, it's still a straight line. It's not a curve.
I don't know how level groundwater is. I mean, I would think you're right, but I don't know how guaranteed level groundwater is.
Yeah, I know.
I guess if it's in an old ditch, you're probably pretty good.
That's what I was thinking. But here's the thing: you would agree. I mean, I haven't had anybody disagree, but you would agree that if the water is level, let's just make that assumption. You would agree that the LIGO can't match the water. If there's
it shouldn't.
It's got to deviate.
It deviates from the curvature of the Earth, so it would deviate from water.
And on a flat plane, and assuming the water's level, it would match.
Yep.
Perfectly.
So this to me is a really. We've been trying to figure out how to build a wall and all this stuff for all these. It's sitting right there, and all we got to do is go fucking shoot a swivel level at it and measure the height right next to the level, and then across. We ain't even got to enter on their property. We can come in from the other side of the freaking canal and just in and out. We ain't got to bother nobody.
That's if LIGO is in a straight line.
Yeah, that's the argument. Now you got to validate that LIGO is actually straight, not doing something to fake it for you, so you look like you're level. Or
I'm assuming that the laser made it from one end to the other.
Yeah, but it's not about
but the laser is a separate device from. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the laser is sort of like set up on a separate platform. It's inside of the building. You can't see the laser. You can't see the tube for it. So the argument's always from the flat earthers. We don't know what they do with that.
Technically, we could just set up something on the slab next to it and pour water and measure the water in the middle and at each end. Because if it is a straight line and the Earth's a globe, it's gonna pull in the middle.
Yep.
Right. It's gonna be deeper in the middle. That wouldn't be that hard. So we actually have a way to do this with LIGO sitting right there. I think it's closed down too, so we could go do this shit, whatever. I mean, I wouldn't bother nobody. I wouldn't ask for permission. I'd just go do it and be gone and not bother a soul. And not even touch the thing, really. I was just going to use the swivel laser from on the other side of the canal and just do it and leave. And
break out a water level, baby.
Yeah, not necessary. The water is the level, but yeah, it might be necessary if it's dammed off. But I'm like, why did he go through all that trouble to show me that all of a sudden they dammed it off? Like, that just kind of got me scratching my head a little bit. Like, fuck, he knows. I was saying I was gonna go in like freaking January, I think, or February, I forgot exactly, but I was kind of counting down the time when I was off contract and shit and freed up. And then
I can say one thing
that pissed me off.
I don't know if it's true, but I could say one thing: having a variable mass that moves in and out might be problematic for them. In other words, letting a body of water form next to it is going to actually change the gravitational effects and just cause more noise.
So dam it off, cut it in half. Wouldn't it be more predictable as one cohesive body that's been there since they built it? You know what I'm saying?
If it stays the same depth, yeah, then that would be better than having it partially fill up in a rainstorm and then drain out again. But I don't know again what their objective was. I'm just saying that could be one thing I could think of.
I want to see a laser that they all make these claims and then people buy them and shit, and they don't never hold up to specifications. I want to see one over 5 miles, or let's just say a few miles, hold that beam. Like, they seem to, even the good ones seem to diverge, man.
Yeah, I don't know what the best laser in the world, what kind of divergence that gets. And usually it gives me units that I don't really understand.
They make this claim due to perspective. So, like, in other words, if you're shining up at the star or something, so it's going away from you. So while it's diverging, it's converging in your in your perspective, you know. So it might look like it's holding a tight beam or something. That's just due to perspective. So the divergence doesn't outrun perspective convergence. You know what I'm saying? So
Right. It always looks like a nice little pinpoint straight beam, but it's like, yeah, no, at the end of that beam, that thing's 15 feet wide.
So I guess they didn't count on us measuring the damn Earth when they were making these things. I don't know.
No, I think the problem is that it costs a shitload of money to get that kind of level of coherence, and I don't know what the maximum is. Like I said, I don't know what the best one is compared to the commercial ones, or the consumer ones you can get to high-end consumer.
Yeah, I don't either, man. It's like I said, some of the shit that people have done is a little off the wall. I'm sure they didn't predict any of that when they were writing the specs, like to see if anybody's literally going out measuring beam divergence at 26 miles or some shit like that. Like, doubt they were counting on that. It was probably perfect to do what most people would do with the lasers. I don't know.
I don't know. What you do is you come up with a laser that shoots only one photon at a time. I wonder if you could get that accurate. I don't know if this yeah, I don't know. I know that theoretically a photon never dies, unless it gets absorbed. So you'll fire a photon today, and tomorrow that same photon will still be going at the exact same energy level, unchanged, and in 100 years it'll be going at the same energy level, unchanged, till it runs into something. For a billion years. Although if they're right about light, it kind of makes sense. Because the light takes no time to get where it's going. From its perspective. When would it have time to run out of energy?
Bacon, are you still around?
Bacon!
Or Moyak,
Everything's
maybe.
better with bacon.
Yeah, I don't think
I am, but I'm not sure. The connection.
You get sleepy?
Your connection sucks. Moyak, question for you.
Sure.
On a spherical surface, do you need elevation to see another point on that surface?
Every optical system you're going to have will have some elevation. But theoretically, I guess if you could get down to the nanofart of a molecule height with your camera, you would, let's see, you could, how long would you be able to see the surface for? A very short distance.
Right. It would be based on the height. Would you say that there's a relationship of the amount of a curved surface that you can see and the elevation in which you're observing it?
Yes and no. Yes, in the case of we're not, dealing with the ideal situation, and no, in the case of the real world is more complicated.
I agree. But I will step into hypothetical land for you if you want. We just completely eliminate
get rid of the atmosphere.
Yeah. Would you be willing to do that for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So that we can use, let's just say, some methods of Euclid to kind of maybe prove out what we're talking about. Would that be cool?
Sure, but I'm not a math guy.
Okay. Yeah, I think really most of this is going to be conceptual.
Right.
So if you're you and I and a third party, which isn't going to interject into the conversation, but just you, I, and a third party are all able to see one another at the same time.
Right.
Would you say that that is due to the fact that our elevation above the curved surface is enough to where we're able to
see each other?
Physically see each other, yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Barring, some freaky gravity effects, which would be minuscule and too small to even give a shit about.
Sure. And we can make this sphere like even bigger if it exacerbates the effects, right? So
right.
As the three of us moved away from one another, so if we put a central point in the middle of the three of us and we started to walk directly away from that center point in relation to the other individuals.
Right.
Do you have a mental picture of that?
Yeah, it's one of the offshoots of Bob and Alice.
Sure. And it's like we have a rock in the middle, right? So we're moving equidistant away from that rock.
Yep.
At some point, there would come a point where the three of us could no longer see each other, but we could still see the rock. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
All three of us could see the rock, but we would not be able to see each other because we're on a spherical surface.
Right.
Okay. So would you say that in order for us to get what we would consider a line of sight measurement to each other, we would have to be at a specified distance, height, relationship to one another in relation to the sphere?
Yeah, I think I'm totally in agreement.
Okay, cool. So regardless of how far we moved back, we're not going to render each other, right? There's a point.
Right.
Okay. So in order for us to see one another, all three at the same time, the conjoining points between us, would you consider that a planar relationship?
Okay, so the point where we're all say that again, the last part.
Would you consider the point in which we can all see one another? So if we connected lines between our eyeballs, right, with string,
you could form a plane on that thing.
It would form a plane. Would you agree?
Yeah, it would form a plane centered on the rock that we talked about before.
Okay, and if we moved any further back, we would no longer be able to see everybody. Do you get that mental image? And if we move any further,
right. You just everything's just going over the horizon.
Right. So we would no longer be able to utilize any height for line of sight, or that specific height in which we are for line of sight, for any longer distances than we have. Like there's a relationship there that cannot be broken. I think of it like taking a sheet that's a triangle, and like as we're moving further and further back from one another, there gets to be a point where that sheet is just barely touching the surface of the sphere, right? And if we move any further back, that sheet is going to break, because we're breaking through the plane of the sphere, which would obstruct our vision from getting line of sight. Would you agree with that?
I'm losing you a little bit, and I'm just going to ask this: Are you saying that we've gone so far that our feet are almost opposing each other, or at least to that point where no amount of height will make it visible? Like if I was at 180 degrees, I could go infinite distance and I'd never be able to see. Is that the direction you're going with this?
You would say within the relationship of these three individuals. So let's say we move back to where the 6 feet is no longer the height, right? If we had
7, 8, 10.
Right. If we had antennas sticking out of our heads, right, and we had cameras on the top of those would be able to actually see each
Right.
other if we continue to walk further back, right? Would you agree with that?
Right.
Okay. So there is a relationship to the elevation of the observer and the line of sight relationship due to geometric obstruction. And the only way that we can have line of sight is in a planar and or coplanar relationship between everybody.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So that would form would you consider that a single planar triangle?
Well, a single planar triangle. Okay,
And
the three of us.
I wanted to use the sheet as an example, right? Because we would pull that sheet tight. If you imagined you had a sheet and you held it right at your eye level, right? And the minute everybody got out of just starting to not be able to see each other, our sheet would be tight, and the very middle of that sheet would be touching our rock in the middle, right? That's where it would start to touch the rock. Any other time, the sheet would not be taut.
Right.
We can't take that sheet and then put it down on the ground and still have a line of sight to one another, right?
Right. No, we've gone past that 6-foot elevation. We can't see each other.
And that sheet would be distorted and blah, blah, blah. So what I'm talking about is the relationship of what we would call a spherical triangle or a triangle of spherical excess.
Right.
Cannot be a triangle that can be created between 3 line of sight points.
Oh, right. No, it's going to be a spherical triangle. It's not going to be a quote unquote triangle.
No. 3 line of sight points. When you would connect them, like with the sheet.
Yeah. Okay, I see where you're going with this. Okay. The spherical excess, you do form a perfect triangle between those 3 points. However, the way that we measure them with the transits is we level them at each location. We set them, if we were on the same plane, theoretically to the same plane. But in reality, it doesn't seem like it's the same plane. When we level each one of these things using the same techniques, we come up with not level with reference to each other. That's why we have the spherical excess.
Okay.
Because
so
those things are all leaning when you take the measurement.
Yeah. So let's talk about our measurements then, right? This would be in relationship to plumb, right? So let's take our 3 observers. We've gotten to the point where we can't see each other, right? So we have known curvature between us, right? But just on the edge of that, we would be able to connect that sheet, that planar triangle, wouldn't be on the surface. So if we're seeing each other line of sight and we're setting up our apparatus, what would change between the angle of our sheet, right? If we're looking at if I'm looking at Moyak's looking at me, and then we have a Bacon observer. So when I pan from my crosshair being on Moyak, my crosshair being on Bacon, right? And you do from Napalm to Bacon, and Bacon does from Napalm to Moyak, and we get these. This triangle is going to have to connect. Now, if we say we're taking that azimuth based off of our plumb, if my plumb is leaning backwards to where I'm at, can I get an angle from Moyak to Bacon?
Well, I want to take mine from me to you. I don't like bacon.
Okay. That's fine.
So we set up our plumb, and we want to know if we can get an angle to Bacon. Yes, we can. Reference to my plumb. Or with plumb as my standard.
Right. So let's just say we're taking the angle between observers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm making my measurement from you to Bacon. I cannot, in this scenario, based on how we would measure this, I would not be able to take an angle from you to Bacon without adjusting my measurement tool to no longer be pivoting on a
On a
pivot
plane
that is
with that.
perpendicular to my plumb. Would you agree?
No.
I would have to measure to a hypothetical point above you and above Bacon.
Well, azimuth actually doesn't matter the height. I mean, I can put it at 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. Azimuth will be the same. Doesn't matter.
So so it doesn't matter. So I could not worry about my relationship to plumb and just shoot from you to Bacon, right?
My
And
relationship to plumb is key.
then,
That's the only reference I can get to. Like, there's no way for me to true myself to Bacon. You know, we can't true ourselves to each other. I just can't think of a way that you could do that.
So yeah, my question being, if we're in this scenario, right, we're right on the border of where we can see one another.
Right.
Can I actually go from the point my apparatus is located to the point in where you are located, your apparatus is physically located? Can I go from that point to the point I say point, like the actual intersection of the three of us? Can I do that and still remain in a plumb situation? If I'm plumb and we have diverging plumb lines, my measurements to both of you would have to be in a hypothetical point above the two of you. It would never be to you via line of sight.
Yes. But like I said before, azimuth measurements do not require a specific height. I can shoot to any height and get the same azimuth. Like I've likened it to, like, if you're looking at a 1,000-foot radio tower and you look at the bottom of it and it's due north of you, the top of that tower will be due north of you. So azimuthally speaking, doesn't matter which way you pivot it. So if you're talking about plumb, as in when I plumb my equipment, I just plumb the platform. I can still tip it up and down. That doesn't matter. The front
sure, but then we wouldn't be getting a true azimuth angle.
Oh no, you get an absolutely correct azimuth angle based on your plumb.
Would the same work if we did it in the converse? Meaning we went below the surface and did it opposite?
East is east, or an azimuth is an azimuth. So, like, the height of it is irrelevant. If I could point it to a chalk line on the ground going all the way out to him, and that chalk line will go straight out to him, then it'll go up the tower 1,000, 10,000 feet, the airplane above it 50,000 feet. Those will all be the same azimuth.
Right, but we can't shoot that with line of sight.
No, you wouldn't be able to see it to set up the shot.
Right. So
but
in
if
order
he had his antenna on his head,
well, then we would be making measurement to the antenna. So now let me ask you a question. If we had these antennas, like we're talking about, above our heads, let's say it's 100 feet in height above our heads, so big antennas, would the distance from me to those antennas be different than the distance from me to you?
The distance would be the azimuth would, well, let's see. I'm at 6 feet, and I guess my transit now is on top of the antenna also. I guess just so we get line of sight or whatever.
No.
Doesn't matter again the height.
No.
Okay.
Let's keep your transit at your eye
On the
height.
ground or eye height.
All of our transits are at eye height, and we can just barely see each other.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Or we can't see each other and we can see our antennas.
Sure. We can just barely see each other, right? So we can get line of sight eye to eye, and we have antennas coming out of our heads. So are you getting the visual?
Yeah.
So to me, the appearance of the antennas between the two of you, there would be a deviation as it continues to go upward. Would you agree?
Yeah, if you're on a ball, technically that antenna is leaning away from you.
It's leaning
Directly
away from, right. It's leaning away from, well, not directly unless I was going straight ahead, but I've got two of you, let's say we're at 45 degrees.
Every single direction you look is a great circle, right?
I'm
so
just
it
talking
would
line of
be
sight.
it would be directly away from you and leaning away.
Talking line of sight within my field of view. So when I make a measurement to Bacon's eyes, between your eyes and Bacon's eyes, let's say I measure that angle to be 45 degrees. Now I go up to the top of your antenna. So I angle my thing up to the top of the antenna. And now I measure from, just straight across, keeping my azimuth at my actual plumb line, right? Like my pivot point is still at my plumb line.
So you're keeping your scope level right now is
Right.
what you're trying to do.
Right. So I want to get directly in the crosshairs, right? So when I go, your eye is directly in my crosshairs on my theodolite, to Bacon's eyes directly in the crosshairs to my theodolite.
Yep.
And now I go up to let's say we put a ball on the top of your 100-foot antenna. So now I go up to the ball on Bacon's antenna, and I go up to the ball on your antenna.
Yep.
Would those two measurements be different?
Not azimuthally.
Would the azimuthal angle be different?
No. Like I said, a 1,000-foot radio tower. You look at a 1,000-foot radio tower due north of you at 0 degrees. That bottom of that tower is 0 degrees. The top of that tower is 0 degrees, and the airplane above it is 0 degrees. The star above that is 0 degrees, azimuthally.
Yeah. Yeah. So when we make this, so from where I'm located to this side and to that side, I'm making a line of sight measurement to something on the surface and something high above the surface, but in the same plane. And you're telling me that the measurements between the tops of the buildings and the bottoms of the buildings are going to be the same?
Left to right, yes, azimuthally.
Left to right, azimuthally?
Yeah.
Single points, right?
Yes.
I don't think that's the case.
No, that's why I keep using the radio tower. When you think about it, look straight. Get one of those big AM towers that are like 1,000 feet tall. Back yourself up 10 miles from it. Look at it. Take your compass or your transit. Look at the bottom. Look at the top. The same azimuth. No change needed going left or right.
So really within the measurement would need to be a proof measurement in the deviation of our azimuths, right?
Yes, I think so.
So how could we establish that there's a deviation in our azimuths? So
there shouldn't be a deviation in your azimuth. So all you would do is you would look at your what do they call it? The wheel that goes around the bottom that gives you your azimuth, and you would see when I tip it up and when I tip it down whether you've got the same number.
The only way that we would show that there would be a deviation, right, is if we could prove that the distance from when I measure to your eyeballs and Bacon's eyeballs, right?
Mm-hmm.
My distance from the point in which I'm measuring to that point is different than the distance that I
To the top of the
measure
tower.
from the top of the tower, right?
Yeah, and that would be a flea fart, but yeah. Yeah, at 69 miles, that would be, I think, about, I'm trying to think if it's a degree of tilt, but I guess it'd be the equivalent of a half a degree because you're tilted also. No, it would be a degree. So 1,000 feet, 1 degree, there should be that much difference.
So there really is no way for 3 people, like the scenario that we're talking about, to have line of sight measurements that
Not
would
standing on the ground, but again, I think that they even did it with the Arc of the Parallel. They built towers and then they put lights on the top of those towers. I don't think that they had at the very top. I don't think they had the optical equipment.
right.
They just put something up high enough that they could see.
So was the distance measured between all of these points?
I think the distance was measured probably between transits. I don't know. It's going to be the same ground distance to those 2 positions because the tower that goes straight up is straight up. And how do you tell the difference between the tops and the bottoms? That goes back to like the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, trying to see that like 5 millimeter or 50 millimeter difference between those. It's fun to try and measure it. This would be definitely a question more for a surveyor. I don't know whether there's any way of ascertaining that. I mean, I would think lasers and stuff, but those kind of distances, it gets kind of crazy.
Right, because in order to do this kind of line of sight triangle spherical excess, if we are at a point in which we can see one another, our lines of sight to those points would have to create a single triangle. And if it's creating a single triangle, that would be a coplanar triangle, or a triangle of a planar nature. And what we're trying to measure is a spherical one.
Well, again, you get that by leveling your equipment at each location.
Yeah, but if we're
seeing the fact that you are all let's see, you're both
when you
back
say
from each other.
So when you say leveling the equipment, if I'm
the local
seeing
vector
line
of
of
gravity,
sight, right? So let's say I don't, you and Bacon level to your plumb. I level to the parallel of my scope. So I have my scope between the 2 of you. So I'm doing this transit motion, right?
Okay. I mean, I got to think about that. Will do, but that's interesting. Okay.
So if I
I'm
level
sweeping back and forth.
Yep. Does me leveling from point A to point B based on my scope's angle, does that change my azimuthal reading that I had previously if I wanted to set it up perpendicular to plumb, tilt down my reticle or whatever it is, my scope, so I tilt down my scope, and now I'm going point A to point B. Is the travel between those 2 points ever going to be different based on how you're either leveling either portion of that apparatus?
I think that actually, I thought you had it for a second there that you guys could all get onto the same plane doing that. But let's see. So you're now looking at your 2 opposing people, and you're leveling to that, and then everybody else does the same thing, levels to the next 2 opposing people. Then I think you have to be extremely critical on your elevation. Now you have to have the same elevation. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why I think that, but it's starting to seem like it's critical. Yeah, you would have to be exactly level because, like, let's say Bacon was up 50 feet from you, and I leveled to that, then I'm going to be way out of whack.
So if you're out of whack, right? But this would be at enough distance to where it would be not that big of a deviation on how I need to move my scope, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, 50 feet, and again, distances where each 6-foot man, that's only 3 miles, sort of only like 5 miles. But
yeah.
But yeah, I'm kind of doing a mental extension to really big measurements. 50 feet won't account for a whole lot, but I think it might start to screw with your measurements because these are sub-arc second measurements. I know at 26 miles, I think what Larry told me was that 1 arc second is like 3 feet. I think he said.
Say we do this on like a building, like we're all on the corners of buildings,
right?
Would we have, you'd have that building that you said would just, be very hard to measure whether it's deviating from bottom to top, right? Like you probably wouldn't see that within, even like a 2 mile, measurement between it, right?
Right. Well, when you say bottom to top, you mean leaning away from you. Leaning away from you is next to impossible to see. I did this with tests like lots of times, like taking 2 pencils and sticking them in a box and leaning one away from the other one.
I'm not talking
and I'll put
about
like 20, 30 degrees, but okay, good.
Yeah, I'm not talking about really like noticing the lean or anything like that. I'm talking about we're trying to take a measurement. Like where would I start to get some sort of deviation between the level of my scope and the level of my azimuth or my perpendicular to plumb? At what point would that get noticeable to be able to affect?
That's getting beyond my scope of even hypothesizing.
Right. So really what I'm trying to say is whether I'm, let's say we did this triangulation scenario and it's a 10-mile equidistant between the 3 of us, right? 10 miles equidistant, whatever that height would need to be for the globe math, for that to be, just 10 miles is the distance in which we can just barely see each other. You're on the horizon, Bacon's on the horizon. That's always going to be a planar triangle that we're dealing with. The only time it becomes spherical is when you drop that down to the earth. You can never really measure it with a line of sight because line of sight is always going to be planar.
Right. It has to like travel along the actual surface to create that spherical quote unquote triangle effect. Yeah.
And if you think about this 3-dimensionally, you would never have a line of sight because a spherical triangle never has a straight line on any of its 3 sides.
Right. It only appears to. I mean, you do form a straight line when you take your scope and you aim it at person B. That is a straight line, as close as the atmosphere will allow.
Well,
and we're in a no atmosphere condition.
Right. I'm thinking of it like, let's take our sheet again, right? Our sheet has eyelets in it, and the sheet is staked into the ground, right? And we've got a spherical triangle based on the staking of that sheet, right? So we've got material that is conforming to the shape of the earth. The only time we're able to get line of sight to those eyelets is as we raise those eyelets up and they start to deviate back and back and back and further back from one another. And the minute that sheet gets straight, boom, that's when we have line of sight and we're taking a planar measurement. not a spherical measurement.
If all your transits were on that sheet, I agree. Basically, if you got them all onto the exact same plane, the trick comes in like imagine if you were
I wouldn't be able
if you
to
had a
connect the
transit
dots
in a
otherwise.
building. If you were trying to use a transit inside of a building and you lean each one of your transits away from each other 10 degrees. We're just talking about in a building. So I take the whole thing, the whole platform, I lean it back 10 degrees. Now when I take my azimuthal readings with that, it will give me greater than 180. So I've deviated from plumb with all my setups. And I do this and I take my measurements, they all now show greater than 180. Now, take that.
Well, you're never
assumption. Go ahead.
You're never going to be able to connect the dots in a plane, right? I just think of it as like my camera tripod, right? When that thing's level and I move my camera, it's always going to pan in a plane, right? The crosshairs as I move it around, regardless of whether it's level or non-level, as I'm moving that, the crosshairs are always going to draw a plane, a circle in a plane. Right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So there's no way for me to get a direct line of sight measurement to locations that are non-planar, right?
Right, but my reference is the plumb that I set the whole thing up to. So that's why I was going with the example of, you're in a warehouse and now actually physically, intentionally lean each one of your transits away from each other. In other words, set them up as if they were on a ball.
Yeah.
Or even do it on one of these giant balls they have for demonstration. You set them all up perpendicular to that ball, and you will find that you will get a spherical triangle, even with 3 straight lines between 3 people, because the measurement yielded is from the reference of from the separate plane of observation at all 3 locations.
Right, but it's never going to be a line of sight measurement because I
don't understand that at all.
Right, because you're going to be leaning. Think of it camera wise, right? We have 3 cameras set up on tripods, either the same elevation or varying elevations, and as we level them on a flat surface and we pan back and forth, my crosshairs on my camera are going to completely bisect your camera and Bacon's camera, right? And you guys would do the same to me. See how we're drawn on the same plane?
Yeah.
Now, if I was to increase my elevation, I would no longer be drawing a point to you guys. I would be drawing a point to a hypothetical area above you. Because it's point specific, right? We need to be very accurate on what we're doing.
Yeah, we want to point to the smallest point we can observe.
Right. So if the 3 of us tilted back equidistantly, right? Like, so we each tilted, let's say, 10 degrees. So that would be like we're on a spherical surface. So the 3 of us are equidistant from one another. We had our cameras in a plane. Now we tilt them back, right? 10 degrees. Is my camera, as I pan it around, ever going to bisect your camera and Bacon's camera? Physically bisect those things.
You have to be careful about which way you lean backwards. That's why I trying to think. I would tip my scope down to intersect with Bacon. So the platform of my thing is off plane, and now I'm going to tip it down, let's say 1 degree. Now I'm in line with Bacon. I turn to the right, and I'm gonna. It really depends on which way you leaned it backwards.
We're actually not going to bisect. None of us are going to bisect each other.
Well, you got to remember the scope spins independently of the plumb.
Sure.
It actually tips down. So all I would do is I would look down to bacon. Now I'm going to bisect. I'm going to intersect with bacon, and him looking back the same direction. He will be tipped down an equivalent amount, and we will now have an interception point that is parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm not sure, but like on the sphere, I can't picture this. Like this one, I actually almost have to go to a physical model on.
So let's go back to like the survey scenario. The equipment that they were utilizing.
Yeah.
Did they take a measurement of their deviation from plumb that they needed to do in order to put their reticle on both line of sight objects?
When I am plumb and I look to bacon and you are both theoretically leaning away from me, and I am leaning away from both of you. So azimuthally, it doesn't change anything.
Did you say azimuthally?
Yes.
Is that a word?
Yeah, I believe so.
Azimuthally?
Yeah, azimuthally.
I want to say it's maybe not a word, but it still sounds cool.
So what you're saying is there would be no deviation from our plumbs being perpendicular, or deviating plumb lines, but setting up perpendicular to plumb, moving the scope down, taking the measurement, as there would be if we had the scope perfectly perpendicular with the pivot point.
Yeah, azimuthally is a
Correct.
word. Yeah, sorry, azimuthally is a word. You're right.
Yeah, except I said mythily. I think it's muthily.
Yeah, it's like the adverb version of azimuth. All right. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, like just remember back to the radio tower. I look at the bottom and I tip it up. There's no difference in azimuth.
Let me ask you a question. If we took a like we went directly below our theodolite with another theodolite, and we measured on the plane in which I would be completely bisecting you and bacon, right? So we took that azimuthal angle. If we put string on the ground at what that angle is, so let's say we measure it at 15 degrees between the two of you.
Right.
And I took my theodolite above, right? And we ran that string out as far as we wanted to, because theoretically it would go to you too. As I measure back and forth to the string, for every time I'm following the scope down towards my feet,
right.
is that azimuthal angle going to be the same?
Yes.
As it touches the string the whole entire way out?
Yes. There's a straight line from you to the object and to all points above it. Directly above it.
So where does the spherical excess come in?
The spherical excess comes in because all of your measurements are taken with reference to plumb. And since your plumbs are not the same, you're essentially the equivalent of having your what do you call it? I can't think of the name, the base plate that you read. The azimuth reading that you get.
Yeah, we're calling
when you
that.
tip that and you take a measurement, it changes where you fall on that azimuth. So you've got a straight line. You've actually got a 60, 60, 60 triangle in this perfect triangle that you have. However, when you compare that to plumb, it comes up as slightly, I guess, more than 60.
Okay.
Because you're in a different plane.
I think this would be an interesting experiment to do, right? So we set up people, and this is why I was asking Bacon earlier, what would be kind of the minimum distance to where we would see a noticeable, measurable spherical excess. Yeah.
I know from looking at the McToon stuff, you're getting into like third decimal place when you start getting down to like the 30 mile, 20 and 30 mile range.
I wanted to give you kudos though, bro. I wanted to give you kudos because I've been trying to tell these people this shit like all day, all week, and they know it, and they're being willfully ignorant, and you're honest, So it depends on the diverging plumb line. So what I'm trying to tell them is that that's what's in contention, and I'm getting them to say everything in the world about invoking orientation change, And I say I'm not saying it proves a flat earth or disproves a sphere. I'm just saying what's necessary to get the excess is the orientation change or the plumb lines. And they just wouldn't have it, dude. It's like, why are you being willfully ignorant instead of just let's have an honest conversation like you guys are having? But yeah, but to me, the orientation change is what's in contention, the plumb bob. So as far as it being a globe proof, I would disagree. But as far as you being able to model excess, sure.
Well, I think that it's somewhat inferred. Basically, that is the answer that we came up with for why there is an excess number. We know geometrically speaking that should be, if we were on a plane, that should be 60. So our answer to why it's not 60, and especially the fact that it's larger than 60, means that it's convex.
You just invoked an orientation change with the plumb lines. That's the only way to mathematically get more than 180.
Yes.
Like I said.
It's a lot. It's deductive or inductive, whatever you want to call it. You deduce it from, here's my options. If it was flat, I would expect 60s. I don't get 60s, then therefore I have something happening. It's a positive number, therefore it's convex.
No matter what,
if it's concave, it should be negative.
Measure to 180 though. Your empirical evidence will always be 180, even on a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Until you induce the plumb bobs, and then you get extra.
Because once you have to take in the perpendicular to plumb, right, and assume that there is a deviation in that, that's the only way that you would be dealing with different triangles that you're combining together to get the spherical excess, as opposed to a direct line of sight point to point measurement, which would always be 180.
Right. No, I agree, and I think that a lot of stuff that we do is inductive or deductive. Like, is it inductive or deductive? It's, you get it from logical deduction.
But you understand what Brian and I are saying. If you're making,
I'm good with all that. It is inductive.
Line
I'm
of
good with all
sight.
that. But you need to tell them, because, like, I don't know why they're fighting that so much, bro. That's the reality, right? And I'll concede to that, bro.
Yeah, no, I agree that a lot of that stuff is. I just take that the body of it, all these deductions that we make, all coming to the same answer, is, for me, beyond the pale of being coincidence. And so I conclude, just from looking at it and saying, well, you could say that it's not moving, but we see this, and then we see this, and this, was done with a different mechanism, and yet gives the same answer. So when you start having all these different methods that you use, and they all come up with the same answer, wildly different. Like, as an example, when we like measure, the distance to the moon, we do it via, Pythagoras. Okay, well, it looks like it's this far away. We do it via radio measurement. Okay, now it's this far away. They're both pretty close to each other. And then we do a third method, the half moon method. And that comes up with the same answer. It's like, okay, now we're starting to come up on something that, is really, really hard to believe is not caused by the moon being that distance. You would require refraction to work in a very specific way. You would refraction, but that doesn't answer how the radio waves get the same answer. So even if I had refraction, how did I get radio waves coincidentally get delayed enough to come back 2 seconds later? You started to have to get to this insane amount of coincidence in order for it to be working. And everything in globe Earth sort of works together symbiotically like that.
But Moyak, I have another question for you. So, our measurements of azimuth, even if we're moving like our reticle or our scope, whatever it's called, up and down, so we're viewing in the distance. So I'm looking at Mount Moyak and Mount Bacon in the distance, and if I'm measuring to the peak, or if I'm measuring to the base of either of those mountains, right?
Yep.
If I put my reticle, put my crosshairs right on the peak of Mount Bacon, and I pan, I'm perpendicular to plumb with my azimuthal plate, whatever it is there, and I pan over to Mount Moyak. I might not necessarily be hitting Mount Moyak. If I dropped my scope down to the base of Mount Moyak and up to the peak of Mount Moyak, it's always going to be in that same direction, right?
Yes. All the way to my feet.
All the way to your feet.
Yeah. Basically, if I don't tip that scope left or right, it's always going to have the same angle, no matter how high I go or how low I go.
So if I'm in that spot, right?
Like this, APOC. Think of it like when y'all say orientation change. Yeah, sure, it's falling away from you, right. So you can't see the side to side because it's falling directly away from you. But the two in the distance are falling away from each other. When you invoke the plumb bob, then they automatically deviate away from each other, like not directly fall back. That doesn't matter. It's the side to side that's measured. The excess.
So let me paint
when you
the
change
picture.
angles, you change the line on the ground that you draw underneath.
Right. So let me paint the picture. Right. So we're perpendicular to our plumb, and we're making our azimuthal measurement. Right. So we're going over to Mount Bacon, Mount Moyak. We're doing this azimuthal measurement. As we're moving our reticle up and down, we're seeing that our center line is traveling between what appears to be the center of the base of Mount Moyak and coming up through the peak of Mount Moyak, right? We can move that reticle in any direction, up, down, up, down. Right now we move back over to Bacon, up, down, up, down, up, down. What would be the difference between moving our base in relation to plumb when we got to that point?
The angle won't change on a globe or a flat Earth.
Correct.
Okay, the distance will on a globe, but the angle won't change on either model.
I agree.
It was what I was trying to tell them earlier when they were acting like. I mean, did it seem like they were squirming a little bit earlier, like dodging questions and shit, bro, or was it just me?
Yeah.
I wanted to do an experiment with this because I do have a shitty dumpy level at home, and I wanted to take it and tip the bitch way backwards and see how much it affects my azimuthal measurements.
Bro, I
Because
lost my dumpy
I
level,
can't
man.
really
I had an
picture
old
that on
dumpy
my.
level with a wooden case. You got a wooden case?
I got a big orange case.
Man, I lost my dumpy. Like, I don't know what happened to it, bro. I'm jealous, bro. You got one. Like, I had the old one. Like, I'm talking about an antique, man, a badass dumpy level, man. And I
Oh
can't
no,
find it.
nothing like that. Yeah, mine's circa 1990. Yeah, that bad boy. It was seized, so I had to like force some of the fine tuning adjustments on it. So I wouldn't use it for government work. Oh, maybe for government work. But I did play with it. It still gives me accurate enough for my skill set. But I don't know, like, I can't picture, like, for tipping it, let's say 45 degrees and then taking angles, I can't picture how much that affects the readings, let alone, tipping it back a tenth of a degree or a degree.
Yeah, because if you're doing this over long distance, your deviation from plumb, right? So if I'm doing this at long distance and I'm plumb, or I'm perpendicular to plumb and I'm doing this panning, like my slight adjustments being off of perpendicular to plumb and my azimuth, the difference between, how high up or low I have to move that reticle at a very long distance, it's going to be so minimal that I don't know if we have, I don't know how that measurement would have been made back in the day.
Oh, I'm telling you, when I look at, I'm going to say the proof is in the pudding, and it defies my skill set by thousands of orders of magnitude. But they were able to carry measurements from the coast to the middle of the country and get within inches of what we get today. So their methodology was.
What do you mean what we get today? What do you mean by that?
If we do it with GPS, if we do it with the latest and greatest, what do they call it? Total station. It still is very accurate. They got the mountains to the right height. Those still verify today as being accurate. There was, like, McToon talked about one last night, one measurement, and I thought they got it within 5 millimeters or something. And still measuring it today, they still get it with, theoretically more accurate, and they are, only 5 millimeters closer than the measurements they did back in the 1800s. That kind of accuracy, and just the fact they were able to carry that across the country says that their methodology is very solid, and their equipment was very solid. Beyond my ability to fathom. I'm sloppy. Like, when I go and I set something level, it's like, it's good.
Well, yeah. So I guess my question would still stand about the deviation of the plumb, right? Like, how are they measuring this difference? Along with,
I don't know what they call it. I think it's basically they flipped, in order to find level. What you can do with some of these things, you can flip the scope over and then measure it again. And I've done that, forward to backwards measurements to get myself level. Get the whole base plate level. So you set the scope, you lock it in place straight, essentially, and then you level everything up as best you can using the little vial level that's on it, and then you take that scope and you flip it backwards and forwards in order to measure whether you are dead level, and that's going to be within the precision of your scope level. So arc second precision or better, probably like half arc second or so. because the reticle's like an arc second thick. So you can get to halfway, no problem. So that I'd say at least half an arc second precision to be able to get to. It's been a long time since I did it. I can't remember the exact process of how you flip the scope around to do that shit, but
Yeah, so I'd still like to know the kind of the minimum distance that we'd be able to measure this.
oh, the minimum, yeah. I don't know. I know I've heard with reciprocal. This wouldn't be a.
No, I'm
Okay.
not going to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say reciprocal zenith angles gives you something, but it's not going to make you happy. So you want to know for
Right.
spherical excess. Yeah, I
Right.
don't know. I think 10 miles is like the smallest that they do with this kind of thing, but that's
Well, you know why we
just what I
complain
think I
about
heard.
the you know why we complain about the reciprocal zenith angles, right? It's
What's
obvious.
the question?
It's obvious what our complaint is about the.
Well, it's on the vertical axis,
Right, man. Okay, good. See,
which
you
is
get it. See,
yeah, which
it
is
takes
the
20
most.
minutes to get this across the coast. I feel like sometimes, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Whether
no,
you agree
I
with it or not,
understand
you at
that.
least understand where we're coming from, right?
Oh, that's what's nice about the azimuthal, and that's why the spherical excess is getting to be more bulletproof because we just don't see a crap load of movement side to side.
There's no way to
In
prove
fact,
it, though,
any
bro.
movement
You
you
gotta
see
invoke it,
side to
man.
side, in fact, any movement you see side to side is random. So it moves to the left, then it moves to the right, then it moves to the left, and it moves to the right. So average is somewhere in the middle.
I could be dishonest and use it as a flat earth proof, but I'm not because it's not. You know, if I wanted to be dishonest, but there's globers being dishonest, acting like it proves a globe when you're invoking a fucking a plumb bob deviating. Plumb bob's deviating. That's the math. That's literally the fucking math that gives you the azimuth that they keep saying azimuth instead of calling it what it is in it's orientation change. It's the excess. You know, it's so you could use it and you could fucking make, you could pan your globe out, model your globe out and all that. But all we're measuring is 180, bro. In reality, if with no assumptions, even on a globe, line of sight will give you nothing but 180. There's no getting around it. Once you calculate in the orientation change, voila, there's your excess.
Well, what do you mean calculating the orientation change?
That's what's in contention, bro. The plumb bob's deviating. That's what's in contention. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying it disproves a globe. I'm not going that far with it. I'm not saying it proves the flat Earth. If I wanted to be a dick, I could say every line of sight triangle is 180 because it is, even on a globe.
Well, what do you mean by like the plumb bob's deviating? Plumb is relatively bulletproof. I mean, plumb is plumb at every location. Now, the question is whether all plums are the same.
Right. That's what's in contention. So to just put, to calculate the deviation at the distances on the 39th latitude, it's a fucking assumption. It might be true, but it's still. You even said earlier you can't measure fucking. You said it's impossible, bro, to measure fucking deviation over them distances. It's ridiculous to even claim you can.
I have a
Yeah, me personally, but I do say again, them carrying a measurement 1,000 miles.
You're only measuring
1,400
miles
miles.
at a time, though. Like
Yes,
I said,
but they all add together and get this. All the measurements stack together and add up, don't they?
Right. But that's just it. So if I'm doing my measurement one at a time, okay, I'm at one spot. I can only measure the azimuth angle from the other two locations. Okay, that's all I could do, and that's all you could do from the other positions. Now, when you add them together, its line of sight's going to be 180, even on a sphere, until you follow through with the deviate plumb bobs at the 39th parallel. You got to know where you're at, bro. You got to know the distance to get all that stuff. And there's assumptions that come in. It's not a proof. We don't measure. Bro, think about 2-3 toothpicks on a globe. I made a video and I showed that underneath it, the triangle is got spherical excess. I drew it on the globe. But above it, the line of sight No matter how I tilted the toothpicks, no matter what, if I lifted one string, raised another, there's nothing I could do to make it not 3 coplanar points with line of sight. There's nothing I could do to take it out of 180 because it's line of sight. It doesn't care about the
that's
line
only
underneath.
because when you did your measurements, in the air. Oh, how did you get the angles?
I tied a string. I
How'd you
tied
get
3
the
strings. I tied a string, 3 strings.
Right. And how did you
just
measure the angle?
It was obvious, bro. It was right over the spherical excess one. It represented about 4,000 miles. And the one, the one I drew with the spherical excess, didn't line up even close, bro. It was just a regular triangle.
What about
you can't take 3 coplanar points and get anything other than 180? Would you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Anywhere in the universe. Tell me one place in the universe.
They're not
3 coplanar
coplanar. That's the question. The whole argument is, are they coplanar?
Show me 3 points in the universe that aren't coplanar.
Measurements from the surface of the Earth using the reference of vertical or plumb.
But you're not making
not
making a measurement to the point. That's the whole crux of it. It has to be to that point. If it's not to that point, then it's not accurate.
It is accurate but it is accurate having to understand the measurement. The measurement is from plumb to the distant object.
Line of sight.
Anyway,
it is line of sight. Yeah, you can turn the scope upside down and it'll still be line of sight. It's line of sight. Yes.
You could take the 3 points and put them anywhere in the universe as long as they have line of sight, which the string line represented. Now, if you put them on the surface of a globe, they wouldn't have line of sight. Then they have line of sight.
Why don't they?
Hold on, you've automatically made the orientation change, and then you've changed the line of sight, you've changed the direction, but they don't. But you can't do that with line of sight. As soon as you have line of sight, the string don't care about what you're claiming the ground's doing in your orientation. It's going to take a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points above that globe is 180, bro. On the globe,
if you could take all 3 of those and put them on the same plane, all 3 of your transits and put them on the same plane, they would give you 180. They are giving you greater than 180.
Oh, they're not. They're only giving you one angle, bro.
So is this
they're giving you more than 180. It is.
They're only giving you one angle.
They give you 2 angles from each station. Okay, one angle. Yes. You're right. I'm sorry. There's 2 lines, 1 angle.
So then you can start adding them together and bypass inducing the orientation change. But with line of sight, it still doesn't matter, bro. I could lean completely sideways at my station, and you don't see in a curve, bro. I mean, you don't, not in that fashion. Like the string line didn't care what the globe was doing underneath. It's a coplanar point. Shape underneath doesn't matter. Now, if you do it on the globe, yeah, but you don't have line of sight
coplanar. Your scopes are not coplanar.
No, 3 points, 3 lines of sight.
Lines of sight can be taken from any angle. I can take a line of sight sideways. I can take it vertically. I can take it at 45 degrees. They are all line of sight. I can take my camera, spin it all the way around, do a 360 with it horizontally, and it will vertically, I guess. Well, whatever, you know what I mean. Twist it around to the right.
Right. So you can tilt it any way you want, turn it. It's
and that's still got a line of sight everywhere.
You'll always have 3 coplanar points.
Now, this goes back to what I was saying about go into a warehouse and take all of your transits and tip them off of the same plane. You still will have line of sight. You still can look at the lens of each transit across the 1,000-foot warehouse. But their angles will be greater than 180.
Yeah, especially even if I don't tilt them, but I just say that they are tilted.
Right, but in this case, you're doing to the best of our ability.
Hold on. I don't have to tilt it. I can just say that it's tilted. We already know there's a spear. We know that they're tilted. And then I can calculate the spherical excess. But wait, I can't get past this point. I need you to understand that that no matter what I do, no matter the elevation, one could be Polaris, one could be the Statue of Liberty, and one could be fucking the inside the Earth. The 3 points. If there's line of sight, they've got to be coplanar. If line of sight. Now on the surface of a sphere, you have no line of sight.
Why don't you have a line of sight?
Because
I can see them all. I see all 3 of them.
The Earth is in the way.
It's not. For all these measurements, they did line of sight.
I said on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but why are you doing that?
Above that, you've just created 3 coplanar points. Ask Jesse, bro.
They are not. They can be coplanar.
They can't.
In fact,
not
they
be,
are.
bro.
They are depending on how you measure them. But the point is that when we take our devices and to the best of our ability, we level them, we plumb them up, we true them up. At each location, we do the best job we can of getting that fucking thing as flat and level as we can get it, right? And then once we do that, we take measurements. Those measurements, nobody goes and messes with plumb with them. They go to absolute plumb as best they can do. Now they start taking measurements, and these measurements are greater than 180, especially in the really long measurements.
They can't be, bro. They can't be line of sight and greater than 180. I don't know what you don't get about this, bro.
They can be
listen,
because it's the type of measurement you're doing.
If you're up above the ground, it doesn't matter what way you're tilted. The line of sight, the straight line of sight is going to take the shortest path between the 2 points. It don't care about the great circle underneath. It's going to take a shortcut straight to the other fucking station.
I absolutely agree with that.
There's no getting around it, bro. Not even on a
I
globe.
absolutely agree with that up until the point that now take your transit and tip it out of plumb. Take all 3 of your transits and tip them out of plumb.
Dude, as long as you have line of sight, what does that matter?
It matters. Take a protractor.
You're not going
and
you're not going to see it if you tip it.
Yeah, you're not going to cross those points. That's the whole point,
You do cross it. You can tip that transit any direction you want.
Honest, dude. I thought you were being honest. And I was
you call me dishonest one more time, and I'm fucking out. You tell me I'm dishonest one more time, you cunt, and I'm out.
I didn't say you were dishonest, and I'm sure you'll be out soon enough. You always do this.
Yeah. So
yeah, let's get a different conversation going. What's up, Napalm?
Hey, what's going on?
But yeah, go ahead on that.
Oh, I was just gonna wrap it up with like the antennas with the balls on the end of them, like we were talking about previously. Like if you tilt out of orientation to where you're measuring directly between the objects, right? So if you're measuring from one person's eyeballs to the other person's ball at the end of their antenna, that's not making a measurement to the location you're talking about. It's making a measurement to a fictitious location. And if you're taking measurements to one real location and a fictitious location 3 different times and you try to combine them, it doesn't surprise me that you may get something that people would refer to as excess. And that's all I wanted to say. But yeah, how's it going, Gio?
Bro, they start going ape shit when they realize that they lost their globe proof. Like, if you tilt the auto level, you're not looking at the other auto level anymore. So to give excess, I'd have to point my auto level a little bit to the left of it, and it'd have to curve back to the auto level. That's not line of sight, dude. I just challenged something simple. Just show me 3 coplanar points with a line of sight to each other, and show me one not coplanar. That's the definition of coplanar, and the straight line between the points represent the line of sight. So I agreed that on the surface of a globe, you're not going to have line of sight. You can invoke orientation change. You do whatever you want, even above the globe. But if you're just measuring the angles, they're in free space. They don't care about what's underneath. They're always going to measure 180. They're going to take the shortest path. They're not going to curve around and they're not going to take your great circle route if they're above your globe. They're going to take the shortest path and it's obviously 180 three coplanar points. And as soon as they realize that they lose their globe proof, they freak out. Sir, I'm sorry if I kind of backhanded in dishonesty, man. But dude, it's double speak. Maybe I'll call it something else. I didn't mean like a direct insult. But you didn't have to freak out, bro.
I think Moyak left the VC earlier, but he was typing in chat. But yeah, I think he's not here to respond. But yeah, dude, anytime if you start, the thing is, Brian, anytime you start attacking the person, they're gonna react. So I mean, I don't know whether you're doing it on purpose or whether
he just admitted. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You can't control yourself to do that, but once you go personal with it, it's gonna erupt. That's how it's gonna, and it's not gonna
let me at least.
It's not gonna be productive, and then it's like ends up killing the convo or just making it, not able to be moved forward.
I didn't mean to, man, but let me at least defend myself. And the way you put it, yeah, I sound like I'm wrong, but I'm not trying to, and I'll try and pay attention to that. But let me say this: earlier, when I first joined, he admitted that it's inductive, that they're assuming the orientation change. That he admitted they can't measure it; it's too minute. Okay, he admitted that. He agreed that it's inductive, and then all of a sudden, he just changes his whole tune. Like when he realizes that that makes the math induced, that makes the orientation change induced, not measured, and he changed his whole story, dude. So I'm like trying to pin him down, like, dude, bro, I was just giving you kudos and props on being honest. I went into detail describing how Kosho and them didn't understand that the orientation change is induced, which gives us the mathematical spherical excess, and he just agreed with all that shit, dude. So it freaked me out. I don't know, but I'll try and chill out. I didn't say you're a liar or nothing like that. So I'm gaining progress slowly but surely, Gio, with the right oversight. I can be a gentleman. APOC, what?
Yeah, man. The thing is, I didn't even hear exactly what happened. I was kind of doing something else and only partially listening, and so all I knew is it just erupted into you guys doing, So then I just quickly muted you both, and then gave it a second to breathe, and then
that was fair.
Because that was just he was.
It would have got worse, bro. You're right.
Well, I wish we could have progressed through it. I mean,
but he did church it up a little bit. Like, dude, I didn't mean to upset him. Obviously, I did, but I didn't call him a liar. Like that was church. That was a little emotional. But maybe I owed him an apology, which I'm not above, But let me ask APOC. Wasn't he saying that they can't measure the plumb bob leaning or everything? Didn't he? Am I missing something? Didn't he agree that it's inductive? That they're going off the plumb bobs, the fact that their orientations are different, and that we can't measure that. Did he? Am I missing something? Then he's talking about bending the plumb bob backwards or the auto level, and you're not looking at the freaking at the station anymore. Like, that's a weird one, but maybe I'm missing something.
I think that's you're talking about napalm.
I meant napalm, yeah. God, dude, I went through the trouble of tying string lines on a globe, bro. I literally couldn't believe I had to do that for grown men to picture line of sight and three coplanar points. Like, you can't change the shortest distance between the two. There's no getting around it. If it's line of sight, it's three coplanar points. Jesse Kozlowski would not argue that. Larry GPS would not argue that. Rumpus usually won't argue that. Zanuck most of the time won't argue that. Line of sight, it's 180. So somewhere they have to change something, Gio, and that's what I was trying to pin them down earlier. Like they've got to try and sneak in. Either they got to be honest, or they've got to try and be clever and sneak in the orientation change by saying azimuth or whatever. Look, but it's not measured. That's what I'm just trying to get them to to call it how they see it, and admit that if it's line of sight, it's 3 coplanar points. Even if we're fucking bent over any way you want, line of sight is going to be a straight line in any universe, on any planet. No getting around it. But I just listened to them deviate and never even get there. So they realized I wasn't going to let them sneak it in, and so they never even would get to the point. It's weird. Like, it ain't proving a flat Earth. Why the contention? They hate losing proofs. They will scratch and claw and fuss, but that ain't fair. Like, if something doesn't prove a flat Earth, then I'll drop it, bro. I'll say, yeah, okay, I was wrong. I stand corrected on that one. I did that last night. I'm not gonna scratch and claw and fucking fuss when I know that it doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove it wrong. It's not evidence
Hey, Brian.
against. Sorry, go ahead.
I know you're going on for a long time, dude. I started to cut you off. Just please stop me if you would like to continue. But I just going to ask you a question about a month ago or so, when I think his Austin Witchett, he came in here and he had what he called a globe, the death blow to the globe, and it was about the rotation of the core, and we spent hours and hours talking about it. And I recall you specifically had a rant just like the one you're having now, a very, very closely identical rant where you're going on and on and on and on and on about how we don't understand this and this and this, and nobody on the globe side was talking. And then about 20 minutes later, we were able to convince Witchett that he had been wrong the whole time. And I was wondering if you think something very similar is going to happen right now when you realize that, even though
you're talking about the conversation about
coming out swinging.
You're talking about the conversation about the globe, or the core spinning, but not spinning opposite to stationary. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, dude, if you're wrong, you're wrong, bro. And nobody. So can we at least start off with line of sight is 180 in any reality? Can we at least agree to that?
I think that for the sake of this conversation and like the conversation about the subject, I think it's important for all of us to really identify what we mean when we're talking about any angles involved. Because when you say line of sight, what I'm picturing in my head is the angular separation, just like I said earlier. Like, basically the measurement you get with a sextant, right? Or if you had two, I don't know what other tool would you use to measure an angle like that? I guess a sextant would be the best one. But
how about a laser
separation.
beam? How about a laser beam, string, line of sight, anything that's straight and doesn't curve in any direction at all? So when I say line of sight, and please don't get technical and talk about I'm talking about line of sight. I mean a unbending, no matter where we're at, if we can see it, it's an unyielding straight path from my eyes, which could be represented by a laser, a string, you name it.
None of those things.
Far fuck, dude.
GPS maybe. Lasers and strings aren't straight, you know that.
I was thinking of an idea earlier. Was wondering if there was any. Just was thinking about it in my head. But what about? Is there some way to use a material that could connect plumb lines at altitude, stretch that material between such plumb lines, and then pull the material down and measure it?
Gio, they represent their whole model in celestial navigation with these damn straight lines that they're seeing, bro. I'm not gonna let him squirm out of the fact that our line of sight represents a straight line and the light might curve, but our line of sight in their world is pure and it represents straight.
My AirPod died, but yeah, Brian, you're right about the celestial navigation, but you understand that we only use stars above a certain elevation for a reason, right?
I asked you not to get technical and add in refraction. I'm just making a point here. I'm trying to find common ground, And can we agree that line of sight represents a straight line, bar refraction?
Oh yeah, sure. If you ignore the things that if you ignore the things that make that incorrect, then I agree.
No matter how you tilt me, though, you could tilt me and raise me, still a straight line, though, right?
Sure. If you ignore the things that make that statement invalid, then absolutely.
Not curving around a ball, right? I'm above the ball. Not so my line of sight ain't curving around the ball, bar refraction, right?
If you ignore the things that you need to, yeah.
So you could tilt me, you could back me up, tilt me forward, just twist me to the right, twist me to the left. My line of sight.
Thank you.
It's going to represent a straight line.
Tip me over and pour me out.
Just trying to get basic common ground, you know, and he won't give it.
Brian, I need to be honest. I've disagreed with you, Brian. I'm not agreeing with you. I don't know if you can hear what I'm saying to you, but I don't agree with what you're saying. I said if you ignore the things that make that statement invalid, then yes, I agree with you. But you have to ignore the things that make it invalid, which are real things. So,
okay, so
I don't know what to tell you.
No straight line of sight then. Okay, I'm with you. So I'm gonna Kosho, remember this. What is it? April 22nd, 2022. We don't see in straight lines. Okay, bar refraction even with light bending, you know, but our line of sight is not straight.
Oh, I said that. I said if you ignore the things that make that statement wrong, it's like refraction, for example, ignore anything that it takes that makes that statement wrong, and then yes, it's correct. But then what's the value in that statement?
Oh, you're
then?
just disagreeing. You're not even letting me start from the beginning, much less conduct or conform any kind of argument, bro. I got nothing else to say to you, bro. You're doing this on purpose, bro. Or it seems to me that you are, man. I don't know why, dude. Bro, you're tripping, man. Like, can we find any freaking common ground, even with the damn line of sight being straight? Bar refraction.
Why don't we just like I said, a sextant will give you, you know, an angle separation. So if that's what you mean by line of sight, then that works for me.
So the ground underneath doesn't matter, right? With the line of sight, can we agree to that? Our line of sight is not going to bend around a globe. If I can see the target, then the ground underneath doesn't matter.
Well, because they're using plumb line differences in altitude.
But they're measuring line of sight triangles or angles. They're not measuring triangles. They're putting them. They're adding them together.
Incorrect. Incorrect. We're measuring the angles along the surface, otherwise known as the azimuths, and we do this by ignoring the vertical component of the angle. So knowing that, that's what we're measuring. So yes, we are. The ground is important because we're using our angles along the ground.
So you're assuming plumb bobs are deviating, bro. That's all I'm asking for is that little bit of honesty, Kosho.
No, nope. Not assuming that.
Now,
this measurement.
Now he's going by the ground.
I told you before, dude. This measurement doesn't require that you make a determination of whether it's they're deviated or not. It gives you the measurement in either case.
What are you measuring, though? Are you measuring for like a transit between 2 points?
You're just measuring the horizontal component of the angle between them.
Right. So if two plumb bobs are like if you have three plumb bobs are all coming up out of a sphere, and then you're going to shoot the azimuth to a different altitude on two other plumb lines, then on a globe, the ones that are higher up in altitude will be a larger azimuth angle versus the ones on the ground or closer to the ground.
Right. That's the contention. Are the plumb bobs deviating? Is the ground changing angle? You know, that's what's in contention. That's what I feel like we're arguing here, and they just assume it and won't even admit they're assuming it. He just takes the line of sight and takes it right down to the surface with a changed angle, and won't say that he's talking about the surface with a damn changed angle. Like, what am I missing here, man?
A lot of things, man, including what things I've said, because that wasn't a good recap. But regardless, what Gio said just now is correct in extreme cases. Like, you're right, Gio. If you're vertical, if you're at a different elevation than the other person at an extreme with an extreme distance, that would need to be taken into account. And in some circumstances in that 39th parallel, it kind of is, but they don't really make measurements like that. Like not between any 2 points that are actually observing each other. They don't. There's not one that's extremely higher. But yeah, it's true that if it was kind of extreme, then it actually would represent a difference. Yeah, because eventually, that person in the distance from you, even though they're only changing their vertical, that line is that line is gonna actually be a different angle if they're change it by a lot.
So without taking it down to the ground, though, can we agree that the line of sight represents a straight line, shortest distance between the 2 points, not curving around the ball? As long as we're above the ball, line of sight. Can we agree to that?
Line of sight, yeah. If you were to take the thing you're looking at and construct a perfectly straight line between you and that thing, of course, by definition in geometry, that's the shortest distance between those 2 points because it's a straight line between them.
Okay. Now I could tilt it, bend it backwards, all that. Still, if I'm looking at that other point, still represents a straight line, in a perfect world.
Tilt what?
Anything. I could tilt the laser that was standing straight up, as long as I'm above the globe. So I'm asking you to forget about the globe. We're above it.
Yeah,
and we're just talking about the laser, and we're assuming no refraction.
I don't understand. If you tilt it, how are you still looking at the same thing that it was looking at before?
Well, I could tilt it sideways and still keep my eyes or my laser beam pointed at the damn thing. Maybe a little pivot, whatever it takes. But if I leaned it back, I'd have to tilt it down. But there's nothing I could do.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, so lean it back then. Okay, I see what you're saying.
There's nothing at all I could do to change the fact that the line of sight is straight in the ground. Before we talk about the ground, because I think the ground's what's in contention, and the fact that
any line you create between any 2 points are going to be the shortest distance. Yeah.
So when I took the globe and I put the toothpicks on there, and I tied 3 angles, one from one station, representing that straight line of sight we just discussed. Now on the ground, I drew the triangle on the globe, and it automatically changed my orientation. It did give me spherical excess. But above the globe, the string lines that I tied didn't care about what was underneath. It just took the straightest path, the line of sight, and it measured 180. I tried raising one end. I raised one end and dropped one end. I tried raising the other and dropping it. I tilted them back, forward, sideways. No matter what I did, that line of sight was 180. That's all you'll ever measure. That your empirical measurement's always going to give you 180.
Well, you mean when you say the line of sight, you mean is the wrong angles, the wrong measurement. Doesn't matter that they're line of sight, but you're taking the wrong angular measurement when you did that. That's the problem.
Says you. That's what's in contention.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
I'm saying the empirical angle that I measure with the straight lines, the line of sight don't care about what's underneath. It could be a flat Earth. It could be a flat Earth with the exactly a patch of land that matches Earth curve, but still water's level. Okay, it could be a pyramid Earth, and we're cutting over the top of it.
It could be a wiener. I know it could be a lot of things. But
so you get it. So you agree that any empirical line of sight angles will always measure up to 180.
Yes, Brian. But had to pipe up for that.
Brian, do you remember when you agreed with me earlier when we spent a long time pulling teeth and calling each other bitches? Although I never called you one.
I didn't call you a bitch either. I said a bitch.
It's fine.
I said you're screaming at me.
Brian, I know it's fine. It's fine. That's fine.
You're dwelling, man. You're dwelling, man.
I know. I'm not upset about it. But I'm saying, but we did agree with each other through all that. We agreed what an azimuthal angle was, and that it was the horizontal component. We agreed on that, and so we understand what the measurement that they're looking for, and it's not the measurement you described.
But I was trying to get you to reword it so the audience could understand. When you discussed that, you're talking about the different orientations, right, of the plumb bob when you induce that horizontal azimuth. Okay, I'm trying to get you to reword it so other people could understand what you're doing. And so
I know, but
you might even understand what you're doing is automatically invoking.
Yeah, but Brian,
and that's why I asked you what the actual measurement of the angle had to be, 180.
Let's find I have another agreement that I'd like to achieve with you. This agreement is you're right, Brian, but you're also wrong because no one's doing that as a trick or a sly or something like that. What's happening is that measurement will work in both cases. If it's a flat plane and you do this same measurement that I described, it's not changing your orientation or depending on a different orientation. It'll give you the same result that you would get if you were on a flat plane. Like if you're on a flat plane and you do the horizontal component, it'll give you the same result if you just took the angular displacement between them. It actually would be the same thing. So doing that is not a trick that will, bring out a globe when there isn't one. It will only bring out a sphere if it is a sphere. Like that same the horizontal component of the angle will only give you 180 degrees if it's a flat plane. So, it's not. I don't understand why that's a problem. The whole point of doing that is because it makes a difference in one case or the other. So it's you're making a distinction between the two models, which is why it's useful. I'm trying to make this thing in Blender, but it's so time consuming, and I'm doing this other stuff too. But I'm trying to get this point across visually, so it can be grasped clearly. But like this, taking the horizontal component of the angles, yeah, okay. Hold on.
Arma, you there?
Yes, I am.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm YouTube right now. I'm watching YouTube. That's what that's what I'm doing right now. I'm watching YouTube because
What are you watching?
I don't know, just like news and shit. Not like news, but like like internet news. Like there's the whole like Justin Roiland situation with Rick and Morty, whatever. So I'm just catching up on that. Just random shit on my on the front page.
That's news to you, man?
Well, I mean, because there's like recent news on it, but I mean, whatever. I mean,
I feel you. You know, it's weird. You'll get like this one day. I remember whenever I would hear older people say this, but they're like, "Oh man, dude, the younger people, blah blah blah." But it's like you start to feel old when you're out of touch, man. I don't even watch the news anymore, let alone the news about Rick and Morty.
well, I mean, it's not like news. It's just like you have like those like YouTube channels that like report like events or whatever, like this and that. Yeah, it's like that whole shit. But yeah, I don't really watch news either. Unless like I don't know, it's like a really really huge thing that I might just like watch one thing. I'm like, okay, there you go, I'm caught up. Some shit like that.
Let me give you an inside baseball secret. Okay, you use Google Chrome?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, man. I used it for the longest time. I hated it when I would open up a file and Edge would pull up or Mozilla Firefox for some reason. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with my computer? I thought I had it set up for Chrome, but that's all changed.
Really?
Yeah, really. I use Bing now, and I use Microsoft Edge, and I know it sounds retarded, but it's not.
Yeah, that does. That's kind of the definition of the word retarded, like going back into like worse technology, but also run by the same cabal of people.
Well, I mean, when I'm using a browser for important stuff, I don't use either of those. But for my main shit, for the basic shit. But regardless, I'll tell you why, dude.
I think they have a back into all of our computers, anyways, through Windows or Mac iOS. They have a complete tap into every computer. So
yeah, maybe, but I want to hear this from Kosher. Like, what is the secret though? Because like he's kind of hyping this up. Okay,
it's not a secret. Yeah, I people get really annoyed. That's how I give information. I hype it up, and I don't get to the point, and people get mad at that. But regardless, I'll get to the point now, and that's
that's my clock sound.
Well, dude, what's the kicker? Yeah, come on, dude. Like, what's the deal? What are you telling us about this? Okay, so you don't use Google stuff, and now you use Bing, and that's it. That's the secret.
Oh shit! Oh, I was pressing the wrong button again. I always do that shit. No, because I have my Alt button and my Control button, and I pressed my Alt button by mistake. But anyways, yeah. So, Chat GPT, GPT-4, which just came out, and Lambda model, a few other models.
Yeah, Lambda model. Yeah. Kosho?
No, sorry. So no, I'm really sorry about that. I'm not at home, so it's difficult. But
you're roboting, Kosho, and I don't mean roboting from your connection. I mean you're literally turning into a robot. You're like gone, and then you come back. What is the secret?
I know. I'm making you guys. I know. I'm not. I promise you. I promise to God, I'm not doing this on purpose.
No, there's no fucking secret. You were just trying to.
No.
No, you were hoping
there's
someone would cut you off.
No, he was doing that earlier. He was doing that to me earlier, and I was trying to tell him get to the point because he was just giving me blank air, and then he's like.
I know, dude. Okay.
You're hitting the buttons when you don't want me to talk. All right.
Full disclosure, dude. I'm not at home and stuff, so it's like there's background stuff. That's why you thought I was at a concert the other night, but it was just the TV playing. Okay, so that's not important. What is important is this: all those models, large language models. Okay, and Microsoft has one. Although I thought they maybe used ChatGPT. It doesn't matter. If you use Bing and use Microsoft Edge now, what you're gonna have is when you use Bing and you search, it will search but it will utilize this large language model. And when you watch a YouTube video, for example, you can watch a YouTube video about Rick and Morty, and while you're watching it, you can pull up not just a side chat for the video, but a side chat with the AI, and you can talk to it and ask it questions, and it will be in tune with what you're watching. So you can say, "Hey, who is that person?" Just say, "Who is that person?" You don't have to be specific, and it will fucking start telling you shit, answering questions, and being like yeah. So it's like, and that's for any website. Like you're reading something, you read something, you can just like highlight it and say, "Hey, man, what has this ever happened somewhere else?" or blah blah blah, whatever, and it will fucking give you the not just Google search answers, but like it's like a large language model answer. You know what I mean, like Chat GPT type answer.
Holy shit! Wow. Okay, they're really They're really, like, because Google was always like the big thing, whatever. But like Bing is really putting in the work now. Holy shit.
Well, I'm done with Google for now. I mean, I still have 1,000 Google accounts, so I'll probably still use those. But
So wait, where do you do this on Bing? What do you refer? Right on their search engine?
Yeah, well, so what you have to do is you have to have Edge installed, and you'll have to look for something because it'll be advertised on the website, but you'll want to come across a thing that says sign up for our waiting list or whatever. Sign up for our waiting list to use what's it called? You'll recognize it because it'll be like AI, all this type of stuff. But there's no waiting list. Like I signed up for it, and I was AI chat. It's whatever it's called. And
no, it's
it'll say sign up for the waiting list, but I did that and I immediately got it. Like there was no wait at all.
Are you talking about OpenAI?
Well, they might be working. Like I said, it might be Chat GPT's OpenAI. It might be working with them, but it's specifically at being on Edge.
Yeah,
so you
these are all
gotta
the
use
same,
Edge.
in a way. Yeah, these are all. I mean, the Chat GPT, all these different ones, they're all run by the same people. They're just slightly different versions of them. They're the same kind of tech. I mean, the Bing search engine, or I mean, the Edge browser is definitely not as well designed as Chrome. Not even close in terms of its functioning.
And that's what I said. I thought so too.
But Bing is owned by Microsoft, so yeah, obviously they're going to have these AI things.
Well, no, but like I said, there's large language models that Google has as well, and I wasn't sure if Microsoft has their own or if they're just using OpenAI's models. But regardless, that's another thing is I don't want to get into that just yet. But those large language models
is a lot slower is one of the big things. It's a lot slower at loading.
I've been having a lot of trouble on Google lately, and I've just been pissed off. And so when I did this the other night, it changed a lot of things. My computer's fast for a lot of stuff. It's just it's all the stuff that I thought was wrong. I was wrong. Okay, so like I said, I hated Edge before. Now I have no problem jumping right to it. And you'll see it's useful, especially people like us who are in these types of conversations. Sort of thinking man arguments. It's just like you're always like researching stuff, and you have like all this different tabs open for this and that. But it makes it a lot more. It makes it a lot easier whenever you have this AI. That you don't have to go and open up this other shit and Google search other shit. You can ask it questions in the same conversation of the thing you're already reading. So it's just
I'm personally not into any of these AIs, so I won't be utilizing it or interacting or interfacing with any of those myself. So would that mean it's not useful for me then?
I suppose so, but don't change. You might change your mind one day.
No, man, I don't see any need for those.
That's fine. I really understand. Do you have reservations against it? Like you're worried about like something that it's going to do or something, or what is it? Like what? I don't. Is there like a reason? You just don't like robots?
Well, there's a lot of directions that could go. I mean, if you're talking about where it could be, where that whole agenda is going, that's one thing. But if you're then talking about my personal thoughts on it, that's a little bit of a separate topic. But yeah, because you kind of asked us both. But I mean, for my own, just in a general sense, I'm interested in human consciousness and higher consciousness and the potential within humans. and what we can accomplish and so on. Whereas those technologies that are using like those languages are basically using like, yeah, it's not artificial intelligence in terms of it being sentient, but it is like an organization of information that has a particular organization. That rhymed too much, but it's like a particular organization of information is what I'm trying to say. And it's structured within a particular agenda and a particular like world, if you will, or even like a metaverse kind of concept. So like if you're tapped into it and using it all the time and interacting with it, then I could see that actually detracting from one's actual like soul, one's humanness, like who we actually are, and our abilities, our mind's ability, and our potential with synergy with others, to be replaced by that, which is already what they're doing with the agenda as well. I mean, people have like AI girlfriends now and stuff. Like it's going down a road. So I just not a fan of that whole kind of degradation of the humans right now.
I just want to make sure I'm not going crazy. You guys hear that? There's a noise in the background.
In my thing?
Music, and it's coming from my headphones, so it could just be me.
No, it's just you, man.
I gotta figure it out. It's very strange, and I don't know what to do about it. But hold on. Yeah, I feel you though.
I mean, they can be sources of information though, but I guess I'm just more into like things like the real, not the like surreal internet languages that are being used.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question.
Nefarious information censoring and information presentation that is not of it's not of like a fair, decentralized type of platform. Because I mean, it's not like I'm against information that's digital. I mean, I think I'm actually very supportive of things where we could have information that could actually be organized in a way that is not corrupt and that doesn't try to just like feast off of human souls, but instead actually helps to accelerate us and help to historically document information in a good way. So that's what I would be interested in replacement for AI. So instead of like the current AI direction, using some of these advancements, but in a way that doesn't have that kind of corrupt agenda behind it and that dehumanizing quality, and would actually have like a human strengthening quality that will propel us forward with a new technology, a new technologies into the new paradigm that I think we're actually headed into, not this current kind of global AI one, even though it's all kind of interplaying out right now and intermixing.
Yeah, but okay, so
like some of these language models will be integrated into blockchains that will actually have integrity and will not have the corruption. So that's what I'm saying. Like there's inventions happening right now, but they're just the technologies are being used for different purposes. Yeah, sorry. That was long.
It's fine. But by the way, you don't want to hear something, side note, really freaky? That was weird music and weird noises happening, and I found out what it was, dude. All I did was I turned off the Microsoft Edge sound to my headphones, and the noise went away. So I had no idea what the fuck that was. It was coming from Microsoft Edge somehow.
Oh, that's funny.
Hold on.
We were just talking about that, but yeah. But in terms of the Bing search engine, though, yeah, it's pretty much the same as Google. Even looks the same. It's pretty obvious, the same thing.
Sorry, my friend's phone was ringing.
But it's like if you give away your own soul's like ability to like ask questions and to search yourself for things, that's where I see there. Not you personally. I'm just saying in general, people can get where like now you're just asking someone another thing like a search engine for your basically, but like a different version that kind of tries to act like a friend or whatever, the way ChatGPT does. At some point, it can lead to people just being completely disconnected from themselves and from their own intelligence and their own knowledge capacities and their own creativity, and just like handing it all over to this like digital language model.
Yeah, but okay, so I have
See,
to
then they
adjust a
can
lot of
only
stuff.
serve people the info that they want, that they want to serve you. See, that's like the next. This is like the next level of indoctrination. Is to the point to where like the only information you can get is through those networks. You can't.
I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna have a portfolio. I need a portfolio in order to respond to you, dude, because I'm trying to remember everything you're saying. I don't even know if I responded to this one, but you said a lot of stuff. But I'm gonna cram it all into one idea, and that's the idea that it's like a personal experience, of the world, I guess, like through a human experience versus what seems like, I guess, a sort of a controlled experience that's coming from some some authority or big company or whatever.
Yeah. Controlled
Directing us.
rollout or like
Yeah.
a information indoctrination rollout thing. Yeah.
Well, you know why OpenAI? You know why it's called OpenAI? Was because that was his idea, or Musk specifically was talking about. He was worried about AI and the capabilities and stuff, and he thought a solution would be to make it open, for people to get their hands on, and it not be in the hands of some concentrated few. So I thought somebody. Anyways, yeah. So that's one of the things I was going to bring up was, Sorry, there's a lot of commotion. Right. I'll say so. The OpenAI, ChatGPT, GPT-4 that just came out, but something also big happened this week too, and Stanford had come up with this technique. It's really ingenious, and they basically used the Llama model, which is like Meta, like Facebook's large language model, and GPT 3 and 4. Basically, what they did was they used ChatGPT to conjure up the data that was going to be fed to the other large language model, the Llama one. So basically, instead of having to, get the internet, get all the data from the internet and train it on all this like extensive data, they constructed it using another large language model. So basically, they're using these large language models in recursion with each other. What was that? Anyways, in recursion with each other, and what that results in is that you can now develop one in like minutes at your own house. So you don't have to rely on their large language models. You can establish one that basically competes with ChatGPT, tonight, and you can individualize it to your purposes and your needs, and it won't be restricted in any way or tailored in any way other than whatever you use for it. So that's what I'm most excited about. I'm working on one right now. But I mean that takes the whole thing away from this big company, and you now have this tool that you can utilize in whatever way you desire. I don't know if that clears it up, or that takes away the issue that you're talking about, but
It sounds like those ads they have for the AI girlfriends.
oh my god,
where they're like, ask me anything.
ever use one of those?
No, I was just, dude, sometimes like, I think it was on Facebook. I usually don't click on those. Well, first of all, dude, I used to look at the Facebook. I don't even use it at all. Like I don't even like post anything on it, but I have like the, just friends on there. And then I usually will just glance through the, bulletin board or news or whatever. Or what's it called? The stream, I get whatever, the main kind of
the feed.
stream.
Yeah.
The feed. Yeah. Anyways, but I mean, there's still things for my friends, but I don't, there's like so many ads now and just crazy random stuff. Anyways, but they have those shorts on there. And I think I was watching on there a couple of those shorts, but they have all kinds of commercials and they're weird. They're all like targeted. Like Facebook just went totally wonky. But Anyways,
Yeah.
but that's where I saw it on there. I think this one, it was called like Replica, and it was like it's like you can have a girlfriend or whatever that's like an AI, and it was like, oh yeah, make her look any way you want, and like have her ask you questions or whatever. It's just so bizarre, dude. Like that the world's come to this point where they're literally trying to get people to have a digital girlfriend.
Well, I don't know if they're okay. So that's my point of view. I don't know if they're necessarily desiring that people have those types of relationships. I think that, first of all, I know
They're
of
trying to
people who
actually
created.
erase relationships from humans. I think ultimately would be the trend.
Well,
and then just reproduce children in labs, and then just have everybody totally controlled, and that's what they want to do. So that's the thing, dude. These people you like defending with the globe, like, dude, if you even knew what they really want to do, you would be disgusted beyond belief. I mean, I know that you believe the globe or whatever, but the fact that you're actually defending their lie is, anyways, it's kind of a separate topic. But dude, they're insane.
That is extremely. It's a separate topic completely because of the fact that.
I mean, they did the
there's some
world
things-
war. Just think about what they want to do, and they're still in power. They're even more in power.
Yeah, but they didn't make Replica. So
Well, but there. I mean, okay. Well, who did? But I mean, it seems like it's like an ad on Facebook as well. So I mean, it definitely seems like in that whole world. Now,
I'll tell you
whether they themselves made it, but I would have to look into which one that is. But it seems like they're promoting it.
Okay, so I had an idea a few years ago where because Google has a lot of your data. They have a character they can create of you basically based on all your internet activity, and this is true in the future too. This will be available. Like you can search probably all of your internet traffic that you've ever done or anybody's ever done. Regardless, that footprint. I had this idea in the past that you could use something like that for like if like your parent dies or your grandparent or something. You could create a digital, AI of that person that will basically communicate the way they did about the things they did, sound like them, and it'll just be like a living, not a living. It'd be like a memory of them, basically, like some kind of like
Oh man, that seems super cringe.
Well, maybe to you, but
That's
the
like
person who.
freaky. So what you could make
person
like
who-
you could have a little hologram picture frame, and then the person shows up. Oh my god, that is so creepy. And
Yeah, like you bring a girl home and your mom's like you have a picture of your mom there. Well, my mom's still living. Thing, but your grandmother, whoever it is, and she's like there, and she's like oh wow, look at you, you have a new girlfriend, blah blah blah. And she's actually just like your grandma would, and people who are very sentimental and they miss their grandparents. That is valuable to them. And the reason I bring that up is because the person who made Replica had the same idea. And actually, they did that because one of the like they were business partner. I think she's like a Scandinavian chick, but the business partner, maybe boyfriend or something, he passed away, and she did exactly that. She made a model, AI model based on this person, and it would also learn based on the interactions that you have with it, and then she basically turned that into a general version of that, which Replica. Anyways, say what? Godric?
What's up, Cocho?
What's up, Rick?
Yo, what's up, Godric?
Hey, Gio, what's going on?
I always love when you join the conversation, man, because just brings color. Oh, there's a lot of color in this conversation already. We're talking about robots, AI, having sex with pretend girlfriends.
Were you like the teacher's pet, Cocho? Like give her like an apple and shit, and then she'd give you better grades?
I never needed to do that. I got bad grades on purpose when I did get bad grades, but I rarely got bad grades.
You got bad grades on purpose to do it for attention, so the teacher like get your more attention.
Well, no, I was in the 6th grade, and I was in the 7th grade. That was the last time I was in school. But my friends, like I was in a portable, like the portables outside. There was 2 connecting them, and I was like in this dumb, stupid like math class where they do like boring math, and the class next to me was like the cool math class, like where they're all kind of slow, but they're also like get to do whatever they want. You always hear them like making noise and playing games. All my friends were in there, and so if you fail the math class I was in, if you fail it 2 6 weeks in a row, then you have to go to the regular math class. And so I did that on purpose. It was really stupid of me, but I didn't like. I wanted to hang out with my friends. Like they were always like playing games, and you could hear them like laughing and making noise. We were always like quiet and boring.
Coach, what school grade did you have your teacher's crush?
I had a crush on a teacher in every grade.
Were they at least hot looking, or like we're talking nun? What kind of school do you go to? Nuns? We're talking about like sisters or like laymen?
Yeah, sisters. They're all black nuns. That's right. They're sisters, and no, I don't know. What are you talking about? Dude? Regular schools, attractive teachers, I guess.
I bet you started early, Coach.
With girls or with what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I was the first time I got intimate. I made out. I was probably 3 years old. It was this girl named Sapphire. And I remember it vividly.
You were 3 years old.
Yeah. I don't remember why we decided to do it. It was just like fucking. It was very adult what we were doing.
I think that one experience may have warped, Coach.
I don't think so. You know what did is Sailor Moon. I used to watch Sailor Moon when I was a kid.
Dude, here's a kind of a question I've just thought about. Do you feel like you were you? Okay, let me see if I can describe this. When you were a child, do you feel like the you that is you now was that child? Or do you feel any like separation from who you were, what you were then? That's just a general open question. It's kind of interesting.
Well, no, but it's profound because it's that type of thinking that will that sets people. That's every time, dude.
The dog is really like set on interrupting you.
Yeah, so every time he stops and then I start pressing it, he barks again on purpose. Anyways, yeah. So, there's people like for me, I have ADHD, right? And there's something called time blindness, which basically translates to you being late, but also translates to you having a disconnect between your future self and your present self. So it's like the consequences for the thing that you're doing are being realized by also you in the future. Right? And I think about that sometimes because there's many people who do things in the moment that they just don't care that like tomorrow they're still going to be them and they're going to regret what they're doing now. You know what I mean? And the same thing works in retrospect. So it's like, you a year ago, or whatever, or you when you were a kid, it's such a different like personality, different. Like you weren't thinking about you right now. You know what I mean? When you did all that shit. I don't know. I took a different direction. I'm sorry, Gio. Just let's take it back in that direction.
It's a good question. I would say that that person way back, let's say like in 5th grade, that was me, like my DNA, for example. But I have changed so much and been through so much experience that it's almost like I'm a completely different person.
Yeah, it's a little tricky because I feel like I look back and I'm like, I don't know if that was me, but at the same time, I feel like it was. Like I feel like certain moments were me, and other moments weren't so much me, or just like a stupider me because you're younger and you're not as wise. So like, yeah, that is a bit weird when you look back. That is interesting.
It is.
Yeah, what year did you gain wisdom? You said you weren't wise. Like 25?
Well, I mean,
not yet.
Well, me personally, I'm not saying I'm wise. I'm just saying, like, the older you are, the wiser you are. I mean, that just goes without saying. Like, you're definitely wiser than you were when you were a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying I am wise, just wiser. But yeah, is that what you were
And
asking?
in 5 years, 5 years, you're gonna look back and obviously you're not gonna think you're wise now. So
Yeah, but it is crazy to think about.
Yeah, well, you guys all gave good responses, so those were all unique, and each one of those responses we could probably do a whole show on it. So yeah,
Here's one like,
all
did
the
one of you guys, would you take back one choice you've made in the past, like way back in school days? Would you, knowing what you know now, going back to your old body, would you make a different decision, or would you just let it happen that way you get to where you are now?
Just one.
I always say
Yeah,
no.
it's
I
like-
used to always say no, but there's definitely been things that I would.
I think we wouldn't be human if we didn't have some. That's what I mean. I think the only way you wouldn't have that is if a soul incarnated who had already completed the entire Earth realm. So it's like completely graduated, as it were, from this entire realm and has already lived many, many lifetimes here. If that person was incarnated, they would not perhaps have that because they don't have any karma. They're not making any mistakes in that sense because they've graduated or kind of completed this realm. But anyone who hasn't, which is 99.999 repeating percentage of humans, would all, I would say, have some level of would have done something differently if they could go back now with the knowledge and wisdom they have now. Because especially if you have like a repercussion for something, then that's kind of a no-brainer. Like,
Yeah.
that you just would like, oh, I just wish I hadn't done that. I wish that hadn't happened that way. Although there's still learning lessons in it. So then you can also flip it and say that we can be appreciative of those because it helped us grow and learn. So there's still like a positive, I think, spin on it of that. But at the same time, would we have done something different? Which then implies that we did something that, was maybe not the right thing and was in fact would be viewed as the wrong thing or something not as promoting, life promoting.
But I used to have a philosophy, like I said, and I was capable of doing that. Where, like I said, I would choose not to regret anything, even if something bad had happened as a consequence. And the reason was just like the way it made it easy is because I imagined, okay, what if I did do it different and some unforeseen worst case consequence happened instead? At least I'm in the state that I'm in now and not a worse one. You know what I mean? So that's always a good way of viewing it. But sometimes you do realize that you made a mistake or something that you do wish you didn't do, right? So it's hard. It's hard, but I try to the philosophy of not regretting anything that's and being appreciative of this current state of affairs.
Yeah, you mentioned that thing of time blindness. That is interesting. And yeah, people can have things like that, especially in the case of certain addictions or certain psychological patterns that people can get in. Like you mentioned that earlier, the time, having like an unawareness of time and the terms of what their future self will be and what the repercussions will be for that. And then being able to think, on their feet in the moment and so on. Yeah, in a way. And just having just that whole thing, you mentioned that.
I didn't know that until I was researching it maybe a year ago or two, because I've always known I probably had ADHD, but I didn't know really. So I saw somebody talking about it, and that's what they said. They said that the main side effects, and I never heard that before, but they said the main side effect or the main, way it shows itself is by that thing called time blindness, and it's because it's a disconnect between your thinking brain and your frontal cortex. So it's like the executive part of your brain and the part of your brain that does, complex thinking and stuff. And so it's like most people, they can see that something is going to bring this result and to avoid it. But then there's people where that there's a disconnect there and they don't, there's nothing they can do about it. Actually, that's one. They say that's the only.
Which can then be linked into trauma and other patterns as well. And Yeah, there's also like a dark component to the old jabby jabs that we get as babies, and the damage from those and the effect that those has creates these things. Unfortunately, these ADDs and ADHDs, and in addition to other things that are creating those states as well. But like certain foods, GMO foods and stuff. But
Did you hear about the? I don't want to talk about it too much, but as I say, the thing we're not supposed to talk about. Did you hear that they just? I think the president maybe signed an executive order. Whoever it passed, so it's going to happen that they're going to disclose. The intelligence agencies are going to disclose any information they have about the source of it. So it's like they have data on where it actually came from, whether it was like in China and in the lab or whatever, and so they're disclosing that. Whether it's true or not, I think it's still interesting that there's going to be some clarity about that.
Clarity, you think? Huh? Yeah, they're gonna clear it all up.
There'll be new information. Okay, the way I
there'll be a
even
new agenda, propaganda. Yeah, there will be.
Even if a liar is lying to you, it's just as valuable as
Kosho, just
information.
them saying that, bro, opens up the doors to so many different things they could pull on us, dude. Just that what you just said, just is a blank canvas of bullshit they could pull on people like you.
People like me? Is that a racist
not
term?
people
What is
like you, dude. I'm not gonna say people like you, but people that are kind of like you.
Yeah, I mean, they might even start telling people they live on a ball and they're spinning through they might even pull that off. They might try it. I heard it. That it was like Agenda 1890.
Well, I got to tell you guys something. You know that you guys have fantastical ideas too, man. We all live in somewhat of a fan. We all fantasize and have an imagination of what we really think or picture the world truly as, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, if I believe that we live in an infinite vacuum, as you say, which I don't, then so be it. I think I live in a universe and there's cool shit out there: neutron stars, strange stars, black hole stars, quasars, all this type of stuff. That's what I think. But
if it was not true, like if your future self knows that this is not true, would you come back now and tell your future self something different than you're currently living? Like if you do the time reversal thing and like remove the time blindness goggles and you could go in your future self, would you now come back and tell yourself a different something, or would you do something differently right now?
yeah, absolutely. Actually, that's a great question, dude. And I don't mean to not answer your question, hijack it.
Because I mean, you could probably help, but you especially could help us way more, than just always going against this. I think you could actually. I mean, you are still helpful in some ways as well now, but it just seems like, yeah, you could actually help things in a positive way rather than just kind of going against us and just trying to kind of put us through the cheese grater.
Yeah, well, I don't do that either. But I tell you what,
people put you through the cheese grater too. So you bring it's like I don't know. It happens around. Back to you too, probably. But
let me frame this at you, and then I have to. I got to do something real quickly. But there's a question. It's a similar question, but if you could talk to yourself from the past on the internet, like in text, what would be one way that you would confirm it was? What's one thing you would tell or ask yourself? Like that's what. Okay, so if somebody came up to you on the internet and they said, "Hey, it's Geo from the future. By the way, this is me from the future. You, Geo." Like, what the fuck? This is just some troll. But like, you would have to verify it was you from the future. So, what would be something that you would ask it to like make sure it was you? Does that make sense?
Yeah, how would you know you can confirm that it was yourself talking to you? You'd have to have a code that you use, like maybe some passcodes or some shit or something that only you know.
This is a fantastic fucking movie plot right here. That's awesome. That's great. Yeah,
That's interesting.
That'd be good, man. You're just going along your life one day and you just like meet someone Yeah, it would have the idea of it being online is interesting just because it's not physical, so you don't have to deal with like how they look and oh my god, looking into your own eyes or whatever. It could just be like in that sense, yeah, or even talking to their voice. But that's interesting. I mean, it seems like in my viewpoint, we're all the creator, so the creator could do that. Like it could create an experience where I feel like me and I'm in me, and then I talk to myself. But I don't know, man. Would that happen in this realm, or would I think that would be more something in the spirit world that would happen. This realm is pretty like the vibration here is pretty concrete to where, well, that's the whole question. I mean, could you, have like time travel? I mean, they did that in Back to the Future, right? When Marty McFly went back and he saw himself, he didn't really talk to himself, but maybe he did a little bit, but he was trying not to be seen by his other self or whatever, because it was going to break the time-space continuum.
He saw himself in the future, but he didn't see himself in the past, of course. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Sorry, you're right. In the second one, yeah, he did go back.
Oh, he did. No, he saw his one in the past too, and he went back, and then they overlapped.
Yeah, you're right.
And do you remember Biff talked to his younger self and gave his younger self the book to all the World Series of the next 20 years or whatever, and he had to talk to himself like he was an idiot because he kind of was and he knew it.
Yeah,
and it was so funny how his old self kind of went for it, even though he wasn't really on board, but he was mostly on board. But he kind of like, he's like such a simple guy, He believed that his old man was him.
Yeah, that scene was great. He was like, remember he started his car and he's like, how'd you start my car? No one could start the car but me, because it was him from the future. So remember how he knew how to start the car?
Yeah, little things like that.
Yeah, that was classic.
Hey.
But yeah, I mean, a future self and then even the past self as well. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I think of it as like just ultimately consciousness. Because when I think of myself as a child, like it is interesting to think about. Like I do feel like I was in a different ego state. That's for sure. Like a much more immature, kind of state of ego, as it were. And just immature by, just like not as kind of like nuanced and kind of like a reducer valve. If you put like a reducer valve on like a hose and it like reduces the flow, I kind of almost feel like it's that in a sense. Like my flow was like lesser. I think everyone could say that too, just because you were like younger and you just had less, like you guys were saying earlier, like wisdom or just less knowledge, less information. Think about how much more you know now than when you were 8 years old. It's unbelievable the amount more that we know now. Each one of us individually.
I learned more from being in this community, from flat earthers, basically.
Oh yeah, dude. I would say these discussions over the last many, many years have been some of the most like fertile ground for new information, progressive information, advanced information on cosmology and then other related topics as well. So I would agree, dude. It's a huge learning ground, and there's so many different topics and ancillary side topics, and it's incredible. Like when I've gone to some of those flat Earth meetups, dude, you meet people. Oh my god, everybody is like a wealth of knowledge. You can just hang out talking for hours. It's amazing.
No, yeah. There's an incentive. There's an incentive to learn.
Yeah, and in person, there's like I know some of those conferences, George, I know there's been some dramas at some of those things or whatever, but in general, like in a lot of these meetups, there's no what do you want to call it? Resistance or kind of whatever it is, denying what we're, talking about in terms of like, I'm not really a fan of that term anti-flat earther, but I mean, just that like very negative against the earth being a stationary plane and so on, people that are very like against it to the point. I'm just saying when you're at like a big meetup, it's like 30, 40, 50 people, whatever it may be. There's like There's none of those there generally. I mean, I'm not saying that no one's ever showed up and maybe tried to debate a little bit or something, but I'm just saying the ones I've been to, and for the most part, like everyone's just vibing. And there are some people that are Globers there, but even they're just vibing with us. Like they're just loving it and smiling, and like, you know, they're not there to try to like debate. They're just like interested. And when you're in person, it's different, you know, like you have to like hold yourself and actually be there. You know, you can't do all the trolling and all that shit at all. So you have to like be an actual human.
Gio, I tagged you, and Kosho, I tagged you on this in this thread. It was a TikTok I came across. Has a lot of unique constructions, like back in the Egyptian times or even before that. Take a look.
I see you posted it that's for the voice channel text. So just so you know, that one's different than the.
Is that the wrong place to tag you in something?
Yeah, I mean, I can see it there if I click on the thing, but yeah, I'm just saying that's a separate chat. That one's like kind of a chat just for the VC. That actually reminds me. Yeah, it reminds me. Well, see, I was gonna like deactivate that because no one really uses it, and people go in there and they think it's the main chat, and they're like, "Hey guys," and they're like, doing stuff in there, and I don't know how many of them know that it's a separate voice channel. Like Discord created these separate text channels. I think it's so like if you're sharing your screen or if you're doing like video share, you can also have the text screen open in like a separate text, you know, so you could have like a panel show kind of thing, and then the people in the panel could be posting in that one to where it's not just overrun by all the other posts, things like that. Anyway, so yeah, it is separate. At one point I deactivated it, but then it's kind of like, well, it is kind of cool to have. So then I turned it back on. But it reminds me that you posted there because I was thinking of putting a little sticky message in there that stays at the bottom and just explains that it's a side chat for the VC and to redirect people back to the main chat. Because yeah, sometimes people post things there. Although I do see what you posted here.
Yeah, totally up to you. Just let me know what you want me to post up.
Kosho, if you could go into the future, if you were in your future now and your future self came back now to talk to you, what would you want to ask your future self right now an answer to? Like one thing, just like there's your future self 20 years in the future. You've got 20 more years on you. You're chilling, like however old you are. How old are you now? 30 something? Or you don't have to
lottery numbers or something.
Lotto numbers.
No. So I'm eating something real quickly.
Kosho, what would you really do with $100 million, Kosho?
Get a ranch with a lot of women and babies.
Would you invite me?
I'd invite you over if you come over.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate that, man. I like those big fireplaces where you start your own fire, like light up tree trunks on fire and shit, like let it burn really high. Sit around there, drink some wine or tequila, shoot the shit.
That's all you would do with 100 million? Just buy a ranch?
That's the right idea. Get land, right? Maybe some ways to live off the land. Maybe plant some strawberries or some shit, lemon. Maybe with your own water well, access to your own water, not city water.
Have some chickens,
eggs.
Yeah, but I think also in the analogy I was saying, Kosho, you wouldn't really your future self would not just have like a search, like a Google search in front of them or some way to just get some lottery numbers. It would actually just be yourself. You know what I mean? Like that self wouldn't necessarily be able to like tell you information about the current world. I was saying more, so it's not like you're on just a phone call with yourself in the future. It's more like if your future self came back here and was here, so then now you're interacting with them in this world. So all you can do is like talk to them about the next 20 years of your future, but you can't necessarily just get any information you want from the.
I would ask it, what are some skills I should practice more, develop, and what are some habits that you wish I would have, changed or whatever. Be kind of useful information, right? You always was like, oh man, I wish I would have did this when I was younger. I'd be good at it now, or something like that. Or, I wish I would have learned long ago, like not to act this way or do this or whatever.
Right. Yeah, on the kind of personal growth level, for sure. Yeah. You could also.
Other than that, I really wouldn't.
Did it turn out the Earth wasn't a globe?
No, I wouldn't ask it that. If it was going to answer questions like that, I would ask it questions about stock market and lottery tickets and stuff.
Well, but it would know that at that point, I think it will be known by you in 20 years, for sure. I would say much before 20 years, actually.
That'd be funny. I always imagined when I was a kid, like me with like dreads on a motorcycle, like a duffel bag of cash. And I was like, hey, dude, you're going to need this. And it gives me a duffel bag of cash. I'm like, oh, wow, thanks. But yeah, that'd be crazy if he came up to me and he's like, hey, by the way, the Earth's flat. Take care of yourself. Like, what?
Think about the stock market culture. You'd have to put money up, make an investment to have that be fulfilled in the future sometime. So you'd have to have money to do that. Not just know stuff.
Yeah, I read something about that. Yeah, thank you.
Kosho's dabbled.
Yeah, dude.
You got to try your hand at one of the hardest things in the world to do.
However, like if you got like a 2-year call option like on Tesla or something, you can maybe like times 1,000 on your money, but you have to know the right time to do it, not just any time.
Yeah, that's where the future self comes into play.
And then if you had shares of anything like Microsoft, Apple, those all went like 2,000 fold, right? But over like 30 years, so not so simple. You'd be tempted to sell it if you got a 20-year return and you had like a 500 fold, you'd want to probably sell it. And then if you waited another 10 or 20 years, it'd be like 2,500 fold. Like you'd be tempted to sell it before it was ready to mature.
Homeless, missing one eye.
What's up, Nate?
Yo, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, what's up, dude? Were you hot micing or?
No, I'm talking to you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. What were you saying?
Who's homeless missing an eye?
Your future self. Like, what if the future turned out bad for you? And you can't change it. Like that's
the
what
whole
you're
point.
destined
The whole
to be.
point is that you can go in the past and change it, right? That's the whole point of the conversation.
But what if you trying to change it leads you directly to that path? I don't know.
You mean like in those movies where you try to change it and the fate gets you and you still ended the same thing?
Mm.
Then you're stuck, man.
That's pretty intense, dude. That's intense, man. What you're laying out. That's like a dark fucking. That's a darker like plot for a movie right there. Your future self comes and tells you that things are gonna go totally downhill, and then just says, "See you later." And then you're just like, "Oh my, what do I do now?" Yeah, but then you have to believe in determinism, though, because do you not have the ability to navigate your life, in a way that you can, better your situation? But there are certain like tragedies that do happen to some people.
Mm.
Did
I'll
you
be
ever-
very hesitant to talk to my future self.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to
Think
talk to
about
your
someone
present
that has
self.
like a.
Whoa. My number one
Why are you
hater.
hesitant, Nate? Why? Because you are.
I don't know, man. I just feel like the future's something that shouldn't be dabbled with, you know?
Exactly. I said the same thing.
What if
Just
the
to say,
future has already happened?
oh, damn.
I'm going the wrong direction in time.
Like, you.
What if we're just experiencing one part of it, but it all already exists eternally?
Mm.
In a way, the future has already happened. Like, there's going to be people at your funeral, at some point.
Will they?
You don't know
Yeah,
how
you
many.
can't. I don't think Nate's gonna be able to say that.
It could be like a movie where like you're watching the one part, but the ending is kind of already,
Yeah.
like in the movie.
So
Yeah.
I've heard
Right,
people express it
exactly.
like
When you
that
have
before.
when you have a DVD, like a movie that's on a DVD, the whole movie is already on it. Like the whole thing, it's already been filmed, and the actors already did their thing, the directors, the funding, everything's already been done, the sets, and then there it is on this DVD. But before you've seen it, it's brand new. You've never seen it before.
Mm.
Then you put it in, and you watch it from beginning to middle to end. And as you do that, now you've seen it once. But then, of course, you could even replay it again in the future. But in that sense, the whole movie is already written. It's just you going in and selectively choosing to have like a separate type new experience of it.
Right, because then when he gets there and tells himself shit's gonna go bad, then he's gonna have to go and tell the next self. When he gets older, he's gonna have to go back again. It's like a fucking big conundrum of the brain, really.
It's a paradox. The time travel
You
going
couldn't
back.
change it, or it would never happen in the first place.
Yeah, I don't think going back in time is a possibility. Like even in I think in relativity, I've heard it that Einstein describes it like that. Like all time is kind of already there, exists or whatever, but still the things travel through time. And unlike space, where you can travel freely in all directions, all three directions, time you can only travel in one direction.
Wait.
Supposedly, so.
What's the whole?
I've said that, not Einstein. What the fuck?
Hold on. What's that whole thing though about like that? I mean, maybe it's just a misinterpretation, or whatever, or something like that.
You mean
misunderstanding?
You meant
But
to say we could travel freely in all directions except straight lines, right?
maybe.
Sorry.
But hold on. What's that whole thing though about like traveling faster than light and then going back in time? Like, does anyone know what that was about?
That's hypothetical.
But like,
based on relativity and based on, it's just like it's just like according to the theory, if you're seeing it to its conclusion, technically things that travel faster than light would be going back in time. But you'd have to be able to travel faster than light, which is.
But you would need like infinite energy for that, right? Like.
Well, yeah, or just it's not possible.
But at that point, you'd just be God anyway. If you had infinite energy, you literally could probably do anything that you wanted anyway. So I mean, you probably could go back in time because you had infinite energy, which means, infinite power in a sense.
Bro, we can hear sound that came out a few seconds ago just because it's moving, and we break the speed of sound. We don't go back in time. What the fuck? I mean, just because you see something, you think that you're going back in time just because you see something that happened.
You could break the time barrier.
You can compare it to that, but it's not really happening.
Hold on, wait.
That's not going back in time, man.
Wait, hold on. It's a sound barrier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So like a fireworks get set off, and it's like 1,000 yards away, and you see it first, and you hear the blast like almost immediately after. You're not going back in time to do that. The sound is taking time to get to you, and the light is taking time to get to you. That's it.
Right. That's the perfect description. It ain't got to lead to time travel. So.
Oh yeah, I actually mess around with a little bit of that in like a story I wrote whatever. Like I'm writing, where, yeah, like you can go back in time, but only if you're basically God at that point. And in my story, basically,
you write books on it?
I write like little stories, like characters and whatnot, like a fucking, geek that I am, that's natural.
I think there's natural limits to shit. Like with sound, like you hear a sound that already happened, right? But then like with light, sure, maybe a split second if you were, but it'd take the brightest light and it'd take it like clear across the world. I believe nature puts limits on shit like that. It balances everything out somehow. It's the damnedest thing the way shit balances out. So there is no light years where you're seeing back years and years. Nature would never allow some fucking horse
Why?
shit like that.
Wait, well, hold on. What kind of logic is that? Like, okay, so hold on real quick before you answer it. A firework, as I described before, a firework, you see it before you hear it, and there's a slight delay in the blast, in the sound of the blast. However, given that understanding, you can then conclude that not only did you hear it after you saw it, but you heard it and saw it after it actually happened.
Sure.
Somewhere else. So
Yeah.
that's always the case then. That when
Sure,
you
but
see
there's going to be
every
attenuation, bro.
every event you ever experience is something that you're experiencing it once it gets to you. So this is
No
it's the case
problem.
for every experience ever. So why
No
would
problem at all,
a
bro.
light year be so unimaginable?
Because there's no such thing as a light year. There's no such go in a light year. There's attenuation. Like even that firework is going to have its limits to how far you'll be able to see it. And it's not going to be some absurd shit where you can see any significant distance. Nature would balance it out and make it where light attenuates and doesn't fucking travel that far. Sound does that, right? Sound it attenuates. It's got a limit on how far it can travel.
But it's okay.
Light would be just light might be a little further, but it's going to be the same principle.
So there still be like lights. So you
agree.
you would agree that to be like light seconds or light minutes at least, right?
Right, but if it's a speed limit, you can't. It doesn't matter anyway. You can't. Even with the speed of sound, we can't do nothing with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but-
so like thunder would or fire. Let's go with thunder or whatever, right? Like that we can call that for the sake of this argument. We'll call it like sound. Wait, hold on. Light years. Yeah, sound seconds. All right. Yeah, sound seconds. I forgot the point I was gonna say, so never mind. Go on, Coach. I'll
call it sloppy seconds.
Sloppy
seconds. Yeah.
Okay, you first. Yeah.
If you remember, go ahead.
No,
I was just gonna say, like, okay, like I think Brian was agreeing, but there would be like light seconds, light minutes at least. Maybe not light years, but there'd still be some kind of like lag, though. I guess his whole thing is that it just would never get to the point where it's years, because at that point it would just be
Everything lags, bro. Everything lags.
Arma, do you think light travels?
Yeah, I think yeah, sure. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna get the whole like, I think it takes time for it to get to one place to another. I will say that, because there's a whole argument on what even is traveling, if it's like a wave.
Do you not think light travels, Gio?
Well, okay, let me lay out two ideas. If you have one idea where light travels, whether you want to call it photons, particles, whatever it may be, a thing like that is shooting through, well, you guys don't even want to call it a medium or anything, but let's just say space. And it's like traveling the way that, like, when you get in a car and you drive down the road, you're traveling down the road. You're moving through space, essentially, moving through the air, you're moving through the environment, etc. So to view light in that way would be more like that it's actually traveling in that sense. Now, another way to view it, which is really the ancient way and the original, all the original like electrical development, everything that has led up to, before kind of this whole Einsteinian model, after World War II. So before all of that, since the dawn of time, humans have always had it to where
I got a great answer if you forget, or we don't hear you though, Gio. But while you reflect, if you don't mind, go ahead.
I think
no. So what I was saying is that just the other way is that the light is being illuminated from the medium. So imagine, like, let's just say you turn on a light bulb. Instead of the idea of like photons that are traveling out into the medium, like baseballs or like balls, like, or something like that, like going out. Instead of anything like that, even whether it's waving or it doesn't matter, like it just anything like that. Versus the idea of when you activate the light bulb, the medium will become activated, which then, in a sense, you could almost view it as like pulls the light out of it. And so it's more of like a rate of, like, it's an illumination coming from the medium itself. And then the rate that we experience, like that propagation, like Arma said, it does seem to like traverse. that traversing, instead of the idea of that being like physical things moving, it is actually just the rate of the activation goes a little bit at a time. So it goes, kind of like, as it, so it's running.
Oh, yeah,
it's
those are good
running
sound
as
effects. Yep.
as it's
Hold
charging.
on.
Yeah.
I'm next. Listen to this. So this is like to Arma, like apply a little common sense to it, bro. What introduces the conundrum? So think it the shit they've told us. What is it that introduces the conundrum? It's the fact they put a fucking limit on it, bro. The fact that they particleized it and put a limit on it. Now everything fucks up. Not with sound, not with everything else that has a lag, but just light, because they put a fucking limit on it, bro. And they put infinite distances, bro. They created the paradox, bro. And anytime there's paradoxes, I go back to the beginning and apply a little common sense, bro. There's no limit. It's everywhere. I like Geo's explanation. I mean, they're both. I mean, I'm just saying it's putting a limit on it.
Well, the question
just so
was,
we can, just so we can model it, just so we can model it, put it and simulate it. Don't mean it's really like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And I was asking, like, yeah, the original thing was, is it traveling? And as well, but yeah.
So they put a limit on it, and then they start thinking of the implications of that, and nobody goes back to the fucking just the arbitrary limit we put on it, just because we measure it such and such, and say that it's traveling. Nobody knows that it's traveling. Nobody knows there's a limit. In fact, it seems to not be a limit, right?
Yeah, no, it is a good point. Yeah, you're right, because
more likely that the light travels through time than us.
In their model, the light is actually traveling, and so therefore it has a limit, like a max limit. Whereas, with it just being an illumination of the actual medium, then it can be instantaneous on all fronts. Like it can.
We still measure it the same, right? It measure out the same of our and it does seem to.
Well, I'm just saying it can be. I'm just saying.
But wouldn't that also need to take time? I mean, if you guys agree that light is also an electromagnetic phenomenon, and charge and these things take time to travel from one place to another, wouldn't the illumination of this medium need to wait till it interacts with some sort of charge? Or how does it get illuminated?
Have you ever seen certain lightning? I know sometimes lightning looks like it's propagating or traveling, but have you ever seen the ones where it just like comes out of the air?
Yeah, that's cool. But you get rid of that limit. I mean, there's no more paradox though, Nate. You get rid of the freaking, if you get rid of that, then you get rid of the paradox. So it doesn't matter at that point. It's like thunder.
What paradox? Like what paradox does light have in
the limit and the limit and the twin paradox and shit like that, and black holes and bullshit.
But that's not because light has a finite speed.
Yes, it is.
I mean, light speed doesn't create those limits.
It's the limit. Yes, it is, man.
Light speed doesn't create those paradoxes.
It does too, because if we were to break the speed of light, we would travel back in fucking time, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's all in the head, man. I'm saying you get rid of that. And it's just like thunder, bro. You're not going back in time. It's just taking a second to fucking reach it.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. You can't go faster though. You would have to have infinite, energy or some shit. And even then, that's ridiculous.
But you could say that, and you could theorize it on paper, and then you could come up with black holes and keep your model going. Though you see, you could come up with stars that weigh 4 billion tons per teaspoon. You know what I'm saying? And you can keep a model. You could keep gravity.
Brian, let's say there's no limit to light, and you could travel at the same speed that light travels, which is infinite, instantaneous. Don't you think there would be? Yeah, don't you think there would be repercussions to that? Some sort of effect.
Like it'd take a second for you to see it, a split fucking nanosecond. But you can't outrun something that's everywhere, right? It's like thunder, bro. It's just reverberating through the air. So there's no repercussions.
So it's already there. Light is.
Maybe you get a flash of light if you break the rate that we see it. Like thunder, we break the speed of sound, we get a boom. Maybe we'll get a little flash of light or something. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no fucking conundrum. There's no quantum double slit conundrum, all this bullshit, man. Everybody thinks, oh, it's so crazy and it's stupid, dude. Just go back to the basics. Like, light ain't that. If that's the implications of it, then you probably got something wrong, because I don't think nature does paradoxes.
But hold on, I don't know, man. Because I feel like, how do those laser thingies work? When you measure rooms with that laser shit, I thought that was like using like, maybe I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong about this, but don't they use the speed of light for that shit?
Yeah, if you quantify something, bro, that's different, man. If you put it in a model, you simulate it, you make a meter, whatever meter, and model it. Yeah, you gotta quantify it. You got no choice.
But you know what I'm talking about, though?
When you start thinking past that, it's just a model and it's quantified, and not necessarily a particle. Then when you start reifying a photon as an actual particle or whatever massless, then you start thinking past that, and you start looking at implications when really it's never proven to be a particle in the first place. I don't think we know exactly what it is.
But you know what I'm talking about, though, like those laser thingies.
Yeah.
Those. Wait, so how the fuck do those work? Then what are we measuring when we use those?
What are you talking about? A laser level, or what? Or you mean
those laser thingies? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure.
Interferometer.
No, like you like measure like like a room, like you're measuring rooms in a house, whatever. Use like the laser tape measure thing, but it's not tape measure; it's the laser thing.
Laser level. A laser level.
No, I don't think it's that. But you press the button and like boop, and it's like, oh look, the room is 12 feet across, or whatever.
Yeah, I got
a
couple of them. The little range, like range finders, and distance finders, and they'll give you the angle. They'll give you
it's like how we.
They're cool.
How we find the distance to the moon, almost.
They just timed it. They time it and they fucking.
Yeah, how do you time infinity though?
What?
Yeah, like if it's instantaneous, how does it have a time limit on it?
I didn't say
how
it's
does
instantaneous, bro. It's not
You
instantaneous.
did. You guys are saying it's
I said it's everywhere, but it's not.
Yeah.
But the light
so
itself ain't instantaneous. Like the thunder, I compared it to thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
all right.
I think I kind of get what you're getting at, but that's so
if
weird.
it's everywhere, it takes time for it to be activated. So there is still a time limit. Whether
like
it's
the thunder, like the
there,
thunder, bro.
Yeah, but there's a time limit, Brian.
Sure,
you have
but
a
there's
time
no
limit
conundrum, bro.
the same way we have a time limit.
So then it does.
Sure, like I said, you might get a flash of light or something, but it doesn't create conundrums if it's everywhere and it just fucking reverberates or whatever the fuck it's doing. There's no conundrum where they're going back in time through slits. All the paradoxes are gone as soon as you.
I don't think so.
As soon as you realize it's a wave.
Even with the wave, the paradoxes are still there because we also see light.
You can't
as a wave,
simulate it as a wave, though. It's like trying to simulate a perfect sphere.
We simulate it as a wave all the time, Brian.
No, I'm talking
Literally,
about you can't simulate it like you do, though. You gotta like with what is it, Euler's formula or some shit.
Dude, all quantum particles can be described using the Schrödinger wave equation.
Yeah, they are waves.
It's a wave function.
Yeah, you've got to call it a photon. What are you talking about, bro? You've got to quantify individual
we only call it a photon.
Simulate it.
We only call it a photon when it's detected, but when it's traveling as a wave. When we aren't interacting with it, it is described by a wave function.
So to simulate it, you must quantify it.
No,
right?
we can simulate wave functions as well, Brian. We do it all the time.
No, you
Brian,
can
it's definitely
as
waving, dude. It's
you can as
waving.
orbit. You can as orbit.
Light
simulate.
Light has a vortex sine wave to it.
Yeah, Brian. Like what you were saying doesn't change anything.
They can simulate a sphere, but it's not really a sphere, though, right? It's a bunch of little teeny straight lines, right? So you're telling me the same thing is what is that basically? You're saying we could simulate a sphere. Sure, we're looking at Google Earth, but we know that it's a bunch of tiny little straight lines making the circle, right? Right?
That's not wrong.
Yes, it is because you got to quantify.
Wrong. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we can simulate waves. Number one. Number two, you aren't saying anything different from us because even in your paradigm or in your idea, light has a limit. There's a limit.
Nobody said there's no limit, bro. Look.
So if there's a limit, then you're gonna have these, things happening if you can move faster than that limit.
Why is there a limit in my world? Why?
Because you said it takes time for the medium to be activated by light.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there's no way of breaking that.
Yeah, cool. If you say it can be broken, that's fine. But we are saying if you do break it, there's going to be repercussions, and these
If it's
repercussions are these
so
paradoxes.
like thunder, right?
But thunder is a different thing because it's that light is moving faster than sound. That's why we hear thunder. It's not light is moving faster than light. You know, it's a very different thing there. It's light and
Right. But
sound acting together.
doesn't our observation have to have some limit or speed of perception?
Definitely, we are limited in how fast we can see things. That's why we never see light. Is it we never see it coming towards us? We always just see it leaving us.
But what I said, create me a paradox with the way I described it. And let me just give you a brief. Like, okay, so it's like it's not. It doesn't have a limit as far as its speed because it's everywhere. That's why there's no limit, is because it's everywhere.
But,
So it doesn't really have a limit.
Why? Go ahead, Nate.
Everything
I got a bone to pick with this
light.
one.
Everything is light, ultimately.
Go ahead, Coach.
There's a gentleman. For lack of a better word, who I first heard make that argument. Brian. I don't remember what his name is, but he comes in here a lot. And his that's right, it's Witsit, and I've heard him
but that's
say
not where
that.
it came from. He didn't invent that. That
Well,
come from
That thing, I've only heard him.
Witzer told me that was his idea. Like he's told me a lot of these things no other flat earther said before.
Well,
And
I
he
thought
did say
got-
he did
I thought
he
got
did
that
say it
from
was his
Steinmetz,
idea.
right? Okay, his
Well,
idea
no,
was he either being a wave and being all around us?
Okay, so what he
You
says,
really saying he claimed that's his idea?
This is what he says. He says that light already exists everywhere. He says he even talked to Nathan Oakley that in the bottom of the ocean or in a dark room is there light in there, and somebody says no, and he says
right?
no. He says supposedly the CMB is there. Okay, this is all great and stuff, but it's important to understand that in our understanding of like the quantum fields do exist in all space. That's true. The values could
fields,
be
it's fields, right? I'm good
yeah,
with that.
right. Yeah, the values though for the light being there don't have it. Light, it doesn't have to be present. But here's the thing though about the quantum field of photons is any specific location, like any specific location.
You can't
will
have
a
an
value
individual
for,
wave, right?
Hold on, dude. They'll have hold on, dude. Any given position in space in the universe, you can have a magnitude for a photon being there. But here's the other thing about the photon field is you can have a photon in any range of the the spectrum, so any wavelength. So you'll have each wavelength will have a certain value or magnitude for that specific location. So, for example, if there's CMB somewhere, that doesn't mean that is in any way going to allow for any other light to be there, or negate other light from being there. It's actually
How
not
do we
even going
model
to.
the photon? How do we model it?
The standard model has we talked about this last night, dude. It already has all the attributes of the photon is the model.
We quantify it, right? We give it an
So you
amount.
have- It's a Lagrangian, if you know what that is, Brian.
We got to break it down to give it an amount, right? So we can count it.
Well, amount of what?
Amount of whatever you want to call it, bro. Energy.
What? Okay, but that's only one. That's only one.
Discrete
That's
chunk,
not
whatever
all,
you want to call it.
That's not all it
Gotta
is, though. It's got
quantify
other
it.
attributes. It's got other attributes, though.
But we got to be able. We quantify it. We got to count it. I mean, we got to measure it and to make it like a meter, right? Let's say even to make a fucking multimeter, like we got to fucking be able to count the volts. We got to put we got to call it an electron. We got to call it a particle, a flowing something, and give it an amount. So we can base it and raise voltage and shit like that. We got to have something. We got to quantify the shit to simulate it. Or simulate germ theory or something like that, bro.
Oh shit! I pressed the wrong button. Okay, Brian. If you multiply the wavelength by the frequency, if you do that, you get the energy for a given photon.
Right.
Okay, but it's got other attributes. No, it's not reifying anything, dude. That's a description
if you're
of what.
reifying the electron like a thing, like an actual thing that fucking that you give all these you say that it's traveling. We just learn more and more about what's not happening. Like even the mainstream said that they're not traveling within the conductor; they're outside of it in a field. and shit. But so it's a field, and it's just energy, electricity, whatever. But to simulate it, to make a multimeter, got to quantify it, or we can't. We can't have the multimeter without quantifying shit. We can't have devices that measure shit if we don't assign an amount. So we got to break it down to its base component as small as we can until we find something smaller and go to make a better model and say, no, oh, now it ain't the smallest. Now it's got this inside of it and this inside of it. Bro, that's science today, right? I ain't saying it's bad. It works. Like these meters work, and I can make batteries and measure fucking resistance and all this shit and figure out the current with the volts. And I mean, I ain't saying it doesn't work, but when we say that it's an actual electron that's got to be doing this, and then it's been proven, that's where my foot goes down.
Yeah, even in your thingy, Brian, there would be these paradoxes once you breach this limit of yours.
That's what I was asking for, a paradox. Can you give me one?
All right, if you say it takes time, right, for light to be activated within a certain medium, within the sky, what would happen if you could move faster than the time it takes for the sky to be activated by sunlight, for example? They would just a flash of light?
Sure.
That's all,
Just a
nothing else.
guess. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know. I'm just guessing, Flash of light.
Yeah.
A sonic blink, or a
Sonic
luminiferous blink. I'll call it.
Well, Brian, if you are traveling that fast, you realize you would need to have a lot of energy. You agree with me? The faster you move, the more energy you need, right?
I don't believe that.
You don't agree with that?
Listen, I don't believe this. I don't believe that.
No. But I mean, yeah. But let's just go step by step. I just asked you a simple question.
I was about to give you something good, bro. You'd really appreciate it.
I don't want anything good. I just want to.
Don't try and pin me down if you're asking my ideas, bro, because they're my ideas.
I asked you for your ideas.
I'm asking for the paradox, bro. But let me say something. This is cool.
I gave you the paradox, and you told me all that would happen is a blink of light. Now I just want to take you down like a logical path, right? The faster you move, the more energy you need, right?
So if I'm moving on a train and I fire a flashlight, it's going to move ahead of me, bro, and somebody's going to see it different. So it's like, but there's going to be a limit to that flashlight. There's an attenuation. There's going to be a limit to how far that light could go, I think, just due to everything around it. But go ahead.
Yeah. So the faster you move, the more energy you need, right, Brian?
Sure.
Yeah. And if you're moving really fast, faster than it takes light to activate, you're going to need a lot of energy, right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Not denying.
Yeah. Now, do you think your body would be able...
I'm not trying to get friction, bro. I'm trying to hear your point.
Yeah, do you think your body would be able to handle that? Like the forces holding your bonds together, like holding your atoms and stuff together on a molecular level.
Probably not.
Right?
Probably not.
So something would happen to your body. It would start
have to be pretty gradual. It have to be pretty gradual.
Yeah, so it would be way more than a flash of light, number one. So like something would definitely happen to your body. Your body would not be able to sustain itself if it had all that energy within it when it's moving.
That's reality. That's a good call. That's a reality. So that's not a paradox, right?
I'm just saying within your idea that it would be more than a flash of light.
Sure. So we couldn't travel that fast, right? Nature would limit us. Nature
limits us.
But it's not a paradox, right?
That is a paradox. If nature has a boundary, limits us, it says we cannot travel that fast, but somehow we end up doing it.
Apart.
That's a paradox.
So, but we could do like they're doing today, and we could say theoretically, if we could make a suit strong enough, then we can travel. Then we can start coming up with bullshit, bro. That's what they're doing.
Okay, yeah, true. They do come up with these weird hypotheticals. If you could move faster than light, but that is a logical, real world paradox. Nature seems to have this limit, and we don't.
I don't really know what light is, bro. I'm not claiming that I know for sure. To me, that's the best idea that I've heard. Whether I heard it from Witsit, he says it good, so I got no problem. Putting my own little twist on his ideas, and It ain't like
It
we came up
resonates
with
with you,
every
right?
bit of the idea, but yeah, he did come up with most of it, and he put together different ideas and shit. And I try to do the same, but it's a good idea to me. It's as good as explanation as any, and it does get rid of the paradoxes with the double slit, the delayed choice quantum eraser, the fucking twin paradox, and it's just more realistic to me because of them, because of that, whatever. But even then, if we reified the shit and said that we knew that it knew exactly what it was, and it's got to be waves and this and that, it'd be impossible to prove. But if we start reifying stuff and making limits past modeling it for tools and resources, then we could start probably coming up with some paradoxes. But on their face, it avoids them pretty good. But y'all can't have that, and only for one reason, because then it doesn't even make the Earth flat, dude. But it makes the Earth in a special location, I guess, or centered, and they're so against that, dude. They've literally broke science, kind of, if you think about it. They've added all these paradoxes and held on to this shit, and they refuse to even consider the possibility of something like that, because it puts the Earth in the middle. It stops it from moving. They will never concede that. They'll come up with the star. They'll rain fucking graphene on fucking Mars, diamonds on Jupiter. They'll have teaspoons that weigh a zillion pounds before they admit the Earth ain't moving. They'll do anything. They'll say the most outlandish shit. They'll be 95% stupid about the universe and anything but stay in the middle. Just because they don't want to stop moving. Nothing more. Hey, Nate, you still there, bud?
He left
He left?
about
Check this
3
out.
minutes ago.
I was gonna bring up. Hopefully, there's a couple people listening to this, man. I like some feedback, or maybe to be cut off, called a bitch, whatever, any kind of interaction. But to me, this is interesting. Like, if we really think about Aries failure, okay, with the current model, and or any other model, we can equate it to anything. And so let's not look past it or just try and accept the conclusion. Let's think about it from the beginning. So if the stars are moving and these photons or whatever it is coming at us, they're already on a path right toward us, right toward our telescope. And the star can keep on moving, but that light that's heading for it is in a set destination because it's the star moving. Now, if it's us moving, then it's a stream of particles. It's left the star, but now we're moving. So that would have implications, right? They'd be different, You'd get, he pretty much said it best, really, where you got to tilt the telescope different because basically, if he would have to tilt it a little bit more.
Quick, man. Did anyone want to actually engage? Because Brian, when you're doing this, it's hard for anyone else.
Sorry, I was spilling dead air, bro. Sorry. I thought
All right, well, just very quickly, very briefly, Aries failure isn't a failure when you realize that they observed stellar aberration.
I literally
So
was
it
asked to
failed.
be
It failed.
interrupted, bro. Just so y'all know, it sucks that y'all would rather fucking hear nothing than me, bro. That hurts my feelings.
Respond
But
to
man,
what I said.
I
What
literally
is
asked to
Aries?
be interrupted when I started.
No, Brian, you were hold on, Brian. You were completely monologuing, so no one else could even get in, man.
What is
I
Aries
asked for somebody to
failure?
interrupt me before I started talking. I said, "Somebody please interrupt me. Me a bitch involved. Get involved."
No,
What
nobody.
is
We're not going to interrupt,
failure?
but I think Nate kind of left because I don't. It seemed like you weren't really listening to what he was saying, and I think he gave up because you kind of were just talking over him and stuff, and just talking nonstop. So I'm just saying.
Brian,
I don't know
I
about Aries
asked.
failure, but I don't know what it is.
Aries
Y'all
failure.
fucked up
Aries
those feelings
failure
even a little
was an
bit.
observation of stellar aberration. They observed stellar aberration, regardless if it failed to, uh, measure the ether or not.
It failed to measure the ether. That's what it is.
Measure Earth's movement around the ether.
I thought Aries was a glober.
Yeah.
So he failed to measure the ether. So he thought there was ether.
Wait, was that responding
most-
to Brian?
I thought Ares was the god of war.
Kosho, were you responding to Brian on that?
What are you talking about?
I was. But Godric took his place, I guess. Because Aries failure. They measured stellar aberration.
I was literally almost done, so I might as well finish now that nobody's talking. Just real quick, I'll make it quick. So the thing is,
I
is
asked
if we
you a
slow
question,
the, if
Brian.
we slow the light down. Oh, I didn't hear the question. I was listening. I didn't hear a question. You said stellar aberration or something.
I made a statement. I said it's not a failure when you realize that they measured stellar aberration.
Okay.
Stellar aberration. Stellar aberration confirms that we're moving. We're moving.
So what if we slow it down? What are the implications? Because he slowed the light down. So that's why I was almost there, and I was monologuing. I'm not going to deny that, Gio, obviously, but so if we slow the light down, what happens? We have to tilt the telescope a little bit because something's happening. Okay, so let's talk about what's happening and what happens if we slow it down.
Doesn't matter if you observe stellar aberration, that confirms that we're moving.
What stellar aberration was that?
It's the angle change or the observation. Hold on a second. There's no background noise.
Stellar aberration. Yeah, I need to hear about this because this is interesting. I never heard of this. I mean, I probably did, but like I forgot it. But yeah.
Am I under the wrong impression that that light has a limit, and that's why we have to tilt our telescopes like away from the star just a little bit because it's taking time to arrive, and it's like, or am I wrong? I might be wrong. I'm not sure about that one.
I don't know.
It's a safe guess.
What would you say, Kosho? It's a safe case too.
It's a safe guess that Brian just made. By him being wrong.
If we slowed light down to real slow, like really slow,
yeah,
just
like
thought
turtle.
experiment,
Yeah.
then and we're the ones moving, so that light's already on a path. Wouldn't we have to tilt the telescope to see where the light went because we passed it? I mean, I'm going extreme, but I'm just saying, for clarification, for proof of concept, if it slowed it down real slow, we'd definitely have to tilt the telescope to see it in your world, right?
I don't think that works like that because I mean it's
No.
emitting the shit like a fucking in all directions and angles and shit. I don't know.
No, I'm saying
And
if we're
it's,
moving though, if we're moving and the light's on a particular path and we're moving, and if we slowed it down and we kept moving the same speed, but the light slowed down, then we'd be leaving it behind, right?
Light speed's the same speed in all reference frames.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
And duration you're talking about. You can imagine our movement as being linear rather than, orbital curved.
Well, it might be like that sun. Remember that one sun argument, like where it was the whole argument about if the Earth stopped rotating, right? Like, would like the sun like take 8 minutes to fucking stop moving in the sky, whatever. It might be like a similar situation with this, where like I don't think it matters because like the star is like, you know, shooting light in every direction or some shit. I don't know. I don't think you'd have to tilt the shit though for it.
How about if a ball is coming at us from outer space? It's on a path. It's photon. We'll call it a big ass photon. It's on a path. It's the one that was going to hit my eye at the speed I'm going, at the speed it's going. Okay, it lines up perfect. So that's the direction I'm looking. You know,
Okay.
and I had to tilt my telescope because it had a limit of its. Okay, but and plus we see back in time. Blah blah. But anyway, so now I slow down, but I keep moving the same speed. Now ain't we gonna leave the baseball behind a little bit and have to see that baseball we're gonna have to move the telescope, right?
Well,
we slowed it down so it's not reaching us as fast, so we'd have to tilt the telescope or we're gonna see something else.
For that one baseball, yeah, but the thing is it's shooting multiple baseballs at multiple directions, so we might just get the one that's angled.
Eureka, you got it. So it's the ones that already entering the telescope that he's slowing down, bro. So that's help finalize the point.
I'm not sure if I get what you're saying.
If it's the light moving, then hold on a second. I got something.
Let me think about that. So let me see. So the person shooting forward, and that one misses, but the one that's angled, you get. I guess that one's angled, and I guess you would be angled as well. But I mean, that's no, because I think it's angled, and then let's say you're still receiving the angled ones. No, I don't think that's the case. Because I'm thinking about it.
It's the atmosphere. It's the atmosphere though that why we got to tilt the. Dude, you know what's crazy, bro? This is a little bit of a change of subject. Not really though. It might spike a conversation, bro. When I went to film the one of the SpaceX rockets, it come right past my house. It was cool, but dude, I was trying to film it with my P1000. I had to tilt it away from the fucking rocket, bro. Like that was crazy to me. But she filmed it with the phone right next to me, and it was aiming right at it. Ain't that weird, bro? That's fucking crazy. I never ever in my life had to do that with any stars or anything, but that rocket, bro, I had to aim away from it to see it. The damnedest thing, dude.
Oh, you're saying it's like a what do you call it, a hologram? Is that or some shit like that? What are you trying to get at?
I'm not saying that.
It was zoomed in. Were you
I'm
zoomed
not
in on
denying
that?
that.
Were you zoomed in on that, Brian?
I cannot confirm or deny.
Right? I wouldn't zoom
Brian,
in
were
much. Not much, no. I couldn't.
How much of your frame was it taking up?
I was trying to get a zoom in on it, bro, and I was having to aim away. It ain't like, so when I first started, I was in no zoom at all, Coach. When I first was trying to get it in the camera, it was no zoom, and I was aiming at it, and it wasn't in the middle of the screen, so I had to. And then when I go to zoom in, it was not even in the fucking. I had to literally. I'll be honest. I forgot if it was behind it or ahead of it. I wish I remembered.
You definitely
it was behind it.
It definitely was behind it because it moves very fast.
Right. So what if we slowed it down?
That's a slow down sound effect.
So I was just trying to get you to think about instead of the SpaceX rocket, think of light coming from a star or whatever. And think of if it's us moving or the star moving. I think if we slow it down, there would be implications. That's what I was trying to come to a conclusion with y'all.
Because I think it's because the amount of parallax at that distance, I don't even know if that's. I don't know. I think this is too big of a scale to try to think about this with our heads.
It's definitely tricky to think about, but it's interesting if you really stop and isolate it. That's why I figured if I did it with multiple people, like we could come to a conclusion instead of just writing it off saying and me saying proves the Earth is we could kind of meet in the middle and break it down a little bit maybe.
Yeah, but don't they do that parallax when their measurement? Don't they do it like 6 months apart? So it's good that you're doing something instantaneously. Wondering why they can't do something instantaneous and get the result they need, like you.
You can't do something instantaneous. The reason why they do parallax 6 months apart is because it makes our base much greater, which is going to give us a bigger difference to these objects that are extremely far away.
Yeah, but if we're using a 24 base time and a moving object that's moving at 23 hours and 56 minutes and 4 seconds, then we're going to have a difference, aren't we?
Yeah, but what would the point in that difference be?
Well, the difference would be, what, 1 minute? No? Or is it 1 minute or one degree?
4 minutes. 4 minutes is 1 degree, that's right. But what does that have to do with this measurement? Because it's not going to help you.
Well, you've got a moving target and then you're stating a fact, so...
I'm sure they've done the math. I'm sure they didn't just be like, oh shit, let's forget about the 1 minute or whatever,
If we put water in front of anything else, then it moves it. So we'd have to tilt.
Water?
We'd have to tilt our vision a little bit. Yeah, if we put water in front of something, they say it slows the light down, or it's taking a longer path. However they want to describe it, but it moves the what we're looking at. It moves, so we have to refocus in just a tiny bit, whatever, but refocus nonetheless. It moves the image, right? So
Yes.
why not with starlight? If we're putting no matter how you want to describe it, as refraction or whatever, if the star was moving, that photon's already on its way, or stationary in reference, but it's already on its path because the star's moving. And so we wouldn't have to change angles at all. It's just coming straight down the tube of the telescope. But if it's us moving, then it's we would, if we slowed it down, it would hit the wall of the telescope if we slowed it down enough, if you think about it. But you could also say we'd have to tilt the telescope a little bit. It does make sense as an argument if you think about it.
If you really think about it. Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
It only makes sense to me when I don't think about it.
That's interesting.
Is that when it all comes together for you?
That specific idea, yeah. The second I think about it, it goes away. It's real weird like that, but regardless, Aries failure shows stellar aberration, shows that we're moving. That's just the case.
No, it doesn't,
Also,
man.
Wait, oh yeah, you never
described it to
explained
you.
that. You never explained the Aries failure thing or whatever. You never, or the aberration
That's
thing. You never
it.
explained
Well,
that.
that's just it. He slows the light down strictly to find out. He hypothesized that if it's us moving, then we'll have to change the angle a little bit more. Because for one, it's the atmosphere slowing it down, so they have to tilt the telescopes off center just a tad. Okay, now if we slow light down even more, if it's us moving, then we'll have to tilt more. I mean, it only makes sense. But if it's the star moving, it's already on that path, and it's already coming directly down the tube because we're stationary, and that light's already left that body, star, whatever, and it's on that path anyway. So we're not going to have to change. And what did he find out? That he didn't have to change the angle any at all. And so you call it what you want, or give me a explanation afterwards. That's what happened, and that was his hypothesis, and it didn't happen like that. So you give me an explanation after the fucking fact. That wasn't the prediction.
what? It's called Aries failure because it failed. However, aberration every time, which he observed aberration. So that's not that he didn't observe stellar aberration. He observed stellar aberration. He just was gonna see if observing it through a water-filled telescope is gonna change the value for it. It didn't. So he failed. That failed because he was trying.
Right, but if you move the telescope, it does. Like if you put the telescope on railroad tracks and look at something, and then you put a light in it.
Yes,
you
that's
do
because
have
that
to.
exactly. That's what aberration is. That's what aberration shows.
So
that
if you're
moving, that's what I'm
moving, if
saying.
it's the telescope moving, then when you use the water and slow light down, you have to change angles. If it's the star or whatever it is you're looking at moving, it's already coming in at that angle. Slow it down all you want. It's not going to change angles. It's already on that direction. It's already on that path. Straight to your eye.
I see.
I'm saying that with conviction, but I'm kind of just throwing it out there too. To be honest, as a topic of discussion, you're acting sure of your shit, and I'm acting sure of my. Maybe we should tone it back and discuss it, dude. It's very interesting, I think. Or y'all can talk about whatever else. I'll listen.
If everywhere around the world has its own frequency, like as in like Germany will have its own frequency, France will have its own frequency. If everywhere has a slightly different frequency, then surely their observations are going to be altered by the frequency of their area, because the weather changes the frequency, this, that, and the other, temperature. So for every observation that we're doing, we're trying to compare to somebody else that possibly is on a slightly different frequency. And I know that might not make sense, but if you look before the times before we had concert pitch, everybody had a different pitch for some reason or something else, because that's the pitch they measured.
Because that's sound, and it works like that. But if the frequency worked like that, then you wouldn't be able to communicate, using Wi-Fi or mobile.
Austin just put out another Schooling Glovers that says the tides are changing, and what better, dude? He's putting these out to just make a point that to put you on y'all's place, like everything ain't set in stone. We don't have it all figured out. I think it's funny the way he does it.
Yeah, because you're saying we wouldn't be able to communicate. That's today. I'm talking about the natural frequencies, not the artificial frequencies. The reason why we communicate is because we're using a very similar platform, but if not the same platform. So in the days before we had communication, when they were trying, it still applies today. It still applies today that we have these local frequencies. So everyone's doing their measurements. It's got nothing to do with communication or anything like that, surely.
Yeah.
If you take
if the frequency changes.
Sorry. No, nothing.
That's a great point, bro. Because at the conventions they were speeds for the speed of light, and then they just changed the length of the meter. But they were all over the world. So that's interesting. That's a hell of an idea, man. I'd like to hear more.
Well, if one part of the world is 390, the other part of the world's 420, for example, that's an exaggeration, but still, that's a big difference in the whole sort of realm of, if you say the maximum frequency is 448 hertz, for example, right? Whatever, but there's going to be a big difference. These Schumann resonance, they jump from 7.83, 14.3, 20 point something. There's 5 intervals. So everything that we're doing, trying to compare from one to the other, we're not in the same experiment. So whatever you see right now, we have to compare our measurements right now, and we're still going to have a difference because we're not the same.
Maybe that frequency is also moving around, like maybe weekly or yearly or daily or whatever. Maybe it's easing on over. So even our local frequency even changes up a little. Fun to think about.
Yeah, it's like you had like France and 445. We have an international concert pitch of 440. So, they're 5 hertz off, and then you've got other things of 439 and all sorts of stuff. And then the American, whatever the Americans were using stuff for the convention. But that still means that applies today. So if we are trying to measure something, we know that sound can affect our measurements. Then
Sure.
we are in that zone, looking out of that bubble, and that's possibly, not possibly, but in a way, your navigation is based on the bubble that's around you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Then you got them people. Then you got them people who they don't want to let go of a frequency if it is moving in like a bubble, and the kind of people who just travel around really for whatever reason. They can't let go of that frequency, man. Like Kosho, he's got to have that frequency, man. He don't want to let go of it, man. So he just traveled. No, I'm bullshitting, bro. That's a joke.
That's true.
Kind of. No, but do you think it's like a set frequency for each area, or do you think it fluctuates any, or what?
I would say on my first answer is that I would say the frequency, it's different in each area. Yeah, definitely. Like if you to say like maybe like 1,000 miles square or something like that. I don't know how it works, but definitely there are different frequencies all around the Earth, and that's why like all the experiments are the gravitational. It's just down there, but it's more a local frequency. And talking to a guy, Bev Try Thinking, got to speak to him yesterday, or somebody else had mentioned that China used to use 4 tones, a different tone for each season. So that made sense that the season change in the tones. So, is there?
Yeah.
I know there. Can you measure your frequency of the air now? What elevation? You know what I mean? Because if I'm touching ground, then I'm always going to be 0, aren't I? Anything different from that is could affect other stuff.
Yeah, we can't isolate ourselves, or we can't isolate outside of it. But I heard there's a way to do it. But the guy's going to need like 500 miles of like antenna cable, or maybe even more than that. It's a ridiculous amount, but it was doable. The way he described measuring the shit. Might have been you.
I reckon if you shielded yourself from the ground with PVC, you surrounded yourself with PVC, and the only thing you had was up. But obviously not tight. But these things here will shield the outer voltages. Is it going to make a difference? I wouldn't know. I don't think so. But the whole point is that like we have to make sure that there's no variables, or indeed we've eliminated all the variables. And what difference does that make? That if you send a signal at such and such hertz, and your 5 hertz difference to somebody else, then you're going to have a 5 something. You're going to have a percentage difference of whatever the total scale is. So around the world, if we have our maximum measured hertz, and then we have our minimum measured hertz, then we have parameters, and then from that, we've got a lot to work with.
Man, I lost you, man.
That Washington, on a different note, like Washington, I think has the ability of the most power generation. I think hydro or whatever. So if Washington today is still the highest producer, then it was the highest producer. What the District of Columbia, that sort of thing there. So the Washington had the power, so therefore they were in power. And interestingly enough, old Washington is near Seattle, and that's possibly where they had the first hydro dam. So that was
confusing, bro. Growing up with the different Washingtons, that was confusing.
I think it's to do with the first Washington, which is on the west, was the original hydropower station, and then they were they moved it to the east. Maybe the flow changed. The Pacific wind still, and then the Atlantic was a lot more, moving what they needed. They weren't generating it. Maybe they just realised the east side was actually a lot more power. It's like the east side of the UK. The current there is huge because of the narrow column. But if you're trying to use the current in the Pacific and you just got like an open pool, you're not really going to get much current on you. So that there, and then in the cases of like China, for example, China's got the biggest dam today. So they're like the biggest like natural producers in their area, if not the world. Well, they're building something at the moment. So whoever has the most,
I think it is in the world, bro. I think you're right. That damn it's in the world.
But if you yourself can produce the highest voltage, everybody, it will be less than you, which means that you can have the best of everything or whatever.
You got the power, yeah.
You've got the power, so you're in power because you can produce the power. So when we come to our shortages of electricity, everyone's going to be turning to the east to get their electricity because they've got surplus, whereas the rest of us, some places can't even do it. The stupid thing is that Africa has to get its electricity, like parts of Africa have to get their electricity supplied by South Africa, which don't have enough electricity to do the job because of the fuel crisis. But yet it's some of the sunniest fucking continents in the world, and we can't fucking get electricity anywhere.
How's there a fucking fuel crisis? Everything is fuel. When you learn nowadays with all these videos and you learn that literally everything is, like even the smoke off of burning wood and the gasifiers. I mean, condensing shit and wood getting methane. I mean, how could there be that's got to be forced. But hey, listen to this idea, man. So I was thinking about when I put my balloon up in the air with a copper wire, my amp setting was broke, but I did read resistance and a little bit of voltage. So this is a long time ago. I wanted to do it now and go a little higher because I fucked up last time and hook it up to like a fucking a HHO generator. Like it ain't much current or volts, but it's something, and see what would happen. Like maybe just it's kind of off the cuff idea, and I thought about trying that, man. You think something interesting might happen if I ran a wire way up high on a balloon or something and like atmospheric type of frequency energy and put it and connected it to a HHO generator? You think that might do anything?
I know that it takes more energy to make the HHO generator work, so the efficiency, I reckon you're going to have to need quite a lot to make a little. So I don't know. What I have seen is, depending on the metals that you're using, you'll probably need an anode and a cathode to exchange the power. So if you have something that's floating, if you have a floating,
yeah, but I'd be going for a new effect, bro.
One being carbon.
I'd be going for a new effect, dude. Not just the normal. I'd be trying something outside the box to go for a new effect. Like the Brian effect.
Yeah. I mean, I think off the top of my head, now that everyone's replacing the copper in the houses with aluminium, I think maybe there's a reason for that, and aluminium is more stable in today's environments. Or if not, our advancement in technology, maybe just using aluminium wire instead of copper wire.
Yeah, but they're still coating it with copper, ain't they? There's even that aluminum wire still got that copper plating, right? It's getting better at plating.
Yeah, no, but get rid of it. Get rid of it. Just aluminium.
Wait.
You're not hitting the button, Kosho.
You're looking at, what are you going to get? You're going to be ground or whatever you're going to do. So storing the energy Therefore, you'll need like 2 connectors or something. But 0.9 volts. One guy's proven you can get 0.9 volts from the ground, but that requires moisture in the ground. It's not the moisture doing the job. It's just the moisture is the bridge. That's what oxygen does, I guess, and hydrogen. They're like sort of bonding glues. Allows the transfer of the conductivity. Sulfur seems to come up a lot with conductivity, but if you're in the air, there's no sulfur. I think you need the sulfur and the H2O to make it work. So might not get much out of the air, maybe.
I mean, how did they find any of these new effects? Like just trying shit. I'm not gonna look at laws of science and them say what, trying to explain to me how it works, because I'm 9 out of 10. I'm not gonna agree with every single thing you're saying how it works, and I'm gonna try stuff that's just outside the box, just something that I'm trying to think of ideas that nobody else thought of, man. And that's how these effects are discovered in the first place, from tinkering and shit like that. So yeah, as far as describing it as the anocathode and the exact voltage it needs, but maybe there's like some frequency shit going on, and if we connected a wire to the plates, or maybe I'd have to put something connect something too. I could try a million different things, try different electrolytes. I could hook up fucking diodes and shit, or maybe dig a fucking 20-foot piece of rebar down for the cathode side, but I wouldn't be trying to achieve the voltage, necessary, what we're told and what we see here. Normally I'll be shooting for like a new effect, I'm always trying to discover something. You never know. It only takes getting lucky one time, trying crazy shit.
I mean, thinking about the air, for example, when the air is super dry, and the sun is shining in that area, you'll get static, heavy amounts of static. And when it's damp or there's moisture in the air, then the air is more conductive. So the conductivity of air isn't that much, but the trick is you need acid. Yeah, you need acid. Now, nitric acid is the best conductive addition to water to make it the most conductive, because other acids aren't as conductive as nitric. And nitric, what comes from, wherever it comes from, nitrate, So nitrate acid, nitrogen is the conductivity. So are you going to get more voltage in the air when it's raining, or when it's damp, or when it's cold? You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure, man. I like talking, man. You always got some good ideas, good shit. You always get me thinking, bro.
I'm getting closer to like a model, and it's a speaker. And it seems to me that like whoever uses 60 hertz is the tweeter in the speaker, or the middle of the speaker, and whoever uses whoever uses 60 hertz, apologies, is the middle, the northern hemisphere, but the northern hemisphere not being like the same as we see it. It's actually would be smaller maybe, and the outer area is 50 hertz. Like how speaker works, tweeter, the center part is always going to be a higher frequency than the outer part. So even 10 degree, even 10 free hertz difference. But anyway, so the model being the speaker, at the moment it's somewhere between a quarter smaller and 7/24 smaller than the FE
Man, I
map.
hate to ask you to repeat all that, bro, but man, you were.
But
It
it's
might
all
have been
now
me.
equidistant.
I'm
And
not sure if it was you,
it's
Robotting,
flat
bro, but
going
you're.
from
It might.
north to south,
Can you hear
wherever
me,
the
Realm?
north and south actually is. And then going east to west is just slightly raised. Yeah, I can hear you. It's most likely me, mate. I'm in that shitty area.
Yeah, but I wanted
again.
to hear it, dude. I hate to ask you to start over, but can you give me like a brief or repeat all of it as far as I care, but or either a brief description of that, dude, because I was interested, but then you started robot like Jeremy does. He'll say something and Geo, dude, they'll say something so cool, and you want to hear the end
You
of it, and then
ready?
they'll disappear. It's like, damn, I wanted to fucking hear that, man.
Right. While I've got spare time. So a speaker, yeah. So it's a flat Earth map reduced by 1/4 or 7/24, and then you make a speaker out of it. The center part is 60 hertz. The outer part is 50 hertz, and it's flat from north to south, and it's slightly raised. Well, depends on how you look at it. Slightly raised. Actually, it's.
What do you drive it with? What do you drive it with? Just straight power or actual? Are you talking about drive it with the 50 and 60?
Yeah, I think there's something. I don't know. I'm still building it up and stuff like that. But definitely a speaker. And that's and if you took the flat Earth map and you reduced it by a quarter by taking a quarter out and making it look like a Pac-Man, right? Then all you do is you just join those sides up and you got yourself the speaker. Now you could actually lift the north. No, you could lift the center wherever that is. Lift that. It's in the north. It's like mid-America or something like that. Yeah. And yeah, you could lift up the center to make it like a W, but obviously it wouldn't be as sharp as a W because the rate is like just 10 degrees, probably from your lowest to your highest, maybe.
Like a Muller W, flat W.
A flat W, yeah, a flat W. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, definitely. I like talking to you because we're on the same wavelength. I don't have to make an effort. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. That's why I like shooting the shit with you, bro. I love you, dude. You always get me thinking. Said you give me 1,000 ideas, bro, and I just.
I mean, my thing is like, if you were to look at the map of the world, or the hertz, where the 60 hertz applies, you'll find that it's only going to be slightly north in the Pacific, in a few islands. They got Japan, they've got Taiwan, they've got partly Korea. I think partly Korea. Don't quote me on that. And then you got America, you got Canada, you got Alaska, all on 60 hertz, and then you've got the top portion of South America on 60 hertz, and everyone else is on 50 hertz, right? So that if you to possibly be able to figure out a circle sort of where 60 hertz is, and get a sort of type of shape or a parameter and say this area uses 60, and I can model it and put everything else around that area at 50 hertz, and I might have a natural looking thing here. You might actually end up being with the true equator of the Earth being like a raised wall, not like a wall of China, but not a wall of China. It's a natural wall, and these things here can kind of stop the communications between. I don't know, mate. But it takes away this. You can. It's what a
Are you
quarter less.
felting your speaker? Or are you using like a prefabricated speaker? Or are you felting it with something?
No. Oh, sorry. I haven't made it. No. It's.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. But I mean, in your head, are you just taking like a pre-existing, like a woofer?
A woofer, yeah, a subwoofer. Yeah, you're gonna have your bass in there, you can have your mids in there, you can have your tweets in there, you can have all these different frequencies. So, You know how big this speaker is, I don't know. Whatever.
I want
But
to see somebody push 50 hertz through a tweeter. No, I'm just kidding.
I reckon maybe as we know it, a circumference on outer circumference of 66,000 kilometers. That's the best I can.
Wait a minute, wait, Realm. Would it still be called a tweeter, bro? If we push 50 hertz through that bitch? I'm just joking, bro. That was my attempt at humor.
Yeah, 50 hertz is the sound that you hear, but if you have a drum, drums are tuned to 60 hertz. My guitarist who knows drums and sound engineering well, he says that drums are tuned up to 60 hertz. So if you play your drums at 50 hertz, are you going to get echo? Because if you don't tune up your drums correctly to the natural acoustics or where you're tuning them up, so if you're inside a studio, a sealed room, and you're tuning up, it's going to be different to tuning up outside or tuning up in a cold room. You have to tune up to you have to tune up to the room. You can't just go to a gig and you're tuned up in the van on the way there. It's not going to be the same at the gig, you know. Anyway.
I'm gonna oh my god, if I forget this, I'm gonna choke myself out, dude. Keep talking. I gotta.
Well, I'll be going soon because I'm on my way to work.
Dude, I just had the best idea, man. Oh my god, I just had the best idea and I forgot it.
Yeah, go look up Speaker Earth. Look through the images. There was two I got. One of them was a speaker, and the Earth was on top, and it kind of looked all right because there was shadows. Yeah, there was.
Yeah, man. That's what I. Sorry, man, but I don't want to. Sorry. Go ahead and finish, and I'll.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah. Go to Google, type it in, Speaker Earth, and there's a nice picture of a speaker with the Earth at the top. But the cool thing was that it hasn't. I don't think it had any sun or moon or anything like that in there. But it did have a shadow, and the shadow went round just like an inch below, not an inch, but a portion below the rim where it cut sort of Australia in half. So almost like there was just that perfect shadow. So the shadow, yeah, if you know you've got a perfect light shining into the speaker, right? For example, but when if you hit the light and it wobbles and it moves back and forth a bit or whatever as it's turning, then naturally the shadows are not going to be equal. They're just going to move around in a rotary fashion or something, you know?
Yeah. So here's what I was gonna say, dude. I just really want to get this off my chest. I want to comment on that too, but because I think we both agree. Maybe not. Probably we agree on most shit, but they don't do like, and even we or they or whoever, they're not showing us or they're not doing enough frequency testing. Like there ain't enough videos of different ideas going around with the frequency. But what we've seen is cool as shit, dude. It seems like, but like what we have seen, like the tuning forks. So like that is just that simple little thing, bro. Blows my mind. You hit a tuning fork, it starts vibrating, and at the same frequency. If you have another tuning fork that tune like that, then it's gonna start moving it, and you could play the string of a guitar, bro. That's so cool. And I was thinking, I wonder if that works. And it seems like they'd have tried a million different things with that. Like I wonder what else that works with. Like instead of just we think of like do re mi fa. You know, besides that, like with percussion and shit like that, if we get a frequency of percussion going, like could we move shit? Because that's interesting shit, bro. Dude, that should be so advanced. Like we can literally move something just by tuning it the same as something else. Like we should be talking about this shit constantly, man.
Yeah, there's a thing.
All kinds of ideas.
You were just describing something. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was broken down into, if you're in a cube, it's flux. It's called flux. Yeah, magnetic flux. But they call it flux. It's something like a marble in a cube, and then another cube of the same size, but there's two marbles. So if you miss a frequency and hitting the two of them, then one's going to be more reactive than the other. But like powering a light bulb. Anyway, Um, yeah, I've got to go to work now. But
Well, damn.
yeah, no.
Come on, man. Work is overrated. No, I'm just joking, bro. It's always a pleasure, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Just look into the stuff. Look into frequencies and stuff like that, because yeah, it's a lot. I mean, the thing is, like, you can, the speaker's my best work, and actually, I came out with this, but it was more of a hadron collider, the bottom of a hadron collider. That's what I started out about 5 years ago, before I came into any of this. So, like a Severin mold, like a jelly mold, the ones of the jelly mold.
Yeah. Yep. When he said jelly mold, that made me think of like the damn. God, I hope you still ain't talking, bro. I can't hear you. But when he's talking about the jelly mold, it got me thinking. I seen this girl, and she was ate up with the double slit experiment. She couldn't accept the conundrum and all that, and she's looking into it, and she's just trying everything, dude. She's trying to see this laser light, and she did a human hair, she did the double slit legitimate, and she's got 100 different lasers, dude, and multiple different mediums. She tried doing it in jelly, anything to show what's happening with the refraction, she's trying to trace it back. She tried it in her bathtub. She tried it with soap, just everything. And she finally broke down and bought a smoke machine, and she was able to trace every pattern back, like the diffraction pattern that shows up. She was able to trace it all the way back through the slit and every trough and every peak. And she's like, it ain't a conundrum. It's a wave, legitimate from the time it starts. And she proved it to me. She showed it, traced it back from the screen to the detector, through the detector to the source, every peak and every trough. She blocked it, and you could see every other peak and every other trough. She'd block one at a time, and it showed up with the smoke. It was crazy. And I was like, dude, she knew. She's kind of like us. She knew it wasn't a conundrum. She knew that something is wrong before there's a paradox, and there's probably something wrong with the description and shit. And I think she did a good job proving it. Realm's fucking always got good ideas, man. Anything I mentioned, bro, he fucking one-ups me, dude, with the idea. I love the way he thinks, man.
What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. Is there anybody out there?
Yeah, man, I'm all ears. Yeah, that's weird. That's brand new.
Nice. You're all awake.
What's up, Platypus? Yeah, I'm here. I'm more in a listening mode, but yeah, I want to say what's up.
For sure, for sure. I'm not going to force people to have a conversation. I just want to say what's up.
Yeah, what's on the horizon?
Sorry to hear your brother did that to you this message. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be at work for 6 weeks. You think you can send me money? First thing you say.
I was watching some of these videos about Florida being the crescent, like the fertile crescent. It's pretty compelling stuff.
No, it's still. You got me curious now, though. Dude.
Brian, I think you're hot micing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say we've been talking about everything the last hour, bro. It's been all over the place, and so, dude, you could literally touch in on any of that, dude, or bring up anything, bro. We've been diving deep and debating and a little bit of everything tonight.
Yeah, it's been kind of a spicy day. I was in and out. I was here a lot this morning.
So Florida is the fertile alligator lands?
Dude, I guess so. Like, there's all this like Muslim architecture in Florida that's kind of random. Or I guess they want us to believe it's like random, that like some guy just decided to build a bunch of it. But yeah, what's his name? It's like Dr. Lungo Mungo or something like that on YouTube. It's pretty interesting. Witsit was talking about it today. It piqued my interest.
Nice. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm open to hear more about that. If you want to share more on it, I'm open to. I was also gonna, just mention, Bitcoin's up into the high 20s there. It's kind of nice to see.
Oh, really? Let me take a look.
It hit 29, and then it slammed down to like 27, and it's chilling at like 27.7 right now. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna get up back into the 30s at some point here.
Very good.
Yeah, should be good for all the markets. And
what is it going up to the 30s, Gio, or speculating to go to the 30s?
Bitcoin.
Okay, got you. That's cool.
Yeah, the thing about the Florida being the Fertile Crescent, I'm down with it being, a place. Maybe it was the Fertile Crescent. What do I know? But it definitely seems like there was something going on in the Middle East as well. I don't know why. I don't know. I just don't know. It's very new to me. It is weird that a desert was supposed to be like where the fertile lands are or were. Because then we've been asking the question, well, how did it become a desert? What happened? There was some sort of cataclysmic change. But who knows? Maybe it was always a desert. he also made an interesting point that Christopher Columbus wasn't sent to the Americas to find new lands. He was actually being expelled because he was Jewish, and he just happened to find the lands and report back to Spain. And it was such a hit that they were like, "Oh yeah, we weren't sending him away. We were he was on an expedition," which is kind of funny.
What if the deserts are? Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, the whole Christopher Columbus story. Yeah, oh man, I mean, that's a wild one. But I was gonna say too. What if the deserts are land that a giant dragon died on? So like, cause like if an animal dies, it might like kind of kill the plants under it. Like at least not, they don't like, it doesn't like kill it right away, but it would like, it has an impact on the ground. Like if an animal like takes a while for the ground to grow back. So what if like a giant dragon died there and then now it's just like, it changed the landscape. It's just a wild idea.
Yeah, that is. I didn't think dragons could be that big. That would mean that there's like probably a lot more land. Like a lot
Yeah,
more
they would
land.
have to be giant. Yeah. A lot more land, right? Like if that's just a little dying spot for a dragon.
Yeah.
Massive creature.
Mountains are just dragon poops. Petrified dragon
Right.
poop.
If they could just fly through just endless land, that would be, oh man. That's awesome.
Yeah. I got an interesting topic. So what do you know about quantum computing? Anything?
Yeah, I know some about them. Yeah.
Do you think it'll ever be possible?
To do it at the level they speculate or theorize?
Yeah, I mean the whole thing about quantum computing is that it will render modern day encryption useless. And the whole idea is that they're like superimposing these calculations to identify the prime numbers that are used in modern encryption. My buddy and I were talking about it today. Basically, all governments right now are saving data, even if they can't read it. And they're hoping that in the next 20 to 30 years, quantum computing will be a thing. So they can basically retroactively go back and look at all the encrypted data that they've stolen or gotten through like spying on other countries and just fucking read all these secrets. And it's pretty wild. There's right now like a pretty big movement to like change the way we encrypt data when we send it for this very reason. I, however, am under I'm of the position that since it's all theoretical, I think it'll stay like that forever. I don't think you can superimpose data, and I think if they could, well, that would be bad because they're like tapping into alternate universes and stuff, and probably not going to end well.
Blend it with some AI.
Yeah.
Hyper calculating bots that control and indoctrinate you even quicker.
Or just like an infinite amount of AIs that are communicating to each other now through multi-dimensional quantum D-wave computing. That would be pretty bad. It would literally be able to just predict the future and control the present. That'd be not good. Yeah, this AI thing though, that's another thing. In 6 months, it's going to be a different conversation. I think it's going to advance that quickly.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it.
Have you seen what some of the people have done with it? There was a guy that told the chatbot, he's like, I have $400 and I'm going to be your human liaison and I will do whatever you tell me. I want you to like start a business with this $400 and just tell me what to do. And so this fucking robot tells the guy to like buy a .com name that has to do with eco-friendly kitchen products. He buys the domain name. He has the AI set up a website. He uses a AI image generator to like get a logo and to get like a cover page for like the types of eco-friendly kitchen products that he's going to be selling. And then he like launched it, and within a week, the company's worth like 10 grand, and he already has like a 5% investor, somebody who like invested like $500 or some shit like that. It's crazy. And he's just doing what the AI is telling him to do.
Yeah, it kind of congeals ideas and pumps them out.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Like a hypercharged search engine.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have access. Oh shit. The cops are chasing somebody right now, and they're gonna this guy's gonna blow past my apartments. Bro, you're so dumb. He's in a Toyota 4Runner, dude. That thing can tip so easy. Oof.
Is he chasing, or is he is he running?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was running from the cops.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that'll probably be on the news in like 20 minutes if he's still going. Yeah, I'll admit I've been using the AI bot to help me do a couple things. I've got a business proposal that I've been working on. So it's very useful.
Yeah, we were talking about AI stuff earlier for a little bit.
So wait, was Donald Trump arrested? Did that happen? I don't watch the news. I guess I can Google it.
But speaking of the AI, like when I looked that up, it was saying that because of AI, like generating a bunch of like pictures and articles and different things of Donald Trump being arrested, a bunch of people believed it.
Oh, I bet.
It seemed like perhaps a little psyop run for like, hey, can we just run agendas and just have the AI generate stuff for the news and people are just going to believe it? That's a possibility anyways, as to what that might have been about, because it was all in the mainstream everything. Like if you type in Donald Trump arrested, it's like, Washington Post, all the big things were like, oh, AI generated images, like just confusing people thinking that Donald Trump did get arrested. But apparently there was like some talk about it, I think, or he's being indicted or something. I don't even know the details of all that. Actually, I don't really follow the Trump dramas, but
it's pretty stale, the whole political thing.
Yeah.
AI and holograms. That's all we got for the future, dude. Just a bunch of fake news. and probably some lights in the sky. I'm still blown away that the U.S. government admitted to shooting down shit that had no visible propulsion, and like nobody cares. Everyone's so desensitized. It's like, did an alien knock at my door? Nope. Okay, just keep going. Nothing happened. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, it looks like they're preloading for some psyops to come.
Yeah, and it seems like it's going to have a pretty good reception. Like nobody really batted an eye. The aliens are going to come down and give us fucking promo codes to like Amazon and shit. It's the only way people will notice.
UFOs are going to be dropping like free virtual gift packs from the
dude. Well, I said during the
QR codes in the sky that you just fucking point your phone at and it scans you into the new download.
Exactly.
Oh my god, dude.
There he goes. Dude.
That's too funny. Fucking UFO generated QR codes. And it gives you access to the smart cities.
Yeah, but you got to sign
Come
the
to the
terms
smart
of service.
cities. That'd be a good movie plot, dude. You get a QR code, then you get only limited number, and then you can go into the smart city to quote unquote see the aliens, even though it's really just a trap.
Dude, anybody that makes a good conspiracy movie gets fucking wrecked. There was that one filmmaker that did Gray State. I don't know if you ever heard about him. It's a pretty sad story.
Oh, I'm not sure I have.
Oh, interesting.
Gray State, you said?
Yeah, Gray State. It was this movie that was supposed to be made, and the guy. Here, let me get the right story. Yeah, okay. This guy who was basically, he made a movie about the United States government like taking over and giving everybody the mark of the beast. And he, before the movie got made, he allegedly killed his family and himself. And if you watch the trailer to it, it's like, it's a conspiracy theorist wet dream, basically. It's spot on. But yeah, pretty messed up.
And what happened to him?
So
You mean he did a movie that had like a plot like that, and then it got attacked, or?
Yeah, this guy was making this Minnesota filmmaker was making a movie called Gray State, and it's basically just about the United States government taking over or whatever. And he allegedly murdered his 5-year-old daughter, his wife, and then killed himself before the film was made.
Oh, geez. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
The film imagined a dystopian America in which civil liberties are suspended and FEMA becomes an occupying army in cities and towns. Yeah. And then they made a documentary that examines like what happened. I haven't seen it, but I just read that. They're just examining the life of the guy that did it. I'm sure it's going to be interesting, but he was an Iraqi war veteran. I didn't know that. So he was in the United States government. That's interesting.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if they want to turn the news into like all AI generated at some point. You know, even all the newscaster, the whole thing is just like generated imagery and video. That'd be crazy. And then make school that way too. Like they probably want to get rid of teachers at some point. It's too much of a liability to have teachers actually, you know,
teaching.
Yeah, and having like some soul to them. Some of them, you know. I mean,
Well,
a lot
dude,
of,
that's
yeah.
the joke, right? You've got all these like nerds basically telling the layman that their jobs are going to be taken by robots. Like, oh yeah, all the truck drivers and the ditch diggers, robots are going to take your job. But it's actually the other way around. Like the fucking AI is going to take all their jobs way quicker. They can't even get the fucking checkout, the self checkout at the market to work properly. Like, no way there's going to be robots before the AI.
RoboCop, straight up.
Soon.
Yeah, it's crazy. I guess I just like good old human creativity and ingenuity and sharing knowledge between one another rather than all these kind of synthetic forms of it, or kind of synthetic forms of like information organization. Although I do think it could be done in some positive ways, though. There is a way in which we could have like I think there's possible positive expressions of ways to use the technology. But the question is, the ones that are out there, are they even doing it with that in mind?
No, no, they're not. AI needs to be decentralized and uncensored. Otherwise, you're just getting the data set that some kind of safety council is approving.
Yeah. Well, that's what could get spooky if it gets to a point where it's like, all your social media, all of it is like run through, centralized kind of. So you can't even like search something and actually get some. Right now, you can search things and, at least get hits on them, and you can use different search engines. But what if they like try to pipeline it all into where like you have only that branded type of search engine? So if you type in, whatever term you want to type in, you're only going to get the one they want to show you, which that could get pretty crazy if it gets to that point. So now, like if you were to ask like just some question, you can't even get different searches.
Yeah, I think it's only getting easier to censor the internet, unfortunately.
I mean, it seems like they would want to do it that way to kind of brand it. I mean, I've heard that that's what they actually were trying to do originally with the internet, is kind of have it actually just be like a single controlled source. But it kind of some of these protocols kind of leaked out to people, and then programmers started programming stuff, and then at that point all they could do is co-opt it. So it's interesting to think that they might still want to do something like that, where like if you had to get your internet, like right now we have an internet provider and then it does connect you to the internet and it is somewhat open. You can search around and do stuff and find stuff, even though there is still censorship on the bigger platforms. But what if it was to a point where the only way to buy your internet is to like, get it with Comcast or whatever your company is, and then you only get that service and you only get that search engine? Wouldn't that be crazy if they pulled that off?
I thought of something even crazier. Not that I'm trying to one up you, but what you were saying just made me think. What if one day they just turned off the internet and they were like, "Oops, sorry guys, there was a terrorist attack or an accident or whatever," and then when they turn it back on, it's like a different internet and nobody notices, but it's like completely controlled. They've got all your data. It's not like you changed your devices.
I think they already did that, bro.
When did the internet get turned off?
No, the way you're describing it, like it's completely controlled. They get your information. I was to a T, but no, I don't remember them turning off. I was just adding in the conversation, bro.
I see what you mean. No. Yeah, you're right. They do have all of our information. But it's possible that they could get more, I think.
Well, do you think they have the ability to just tap into your computer, like straight up through Windows and Mac iOS? Do you think there's like back doors that they can, if they want to, they can just, like, let's say you're running a PC or whatever, and you've got whatever on your screen and whatever you're doing. Do you think they have the ability to literally just tap into a system, click a button, and boom, they can see your screen?
I'd be surprised if they couldn't. I mean,
Yeah.
why in the,
Yeah, I think unless you have your own like system set up and your own securities, yeah, I don't see why not.
But I just remind myself, dude, I'm not that. And I'm fucking gay, like, why would they even want to watch me? Like, if you want to watch me, I don't try to take steps to block them. I'm like, who gives a fuck, dude? If you really want to watch me that bad and can't even say anything that I'm doing because it's illegal, then be my guest and watch me all you want. Watch your way, dude. I mean, knock yourself
think
out.
it's-
Like, how many people could they possibly watch? Why would they pick me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's more for like tying up loose ends.
Yeah,
You know?
and now if you were important or rich or something, or your target, but like, I mean, you'd have to be pretty important. I wouldn't think they'd have like a room full of watchers or something, But yeah, if they needed to, then yeah, the information's there. I think the information is like for monetary reasons, for them to get these algorithms to make money and shit. You know what I'm saying? And learn more about us as collectively.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have exactly. Yeah, they don't necessarily. I mean, they're not watching all of it. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. If you had access to all that, I mean, really, it would be boring when you think about it. I mean, unless it is something that's like threatening one of their agendas or something. But yeah, what is going to watch someone living their life? Just, But yeah, whether they kind of record it all. Yeah,
Well,
I don't
if they
really
record it
either.
If they record it and then they have an AI run through all the data and like categorize it based on like phrases, or if it's like on a device, like where the device is or whatever,
Keywords
the device.
and shit.
Yeah, dude. Then you've got like a literal
Yeah, that makes
map.
sense.
Yeah, you got a map of everything that person says and everywhere they go. And, it's pretty easy to like use that information for whatever nefarious purposes you want, whether you want to sell them shit or you want to find them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you like keywords, you say the wrong thing. Like, I mean, they got fucking the way he was describing earlier, they got AI that makes AI. Like, so they would probably have something like that with the keywords and checking in, looking for pattern shit. I don't know, but I'd be looking at like maybe some fine girls or something. I don't know. I wouldn't even do that nowadays, but maybe back in the day or but if I felt if I was like one of them psychopaths that would think they're responsible for the whole world all of a sudden because they got so much money, world's closing in on them, then yeah, maybe you'd be paranoid. You'd want to keep a watch on anything that could mess something up for you. Anything that could.
Right.
I mean, here's what we really got to.
There's so many people. It's like, how could they even? I know, keeping track of. It's like everybody becomes insignificant when there's that many.
I mean, it's like this, dude. Think about what those guys on September 11th accomplished with just box cutters. if Al Qaeda gets the AI, it's gonna give them some way crazier ideas. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Yeah, dude. AI Bin Laden. Oh god. They threw Bin Laden's body in the ocean, but he came back as an AI robot.
Exactly.
You might not want to fight somebody with box cutters, bro. But if you're trapped on a plane and you know you're about to die, and all they got's a box cutter, like I'm gonna take my chances. Fucking if there's just a few of them with box cutters, dude.
Dude, I think I could rip somebody's throat out before they could kill me with a box cutter.
You know, could you even kill somebody with a box cutter? It'd be pretty lucky. You could
I
fuck
mean,
them up. It'd
you'd
take
have
a
to like
lucky fucking swipe.
you'd have to cut them in the right place and then hold them off for about 30 seconds while they bleed out, and you have to cut them real good. Like
Yeah,
that whole story does not make sense at all.
Right, you'd have to stick your neck out for them or something, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, our meat ain't that easy to cut through anyway, man. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
it is with a sharp blade, but it ain't like not getting to death depths. It takes some fucking cutting to fillet shit. You know, I'm just saying. But if you are just sticking your neck out for them, yeah. But if you're fighting, you might get fucked up and cut up and shit. But yeah, you'd have a chance of living at least. You got no chance if fucking you see these motherfuckers hijacking a fucking airplane. You know you're good as dead.
Well,
You suicide fucking terrorist.
in their hypothetical defense for the passengers that may or may not have existed on those planes, that no one had ever hijacked a plane and crashed it into a building, so they thought that they were probably just going to land the plane and ask for a ransom or something like that. They didn't think they were going to fucking, you know.
Yeah. I ain't no telling what I might have thought when I was younger. You know, I guess the older you get, it fucking just doesn't seem so important. It's not as important as it used to be, dude. I might have cooperated at one point in my life, but I very seriously doubt it. I'm not the type. I don't know. Sometimes kind of I am, but if I felt trapped, dude, I'd have done something.
Yeah, thank God I was too young for that whole event, because I really wanted to join up with the military after it happened, but I was too young. That would have been a mistake.
What if a motherfucker come at you, you're walking down the road and tries to rob you, and all he's got is a box cutter?
Just give him your shit.
You might.
Unless you have a gun and you're in a place where you can defend yourself without going to jail, like, just give him your shit.
Bro, I'd rather have nothing than a box cutter. I'd rather have my fists or my hands to grab and grab and choke you out or something that could work than a box. I might. I don't know. It's a tough.
I'd rather have a box cutter than
You'd
nothing.
rather have your box cutter than your hands to wrestle around with.
It depends.
If you're trying to cut me and I grab you, bro, you're going down, bro. If you're still trying to punch or cut, that's rule number 1 with Ultimate Fighting. Like, don't try to punch if a motherfucker clutches you. So if a guy's trying to cut me, he's going to go down and get choked out. A good chance of it anyway. If he's trying to cut me and I got my hands to grab his ass, just throwing that out there as an arguing point.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the person. I would consider a box cutter like a good force multiplier. Definitely at least a deterrent. But if the fight is gonna happen and it's not about brandishing it or anything like that, yeah, I don't know. It depends. If they're really big, I'd probably not want the box cutter. But if they're small, then I would definitely want the box cutter. I don't want to get.
That's an important factor you just said. Depending on how big they are, would factor in.
Yeah, because if they're just throwing these,
whether you might cooperate, like that's a big old. There's some big boys right there. I might just cooperate today or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I got robbed with my buddy once, and I chased these dudes down, and I fucking cornered the guy that had the phone, and out of nowhere, these two fucking massive skinheads just grab me and they're like, "What's going on?" It's like, "Yo, this fucking dude stole my buddy's phone, blah blah blah. I just chased him down." And they're like, "Oh, you got jacked? That sucks." And they just fucking held me there and let this kid go with our shit. And they were like, "Get the fuck out of here."
I can't even tell you half the story, bro. It's gonna sound like bullshit anyway, but it's something I don't really want to. But the last time I got robbed at gunpoint, this dude had a fucking hand cannon. I don't even know if it was armed. I mean loaded, but I wasn't gonna take a chance. By the time all this happened, bro, I had fucking just got paid from a job, dude. I had like $6,000 fucking dollars, or it might not have. It was a lot, $5,000 at least, cash, and I fucking I just give him a few bucks out my pocket and shit, bro. He winds up. I was like, let me hang on to a few bucks. This dude literally. I start talking to him and I give him a little bit. He lets me fucking keep a few bucks, bro. Like out of the money I had as a dart tournament outside, the middle of a fucking dart tournament, bro. And I'm outside and doing a shot or something. I forgot. And he fucking gives me a few bucks back. And by the time it's all over with, bro, he's fucking trying to get my phone number. I give him a fake number because I didn't trust him. But still, I'm counseling this motherfucker. He's saying, "Man, I usually ain't like this, man. Bro, I'm down. I just lost my." I mean, he had a pretty pity story, and at first I was just waiting on him to quit pointing the gun at me so I could do something, bro. But I realized he wasn't going to get my payday, my paycheck and shit. And so I calmed down, and that's when I started talking to him, and he fucking starts. I'm counseling him now, and then telling him, "Man, things will get better, dude. It's all cool." This dude robs me and gives me, and only takes some of my money, right? And tells me, "Give me a number." I said, "I swear to God, I'll pay you back, dude. Just fucking." And I didn't give him the right number. I'm like, "Dude, just keep it. It wasn't that much, you know." But it was, but ain't that crazy? Like this dude was down on his luck and robbed me, and by the time it was over with, bro. But at the very end, he, you know, not the very, it wasn't that long in, but this whole thing lasted, I forgot, 5 long ass minutes. But he quit pointing a gun at me, but I'd calmed down and I wasn't. And my attack mode, like I wasn't looking for an opportunity then. I was feeling sorry for this motherfucker by the time it was over in a weird kind of way, bro.
Yeah, it's weird how it works out like that sometimes.
I genuinely think if I'd have gave this guy my number, he would have paid me back.
Dude, I picked up this spoon earlier because I was gonna eat something, and I got distracted and I lost the spoon and I could not find it for the life of me. And I just found it. It's in my pocket.
That's funny shit, dude. In your pocket, dude. I'm looking all over for my hat. It's on my head. No, I'm just kidding.
Pretty much, though, right? It's like, who puts a spoon in their pocket? I don't even know why I did that.
That's pretty funny. But yeah, man, that's crazy, man. Got robbed and the dude's breaking down to me, feeling guilty about it. So, man, hopefully I talked enough where he didn't go pulling that shit. You know,
Somebody
with
else and
anybody
get
else.
shot,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or have to
Shoot
shoot
someone.
somebody. I mean, he
Yeah.
literally had a hand cannon. I don't know a lot about the guns, but I mean, he had his pistol looked like a fucking cannon, like a literal hand cannon, so whatever them kind of guns are, that's what he had, and it was intimidating as a motherfucker, dude. Like this big fucking gun, dude.
Yeah, guns in your face aren't chill.
And he didn't put it like right up to my face or nothing, you know. But he kept a bead and a step away, and like a reach away, and it, you know, point blank, wasn't no getting away. But at first I was looking for an opportunity, like you know. But then he made me feel sorry for him, bro. It's like I should have been 38 hot, bro. But
Dude, you don't want to shoot anybody.
no, I didn't. Yeah, he didn't want to shoot me, but you know, I wasn't even mad at the end, bro. I was just confused.
You're lucky, dude. Seems like you had a little bit of sense
very
left in
fucking
him.
lucky, bro. Because
Not
I'd have
very
been
many people.
fucked.
Yeah.
That was all my money. Like I bought the concrete and all that. That was like everything from the job, dude. I got to pay the guys and all this shit, bro. It was like I'd have been devastated, bro. I would have survived, but yeah, it was enough maybe to shoot me for too. You know what I'm saying? But,
Dude, people have been shot over way less.
and he thought I was reaching for something, bro. That's why he never checked. So I had it right there. I forgot if it was in an envelope. I don't want to just make shit up, but I had it all organized somehow, and he I just kind of like slipped it out, you know, when I had eye contact with him, and I tucked it in between the seat. That's all I could think about was don't let him take his fucking money, dude. I'll fucking, oh my god, I'll be dead. But he thought I was reaching for something, so that's why, like, I might have done something stupid to try and protect that much, bro. It was a lot of people, wasn't all just mine, and it's, but he thought I was reaching for something. He's like, I forgot exactly what he said, but don't reach for something, you know, or what are you doing? Let me see your hands. What the fuck you do? I'm like, no, man. No, all right, I'm cool, you know. But I didn't want to say, hey,
Jesus.
man, no, I'm stashing my money, bro. I'm not reaching for nothing.
Yeah, dude, you're really lucky. That's ballsy. Got some big balls.
Yeah. I just finished watching this fucked up movie.
Whoa, yeah, what's it called?
It's called Rampage. You ever heard of that?
Oh yeah, I've seen that movie. That's the one where the guy goes on a rampage, right?
Yeah, it's fucked up though. I don't know what the point of it was, or what the fuck. Too much.
Probably some fucking CIA like fucking programming or some shit. I don't know. How many school shootings? How many mass shootings have occurred since that movie came out? Probably a lot.
Well, what's weird is that, yeah, I mean, whoever promoted that movie or made it, it seems a weird thing to, because he, you know, gets away with the spoiler alert, but he just cleanly gets away with all of it.
Dude, did I fucking? I got a story, man. If y'all want to hear a fucking story about an alligator, bro, like a real life encounter, bro. It's crazy, dude. I don't think I ever told y'all this shit, dude. Never forget.
Yeah.
It's one of them things that you never forget, bro. Crazy shit,
I
dude.
think you have to, you told the story. I forgot how it goes, but I remember you.
Yeah, there's the little gator
You and
like
your
it comes
buddies.
charging out the water. Yeah. I did tell you that. It's crazy, bro. Something you could never forget, bro. A gator come charging out the water at a motherfucker whose back's turned. You're trying to yell to him, look out, and he's ducking, thinking we're on the golf course. He's ducking, thinking a ball's coming at him and shit. And he's sizing up his shot, and he's squatting by the lake. So I guess he looked all small, and he's got white chicken legs and shit, no socks. And this little gator, about 4 foot long, not that little, but come charging out the water, bro. After he chips up, and it realizes it's a grown man, I guess, so it stops. But it's trying to look big. It's got its mouth wide open, dude. And it's running, it's wagging its tail like when they say don't try and run, like the SWAT go sideways and all, they ain't lying, bro. Them bitches are explosive fast in a straight line. They ain't lying about that. This little bitch was fast, but he slammed on brakes, and then he's just standing there, bro. He ducks his head, covers his head, and I'm like, I couldn't even say it. I'm like, turn around, you dumb motherfucker! Like, you didn't hear that, but I couldn't say anything. I was like, behind you! I finally spit it out, and he jumped and he stopped and he had his putter. I forgot, but it was so funny, dude. It was like, but that alligator realized that he was a grown man and he might have bit off more than he could chew, so he slammed on brakes and sat there hoping he didn't become lunch. And it was crazy seeing that shit, bro. Crazy.
I think you could take down a gator.
Fuck, dude. If I had a chance to get the hell away from him, I think my instinct would, if I was hungry enough, I'm sure I would try. It was a small gator. He could have got it, you know, but But yeah, if you got a chance to, like, dude, when we used to go to the island, I'll make this story quick. Dude, one of our buddies is drinking and drunk, and he's all like, "Oh man, I ain't fucking scared of no raccoons." I'm like, dude, you ain't scared of them. You just fucking, you're gonna run from them, bro, if they're coming at you. Because my buddy shot one. It's a deserted, like over in the Gulf at Cedar Key, and there it was. They called it Deer Key, but it's nothing but raccoons infested on this island. But they were intruding a little bit. My buddy, I was just half asleep. My buddy tries shooting the motherfucker, and he does, and he hits one, and it's like a red one. It's like the male one, male, but he did something to it where he injured it where it was running after fucking. I woke up because of the gunshot, and I'm half asleep, no shoes on, out, wore out, tired, and fucking and a raccoon's chasing my buddy who's acting like he's so tough and he'd kick a raccoon. Yeah, you say that, but in reality, if you're out in the wild or whatever, if you can get away, you're gonna. It's just your instinct, unless you're hungry, right? And it's just so funny, dude. It's chasing him. He's like, shoot it, shoot it, and I'm like, shoot it, Mark. And we're standing in this little old hut shack with two walls and where we were sleeping in and fucking and my buddy's not gonna shoot toward him, and he's like, no, I'm not gonna shoot toward him. I'm like, shoot the motherfucker, dude, you ain't gonna hit him. But anyway, he runs off in the dark, dude. It's so funny, this raccoon, and he's the tough guy, so he's running off into the dark, dude, the pitch ass dark, bro. And by that point it got funny. But then he comes running back. He's still screaming. He comes running back up the trail back toward the campsite, and this fucking raccoon's still chasing him, dude. And he grabs a tree, but it's a little tree, and so he's trying to climb up, and these bitches shoot this motherfucker, man. And he fucking it leans over and he grabs another tree like he's like trying to Donkey Kong. He's trying to hold on to both trees, bro. It was so funny. And he fell down right next to the raccoon. By this time, bro, I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so fucking hard, dude, watching him try to get up these like 2-inch trees and trying to use two of them, bro. And he fell right next to the raccoon, bro. And the raccoon jumped like it was funny. And then he comes running in for the shack, and then that's when my buddy shot at the raccoon. I don't know if he hit him again, but it ran off. But it was the funniest shit you ever said. So tough guy who would kick the raccoon, and Mr. fucking raccoon ain't shit out in the wild. He was running like a bitch, dude. It's so ironic that happened to him, bro. But it was one of the funniest things I ever seen in my life when he fell down face to face with the raccoon. So fucking funny, bro.
Yeah, it's a funny thing about mammals or animals in general is the second you show fear. I mean, really any situation. You can imagine any situation. If you feel like you're threatened and then you sense fear, and the other thing or whatever, you're gonna have to act on that.
Well, putting two and two together, this was like an alpha raccoon, and he was it was mating with the that's why he was intruding on the camp, like and a branch above is he wasn't thinking about nothing else but fucking the female raccoon when we put two and two together, and then he might have got hit, like when he shot him out the tree or whatever, like he might have been injured, and but it was probably more or less the testosterone and shit, like they never came at us like that. But they did steal shit, dude. We had a little battles with them. I seen one get took down by something, bro. I don't know what, but we chased one and cornered it in the water. And then I didn't want to kill it, dude, but I was pissed off. It fucking ate our food, all our bread for the whole trip, and but I didn't want to kill it. It was like an adolescent teenager, and it's in the current. Just I'm walking down the beach and it can't come to shore because there I am, and I'm considering what to do, and something just come up and boom, something come up and popped his ass, bro. Like, what the fuck was that, bro? It ain't but about 3 or 4 foot deep, and something nailed this motherfucker and was gone. Didn't even see what it was. It one fucking fell swoop in a few foot of water hit that raccoon over in the Gulf. I think it was a gator or a crocodile or something. We've seen some tracks, but never seen one. Or a shark. There's big ass sharks over there. These are waters we're trampling around in and shit. That's surprising. A lot of stories from that place. there's all kinds of like I found a spearhead or something like an arrowhead, or I think it was. There's like a lot of old arrowheads and shit. Like there was a tribe that used to live in that area, and it's common. Like they're worth like I think it's $50. Like there's literally a going rate for different things that you could find. And I forgot what happened to it, but my buddy who wound up being my neighbor, I could go as long as there's nobody's talking. I'll tell this last thing. But he was in the newspaper. He caught I think the biggest tiger shark on history. But he towed it in. I went and ran shark lines with him, bro. I learned a lot. Went out on a little shrimp boat and shit. Learned how to run shark lines. And but he was in the newspaper for Gainesville. That's the biggest paper close to where he's at. And I think he was in Tampa too, or Clearwater or something. But he caught a 18-foot, like a fucking a little over a ton tiger shark, bro. He said it was like 18 or 20 foot, and he's in the newspaper with his daughter sitting on it, and it's so big, dude. But he felt guilty the rest of his life, bro. Like he eventually quit shark hunting because he said he was on his way in, and it was too big to put in his boat, and he had a pretty big skiff, but like a 22-foot skiff, but it was too big to put in his boat, so he towed it in. And he said there was one even bigger, or maybe almost as big, that followed it almost all the way in, bro. And it's like a prehistoric for something to get that big. And in all his years of shark fishing, he never caught anything like it. It was a monster. I think it's a record. And
Well,
it made him
sharks
feel
are
sorry
said to
for it,
be
man.
they're said to have been
Bonds?
around 300 million years ago.
Yeah, but I ain't talking about that. I'm just saying it's probably to get that big, it had to be at least 200 million years old. Nah, you know what I'm saying? But it was big, and
What else?
but that big one followed it in, like it literally followed it in, and it just made him feel bad, and he wound up giving it up, bro. Like that's what he did for a living,
nice.
and it got the best of him. That
Well, yeah, you know
all
what
the way
else
till
though
it
is
couldn't
that
follow him no more.
Greenland sharks, they can live to be over 400 years old.
Huh.
Yeah. But they don't look scary when they're at that age. They look kind of just old and decrepit. But yeah. So there was sharks alive today who were alive. Isaac Newton, Galileo.
Yeah, this shark is liable to be 100 years old or something. You know, maybe 50 years. I don't know. I've never seen one that big. Dude, the biggest fish I ever caught over there was a drum, like a 50-pound drum. It was massive, bro. Well, again, in just a few foot of water, but it was big. And dude, one of the sharks he cut open had a half a drum about the size of the biggest one I ever caught. Like, dude, this motherfucker's catching some real shit. Like what's in the belly of what he's catching is my record for over there anyway.
Yeah, my mic wasn't working a little bit ago. I was and stuff, and made a gay joke about you and your friends, but you missed it.
Bro, there's oysters over there, bro. There's a little spring out there in the marsh. Just cold water every time we cross. And I got to thinking about it after we'd been there a couple times. I was like, wait a minute, it's always underwater here. It's always, and it's cold. Dude, it probably don't get much better than this. We went and ever since the light bulb went off my head, dude, we had oysters anytime. You just had to go kind of, if it was high tide, you had to go way underwater, but it was about waist or chest deep, even at low tide. So you kind of had to go under. But nice, clean oysters. Just oysters everywhere over there, bro, in the Gulf Coast. So that's what he did when he wasn't shark fishing. But it fucked his back up. But I almost bought a couple deeds, like some government-backed little clam, where you buy the little baby clams. They're called seeds or some shit, and plant them, and you harvest. You're driving over there. There's just sticks everywhere from people's little clam deeds and shit. It's a small town, but everybody there lives by the water and shit, clamming, fishing, oyster, and fucking little town like that. God's country. past Rosewood. Like if you drive from Gainesville past Rosewood and Chiefland and all that shit over there by David from Wide Awake, that neck of the woods.
How funny would it be if you found out that God was from Florida?
If you found out what?
Am I roboting?
No, yeah, well, just that one part. You said, what if it'd be funny, or what if I found out God's something?
Let me ask you a question. Is my mic still open?
Yeah, I hear you, but I just didn't hear that one comment.
That's not good. I'm not sure what's going on with my Discord, but I gotta fix that. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. My push talk is not working correctly. So I'm not pushing it, and it was on. Like, I'll let go now and see if it stays on. Yeah, is it still on? I'm not pressing it.
They say these shark teeth fossilize like over millions of years. I don't think that's the case, bro. Because we had an island we went to. It's dredged, so it's artificial, but shark teeth everywhere. I had a few thousand of them. Most of them were little babies, but I lost them, but I still got a real big one. But that's all we do. We'd compete, see who could find the most, and you get good at it, just like anything else. You get good at spotting these shark teeth, and but we find a lot of little brown ones, like in betweeners, that weren't white, like the ones like when they're in their mouth, and weren't black. So I had an idea to put it in some salt water, ocean water, or something, and see if it started to turn in my lifetime. But I don't think it takes millions of years to turn. It's my personal opinion, but I think judging by all the brown ones we found, it's a quicker process. But I can't prove that.
Process for what? You're talking about, like, becoming like a...
Dude, check this out.
Like
It's
a
another
fossil?
funny one. I'm out there. This is one of my ex-girlfriends, man. And she was fucking like kind of high maintenance, but she was younger and prettier back in the day. And fucking, dude, this is so funny, dude. I fucking grabbed. She's like, let me see. And my son kept going up and giving her like shark teeth. She was like, and he was happy to give them to her, but I was like, man, let him keep his shark teeth and shit, bro. And it kind of bothered me in a weird way. Like, why are you fucking having him give you all his shark teeth? He's finding, he ain't finding that many. But and he's like 4 or 5, I forgot. But so I did this, bro. So I go and I fucking grab a fiddler crab. And I'm like, I got a good one. I walk over and she's like, let me have it. And she's got her greedy ass hand like inverted open, dude, like for that fucker. And I had it cupped, bro. I put this fiddler crab in her fucking hand, dude. And and dude, she threw it in her friend, her fat friend. She threw it because she looked at it for a second like she was inspecting a big shark tooth, dude. It's literally a fiddler crab in her hand with his claw up at her and shit, dude. And she fucking throws it and it goes down this fat girl's shirt. And she's fat, but she's pretty agile, bro. This bitch about had a conniption fit, dude. This fiddler crab literally went down the front of her shirt and fucking she was dancing. That fat bitch fucking was fucking flapping her fucking arms and panicking, screaming, dude. I'm talking about, dude, face beat red. Like, she almost probably died, bro, from panicking, dude. She probably almost like knocked herself out, dude. She was flailing, dude, and we couldn't stop her to get it out, bro. But I didn't mean for that to happen. The fat bitch was actually pretty cool, but it was funny as fuck, dude. Funny shit, dude.
You still have contact with this fat bitch?
Nope.
You know her number?
I do not.
Or Facebook?
Man, I don't even think I know her name, bro. I know her first name.
Oh,
But I don't even know her name. To be honest. Kayla
That's
is
too
all I
bad.
remember. I remember her flailing, bro. It's one of them things you'd never forget, bro. Watching her fucking panic. It's just a fiddler crab, bro, so it's not any kind of dangerous. But oh my god, when it was so funny right off the bat, right when it hit her hand. And when she just happened to throw it down fucking Kayla's shirt, dude. What are the odds? But another
That'd
funny
be
one out
funny
there,
for.
bro. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh no, it's a dumb joke. I would say if her name was Ruth, like if her name was Ruth, you could have said it was a fiddler on the roof.
No, her name wasn't Ruth, but dude, that is funny. But dude, how about dude? We were Doc. This is back when I had my boat and was going everywhere. When I had it, when I put the brand new motor on it, and yeah, hold on a second. What? Man, we went out and we were fishing and everything, and we take the boat and we go we land on in places that were inaccessible, and fish and all that, camp and shit. But we came to get some stuff, man. I forgot, but I had my roommate who lived with it and worked for me, bring us some beer or something. I forgot what it was, but we had to meet us at the dock, and he'd been up all night, right? So he comes out and he gets out the car, and we're parked this dock. It leads to the land, but it's like a T, so there's two sides of it that don't go like that cut off. They don't go all the way to land, right? And so dude, oh my God, dude, it's so fucking funny. I don't know if it's gonna sound funny, but it was funny. He's been up all night. You could tell just by the way he's walking and shit. He's got these sunglasses on, and I was like, this motherfucker done pulled an all-nighter and shit, man. And he's walking, looking at us, and I don't know what he's thinking, dude. He walks right off the end of the dock, bro. Like literally in stride. And we fucking started laughing. We were already laughing because my buddy Mark was making fun of him about his sunglasses and all nighter. So we were already laughing, dude. And then he walks off the dock.
Was it nighttime?
No, it's morning.
Oh shit!
And,
It was like,
so we were coming in for the but so he fucking he goes to climb in the boat. He's right there, It just ended. But so he goes to grab the boat and he grabs it and it woke him up pretty quick. But he fucking, bro, he's trying to get his leg up over the boat. Dude, we're laughing. I literally can't do nothing. I'm laughing so hard. Literally, he wasn't in no danger, but he's hanging on that side of the boat, right? And he goes to try and throw it. He's like splacked onto the side of the boat with his arm, right, hooked. So then he naturally goes to throw his leg up over the boat, bro. And he can't get his leg up over the boat, bro. He tries like 3 times. I finally stopped and helped him, right? But he wasn't in, like I said, no danger. But I was laughing too hard, bro. I couldn't do that. Like, he's trying to get his leg up over the boat, and he can't kick it up high enough, bro. He's got jeans on. And so it's making it almost to the top and back down. But he finally got it over. And just from being in that one little spot where he fell in and grabbing the boat, he's wore out, right? And so he finally hooks his leg over, and he just sits there, dude, catching his breath, bro. And he's just sitting there fucking on the side of the boat, bro, with one arm hooked and his leg fucking finally over. And I guess he knew he made it, but he's catching his breath to flop on over in there. That's when we helped him and shit, dude. When I was able to breathe, bro. It's one of the funniest things, dude. Top 10 for sure, bro. He's just hanging on the side of the boat, bro.
I'm surprised your friends aren't more injured. It seems like all the alligators and raccoons and.
Bro, this is a long time ago, man. Many, many moons ago. Before I was married.
You've been married for 10 years now, right?
Yep, 10 or 11 maybe. I lose count.
10 or 11 maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it might have been another year by now. I don't know. I lose count. I think my anniversary's coming up.
Mine would be, but I'm on a hiatus.
Yeah, I wasn't going to get married if I didn't plan on riding it out, man. I'm not going to find a girl better than her. I know that. All my wild days are over anyway. So, but I got some stories, dude. God, dude, I got so many stories. I never really tell them though, man. But I just remember the funny ones, bro. Just like over the years.
Something nice you do.
Over the years, you see some funny shit.
you told us something before about I don't know. I don't want to say it.
My record about breaking my record.
Yeah, your record. Yeah.
I remember telling you that, man. But I tied it like a few times, bro, but never really
I forgot
broke it. Like I
what
said,
was the number?
5.
Okay, then yeah, you have.
It's like this,
You,
bro. Like I said, if I just happen to come across somebody, and then maybe just
yeah.
every now and then, dude, 2 in a day, bro. And then like then I'm thinking record, bro. So I start calling X's and shit, and like a couple of them are a given, you know. And like
Oh yeah, because
it's like
you were trying to do your record. That makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
like physically trying to beat it. Like, and I didn't think like that. But like I said, if it just in all the years, a few times it happened with a couple, then I'd start thinking record, you know. But I tied it a few times. But I had some bisexual fucking roommates and shit like that, girlfriends. So helped out with
Gotcha.
it a little bit. So I lived a life back then, you know, been through it all. It's fun, but it's
You never want to
not
know,
really my
dude.
style. Not my style nowadays. You know what I'm saying?
In gems, because I used to tell them everything, dude. For some reason, they stopped they thought I was that I was lying, just because when I started doing Lyft, like after there was like everyone was on lockdown, and then I was getting restless, and so when I started doing Lyft, I went kind of wild, and yeah, so I had a lot of crazy stories. But yeah, your
Yeah.
record beats me.
Yeah. Well, it
Although,
ain't
but I
over
did.
till it ain't over till it's over, right?
Well, I'm not really trying to surpass it anyways. But I got close to that though when I was doing Lyft. But I don't think
Bro,
it was. I can't even.
to be honest, bro, it wasn't even like a desire. Like after I hit the couple, then it was just like a record thing. Like it's like, you know, I just do it to literally try and just say I did it. I don't know why I even thought like that
Yeah.
back then. And I didn't always think like that, but it just I was like thinking, so it ain't even like I really even wanted it at that point. I'm like got a record on my mind, like bragging rights or something, dude. And I don't know why I thought like that, bro. But I didn't go telling everybody. I don't even know why I even told y'all, but it's just something. But yeah, if a story doesn't sound a little unbelievable, bro, it ain't a good story, man. You know?
Yeah, I
Or
know, but it's just like it's you know you see that movie Yes Man
yeah.
with Jim Carrey. Sometimes I feel like I live my life like that, but in a more reckless way. So like, yeah. Well, I mean, I'll be short just in case your phone dies. But yeah, I'm just
It didn't,
an
bro. I got it
opportunity.
plugged in the nick of time. Sorry to interrupt. But yeah, you said
No,
you talking about the yes man. You
Yes
say
Man, yeah,
you're a yes man.
yeah, but like more reckless, maybe I guess. Like he was more productive, I guess, in his Yes Man stuff.
So you're
But
like
I
the
mean,
buddy
I
we could dare to do stuff and you'd fucking do it just for the sake
probably
of
yeah,
fucking. Okay, I
yeah.
got you.
I used to be like that. I used to do all
That's
sorts
a
of
cool thing though, man. Really.
yeah. If I get sure maybe. But yeah, I mean, I find myself in the craziest situations because,
So
like I said, usually I don't decline. Like I
so
don't.
if we
If somebody
dared you,
says something
like
weird,
if we dared you, we caught a wasp, right? A live wasp, and we got it. I got it in my hands, and you're looking at it up close with the stinger, dude. And that bitch looks sharp up close, dude. And so we dare you, dude. Like we give you $10, and like especially if you're broke, we'll give you 10 or 20 bucks. But you got to sting yourself with this wasp. Like would you have done it? Like I
no.
remember, bro, we did that. Like I forgot who I was with, but did it actually. And my buddy, I had a buddy, a semi-pro golfer, lived with for a while, and he would do any of that shit, dude.
What?
And he damn sure did it, dude, for the money.
For
And
like 80 bucks minimum, maybe.
I forgot what the money was, but he'd have done it without the fucking money, dude. He's ballsy
No.
as fuck, dude. He's ballsy as fuck. But he wasn't all that big or nothing like that, but he's fucking brave guy, and especially against wasp, dude. I told him a goose, like I'm like, because these geese, I'm like telling him the same. I'm thinking the same with the raccoons, like. I'm like, you say that, bro, but one of these big ass geese come charging you, bro, you're gonna run, bro. Yeah, I mean, even if you know you could grab its neck and wring its neck, when they come at you though, you're gonna fucking instinct is to get the fuck out of its way. But so I challenged him, dude, because I know where some big ass geese are, right? And we're laughing our asses off, bro. And he fucking and I filmed it, bro. I gotta find the phone because it's funny. He sure enough, dude, he goes to creep up on these geese, and it ain't just every one of them that chase you. They'll run from you, I guess. But they ran from him and they went in the water. He dives in this little lake, like a retention pond lake by a movie theater, and fucking goes swimming out toward these geese, bro. It's so fucking funny, dude. and but he never got close. He turned around and shit, but it was hilarious, dude. Dude, he fucking had some stories, bro. Better than any of my stories, bro. He told us one about this ostrich caught his friend, dude, and was pecking his ass. But it ain't my story, so I'll leave it at that, man. I'm hogging the mic, but it's fucking funny shit, bro. Imagine and the dude screaming bloody murder, screaming help for his life. This ostrich has got him pinned down, pecking at him.
Yeah, those can be pretty deadly. Can't I mean well, I'm thinking about emus.
He's just trying to kick it, right? This dude can't get up because he's stuck on his back.
They peck the hell out of you though.
Yeah, but he's kind of sizing him off, with his feet, up kicking and shit to keep him off, But he's screaming bloody murder the whole time, dude. He didn't get hurt, but he got pecked a little bit, but I guess he finally got help. I wasn't there. This is just one of the ones I heard, but it's funny as shit, dude, the way he told it. This motherfucker's pecking him.
My internet's gonna cut out. Can you hear me?
Birds are weird, dude. Like they don't seem like much, dude. They're light and all that, and with feathers, but dude, they're fucking really tough. Like you see the eagle grabbing that goat or that wolf looking thing or a fox. Like that's a big ass dog it grabbed and it's flopping around, bro. And like how could a fucking eagle take on a fucking a baby or a adolescent wolf or whatever the fuck it was, dude? Like it's unbelievable, dude, how tough they are, bro. You think they just
His grandpa
think
was
you can break them right in half, right?
Yeah, they're descendants from dinosaurs, dude. And those things were pretty tough.
I mean, I ain't talking about chickens or nothing like that, but like eagles and
No, not chickens. I'm talking about birds in general.
Right. They're fucking dude.
But cassowaries, they got cassowaries in Australia. See, a cassowary will
New Zealand, isn't it?
Is it New Zealand? I thought it was Australia.
Hang on. What's the big
when you
one?
live there, I'm gonna.
Oh no, it could be. What's the big, huge ones in New Zealand?
I thought cassowaries are both, but cassowaries are the ones that are people are.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Papua New Guinea, and northeastern Australia. What's the biggest bird in New Zealand?
Well, you guys have the emu that you guys lost all those wars against, unfortunately.
It's called a moa.
Moa, that's the one.
Are those worse than a cassowary?
Are them ugly looking, freaky, flightless looking, fucking crazy bird looking things? Y'all seen them?
Cassowaries are deadly, dude. Cassowaries are deadly.
You know the ones I'm talking about? They're like 4 foot tall, bro, and they got this big ass beak, and they look fake, bro.
Cassowary. Yeah, they're deadly, dude. And they're ruthless too. I saw that the women are the dominant ones, and
what do you mean?
So
ruthless?
They're ruthless, like they'll fucking attack you, and they don't have friends. All the women, they have their own territory. Nobody goes in their territory, and they have kids. The father takes them and takes care of them. He goes somewhere else. He's not even allowed to be in the territory.
They look
and they
meaner
will
than
fucking
shit,
attack
dude.
Anybody. Yeah, they are.
Dude, the pelicans get big too around here, bro. Them pelicans are ballsy, bro, but they don't really attack. But dude, they clean your fish when you get back from a trip here on certain trips, and these big ass pelicans come up to try and steal the fish. You turn your back for 1 second, they will take your whole fucking stringer. And but dude, the guy who cuts the fish, like he grabs that big motherfucker by the beak. Like he knows just how to grab him real quick, grabs him by the beak, and it's a big bitch, dude. And it's trying to flap and get away, and it's trapping. He'll throw it, like kind of heave it off and shit, and then another one will come up or that one will come back. He'll grab it by the beak, bro. Like, dude, that's crazy. Like, my instinct is to get the hell away from it and give it a fish or something. Like,
well, he's trying to steal from it, dude. That's basically like a fucking rodent. He's like, just sitting around his food and waiting to steal his food.
Yeah, they throw the scraps in the water, right? I mean, that's a meal for them every day at the boat at a certain time. Comes back and they throw their scraps in there for the crabs or whatever's there. They all the skin and the skeletons and shit. And so that's a meal for them every day. A lot of them probably depend on that shit. But the big pelicans get ballsy, bro. They come right up on the cleaning table, like just out of arm's reach, bro. Just sitting there waiting for you to turn your back. They're big, dude.
Yeah, well, if we're not careful,
their beaks are like a foot long or 2 foot long, dude. It's bigger than you think.
I've seen them. Yeah, but if we're not careful, I had this vision in the future, in the near future, a lot of the wild animals, they'll probably live in captivity in somebody's, ranch or something. But really, the only animals that will survive with us are the ones that live off of us, basically, like all the rodents and pets and pelicans and raccoons and these kind of things. And I think they're going to evolve in some weird sort of, symbiotic, parasitic way. I guess parasitic and symbiotic are kind of
Or
mutually
maybe they
exclusive,
won't.
but
Maybe they won't do all that.
maybe I think they
Unfortunately,
will.
bro.
I think they absolutely will.
I think you're
Like, I
thinking too
can
much
see
about evolution, dude. I think if things were going to evolve,
Yeah.
it like dogs would be talking or something like that, or fucking
No,
or get smarter or something.
If things could have evolved, then wolves would be dogs, and we'd be hanging out with them, and they would
Yeah,
look like
right.
chihuahuas.
Things are getting dumber though.
Yeah,
It
dude.
seems like, including people. I think we're getting dumber.
Well, they say the average. So if you take like a way before hunters and gatherers, like just when people were lonesome people, like, well, you don't believe in evolution, but let's just say that people used to
Dude, I
be
don't ever believe there was
lonesome
dummies
people.
standing around in a
Well,
cave
regardless,
unless they were fresh off a catastrophe. They might have been there
forget
for
about
years.
the cave. Forget about the cave. But the people back then, like an individual person would have been. If you take an individual person there and an individual person today, that person would have been much smarter than a person today, because they had every single one of their responsibilities and needs and requirements. They were the sole, they were the sole thing that was providing that to themselves. So they had to have not an infinite, but a huge wealth of knowledge in order to sustain their life.
I don't think that men
Whereas,
ever existed that didn't know that wheels rolled and shit like that, like common sense shit. I
Really?
don't think that man ever
That's not-
grunted, hoo, hoo, hoo. Like, I don't picture men. We're never like that. Men always knew wheels rolled from the
men
time
still
they
do
grew up.
grunt. What are you talking about? And yeah,
But
that's
hey,
because
let me ask you a question, bro. This is a good question. So you think a lot like me in certain ways, okay? So if you ever had this thought, like you wonder if you were around like a long time ago, like you get kind of jealous, like because there's so many things to be invented, and so many practical things to be invented. Like you could have come up with a lot of that shit, but like nowadays it's hard as hell to invent something new because
yeah.
you ever thought like that?
No, people do it every day. I wasn't having that specific thought yesterday, but I was talking to Scott Beach because we were talking about the AI, and there's a lot of opportunities with these new models. I don't want to get into it again because I brought it up earlier, but
Yeah, that's artificial technology to me. But I see what you're saying.
well, artificial technology is that's, but regardless, there's people doing it every day, and it's like you can sense the vacuum. There's like a vacuum of opportunity. So there's opportunity to be had, and
I'm talking about.
so it's happening all the time.
Things, bro.
Yeah, but yeah, mechanical stuff. I mean, what's
We're still using flushing toilets with handles, and dude, we broke the speed record fucking 50 years ago in a plane. Like, bro, what's new? Everything we've done, they've done. I mean, for the most part, there's a few new things.
You're talking about flushing toilets with handles, dude. Have you been to a Walmart recently?
We're still attached to. I'm attached to a tether cord right now, bro. I'm having to fucking plug into a fucking power socket, bro. This is 50 years, bro. I'm supposed to be levitating in a car or something, bro. And then fucking all you give me is a fucking phone or something that I gotta load the dishwasher and I could tell the bitch to hit a button and turn it on. I mean, what the fuck, dude? It's artificial technology, bro. Nothing's getting greater. Look, we went to the moon, fucking. We're doing all kinds of shit. And now look at what we're doing. Now we have computers hitting buttons for us.
I think we're moving up in the world, man. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't know if you've noticed anything, but lately, but technology is quickly surpassing itself all the time.
What technology?
Let's see.
Digital.
Last year, I was testing my car, okay, my automated car. So I purposely closed my eyes on the highway for a minute to see if I could fall asleep while driving, and I survived.
You mean a car? Okay. That's funny, dude. You mean the car that was invented like a couple hundred years ago? That car? That thing?
Yeah, but no, the computer systems on the car.
We've made it better. Okay?
It's able to brake. It's able to brake, stay in the lanes. keep the same speed, all one
Yeah,
song. without me
artificial
having to do
technology,
anything.
bro. I agree that we've advanced in artificial digital shit. I'm talking about like mechanical, like bro, we're still fucking dumping gasoline in a fucking for a generator and shit, bro. It's ridiculous, bro. That nothing new that we're coming up with jack shit except digital bullshit. That ain't the direction I've seen us heading, bro. That's all I'm saying. I'm giving you a little bit of a hard time, but I'm enjoying it, Coach. Just so you know, bro.
I have this book. I have this. Mr. Ruhif. I always feel like every time you try to get into Ruhif, and somebody like me, or more likely somebody like Brian, will just jump all over whatever you're going to say. I think about that, and I feel bad. But I'm over it because it was like what were you saying? What was the last thing you said, Brian? You don't even remember it. What was it? Damn, Ruhif,
He wants mechanical technology to be increased.
Mechanical is a bad word. I concede on that word. I meant like not digital. How about that?
Yeah, it's clear what you said, and I understand. I have this book called. I had this book called "The Amazing Stories in Quantum Mechanics." It's like this little fucking book about the history of quantum mechanics. Anyways, the guy who writes it, he has this thing at the beginning where because that's the whole point. Is they're comparing comic books and sci-fi technology with actual improvements in technology. Anyways, and so he was describing how
I won't argue the improvements, bro. Just so you know, I agree with improvements.
Sure, fair enough. Well, he had brought up in the comic books, like in Buck Rogers and stuff. You had like these flying cars and all these technologies, like like in Back to the Future, they have like the hoverboard and flying cars. But even in those old comic books, they had computers that were the size of a room, even in the future. Like the massive computers, like sizes of a room, right? And so he argues that the prediction of the sci-fi writers and people, they were predicting that there would be a breakthrough in energy technology or in the energy storage technology.
They won't allow it, bro.
But
they won't allow it.
They didn't predict the massive increase in information technology, way surpassing anything I think anybody suspected. Like, I mean, all the stuff from Star Trek, information technology wise, I mean, we basically have now, like the communication and all that type of stuff, and it's getting better and better all the time.
Yeah, but we were communicating across the ocean a long time ago. Yeah, it's got better, dude. I'm not arguing that we haven't made things and with the circuitry, yeah, more efficient. But bro, just making things we already invented better and more efficient, bro. As far as like new shit, dude. Like, yeah, you made a fucking movie look better and all that, but they were watching movies fucking 100 years ago, bro. I'm just saying, like, nothing new, bro. But after the laser and the microwave, like, I don't know, maybe there might be a couple more, but bro,
The laser and the microwave.
I'm just naming a couple things that happened about the time where, it just kind of fell off. No new shit, just improving on what's already there, nothing new.
Here's something else, dude.
When was the laser invented, bro? The laser diode.
The one that we know of is about the same time as the microwave. That's correct. 50s, 60s.
Do you believe some of these things are for the better, though? Sorry.
It just wasn't the way I pictured it, man. Wasn't the way I pictured it.
Do you think that, like you're talking, Kosher, about, being able to sit back in your car and it drives itself, and, obviously over the years we've got power windows, then we've got lane changing, and then we've got all these different things, because I feel
we want to fucking fly, though. Everybody wants to fly. Fuck all the other shit. It's good. The communication, I don't know if it's really good.
Let this guy make his
Everybody
point,
wants
though.
to levitate or fly. You know what I'm saying?
Let this guy finish his point, though. Yeah.
Because I think that, some of these things, are good. Some of these things are making us very lazy. And I feel like some of these things also, they're good while they work, but when they don't, you know. Even running a business, you know, things, you know, emails, this, that have actually really put us under the pump and made us very impatient.
I think like this guy thinks, man. Coach, that's like in a nutshell. Like I like what he's saying. That's how I think. Like yeah, there's some shit that's just making us lazy. Is it really good? All this faster communication, man. It's just speeding bullshit up. You know what I'm saying? It's speeding up the nonsense already going on. I think that they've come forward with ways to make energy a lot cleaner, dude. And we're still drilling fucking oil. I mean, I'm just bitching a little bit, but throwing a point out there. But he's got a good point, man. Like it has made us lazy, and it's just speeding up bullshit instead of speeding up good things. The communication, and you know.
I agree. I'm trying to show you something though. So give me a second. I'm looking for it. But other guy, AJ, that was my point though about the caveman thing, the hunter-gatherer. Like I said, I heard
Fucking
somebody argue.
hunter-gatherer.
I heard somebody argue that a person of that stature and a person from today, you put them side by side, and that person back then was actually smarter, more intelligent. I don't know what the right word is because obviously we know more than they do, but just on their own.
I think they could
like
think outside the box a lot better than we can. We're sort of told how to think, not taught to learn to think outside the box and work things out for ourselves.
Right, they're way better thinkers and problem solvers. They had to be. But bro, how long did it take them to discover that this bird's laying an egg every day, to where they didn't have to worry about food that damn much? It didn't take them long, dude.
It took them a
So
while.
if all you're doing is sitting around and you got food, if you got automatic food there, and what are you gonna do? Just sit around and do nothing all day? No, you're gonna explore the world and fucking create shit. You're never grunting and dumb, bro. I don't picture men like that.
Agriculture kicked off about somewhere in the last 10,000 years, and there's records that humans have been around for about 100,000 years. So you could imagine it took us a while then.
Just needed a group though, bro. And if you weren't one of the ones that had to go get the food or the oysters, the clams, mussels, whatever shit that's always there, shit that never runs out. It sucks. You don't want to eat it, but it's always there, so you'll never starve. So the people who had to gather that shit, and then the people who tried to hunt for better food, whatever. I mean, then you had other people just to do nothing but figure the world out, bro. And it didn't take long, dude. They figured a lot out in a couple years, bro.
Dude, they didn't have those people, man.
I think they already automatically knew that the wheel would roll.
No, they didn't, dude. First of all, they didn't automatically know that.
You're thinking of like Flintstones, like is that the way you imagine? Like people were like Flintstones?
No.
And like, well, what do you mean?
Exactly what I'm not imagining, dude. People. So first of all, it takes a clever person, or like there's that what's called the. No, like Aristarchus is a perfect example. Like everybody before him, you know, if the story's true, I mean they see the sun and they see the sun and the moon in the sky, and they just assume they're the same size because that's what it appear to be. So probably nobody before him had any idea that they were different sizes.
So imagine how easy you had it if you got nothing but time on your hands to just stare at the fucking heavens, bro. So that shows you they were smart enough to live pretty damn easy if they could just stare at stars and chart shit.
That was my other point. That was my other point is what you said about that. Back with the hunter-gatherers, they didn't have fucking dudes sit around just to think about shit. Okay? Like that's like there's a reason why
are there hunter-gatherers nowadays, Kojo, anywhere you think?
Yeah, we hunter-gatherers aren't. We're not hunter-gatherers.
Are the hunter-gatherers nowadays smarter than the hunter-gatherers back then, bro? What do you think?
There aren't hunter-gatherers anymore.
No hunter-gatherers.
Yeah, the homeless people.
All right.
The homeless people.
Funny. Maybe. I'm just thinking somewhere in the world there's probably people who hunt and gather.
Yeah, Tom Hanks maybe on Castaway Island, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a specific time era of people, first of all. So, and I'm talking about even.
You think we came from monkeys, bro? You have to think we were stupid grunters, knee scratchers, bro.
I never said we were stupid.
You think we're related to monkeys and came from fucking somewhere down the line, came from fucking algae or rats or strawberries, right?
Well, what's
right?
even stranger is I'm more closely related to you than I am a monkey.
So you
That seems
think
strange to me.
that time causes something. If you can't think of what causes it or replicate it, just time. Just give it time, bro. It'll happen. Just give it time. Bro, if you
That makes no
really could
sense.
take a step out of that worldview, bro, you'd realize we're goddamn ridiculous, bro. Time don't cause shit, or it causes everything.
No, but sex does. Like when you have sex with a woman and you have a baby, that causes something. It causes a baby to be born with your genetics mixed up. Plus
What are
some
we gonna be in a million years,
plus
Coach?
plus some errors are involved in that combination. And
Are we
those
gonna be like rats
errors
again, or what?
those errors compound over successive generations, like more and
What
more
are
and
the
more and more
monkeys?
generations.
The monkeys that are here now that we came from or branched off of, what are they gonna be in a million years, and what are we gonna be?
The ones we branched off from, they're dead now. So, you mean the ones that we both branched off the same thing, like chimps and bonobos and stuff?
What about the
Talking
rodent?
about orangutans. When did your ex-president get arrested yet?
I think that's yeah. Because really, if I feel like you're a Trump hater. I'm not a Trump lover or hater, but I am a annoyed person when people
When did we stop? Sorry.
people go after him. No, okay, yeah, I don't want to get into it.
No, when did we
It's
stop
just
being
weird.
able
It's
to?
weird.
When
It's
did
weird
we
to,
have to stop bending over to scratch our knees? Like at what? How long ago? Like 100,000 years? When did we have to start bending over to scratch our knees? At what point in time?
I don't have to bend over to scratch my knee. I'm sitting down, I can scratch my knee. What are you talking about? There's some people, there's ambidextrous people. There's ambidextrous women. You know this. They can do all sorts of stuff. You can't tell that we're very closely related to these creatures.
Yeah, I can tell it, bro. Yeah, it's a natural. Yeah, we're related to everything, bro. It's the God created everything, bro. Of
I know, but
course,
so
it's gonna be
let me
similar,
ask you.
bro. It's gonna. Why would he make us different? So much different. Everything's a little bit different than everything else, bro. He put us in charge of the animals, bro. I mean, it's all
So
right
what day
there.
was that? That was. It was
It's all right
like the
there for you
fourth
if you
day
want
or
to
the
learn,
third
bro.
day. He's going
I'm
through
just
the animals.
saying.
He's making the animals.
I'm not
and he
trying to
makes,
get all Bible on you, bro, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know,
that-
but I'm trying to put together though how
Look
he went
around you,
about
bro.
doing
It's
this.
everything. We're machines, bro. Something made us, bro. Look, everything is. We
Okay.
can't even figure out one cell, bro. What are you talking? You think did time just caused it, bro? I'm just saying.
Your bro quotient's been exceeded, right?
Yeah.
All right.
But Brian, you spent like a lot of time on butterflies and bats and what are some other things? A lot of species.
Is that kind of a cop out for an answer, though, Coach? I mean, being
No,
fair,
I'm asking. I'm asking. That. First of all, that wasn't an answer I've given to you. That's an answer you forced onto me, right? So I never said that.
Sorry, then. If that's not the way you think, I apologize.
I told you about people fucking. They fuck. They have a baby. The baby is made from their genetics plus some margin of error, and that margin of error actually compounds over. I won't even say time. I'll say after successive many generations. After X amount of generations, that's going to be X amount of error that altered this DNA. So you give that enough iterations, you're sure to see. All you need is iterations. So it's like a function where it's like f of x equals whatever the change is, and x is the amount of iterations. So after like fucking a million iterations, you would imagine the change is going to be great.
Time. So time and just repetition with little changes.
Saber?
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with shit getting like adapting and things like that. Like that's not deniable, bro. But I'm just talking about like the things coming from that, like creating life and like not recognizing everything around us is fucking super fucking crazy complicated fucking crazy machine like complicated algorithms like codes and shit, bro. Like it's crazy. The deeper you look, the more you realize you don't know shit. It's a fucking crazy smart ass design, you know.
Speaking of code, Ruhif, I heard, is a coder. He's one of those
Right.
guys who is a coder. Yeah, he's a
DNA's a code, right?
Sure.
He's also
that's cool,
a
man.
DNA guy. Ruh's a DNA dude. He's he don't just have one of those things that can you can sequence your DNA, huh?
Yes.
Rub's a DEA guy.
Probably. Yeah, he knows a bit. He knows a thing or two about DNA. Probably five more things than I do at least. But yeah, I mean, it's just to me, the argument doesn't have to go beyond genetic mutation, which is kind of I mean, you would assume it's accepted by almost everybody, but if you do,
Okay, let me
accept
ask
that,
you this. Let me ask you. This is a fair question, Coach, and it's not a provocative one either. I don't think you'll mind it one bit, and I'm interested to hear the answer. So give me the top three.
Doubt that.
You're just
Well, you didn't care to hear what you didn't even care to hear what I was saying a second
I
ago.
thought
Or
you
you
was
didn't care
done,
to
bro. You
answer.
went on and on.
There's no way I was done.
I got the point, bro.
I said there's two things you need, and I said one thing. But okay, go ahead, man.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine, Brian. Just go ask your questions.
But now I want to hear the second thing.
No, it's just it's just it was just fucking genetic mutations. If you accept that, then all you need is the fucking iterations. But go ahead, Brian. Ask your question.
Time and fuck ups. No, I'm just kidding. I understand the story, man. But I was gonna say, what are the two it's an ongoing process. I'll give you that. Okay, just give me two. One with animals, and what's the newest addition to the human? What's our newest fucking thing that we didn't have like couple whatever years ago. Don't say knee scratching, bro. But and give me an animal one too, like an animal chain.
We got Filipino.
It's not just a
people
basic
now.
adaptation.
Jesus, Brian. You ruined my fucking. It was gonna be a good joke anyways, but I was just gonna say.
You do the same thing when you already know what I'm gonna say. You cut in, bro, because you already get the point. So I do the same thing. I'll just try and calm down a little bit. I ain't trying to piss you off.
Excuse me.
You cut in before you even finished your question. So
I was asking a question, bro, and you cut in because you knew what I was already asking, bro. But I wasn't quite done though. And
because you already asked it.
Because you understood it, right?
Doesn't matter, Brian. I don't want to bitch about it, but Mexicans and Filipinos, they weren't around before. Now we have that, but there's actual real evidences of people who can survive at high altitudes or something like that. There's actually a genetic marker that they have that's not doesn't exist in other people. Like I said, Ruhiv probably wouldn't.
What's different about them? Like that's an adaptation. What's
the
different about them?
the genetics. They have
physically. I mean, physically, they got bigger lungs or something.
Well, according to some people that think about the Mandela effect, you were talking about evolution just before. A lot of people remember your kidneys being like on your back, at your lower
They are on your back, right?
No, but if you look at where your kidneys are, they're in a different place. So maybe evolution is actually something that takes place in a very short amount of time, if that's the case.
No.
It just seems like it's mutations, but I believe in adaptation and shit like that.
I don't know all the full details, but I do know that with people that talk about Mandela effect in your organs, there's a lot of changes that have taken place over the last 20, 30 years. Now, that's not billions of years.
If you created a bunch of shit, dude, it'd be similar, And like you'd maybe make a mule and then make a horse, fucking make different shit, and then make a fucking, it'd all be similar. It all works the same. It's a genius method, however it works.
The genius method?
The code, the DNA, all the shit, dude, the way the things line up and meiosis and mitosis, just thinking about that, it's crazy fucking how just these chemicals are just know right what to do, bro. They know exactly what to do. That's code, bro, at its finest, bro. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, bro. All these cells know exactly what to fucking do, bro.
You gotta stop dropping the bros.
Yeah, that's a bad habit.
You should come to New Zealand, bro.
Yeah,
And you'll
bro. Hey,
blend
bro.
right
Do
blend
you
in
remember
so
Beach Daz, bro, Carlos?
was that
You remember Beach Daz, bro?
Beach Daz, bro? No, sorry. Don't
Beached.
know that.
The whale, the cartoon whale. He goes, "Oh, I'm Beach Daz, bro."
All right, champ.
No, I don't.
Oh,
I'm
gee.
probably not old enough
No.
for that.
Now I've got to find it. Hold on.
There's
Beach
some Kiwi
Yeah,
stuff.
people in New Zealand say bro a lot.
Yeah, I'll tag you, Carlos. One sec.
Beach dag, bro. What's that? A
Oh
whale.
no! Oh no, bro!
Yeah, but I'm gonna try not to say it now that it's been pointed out because I don't want to be like
Your Kiwi.
I don't want to have an algorithm in my fucking speech. But like Ruip says, champ. Like Ruip, his little comments are provocative. Like champ, that's his little backhander. Champ.
Champ is the epitome of contempt.
That's what's funny. Yeah, that's what's funny about Aussies is you can call the president a cunt. Like, oh man, that's a cunt. He's a real cunt, man. I love him. Like what? And you're like, and you call somebody a champ, and it's a bad thing. So it's all
Yeah,
backwards.
champ is massively passive aggressive.
Yeah. Cunt is like a term of endearment that you give like your mom.
Cunt,
you call your mom a cunt.
Governor.
It's a term of endearment for bogans, right? You know what a bogan is?
Yeah. They're redneck.
A redneck. Yeah.
And Brian would be a bogan.
Yes.
I don't know if a bogan is a redneck. Really, a bogan is a category all of its own. I think.
Good analogy, just it's just like you would say kangaroo. It's like, oh, they're kind of like deer. They're like Australian deer. They're obviously not the same thing.
Where'd they come from?
Marsupials.
I knew you was gonna fucking say that, bro.
Why'd you ask me?
I mean, what's their fucking? Don't just marsupials, bro. That's like saying like apes or something. If I ask something else, like I mean, I'm saying like what's their nearest relative? Like besides the what you call it?
Wallabies.
Like, I knew you was gonna say that. Besides that, though, what's their nearest relative? Like they got a pretty narrow tree, right? Don't they?
Let me look it up for you.
Possums and fucking kangaroos.
There are possums, yeah. I was just possums.
Wallabies.
Yeah, I thought it was weird for the longest time. I thought possums were rodents, but yeah, they're marsupials.
If it's so efficient, why doesn't everybody hop around like that?
I told you it was a fucking efficient, dude.
I mean, that's what I heard. I heard it's the most efficient way to move with speed. You never heard that?
I mean,
like, bro, they got to run from dingoes, bro. They got to be efficient.
Like a Tesla is a pretty efficient, right? Like a sports car can be efficient, more efficient than a kangaroo. Like you can get from, LA to New York faster than a kangaroo, and probably with less energy.
Rip, have you ever heard that the way they travel, like for speed, that's like the most efficient speed in the animal kingdom? Like
haven't heard that. I have heard that they use it. Well, I've seen them use it where they get up on their tail and then use their hind legs to kick.
Yeah, that's why when you box the kangaroos, the ones in captivity, I never knew this until not too long ago, maybe 20 years ago, I guess. But they cut their tail off and shit, so they can't do that because they'd fuck you up. They'd fuck you up. It's like, dude, I watch them fight in the wild. I'm like, why ain't the other one doing that? Like, bro, the one kicking always wins, dude. They kick the shit out of the other one. They stand on their tail and kick with 2 feet.
Yeah.
Their tails are about fucking. Their tails are like 4 inches around, bro.
But you said they cut the tails off in captivity? Yeah, that seems like counterproductive. Like, why would you have them in captivity if you have their tails cut off? You're gonna show it to kids? Yeah, no, but you're showing them the kids and shit.
No, because if you go to box it, it can't kick you. I don't know.
Isn't that illegal?
Box kangaroos, bro. I'm just saying.
Now, fucking nice. Yes.
Like they declaw the bears if you're gonna wrestle them. I would imagine. Same thing with kangaroos. They'd fuck you up if they didn't do that.
Jesus Christ, man.
You think I'm wrong?
You live in a weird world, man.
Bro, I'm telling you, so common sense. They don't.
Common sense?
Why else would they cut the fucking tail off, bro, and box them? I wouldn't do that.
I've never seen a tail cut off.
Then you've never seen a kangaroo box. Remember the video games with the kangaroo with the boxing gloves, bro? That came from something, bro. It is a reality that they used to do.
I've seen videos of it, but I haven't seen I haven't seen Kangaroo Fight Club or whatever it is you're talking about, or bear. You said you box a bear. You should go fight
I just
bears
got a
and cut their
vivid
claws off?
imagination, bro. I literally dreamed up that they cut their tails off to box it. I made that up.
Maybe. I've never heard of it.
And first of all, that's cheat. Like, what's the point, dude? It's like I wouldn't if I went to a boxing match and it was like I'm betting money and shit like that, and then I find out the kangaroos got their tails cut off. I'm gonna ask for my money back, dude.
Bro, I didn't even know
That's
kangaroos had tails. Did you?
Yes, dude. Come on.
Yeah, of course you did. Of course you did. I mean, like last year, did you know that?
Dude, come on, man.
How long is their tail, Kosher?
Dude, I know what kangaroos look like, dude. Okay?
When you picture one in your head, do you think of a fucking tail, though? Be honest, man.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, well, a lot
It would
of
be
people
weird
don't,
for me to
but
think of
I'm
one
just
without a
saying, bro.
tail.
But here's the thing. They used to, I think it's retarded, but they used to box kangaroos because that's how they fight. But they can kick you. You can't box one if it's going to kick you because it's going to fuck you up. You can't wrestle a bear if it's got claws. I don't think you should be wrestling bears. But the ones they do wrestle, you could be most assured they fucking don't have claws. Okay? Who's making fun of me, man?
Who's wrestling bears? And who's winning against a bear wrestling them? Like, if I was going to take down a bear, it wouldn't be by wrestling them.
Nurmagomedov?
Who? What did you say?
Khabib wrestles bears.
Who's that?
MMA fighter.
Oh, yeah. Wait, he wrestles bears? Wait,
Yeah,
but you're
as a
talking about,
kid.
like, cubs. Yeah, cubs, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's different. I mean, if you're wrestling a cub, that's like borderline cheating as well. But if you're cutting off the claws, I'm imagining these are full-size bears. Is that what you're talking about, Brian? Full-size bears?
I mean, I don't think they'd wrestle a full-size bear, bro. I can't imagine that. That wouldn't be very fair, dude.
What a
Claws or
sick world
not.
we live in, dude. We
Yeah.
gotta step it up, dude. If people are
It's
fighting
stupid,
kangaroos
dude.
with their tails
It's really
cut off,
pathetic, bro. But that shows you how much time we've had on our hands, how easy life has been throughout the years, where we fucking box kangaroos, bro. I'm just saying.
boxing kangaroos is fine, but cutting their tails off so that we have some sort of edge, or fighting bears, but only fighting the baby bears, it's like it's kind of emasculating.
I wouldn't say babies. I'd say like maybe an adolescent.
You know, before
fun.
Ruth
It
goes,
wouldn't be fun to watch somebody wrestle a baby bear, you know. But it wouldn't be very fair to watch them wrestle like a grizzly or something, bro.
I found an error in the world record photo, by the way.
Oh yeah, wait, which photo? The Conagoo?
The one from Fenestrelay over to Pic Gaspard, 443 Ks. They've mislabeled. They've got to swap around two of the mountains.
Look at you, dude. Yeah. Look at us, man. We're just people. We called Nat Geo and told them they made a mistake. They fix it. Yeah.
Did they fix
it? World Records making mistakes.
What happened with that?
Everything they did was a mistake. How the fuck are they gonna fix all that?
Meanwhile, Witchett's trying to audit NASA and who knows what the hell.
My bro, if y'all would join us, bro, then we might get some closure. We ain't got to start World War III. Let's get some closure on what's really going on. I know y'all see the bullshit just as much as we do. Whether it's
what's funny,
up there
dude?
or not, bro, they're not being forthright, bro.
Dude, so NASA is one of those companies that like provide way more data than
there you go,
would
right
expect.
defending them, bro. You just can't
way more
help
data,
it.
way more data than you would expect. The Artemis mission showed me way more footage than I expected. Footage that there's so many instant classic still shots that, like, if they were the Apollo missions, would have been, classic, Blue Marble and this and that. There's a bunch of classic shots like that. But you guys scoff all of that.
We get it. You love them, bro.
No, so it's not about loving them, dude. It's just you talk so much shit. You talk so much shit, and you don't give them credit where credit's due, man.
From where?
Bro, I call it how I see it, bro. When I see a fly on the fucking ISS and I see a guy grabbing at nut and roofs, like, well, that's how he does his hands. Like, listen to yourselves, dude. When you see a dude on the moon not even walking and just slides off, and the other dude slides off, then he slides back the other way. Like, you can't unsee that shit, bro. If y'all want to defend it, bro, then I'm wondering what's wrong, but I like y'all, man. I'm trying to be cool about it, but bro, you just go overboard defending obvious chicanery, dude. Maybe it ain't. Maybe there's explanation for some of it, bro. But for fuck's sake, dude,
Let me
you've
tell you
seen
something
a
about
lot
being
of this
cool.
shit too, man.
Let me tell you something about being cool, okay? Like the Fonz, for example. Okay? The Fonz isn't
Be
going
cool,
to
bitch.
react. He's not going to react about something that he has an instinct is suspicious, and he's like getting all frantic because this could be this way. He hasn't looked into it that much, but someone's got a camera there, and he's going to fucking act all freaky about it. He's probably going to do due diligence and find out what's going on to see if there's a reason to actually have that reaction. And if he does
For
that,
the
then he's
record,
cool.
you brought it up, bro. Y'all brought up NASA. And,
Well, sure. I'm just saying.
How do you-
I know, but I'm saying that your reactions are based on your first impression instincts.
my reactions are based on not being able to unsee obvious horse shit. Maybe
How
they
do you
got.
do due
I imagine they got
diligence?
some cool. I imagine they got some cool stuff up there, bro. I'd like to know what
How do
some
you-
of it is, man. They don't got to show us the
How do
fake
you-
publicity stunts, bro. And if you would help us call out the chicanery instead of censoring it and changing stories, like, dude, I see The Fly, and then 2 weeks later they talk about experiment with fucking house flies. On that, what? Who do they think they're talking to, bro? But then you see
Not a
people are
fly.
defending this shit, and then
No,
they
not a
change all these
fly.
stories, bro. They change all these stories. They're doing it in real time.
He said due diligence. How can I, right? And flat Earth tests, how can we do our due diligence to like see if you can film stuff in space at 70,000, 80,000, and 100,000 feet live? Like, where can we
Great
get
question.
footage of space at high
Well,
altitudes?
for one, NASA actually they provide. So let's say that you're interested in auditing NASA. Well, they already have people who audit them, and they give a clear indication of where the money went, where the payment went, and this and that, and that's available to the public. As is, like I said, a wealth of data that they provide for satellites that they have up there, missions.
Yeah, but audit
experiments,
means
all
a lot
type of
more than
stuff.
just money, though. Audit ain't all.
I'm not talking about just money, obviously.
Yeah, well, hold on. I can sit down and I can have a blind guy put a pen in his hand and audit all kinds of stuff and write all kinds of data for you and give you all kinds of evidence that means squat because it's a bunch of scribbly lines. But you spend so much time looking at it, you know what I mean? You get lost in the sauce and die before you can end up reading all the scribbles. And then you wouldn't even know what any of it meant. So when you keep saying data and we can go and substantiate this, how can you and Flat Earth Test substantiate, not someone else did it already? How can you and I go to 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, all these increments and film stars and space ourselves?
It depends how much money you're going to spend.
Coach, it doesn't bother you that never in history do they just spin a circle, bro, with a camera, or just show a camera panning around 360? I mean, it doesn't a little bit bother you a little bit, like that shit they just showed us from Artemis. That wasn't just totally. I mean, that was goddamn ridiculous what they passed off to us. That was a joke.
But they have done that though, Brian.
The thing is,
Brian, you gotta ask a
human, no real human can actually produce live while looking at us in the face while we're on camera standing next to them. We can't watch their camera go up and then we go pick it up and see them film something from 100,000 to 130,000, 70,000, 80,000 feet, any of these altitudes of filming anything with any kind of camera ever.
Why would they go higher and then go lower and then go higher again? But it doesn't matter. But
Coach Show, are you okay? You start at 10 feet, correct? While your
you said
camera's
70, 80,
filming,
100, and you went
stop.
back down
I
to
can't.
70.
Can hold on, Coach Show. Slow down. You start at 10 feet, then it goes 20 and 30. As you're recording, you record the whole distance.
That's fair. I think that's a fair request that you have the video camera, have it showing a newspaper, showing two newspapers, showing them again, and then no cuts the whole time. Then them leaving, going to space. Somehow the camera doesn't cut, but it somehow gets to the ship and it shows them going in a 360, like Brian said. It's reasonable.
No, I don't
sure
know
there's
anything
something
about
like
a
that.
ship.
I want to see stars, ISS above my head, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 feet. I'm looking for real objects, the ISS, satellites, debris, meteors, comets, stars.
Y'all see the latest
Understand?
compilation? Y'all see the latest compilation of satellites on balloons? Like,
Did you see?
some of them literally say satellite, like the Deep Space Observatory satellite. It's on a balloon and shit, bro. There's a new compilation that just came out.
Did you see? Did you see? Well, hold on. Did you see the Leaning Tower of Pisa helium balloon?
The what? Say that again, Demo.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa helium balloon. Demox invention. Did you see it?
No, I want to hear about it.
Yeah, you just take a helium balloon and tie it anywhere around a sphere, and only where you're standing can it be vertical. Everywhere else, it has to start appearing to be the Leaning Tower of Pisa helium balloon.
I like it. How big does it have to be? How big is your balloon going to be?
How big does my balloon have to be for the string to tilt?
Well, no, just for your test.
For
like
my balloon to go up in the air and my string to tilt while I'm standing here with one going vertical, and you go away, he goes away, everybody goes away, and you can go. Everybody can film their balloon while they're standing there, and they're all going to be vertical. What are you asking me now?
I was just asking how big it has to be because I have a balloon. I have actually a
To do what?
tank of
Big
helium.
it needs to be to do what?
For your test to be some sort of
What are you talking about?
Result
For you to see a balloon tilt?
For instance, sure, that'd be a good result. So for you to see it tilt, how big does it need to be?
As long as your eyeballs can pick it up and you don't need glasses to see it, any size.
Okay, well, that limits the size that it has to be, given the distance. Because if you want to see it tilting, then...
What distance? You're going to see it up close.
How are you going to see it tilting?
Why would you be at a distance to see a tilt on a sphere? Why would you... show me a sphere where you need to be at a distance to see something not be vertical on it. What do you mean? No, every single millionth of an inch is where that distance is at, buddy. Every millionth of an inch. So you got one balloon. Only one can be vertical on this planet. Only one. So you pick that one, you let it up in the air, and then you show us the Leaning Tower of Pisa one. And then we'll be on a globe. So simple. You show us your math for your globe that doesn't exist.
Looking at the facts and figures. The figures and
the figures
of,
are vertical versus non-vertical.
Thank you.
How about this? So I could dig down if I wanted to go 69
I was almost
miles.
there.
Oh, sorry. So go ahead.
Almost there. But I'm there now.
You were almost there. You were almost there, meaning you just started. You were almost there. You were almost close to starting.
Hey, man. Hey, Gio always has to fucking... He always has to add something in that he's undercut.
That was funny shit, dude. You gotta admit,
no, that's not undercutting you. I was.
He's the guy throwing banana peels. He's throwing banana peels right in front of my face.
No, dude. What I was saying is that Democ interrupted you within about 3 seconds of you were talking, and then you said, "I'm almost there," which made it sound like you were almost done. But I was like, "No, actually, you didn't even start. You were almost there to starting."
Well, I mean, it is okay. Fair enough, but it is brief. So I'm almost starting and finishing because the Leaning Tower of Pisa, according to the facts and figures, it's tilted about 10 degrees. So if you want your test to be a true Leaning Tower of Pisa style test, you would need to be able to see this balloon from somewhere close to 700 miles away.
Why don't we do this then?
No, hold on a minute, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can stand right next to the Leaning Tower of Pisa and see that it's tilting, Kosho. Stop lying, please.
Yeah, but you remember what the point of your test was? No, it's not the point, Brian. You know where the point of your test was, Democ?
It's the only point.
Yeah, you want to have a
balloon's going
balloon.
up, and we're way away from it. We could see it from a ways away. It's got to look like a tilt,
That's
right?
The point. That's the point. So how far away do you need to be? And I'm telling you.
And then the one at the horizon needs to go horizontally out, away from the globe, away from you and I. So when you find that horizon and you tie it to something there, or to the object or the buoy that went around the horizon, now your buddy needs to watch you waving your hand in the camera, and now he needs to see a horizontal, a horizontal helium balloon going horizontally to the air that way.
And add to that,
right past the horizon. Tie it off right there.
let me add to that, damn it. To add to that, if we wanted to get to it, it'd be a shorter route if we tunneled down, like if it's like, let's say 120 miles or whatever away. So if we just dig down at a 2-degree angle, we create a shorter route to that balloon going off at that angle. We get there at a shorter route by digging in the fucking dirt at a 2-degree angle over distance, bro. How can you think that?
Don't think that.
It'd be shorter route, wouldn't it? If I dug down at 2 degrees, get to 100, let's say 130 miles.
You can have the balloon as big as any ceiling you want, string
What'll
as
happen in
long
real
as
life?
you want.
You'll dig up under that bitch. That's what'll happen in real life. You keep digging down at 2 degrees, you're gonna get deeper and deeper, dude. That's what's gonna happen in reality.
Well, the
Just
taller,
saying.
we'll tie it to a helium balloon. Tie your plumb to a helium balloon. Stick it down in your big hole. You're doing an elevated shaft, or anything, like the deepest hole you got, the deepest can't, whatever, wherever's blocking the wind on that day, whatever. Send your helium balloon up, and then have it like it should tilt. The higher this helium balloon goes, the more of a tilt you should see in the string, right in front of your face. Not Never Neverland, Kosho. Not nowhere.
If I dig down at 2 degree pitch, in your reality, ain't I gonna get deeper and deeper and deeper? When am I gonna start getting shallower? Just asking.
Better yet, when are we going to dig together? When are you and I going to start 10 foot away and then come together somewhere? Is that going to happen? Don't think so. On a globe, it has to, Brian.
I just did some numbers. According to my numbers,
did you do physics?
Here, I did some numbers, yes. And so if we want to do your test, Demok, we want you to
on what?
Test.
On
so
what, Kosho?
I'm going to let you know.
On a sphere?
So
on what? What are we doing my test on?
So
a real ball and a flat plane next to each other? What are we going to do?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
We want to keep your
what?
balloon. Yes. We want to either put your balloon in the sky, or we want to be in the sky looking at your balloon on the ground.
On the
and in either case,
on the sky.
In either case, we need to be 700 miles away
from
to
what?
see it. Almost there.
On
and
what?
So
what are you talking about? Stop making shit up.
And so the balloon or you, whichever one's in the sky, would need to be about 60 miles, about where the Kármán line is.
Do you have the little model?
I don't. And so, Brian...
But if you don't have the little model, where'd you get your numbers from?
Quantum
You can't have numbers from nowhere, Kosho.
Quantum
you have
erasers,
to have a physical thing.
For the Black Swan.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, in that proof of the Black Swan, he put an equation
no.
for the distance of the horizon. I used that equation.
You ain't got to answer mine, bro. You ain't got to answer mine. It was.
Let Roof get in. Let Roof get in. You guys.
Yeah. Go ahead, Roof. I've been waiting. I've been waiting to hear from Roof.
What's the topic?
We were talking about. I don't even fucking know. Roof, listen. Yeah. Demok had a test. Demok had a test about the lunar powered pizza. Brian thinks it was a great idea for some reason, but I don't want to talk about it. I was going to ask you: are you at all interested in any of those AI large language models?
No.
Kosho scratches his balls in public
because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Really. That's why.
Yeah,
okay. I know. No, but I know there's a lot of hype around them, but something actually interesting just happened recently. Stanford.
No, you're not.
They figured out this way to.
You're lying.
They figured out this way.
The contention lies with what.
They figured out a way to basically create. You can create your own, GPT-4 large language model at home for free, basically, in a day. Yeah, they have this. They have this like hack, this technique, where they basically use the Lambda model, which is Meta's or Facebook's. They use that to create a list of prompts or the training data basically for the. So basically, they're using both models, Lambda and OpenAI's Chat GPT or GPT-3 or whatever, to recursion. So they're getting like one to create the data, one to train on the data, and then vice versa. And they do this in a short amount of time, and you can create a local model, one of these large language models, and yeah, they did not predict this. OpenAI was predicting that like by 2030, the price might be reduced down to, I don't know, a couple $1 million to produce this, but now it can be created locally, and obviously
Everybody could do it. Hey, you're pretty knowledgeable
Yeah.
about this stuff, Kosher. Let me ask you.
Oh,
I'd
really?
love to hear your opinion, bro. What are the real threats like as far as AI? Like I've heard a lot of people, and it's something I'm willing to hear it out. Do you think it's a legitimate threat? Like, what's your opinions on that?
There might not be as many Japanese people 20 years from now because of all the dudes who are marrying AI girlfriends. That's one of the threats. I don't know much else threats.
Man, can you ever answer something serious, man? Like
I don't.
you
I mean,
you
honestly,
seem like the type of guy who go out in public and hike up a leg and like pinch scratch your balls, man. Is that
okay.
what
So
you do, man?
here's a real threat. Is there's people who are going to become useless unknowingly, pretty quickly. I think a lot of people aren't really grasping that, or even if they are grasping it, they're not really thinking it's real. But so many people in industries that you would think are safe, like even like comedians, people who write jokes. Like most comedians are actually joke writers. They write jokes for other people to tell. But fairly soon, jokes, lyrics, music, arts, like writing, you would think that an AI is not going to be as capable as a living
Comedy's
person.
in the delivery, bro. Comedy's 90% in the delivery.
Yeah, maybe, but it's also, there's all different types of comedies. It's a huge art. Obviously, timing and delivery is important, but there's people who are great joke writers, and they never
Right.
even get in front
With
of the
no
mic.
stage presence. Right.
Yeah, and they write some like great one-liners. Like there's respect that can be given to. There's people who riff, and they're funny, and there's people who write great jokes, great one-liners, and that takes a type of intelligence and cleverness. But anyway,
No, but you gradually veered off into joke writing, bro. I asked you
no,
like
because
what
I'm
are the
telling
threats of
you
AI, bro,
that's
and
the
it was a
danger.
genuine question, bro. I
That's
propped
the
you up
threat,
because
dude.
I even told my buddy like you're very knowledgeable about
Don't tell your
computers
buddy.
and programs and all that, bro, and you
I'm not.
let me down with some fucking
Don't say that.
comedy answer.
Don't say that in
Fire,
front of
Brian.
Ruhif either. Yeah, don't say that in front of Ruhif, dude. Ruhif's like, what the fuck? This guy. Yeah. But still, though, yeah, that's what I think is the major threat: is the workforce.
29.93. I should go and feed these doggies, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you should feed them, Ruhif. But also, I've been meaning to. I wanted to touch base with you again about that thing I talked to you about before, but there's no time now. You know about the
What do we have to do right
yeah.
now, Boo? We have to feed the doggies.
Yeah, of course you do.
Ah.
Just don't forget about my plight. Ruhif,
the thing we've been talking about. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yes, we'll talk about it again. And Scott Veach,
gotta-
by the way, is also doing the same thing apparently.
Yeah. Cool.
So
All
we'll,
right, let me
we'll,
go.
all right, we'll come back, man.
All right.
But we'll start right back off. But Coach, so here's the question of the hour or of the minute, whatever. So I start down at a 2-degree angle, digging into the dirt, tunneling, whatever. It's just a gentle pitch, 2 degrees into the dirt. At what point do I stop getting deeper? Like, at what point do I start coming up? If I maintain that straight line with where I start 2 degrees. When you think in reality, I just keep digging down deeper and deeper and deeper.
No, give me about 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing the math. It was really a rhetorical question. Like you just say like halfway or something like that. But I mean, just thinking about that, how could your brain really think? Like in our minds, it's a globe and all that. But when you think about the technicalities of it, like you literally got to get shallower. If we're on a ball and I dig down an angle, instead of getting deeper, I got to get shallower and create a shortcut.
100%. Now you're on the Demok Observatory.
Yeah, I did think about that one from something you said, D-Monk. I'll give you that.
No, that's
You're
exactly
asking,
right,
and
Brian.
you're asking. Your question is when do you start going back up?
Yeah, if I'm digging down at a 2-degree angle in your world, what point do I stop getting deeper? Because I know in the real
Great
world,
question.
if I dig down at a 2-degree pitch, I'm going to continue to get deeper and deeper and deeper, no matter what. That's just how reality works. Just saying.
But on the globe model, right, the fake globe model, you would come up and pop out the surface
Yeah,
somewhere.
well, we could dig back up and come back up. We'd have to curve back up there, and we'd call that, what, a tunnel or something?
You'd only go so deep. You got the math for that, Kosho?
In his world, a straight line just gets shallower.
Does he got the math for that one?
It ain't that hard
Like
of
how
math. He'll be
far
done.
straight
He'll
do
be
you
done in
go
a second.
before
It
you
ain't
pop
that hard
up?
of math.
Well,
He's drawing a
Bugs
tangent
Bunny
line.
used to do it. Well, I'm trying to say something real quick. Bugs Bunny would dig down and take a wrong turn at Albuquerque and do it, right? So, Kosho, do you have the math? It's just Bugs Bunny math.
It is Bugs Bunny math. That's true.
Bro, who didn't try to dig to China when the first time you got a shovel in a free
Right, but
range?
you were going vertically,
Who didn't
correct?
try to dig to China, man, when you was a little kid? Or
Right,
was it
you were
just
going
me?
straight down. You would never get
Yeah,
there. It's too
straight
far.
down. Yeah, I was going straight
Right.
down. In my
So
mind, I
now
was
we're
going
going
to
to
make it to
slice the
China.
peel. We
I
don't
knew I
want
wasn't
to.
going
We
to
don't
make it,
want to
but I
go to
was wondering how
China.
close I could get, bro. I think I made it about 4 foot.
I got about 3 or 4 foot too, but we don't want to go to China. We want to slice the orange peel, Kosho. What's your math for the 2 to 3 degrees if we just kept digging? Like, how far would we dig before we popped out the surface again?
Reverse arc tangent.
Yeah, before we pop back out where we started from. Globe math, Kosho. Please.
Did you say reverse arctangent?
Yep, squared.
Isn't arctangent the
Turn that
reverse of
frown.
tangent?
It was
No,
a
it's
joke,
turning
bro.
the frown upside down.
I
No,
mean, what a
you're
total
right.
joke. Yeah, it's arc tangent, but not a reverse arc tangent. I was just joking, bro.
Anyway,
Like
what's the?
like digging down.
Fair enough.
We need the math.
Yeah, hold on a second, dude. It's not as simple as you suspect. Give me a second.
Bro, just think about it. If your shit curves at 1 degree every 69 miles, and we're going twice that distance, okay, at 2 degrees, then just pick. You got to go a little over halfway, and you're getting shallower. It's not rocket science, bro. You don't need to do the fucking trig. It was a redundant question, bro. It was trying to provoke thought.
It would work for water also, Brian. Any spherical arc of the earth would be the spherical arc of the surface. So whatever number Kosho, dirt and water. Remember that. Swim down to the surface, Brian. Swim up. Swim down.
Swim down to the center and get crushed by weightless fucking matter.
No. Only what's possible. Swim down to the.
You missed that one, D-Mock. That was the
Swim
latest the other
down to
day.
the top.
It wasn't yesterday, I don't think. It's the day before. Bacon had me getting crushed in the center. The matter in the center, like we said, like the 5 mile radius all around us is weightless or damn
Yeah,
near
but
weightless, and I'm getting crushed by it. That was the latest. That was a good argument, bro. Both ways. Getting crushed by weightless matter.
right, but that's a
Gotcha.
comic book argument, though. It's not serious. This one's
How's
serious.
that?
This
How's that
one can
comic book
physically
argument?
be demonstrated or not, right?
How's that a silly argument? You can definitely get crushed by weightless shit.
The same way it's silly, you can't for a 2-degree line. That's the way it's a silly argument. So, do you have the math?
Give me a second.
I bet you'd have the math for this. That doesn't. That's pretty weird.
I'm going to just throw this out there. I'm going to say 65 and a half miles. Or maybe 64 and a half miles. Just without doing the math, Coach. You know you're right there close to that number. And feeling stupid for taking all that time to do that math just to come up with what I just said.
One degree?
Now he's changing it. No, I'm just kidding, dude. I'm fucking with you, Coach.
He'd rather count some unimaginable stuff like mirages and horizons that don't exist anywhere, and centers of the earth that don't exist, and 1 degrees that don't exist.
Molten iron cores that don't exist.
You know, if you every building you see next to the Leaning Tower, you see that they're vertical in the Leaning Tower.
Hey,
You
that
go,
bitch would have
you
to be
go
straight.
back from the Leaning Tower, and the Leaning Tower does not change.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't
So look,
get more or less. It
we
should
send up
stand up or lay down. It
I'm with
doesn't
you.
do so.
I am definitely with you, bro. But you're cutting like we're getting every other word. You were clear that time, but I'm with you. So if we send up a altitude balloon from far enough away, like it should be straight, right? Their Leaning Tower of Pisa should be standing straight up.
We have a building. It's called the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It already exists. You go away from it. Take your
Cutting out. Completely cut out, D-Mock. I'm interested to hear you, bro, but you cut out completely that time. You lighten up,
Take
bro.
a ruler.
All right, I heard take a ruler.
Yeah.
You got to find a signal, bro. You got to drop and rejoin or find a signal because I want to hear all this. He didn't hesitate. You're a veteran. You've been in here long enough. You don't even hesitate. Just drop and rejoin. But somebody tells you coming in bad, drop and rejoin. Works every time. Just blow on it. All right, try it now.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa already exists. All you have to do is use any other building for reference as far as you can go. You can go until you turn blue. You can go until the Leaning Tower becomes your horizon. It's supposedly supposed to take itself and go around, but it will never appear more than that degree of tilt. Do you understand? Therefore, no sphere. It's so simple. Stop believing fairy tales. You don't have to be 69, anything away. The building right next to that building will show you that vertical, that not. Not. Vertical, not.
Here's another reality experiment. So if we just, let's say every player got together, all of the million motherfuckers in Brazil, and weird, most of them are in the southern hemisphere. But anyway, we hold hands across fucking, like all the way to the capital city, whatever. We hold hands, everybody's got a ladder. We're holding hands like we got a fucking 900-mile fucking stretch of motherfuckers holding hands and a ladder right in front of us. we climb up the ladder, bro. It's such a long, and we can't reach each other. Like we're forced to let go, bro, because we're spreading out in such a degree that we can't step up a ladder 4 or 5 steps and maintain holding hands. But in reality, we could stretch out 1,000,000 ladders and hold hands and
Yep,
climb right
100%.
up the ladder and right back down. But on a globe, we couldn't maintain holding hands. We'd have to let go. Just doesn't work with my reality. My globe don't work like
Just
that.
like Pinhead, each pin would be the ladder. Yep, I got you.
Brian, I have your answer. Are you ready?
Answer to my question: at what distance would we start going back to shallower? In other words, stop getting deeper and heading back to shallower. Okay, what about 64?
Much sooner than that.
Astronomical.
Okay, so
Technically,
you're basing it off 130 miles, right?
Yeah, you're never gonna go under the ground.
What did he say?
You're never going to go underground at a 2-degree downward pitch.
When do we pop out?
You start off
We
under
want
the
to know when
ground.
we come out. Stop saying that. We don't want always. Stop saying the opposite. When do we come out of the hole, Kosho? Hello. We didn't ask you about going down. Why would you answer something we never asked? How far does your tunnel have to be from you to me for me to start hitting the dirt, the top, to come up at your feet? But I start digging down at a certain.
Give me a half a second. I'll
2 or 3 degree angle, I dig down.
Draw a circle and a chord line, Kosho. Draw a circle and a chord. I didn't really need to. It was really a rhetorical question to get you. It was thought provoking, bro. I think Alina and
No, it's
Tom
not.
Pease better conversation.
It's the only dual.
Well, reality, if we dig down, we know we just keep getting deeper. I mean, it's fucking
Right.
common sense. A tunnel, you got to start angling back up.
1,000,000%. That's why you'd die. You'd get so far, you'd get high. You'd eventually die from the heat, Kosho. Is there any point you can keep die from? Is that what you said?
Well,
You can demonstrate
now.
that?
I'm curious now because he's working it out, but he said I'd never go underground at a 2-degree downward pitch. I know it's gentle.
You're not going underground. You're going to dig to the surface and come up. When you start at the dirt, yes, you definitely are going to go into.
And call it a shortcut.
Yeah, if you put a on a dirt hill, go on a dirt hill and put a meter stick there. Then you start digging. Anything from the meter stick is your 1 to 2 degrees, whatever way you got to go, right or left. And then you just keep digging that way. At some point, you should pop out of the surface somewhere.
Yeah,
Not
well,
too
isn't
far.
it 1 degree?
Shouldn't be that far.
Isn't it 1 degree for 69 miles? So 2 degrees, you double that,
Yeah,
right?
that's why I gave it him like 130. But I just asked him at 130 miles. I should have just said 138, to be exact. And if I dig down at 2 degrees at a distance of 138 miles, at what point will I stop getting deeper and start getting shallower? So if I'd have just said it like that, he wouldn't have had to go do all this dumbass fucking. You know how he is. He's thorough, so he wants to. But well, his answer wasn't that thorough. But maybe I misheard him. But if I'd said it like that, he could have just drew it in his head, a circle and a chord line halfway. You stop getting deeper halfway at 69 miles per degree. But I just said 130 miles, so naturally that's going to put us a little under half. But if I'm not mistaken, he said that I never would make it underground if I dug down at a 2-degree pitch. I'd never penetrate the ground if I dug down at a 2-degree pitch. But maybe I misheard him.
I don't think Kosho knows the power of a little straight line on the surface of a sphere, how short it actually has to be for you to dig down and pop up somewhere.
I'm starting off
I
on my
think he
belly.
thinks it needs to be long.
I'm starting off on my belly, Kosho.
No, you'd start with your head, your forehead.
And I got
of
low
the dirt.
eyes. I got low eyes.
Yeah, you'd start with your forehead. Dirt.
You got a
And then you would keep that way.
and a shovel.
Well, you'd keep that 2 degrees, right?
You got a
Well,
protractor.
I'll do the water.
Look, you got a protractor, a fucking China or bus sign, and a snorkel and a shovel. or fucking you got a theodolite and a China or bus shovel.
Shit, you should be able to do this at the beach.
That's a good point. So if we dig down off the beach right toward the water down at about 2-degree pitch, we drown at about
You should be able to do it in the
138 miles.
snow. You should be able to do it in some deep ass 10-foot snow too.
I like the Bugs Bunny comment, bro. I don't think either one of us could top that. That was funny shit, bro.
Yeah, I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. But listen, the snow. Go down on the snow surface. Some deep ass snow, like one of these. Dig down 10 foot. Pop up. Don't hit a driveway. Pop up, right, Coach O?
That's right. Give me a second.
So can you demonstrate how that would work with a sandbox? Or a sand sphere? Please, pretty please. Can we get a ball that matches? Can we get a ball that matches the earth for you to do it? A little one, and show us the line and the math, and then like a city or state that we could use for reference. Coach O?
So we take a
Absolutely. Give me a minute though.
we take a beach ball. We go underwater with it. We let it go. It comes up to the surface, but it floats. Okay. We take a helium balloon underwater. It comes up to the surface, and then it starts floating through the air. So then we take a iron ball, and we or let's say we take a steel ball, and we drop it through the air into a pool of mercury. And no, into water. So it falls through the air, then it falls down to the water. Then we drop it through the air in a pool of mercury. So it drops through the air, but then it floats on the mercury. You see a repetition, a pattern starting to form there?
Yeah, it's not dropping anywhere. There's no curve.
It
Where you
depends on,
drop
it's gonna level out according to
No,
fucking
it's
density, right?
no. It has to hit no dirt, Brian, when you drop it to be a globe somewhere. You want to drop it. You want to drop the ball right past the curve. The ocean is off the curve, right? And then off the surface of the ocean is off the earth. So if a boat's supposedly on the fucking surface of the edge going around it, you just drop your ball out at the tip of the boat and it should never hit dirt. You should have a fall of thousands of miles. Where's the 1,000-mile portion of the ocean? I want that part. You know that's where the curve starts, don't you, Brian?
I can't imagine it any other way, man.
Well, right where I would point to the curve in my experience, and if you're on it, you would be able to dive the fuck down now and just curve water, which would just be a big wall of water you're diving. You'd be diving down a big wall of water. What would stop you?
No, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point.
Nothing.
But I'm thinking like
It's not
reality.
pulling
Like,
you to
I'm
the
pretty sure
bottom.
water's always level.
It's not
If
going
I
to
dig-
gravity you to the bottom. Water will pull you out away from itself. So what
If
would
I'm-
stop you from dropping or being able to swim for thousands of miles down and to a surface where your air tank should only last so long. Come to the surface, just like the dirt, the surface. Swim down and hit the surface. You only need an air tank for so much because you're going to come right back up. It's not funny. It's 100% serious.
It is funny, D-Mock, bro, because I'm picturing it, bro, and it ain't lining up with reality. So that it's got to be funny, bro. It's fucking
Flat Earth's the funny one because you can't do it.
No, yeah,
the globe
exactly.
is where you can. No, this is the cartoon
No,
land
you
where we
can't.
live.
Right,
Let's
in reality,
demonstrate
it don't work. Right, it definitely doesn't work in reality. So
No, it doesn't. That's what we're supposed to be doing here.
Right.
Coach Snow is supposed to be swimming down and popping up somewhere in the surface. While a camera's on him, while somebody's filming him swim down, but pop up out of the surface.
Bro, he's
So
stuck on
simple,
the
right?
130-mile conundrum fucking question I asked him. I
Yeah,
really didn't mean
AG conundrum.
I didn't mean
All he has to do is go swim.
I really wasn't trying to pin him down in the fuck with the calculator and shit, bro. I was literally just figuring 2 degrees, like 69 miles.
don't
I
need a
should have said
calculator.
138. Yeah, no,
Just
of course
have
you don't.
Just have you above the water, film his head pop out. I'll film him swim down, you film him pop out. We'll be done with this. Give him enough air. Give him one of those little jet-propelled scooters that scoot him along at 80 miles an hour under the water at 2 degrees so he can hurry up and pop out quick. And we'll be done with this. Right, Kosher? Nothing. Let's not worry about no physicalities.
Crickets.
Don't do nothing real. Reality goes down. That's why my shit's right now. I haven't been trying to talk all night. Just now started trying to talk in here. Crazy. And I'm making the only real stuff that's by kids, by NASA, by the military, the Navy. How come we can't? A well deeper, but not deeper. How does that work for a globe? To go to swim down but come up. You fucking retard piece of shit phone. I wonder how a whale does it on a globe. To swim down, stay alive, but come up to the surface every time you do. Wouldn't that be crazy?
It's possible.
Yeah, for a whale to dive down 2 degrees and then pop out the surface but not keep going down? I don't think so, buddy. You demonstrate that to me in a pool, live, where we can all watch you. Pick a long one, maybe a lake. Show us how you won't go down. Show us that not down 2 degree angle. Two degrees for Kosho is you going nowhere, but 2 degrees of tilt is 80,000 million miles. Isn't that weird how they don't match? Brian, their 2 degrees don't match. When you said 2 degrees, he didn't say 69 miles times 2, did he?
Well, I should have said 138, but no, he didn't.
So what do they mean? What surface? Nothing at all. So they should actual spheres off paper into the dirt where you don't see nothing. You don't see it.
Break it up again, bro.
You don't see horizontal helium balloons. We need horizontal helium balloons, right?
That's it. So look, so here it's me and you, D-Mock, right? And you are in a high altitude balloon. It ain't got to be that high. You got to only see about 130 miles. Okay, I'm gonna start with a shovel, right? And I'm gonna go down at I'm gonna pitch down at 2 degrees, and you go up, and you can watch me pop out. You go up, and I'll go down, and we'll meet on the horizon in about 138 miles.
I'd go straight up vertically. You'd go up vertically and go away from me. When you went away from me, I should see the bottom of your.
Yep.
I
But
should see
after a
the
while, we
bottom
both be heading up, though. I
with the
started down at 2
picture of
degrees,
Coach
but
on it.
I started down at 2 degrees, but after about halfway, then we're both traveling at least in an upward type of direction. Like I'm still at an angle, but
About 2 to
I'm
3
working my
degrees,
way
yeah.
up. I'm working my way up, and you're working your way
Yeah.
over at that point.
Listen, if we're a block away from each other, we would be more than 2 degrees away from each other. You should start to see a 2 or 3 degree difference between our thing. Just being 1 foot apart.
Not on their model. It's like 69 miles per
Fuck
degree. But
shit.
that 1 degree, let me
Bullshit.
that's
Bullshit.
their model, not mine, bro. Listen,
Nah,
let me
fuck
say
a
something.
model. What they can't produce to you. I asked them for the model, the areas and the locations, the longitude, latitude, the actual pinpointed city, state, or street, or thing you get their in their model. It doesn't exist. They don't have a model. There is no model of any fucking dog shit. There is none.
Not a good one. But check
No,
this
there's
out.
none.
So the 1 degree represents they try
Nothing.
to minimize it. Listen, no, they try to minimize it, but that 1 degree, even in their model,
There's
which
nothing.
is non-existent, represents 3,600
No, it doesn't.
feet. So you
No,
think
it
we
doesn't.
think we'd notice that 3,600 feet? I think we would.
It doesn't represent anything to fuck all do with reality at all. It's nothing. It's
The math,
garbage.
let me
It's
say that.
trash. It ain't shit. No, it's not. They don't have a.
It certainly ain't reality. But I'm talking about the math.
They don't have. Listen, if you're on a ball, no. As I walk away with a flag, it would tilt. Every step I take, every little step I take, the tilt will increase. Every little step I take, north, south,
Every little move you make, it will.
north, south, east, and west. Every little step you take, the
I'll tell you
tilt
what.
will be there.
If you're on that golf ball at the Epcot Center, every little teeny baby step you took, the flag would definitely angle.
$1,000,000%. That's how a globe works, no matter the size, Brian. Now you're getting it, buddy, old pal. So right in your backyard, everywhere, the tilt would be experienced.
Brian, just real quick, you made a really good example. Why don't you measure or find out, Google it, how the diameter of that golf ball or whatever you just said, and then scale it up to the Earth. See what you come up with.
Well, I mean, judging by their radius, bro, and judging by
They don't have a radius.
everything else, the
All
math
we have
dictates
is dirt
with
in the
the
water outside.
spirit of radius 3959
There is,
dictates
that doesn't exist. We're trying to find
degree
that.
of tilt every
We're trying to
69 miles.
find that.
But that 1
We're
degree
trying to find that.
equals 3,600 something feet. They try and downplay it, bro. That's a long way, bro. That's obvious way. So maybe we might not see the tilt the way D-Mock churches it up a little bit. I still love listening to him.
No,
I'll give him
we
that,
will
but,
100%. No,
that drop
go on
was
the
fucking
Epcot
incredible.
Center and
That's
tell
a
me what.
lot of drop for 1
Stop
degree,
making
bro.
stuff
It's
up.
not
Stop.
some small amount.
You don't need to make stuff up, man.
In
Go on the
reality,
Epcot Center.
when we get up there at altitude,
Go on a
there
hill
ain't no
or a
common line.
mountain.
Maybe
It will be the Earth.
It turns to black at
Why
about
do you keep
15,
talking?
17 miles.
Why do you keep
It'll-
talking about nothing? Listen, dude, get a big ball or
Well,
a big
just
Epcot
random
Center,
amount.
like you
But
said.
I'm just saying
When
the
you
same old
walk
shit.
to the when you
If
walk
you
to
wanted
the
to know
edge,
your
you look.
reality, just look at altitude.
When you walk
balloon
down off
footage,
of something, you
and
see.
you'll see off of the distance. Blue turns to black about 15 or 17 miles. It varies a little bit, but there's a fine line from blue to black, and then it just stands out.
What are
That's
you
the way we
talking about?
see. In the
Listen,
distance,
dude, look
the
down
corridor.
at the ground.
You're looking for the
It's
ground,
eerie,
dude.
but that's our reality. So if you want
No,
to see
you're
what
looking
you're
for the
living
ground
on,
off the Epcot Center.
that's as far as
You're
you're ever
looking
going
for
to
the
see.
ground. You're looking for the ground. Stop fucking looking forward to Rainbow Land. Fucking Walt Disney's Village.
400 or 500 miles.
60,000 feet. You can see.
You need to look down.
Come again, Rick?
Down,
You
down,
just came
down.
in, bro.
You got to look down. On the
I'm sorry, I thought that was real.
On any sphere, you can get to the edge and look down. On any building, on any object, no matter your fucking size. No matter. I don't care if it's an
That shows
island.
you wasn't coming in clear, or maybe it's my connection. I'll drop and rejoin.
No matter the
That
island
shows
or
you weren't
what.
coming in clear for me because I thought you was Rip, and you most certainly are not.
You can come to the biggest cliff, mountain, hill in the whole world. And once you step there, you're looking down off of it where it stops. On any piece of dirt, ball you live on.
So wait,
anyone. You can't show me a spot where a human can go and not see down the edge of what dirt he's on. Show me this spot that exists.
Did you literally just say if the Earth's a globe, you could go to and look down?
1,000,000%. Show me where a sphere is that you can't.
Just make one really, really fucking big, and you have to look across.
No, doesn't work. No. Show me it little. Show me it on a little one how it doesn't work.
Take a tennis ball that's 3.5
Take a
inches
small
diameter.
thing on there. Stop
look down
talking
off
about
that.
nothing all the time. Fuck, man.
And now times
Get a
that
little
by a couple of
dot,
million
put it
times,
on your big ball, and show us. Quit lying.
I'm not lying, Demo.
Show us.
You
Get a
obviously
little
don't
flea
understand
and put him in
scale,
your backyard
Demo.
and show us how
You
he
know what
can't move
scale
around
means,
anywhere.
Demo?
Get a little marble and roll it around in your backyard and see us how it won't fly off the edge of the cliff in your backyard, buddy.
Do you know what scale means, Demo?
Do you
That's when you take something and you
know
times
what
it.
physics
You know
are?
what multiplication is?
Do you know what physics are? We have one.
Yes. You
Yeah,
don't.
we've got one. Do you got another one?
Physics isn't talking
Yeah,
about
physics
what you're talking
means
about here.
Physics means balls stop when you look past the edge of them. When you look down at your feet and you look down, you
But
look
if you
down to
don't
the ground,
understand
past the
scale and
basketball.
multiplication, then that's where your understanding of physics.
No,
fucks
that's
itself in
your
the ass.
ignorance. No, that's your dumbass understanding. You're the dumb one.
Stop bending over, Demo.
You're the
Stop
one that
bending
has
over.
no fucking comprehension. You're the one saying you can't walk to the edge of a building and look down.
You're still bending over. Stop it. Stand up straight
Dumbass.
like a man.
Show us which building you can't look down. Show us the
That's got
so
nothing
big
to do
building.
with what the fuck.
Show us the cliff that's so big you can't look down to the bottom. Goofy.
Jesus.
I'll wait. I'll wait for your claim to be fulfilled.
Oh no, well you got me there.
So it'll never be fulfilled.
That is such a dumb analogy that
you can't
I
prove
think
what you
should
say.
Be in a secure mental health facility.
It's not an analogy.
You
It's you
actually
can't
think
prove
that-
anything. Stop using analogies. Just do it. Go to somewhere and show me where you can't walk to the edge and look down at the bottom of it. I'll wait. Show me what's too big for you to see the bottom of it or look down. Doesn't exist. That's the stupidest shit you could ever say. As a living, thinking human.
Well, you can't look down from the flat Earth because you can't look. You should be able to look down from the flat Earth, but you can't look down because it's a sphere. You're never looking down.
What's your flat Earth look like? Mine doesn't end. Sorry.
Okay, so you should be able to see right across it. Or are you an optometrist?
Demonstrate that. Demonstrate where you can see thousands of. Show me how far you can see across something. Liar.
Well, how far is the moon?
Why are you lying right now? You can't
Demo,
even see 5 foot to your horizon. Stop lying.
Demo, I can't see 5,000
Show me in physics where you can see 50 miles forward.
Demo, I can't see.
Just because the.
Demo, I can't see as far as I can see because you guys say that Jaren says you got your personal atmospheric dome. I don't know that Jaren's an optometrist to confirm this,
Fair enough.
But
Let me ask you a personal question then.
But hang on,
So-
hang on, Jeremy.
We got the message. We got the message. The shot to Jeremy.
Hang on, hang on. So all I'm asking is, I can see the moon. It's supposedly 238,000 miles away. So how
God,
far would
bro.
it be on the flat Earth? And if I can
Hey.
see it at 3,000 miles away, why can't I see Australia?
You just made a point. Okay. Okay. So now, you're gonna make me fucking forget my point, bro. Talking about the damn fucking moon, dude. Why even talk about
you
the moon?
guys
Bro?
bring up dumb shit. I'm just
Hold on.
bringing it up
You said we
myself.
could see. We should see clear across. Okay. Are you picturing Is it like a fucking poster board flat or something? Just asking.
Well, you guys say it's flat. I'm just saying it's flat, so I should be able to. If
Okay,
I
so
can
the
see the
clouds.
moon, if
The
it's
cloud. Don't
3,000
talk about the
miles
moon.
away,
You made me forget again, bro. Don't talk about the moon. Look, the clouds. Okay, the clouds. Okay, so
I thought we
you
can look
drive
at the
about
sky.
you drive
Carry on.
about 12 or 15 miles, and you're going to see clouds on the tree line. Okay, over that distance, there's just a little bit of wait. No,
On
what's
the tree
causing the
line.
clouds to go down to the ground? In fact, tell me something in reality that goes off in the distance that doesn't drop down, please. Anything.
Everything does because it's following the shape of
Everything
the
does,
sphere.
right. So is it Earth curve or is it perspective while the clouds drop down over fucking 10 or 15 miles? Is it perspective or Earth curve?
It's because
So let's
of
be
Earth.
honest.
It's because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so over 12 miles, there's about 90 feet of curve. So you're telling me the clouds that are a couple miles in the sky are sitting on the horizon because of Earth curve? So now it just had to drop 100 fucking feet? Bro, this is a 2012 argument, bro. If you heard yourself, bro, what they predict the distance we see every day on the news, it's like 10 miles on a decent day, bro. No matter what the shape of the fucking Earth is, we can't see that far. You're talking about we should see clear across, bro. That's 2012 argument, and just think of the clouds, and know that ain't Earth curve, bro. That's perspective. Train tracks. Everything converges, bro. No getting around it.
Okay, that's all well and good. Things that are small, like a train or a fucking yacht. I don't even know anything about yachts. A yacht with a 30-foot mast goes away. We can't see it because it's angular resolution. It goes out of our sight, and you guys go, "Oh, we can get the old Nikon P1000 out and fucking zoom that bitch right back in."
Ain't it amazing? Ain't it amazing?
What's amazing is that you guys don't realize that it
got a
hasn't. It's
P1000,
gotten
bro.
so
Be
small.
careful.
What you guys don't realize that it's gotten so small that it hasn't gone over the horizon yet.
You've
What
always
you
seen it.
understand is that the horizon is a function of vision. So even on a flat Earth, okay. So you think there's not going to be a horizon on a plane? So
It's not
what's
over
going
a
to take up?
horizon.
What's going to hold on, Demonk? What's going to take up the photograph? The whole ground or the whole sky? Because for there not to be a horizon on a plane, either the whole ground would have to be out in front of me, or the whole sky. Now, the ground comes up to eye level. I mean, it rises with eye level. Well, yeah, it most certainly does rise with eye level.
No,
Okay,
it
even
doesn't.
on your sphere. How does it do that on a sphere, please? How can I look out the airplane window if I'm sitting in the middle and see a horizon out both sides of the fucking glass, but doesn't come up with us?
It appears to
that work on a
rise to
sphere?
eye level when you're lying down on the beach, and then you
I'm asking you, why
and
can I
then
see
you
the
stand
horizon
up.
of the airplane?
But ironically, that's why you can see the sun again, the top of the sun after it's set.
No, bro. I'll
That's
answer your question.
crazy.
Answer this: if the horizon doesn't rise up with us, and why can I see the horizon out of both windows of an airplane? Strange, ain't it? How's that work if the horizon's dropping down in
All
both
windows.
but I'm looking at it out of both windows?
You
Genius.
can't see it if it's right in front of you. If it's on the nose, you can see the.
If I'm sitting in an airplane in the middle aisle, I can see the horizon out of both
Oh, now
windows.
it's right in front of you, not 69 miles per degree. Now it's just right there.
If the sun's right off your nose, that's the only time you can see sunlight. I think you're confusing that. You can't see the sun out of both sides of the airplane.
You said the horizon doesn't rise
Unless
up
you're
with the
tripping
eye.
on
He didn't
something.
say the sun.
I'll have
He
what
said
you're
the
having.
horizon
I'm
rises to
trying to pin
both
you. I'm trying
sides
to
of the
pin you down, bro.
airplane.
Why would you not be able to? Are you visually impaired? Have
Well,
you
if
only got
the
one eye?
horizon didn't rise up with us, like you just said, then we wouldn't be able to see it like 100 foot off the ground. We'd only see one or the other, depending on what angle we're looking down. But just sitting in a plane, I can see both horizons, okay, out of both windows at 35,000 feet. And so if the horizon's not coming up with us, then how can I see it out of both windows, bro, at 35,000 feet?
You should be able to have a back window on the airplane, like a bus, right? The two back doors of a bus, and look out and not see the fucking earth, just like we're front window.
Sorry, Demok. That's why I asked if you have two eyes, because you have
Pilot
peripheral
window,
vision. You
tail
do know
window. Put a camera on the front of the. Put a camera on the front and back of the plane. They're both going to see horizon forever, no matter what. Do you understand?
Yeah, one's going to be dark and one's going to be light. That's because the
Yeah,
Earth's not flat.
what are you even talking about, dude? Are you in this conversation?
You said one on the nose and one on the tail. That's because the Earth's not flat. Sorry.
You focus them towards the. You focus them towards the horizon, then you keep flying. Then you keep flying until your gas runs out, right? And then you have the guy refuel you in the air, and then you keep flying, and you see when these things do anything but what you
Only
just
a flat
did,
Earth pilot would have
right
his gas
at the
run out, so
horizon.
carry on.
The front one's going to be seeing the horizon. So is the back one. They'll never not.
there
They'll
are
always
none,
be
so
lined up. They'll always be lined up.
So they don't run out of fuel flying over the globe then?
Oh, no.
Listen, stop talking about
happens,
weird
but
stuff.
it
Stay
would
with the
happen every
conversation.
day with a
No
flat
matter
Earth
how far your unlimited fuel airplane goes, once you line them up, they're never going to move. You're not on a globe. Both of them can't possibly stay lined up on a globe.
Demok and every other flat earther, I hear you
The
say
back
it
of the
all the
tail of
time.
your plane and the nose of your plane can
doesn't
possibly
make
not, with a straight line, stay lined up with a horizon.
Demok,
Cannot stay lined up.
I hear you guys say this all the time. The distance to the stars, all this shit doesn't make sense. Just because something doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean it's wrong. Simple as that.
So you're a flat earther then? Because it doesn't make sense to you.
No, it does. That's why I'm not a paranoid, ignorant, arrogant, narcissistic asshole.
You sound pretty paranoid.
How am I paranoid? I don't believe everyone's fucking lying to me.
Bro, because your brain is tricking itself into thinking that and just passing over. You won't answer the question. Okay, if the horizon doesn't rise with the eye, how can I see it out of both windows of the airplane in the center? Does the pilot know which way I'm looking and bank every time I look a certain direction, or does it rise up with us? And if it's curving down in every direction, how's that working on a globe?
Jeremy. Oh, Brian, sorry. Look up. I know you won't, but you know how they have heads-up displays, the HUD, the head-up display in fighter jets. They've got.
I'm talking about the window of an airplane, bro. I'll answer any question you ask me, bro. But don't dodge mine, please.
No, I'm addressing your question.
Are you changing your response that the horizon does rise up with the eye, or are you?
I'm addressing your question that it doesn't. If you would just care to listen, just
so
for
you
2
still claim
seconds.
it doesn't rise with the eye? Okay.
No, it doesn't. If you look up a head-up display, a HUD, that's the acronym for it, HUD, a heads-up display, at 30, 40,000 feet, you have an instrument, which is a gyroscope, mind you.
Planes fly.
Hang on.
That's so funny.
You're giving 2012 arguments, bro. You're not
That's
studying.
got nothing to do with what we're saying at all.
With upward pitch. The pilots told us 100 million times that the planes cruise with a 2-degree upwards pitch. You're going to talk about
this pilot
shit.
that didn't
We've talked
know
that dead.
shit.
We've talked that dead into the dirt, bro.
They weren't
We're
pilots.
talking about sight, not gyroscope.
Okay, hang on, Dingamon.
All right.
Just very,
Put
very,
your
very
fake
quickly.
toys
It's
back
going
in
to
your
take
toy
2
box.
seconds, and then I'm fucking out of here, and you guys can have a shitstorm.
Take
When
you.
you're talking about the horizon, Brian, when you go up high, 30,
Sight.
40,000 feet,
Film.
the horizon does not meet the eye
Show
level.
us. Film
That's
it.
why there is a thing called
Show
an
us with your camera.
artificial horizon, and it is at 40,000 feet.
The
It's like 2.5 degrees higher than the actual horizon is. That's why it's called an artificial horizon.
What if it's foggy and I can only see about 20 miles? Then where's it at?
It's in the same place.
It's a function of distance, bro.
Oh,
It's going to
dude.
be way lower, bro. If I can only see 10 miles, it's going to be way lower, right?
No, that's not what the
Dude, I'm not. I got
horizon.
nothing else to say to you, bro. You got. I got
Dude,
nothing else to say. You
dude,
don't
if the
understand it to argue it,
if
bro. You
it's
need to catch up with the debates, bro. And
from what
we'll,
you
we'll
just
get
said,
somewhere, bro. You
if
don't
it's
understand. If you don't
200
understand the
meters of
basics, bro, we
fog
can't have a honest
and that's all you
conversation.
can see, that's not where the horizon is. I'm sorry, that's not where the horizon is.
Bro, you don't understand
That's
that if
why
I can
we
only
have
okay, how
an
about this?
artificial horizon.
What if it's foggy right in front of my face and I can only see 10 feet? Where's the ground meet the sky then? Down, right?
Actually, Brian, did you know that
This dude ain't honest. This dude's trolling, Demont. Go ahead, get him.
I am
Trolling.
now. The word horizon come from the
You won't
ancient
answer one
Indians
question,
looking over
bro.
the plains and
You
seeing the
literally called
bison.
us a narcissist and won't
And the
answer one fucking
bison
question, bro.
was stampeding up, and they said, "Oh fuck, we're high as fucking peyote, and the bison's coming. Henceforth, horizon." What the fuck?
Get out of
Wow.
here now.
All right, love you, dumb fuck. See ya.
See you later.
So was he saying that without the artificial horizon, the horizon doesn't arrive to eye level, but with the artificial horizon, that brings it up to eye level. So it's just saying that your eyes can't see that far.
What are HIDs? He was talking about HIDs up display.
Heads up display, HUD, heads up display.
Is a HID like, is that part of like hidden like obstruction?
Head.
What is it? What's
Head
a
is
HID?
in the thing on your shoulders, your head.
There are a lot of
HEA.
good arguments in this topic, bro. But I mean, we're so far past what we're talking about now. It's like a blast from the past. Like we don't even argue about, the optics and shit. There'd be a horizon on any surface, bro, because you're never going to see the whole ground and the whole sky, no matter what you're on,
Yeah.
bro. So I gave out some old arguments about the globe turning down. I understand it rises up on a globe too. Okay. I'm just firing back at you. It's old ass dumb arguments, which we don't argue no more, bro. So there are a lot of good debates and good topics, but you haven't brought any of them up, bro. That's why I was just asking basic questions to see your level of understanding of this topic, because there is a lot of good stuff to debate and talk about. Them just ain't it, bro.
If Brandon was still around, we'd be a lot further ahead than we are now. Because he doesn't put
You got to get a basic understanding of the shit. Not say it insulting. It might have sounded kind of insulting, but get a good understanding. Like we've been studying this shit for years. Get a good understanding, and then, or either listen and learn. Our perspective instead of telling us how shit has to work. And your own team don't agree with you. Just hear us out a little bit, and then we could move on to the good topics. The unsettled ones. There's plenty of them. It's not the horizon.
I like the
Who's he
topic.
listening to, bro? Who's still preaching this stupid shit? Like this
I like
argument's evolved so much further than that.
I like Gio went on his rants yesterday about astrology. I think all of the information you can gather from astrology, really, it proves that it's beyond coded, and it's beyond any type of natural function. Everything that Geo was talking about yesterday to do with astrology definitely can lead one to believe that there's no way anything is coincidence and anything is just natural selection. It's a very diverse and divine realm that we live in, and I think it's made in the construct such a way that we'll never be able to figure it out in 2023.
We might not be meant to, you know what I'm saying? The more in depth we look, the more complicated it gets, bro. Nature don't like to be pinned down. It's weird, bro. It's weird we could even be having a good argument on this topic. Like, it should just be easily proven one way or another. There should not be great arguments for. I could argue concave. I'd give you a great argument for that. I could argue for a globe. I could argue for flat. Shows you, bro. We don't know nothing for sure. It's fucking nobody's certain about anything, man. And they got a good model. You know, most money's been dumped into it and shit. You know, we got some catching up to do. That's me being honest. But I don't think nobody knows what the whole entire damn world is, dude. You know, for certain.
Only one of those
let's
models
say that.
is absolute. Only one of those models has evidence that is undisputed.
Well, the only one they base everything on, like all the radar and the USGS and everything, is the fucking AE. You know, so they built our world around one, and then the other, yeah, it does have good like mapping capabilities and traveling, kind of unverified over the long distance, but still good. You know, it appears to be good, but they still didn't build a world. They didn't bring a globe with them nowhere they went, bro. You know, like I said, USGS and radar, underwater cap. They use AE for all that shit. So they built our world using that map. So don't act like it's just like pathetic
they
or
don't.
useless. It's not useless, is it?
Where does the USGS use a AE map?
Look it up, dude. I posted it 1,000 times, dude.
Maybe 999. You might be exaggerating there by 1%.
I swear I posted it 20 times, but I haven't posted it in a while. Let me look it up.
I think it's funny they don't know what you see means. You say what I see out the back window, front, north, south, east, west, all windows, no matter what. We all film the horizon, come up with us.
Brian, what's this stuff about the horizon rising up?
All
it rises with the eye. Like I said afterwards, I gave clarity. Like it's going to do that on either model. It's going to rise with the eye. I didn't say to the eye. I didn't say it rises up to a zoomed-in camera eye level, but it rises up with the eye. But I was just
not on both
back
models.
Some old ass arguments like the globe dropping down and shit because he's firing 2012 bullshit at us. Like there's
the
no
horizon measurably,
no horizon on a flat Earth
measurably does not.
That's retarded, bro. That's
the globe,
not an honest argument. It's not honest.
The globe does drop down.
The horizon measurably does not rise with you.
The horizon.
Yes, it does.
God damn, dude.
Measurably does not.
Yes, it does.
You're spoiled looking at zoomed-in cameras, bro. Looking at this big gap.
I measure the horizon.
Eyes, bro. With your bare eyes, it's a function of distance. If it's foggy, you're going to look way down at it. If it's right in front of your face in a smoky room, your horizon's going to be.
When did you get out of an airplane and measure it?
You just can't see the horizon.
What did you measure? What are you measuring out of the airplane exactly?
If you're not bringing us back to 2012, are you, please?
Are we?
What is he measuring?
Do you think it rises with you?
What, your imagination or the dirt?
If I can look out of an airplane and see both horizons from the center,
right.
It had to
not
do
in the
something.
center. Not in the center.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yeah, dirt and water
can't.
rise with you on both sides.
What do you? So I can only see one, Ruhif? Can I only see one horizon?
When you're in a plane at about 35,000 feet, the dip to the horizon is about 3.5 degrees.
Don't think so, buddy.
The plane is 3 degrees, bro.
It's 33 degrees.
The angle
it's 33
down
degrees.
To the horizon is about 3.5 degrees.
It's 33 degrees.
Right, but I can see it out of both windows, right?
Sure. You can see down 3.5 degrees out of
How
both
did it
sides.
come
You
up
can also
30,000,
see
5,000 feet with me, Ruev? Just asking. Let's drop this
it's
dumbass.
33 degrees, Brian. Hold him to it. If you're above a fucking
saying.
sphere, the more you go above, the more degrees you see below, around the edge, and down past it. So the higher
Why
you
does it
go
come
up
up
like
at
a
all?
protractor, like a V, like the letter V, the higher you go up, the more your view gets wider and wider around the edge of it. Like a V, you're at the tip of the V, it's upside down. You go up, you look down to fucking space and stars, 33 degrees. Not water, not
I gotta
dirt,
go, man.
space.
Here to go. All right.
I'll be back, man. But man, when I come back, dude, I really like to discuss some dude, I don't want to go 2012 shit, bro. I didn't say the horizon rises too eye level, bro. Obviously, we can measure a gap. If I'm looking through an auto level, the ground's always going to be lower. So my crosshairs are never going to line up right on the horizon, bro. I'm not arguing that.
You can
I'm
use a
saying
V
that
for your
it
sight,
flips
Brian.
up,
Hold
bro.
on a
I
minute,
even
man. Hold
conceded
on.
it would do that to a
I'm
certain
trying.
extent on your model.
The
I'm
gap
trying to make
gets
it simple.
bigger on a globe.
Third grade simple.
Measurably.
Use something for your sight. 2 sticks represent your sight. Make them in a cone. Put them in a little object above a ball. Put them out at a very degree. Put them out a certain degree of tilt away from each other. The 2 chopsticks. Rise above the basketball. The chopsticks become your view. It's so fucking simple. Do it. Chopsticks on a basketball. Your view. Let's do it. Let's do the math.
Where's the horizon in the pics that I just posted from J. Tolan Media?
Nobody can hear you. You're quieter than a church.
He's seemed to be cropped it, he says. See how it's all pixelated?
Are you talking about J. Tolan?
Yeah.
No, a basketball
Yeah,
with
I'll bet my
chopsticks
fucking
and a little thing
I'll
for
bet
an
my fucking
airplane, a
copy
fly
can't
or
see
something.
4,000 miles away.
A fly, chopsticks, and a basketball.
Carlos, do you just swallow anything that this guy puts out?
Yeah, because like he's got about $1 million more worth of cameras than you do.
Sorry, Jay Tolan does. What?
Mm-hmm.
Are you stoned?
Do you know what type of technology he's dealing with?
He has an infrared filter and a fucking Sony camera that's, I don't know, $500.
You know his capabilities and his experience, what he does for a job?
He's a RF engineer, electrical engineer, I think.
You know, there's no one with more experience with filming long distance photography than he is.
Okay, I will bet my cock. All right, that's not 4,000 miles. All right, if you want to get me some more details
Windows only get
on
all drafty.
where he is when he took this, I will identify what he's looking at. I've done it before. In fact, let's
We should get him. We
let's
should get him
post
on.
this. Hold on.
We should get him on here to talk. That would be good.
Yeah,
I wonder if he's.
I would love that.
That'd be cool. I'll give him a
Let
message.
let me show you something here. Where is it? There it is. Copy. All right. What's that one, Carlos?
Have a
Oops. So hopefully by now you've seen that Jay Tolan just misidentifies everything.
Did you take into consideration that the tilt of the airplane is 2 degrees up?
Jay told. Who is talking? I can't hear that person.
Baja from Texas video.
Did you?
Jay
Did you
Tolan's
take?
a loser. He's a
Did you
CIA
take
fucking DOD Glober, and you know it.
airplanes flying at 2 degrees
He's got an
up?
unlimited.
You're talking about the horizon or the Baja from Texas video I just posted? Well, like, what are you referring to? This just the angle to the horizon?
The angle of the airplane is not level. Airplanes fly level, but they're not tilted. They're tilted up 2 degrees.
I understand. Are you referring to the conversation 5 minutes ago about the horizon, or are you referring to my video?
I don't know how you think you can debunk his information in 1 minute and 32 seconds.
I identified the mountains he was looking at. It's not Baja. It's these Chinoti Mountains. He thinks you're seeing like 700 miles or something. No, you're seeing about 200.
Yeah,
He misidentifies things all the time.
Not all the time. You might have found a
Yes.
mistake that he might have done. It's not all the time. It's like he's got some really good long distance photography, and I'll tell you what.
Anytime he's claimed something that would seem impossible on a globe, he has misidentified it.
We're going to have to get him on the channel.
Yeah, I would love that. He doesn't speak to me anymore because I debunk all his shit.
Does he not speak to you? Is he like, oh, you're right, I was wrong?
How about
it's like, oh, you're wrong, I was right, and then I'm not talking to you anymore? Which one happened?
Like having that attitude towards him. How about trying to?
Can you fucking increase your volume, Carlos?
No, he's fine. Carlos is good.
How about trying to have a discussion with the dude instead of just putting him down? Well, he might even admit that he's made a mistake if you had a discussion with him.
The point at which I decided that he is a liar is this ridiculous back and forth we had several years ago about the height of some turbines. I think it was like 7 videos, or 7 community posts and videos back and forth, where he kept sticking to this height of a turbine to then scale against a mountain, and I kept showing him why he's wrong for this height of the turbine, and it got insanely stupid. In fact, I'll find some of the posts. Where are we? Yeah, so I don't think he's honest at all. Oops, I need my channel, not his.
You reckon he's a lying cunt?
I don't think he's a cunt. I think he's deluded and lies to himself, yeah. But to be shown clear evidence, and he just keeps going. He just keeps going.
That's amazing.
This is more than 2 years ago. I'll post a link to this.
It's kind of like when someone keeps arguing that the dip of the artificial horizon is Earth curve, right?
Sorry, the dip of the actual horizon, you mean?
Artificial horizon.
The artificial horizon doesn't dip, it's at horizontal.
The heads-up display is just a visual display put on the windshield or the goggles of the pilot. That is the artificial horizon.
Right, but it shows you horizontal, so there's no dip. It is horizontal. Dip is by definition 0, right? So why are you referring to the artificial horizon?
Because what you're seeing as the horizon is not the actual horizon. Why wouldn't? What do you mean? You don't have a geometric horizon. You have an artificial horizon. That's why they call it the artificial horizon.
Yeah, it's horizontal.
Oh,
right?
so yeah, it's artificial, not actual, right?
Are you fucking drunk tonight, Rakia?
No, I don't drink. I'm just exposing you again.
Okay. The artificial horizon means horizontal. There is no dip horizontal. Horizontal is, by definition, 0 degrees.
Okay, at what altitude is the heads-up display even with the horizon?
On the ground.
So it's always above it?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. But you can't measure it while it's on the ground, right?
You'd measure it with a theodolite if you're on the ground.
What about the heads-up display?
Yeah, when you're in the air.
Wait a minute. We're on the ground. Why are you switching, you dishonest prick?
Oh, fuck off, like, yeah. I'm turning you
Yeah,
down.
there you go. That's exposed.
Yeah,
when they
see you
turn you
later.
down, you know you've already exposed them.
Got no time for just people that pull out this dishonest shit.
I always thought that like the
You
ground
just
is
need someone
always
to keep
been
you
on
honest, and you're very good.
the ground
Well,
should never actually
he goes, why
run
did you change between the horizon and the fucking air? And I was like, well, if I'm on the ground, I can really accurately measure the horizon. And I do that with a theodolite. And somehow I'm dishonest for that. So fuck off, Rakia.
You can't measure the drop.
Carlos, did you
can't
read
measure
that post?
You can't measure the drop, though,
The
can you?
community post that I posted a minute
Can you
ago.
measure? He can't measure the drop. Is the point? He's being dishonest again.
Well, that's why he's lying, because he didn't understand. So he's just lying out of ignorance. It's not a big deal.
For years.
Carlos?
Just an optical effect as you gain altitude, guys, and you're looking through your artificial horizon of the plane. That is the attitude of the airplane, not of the horizon. It just uses that bearing, but as you go up, what you see is the horizon appears to drop because you're above it.
Exactly, because like when they're on the tarmac, when they're on the airport runway, and before they take off, they have to set their, their fucking gyroscope, and they have to like everything has to be like, set properly, and that artificial horizon will be based on when it's like on the ground, and then when the airplane's actually flying, it's not the airplane's actually tilted up when it's flying. So of course, your artificial horizon is going to be out by like 1 or 2 degrees for sure.
An attitude indicator. They know this, right? Him, Zanuck, everybody else that uses this argument. They know this, and they still use it and call us dishonest and turn
They
us down.
calibrate it while it's on the tarmac. That's how they get level. And then when the plane's flying, the actual aircraft isn't level the entire time, even though it's flying in a straight and horizontal path. The airplane's tilted up at the front of the airplane. It's actually fucking tilted the whole time. That's how it gets.
We understand it's tilted up, Carlos. We
Yeah,
understand.
and so is the heads-up display.
No, it's not. It gives you a horizontal.
How is that being measured? What apparatus is being used to tell the heads-up display what to display? Is it a gyroscope? It's a gyroscope, is it? And how is that calibrated on the tarmac?
It'd be spun up on the tarmac, yeah.
Right, and that's when the aircraft was level and horizontal, not when it was flying, was it? When it's flying,
based
it's
on
not level and
gravity.
horizontal.
You understand that you understand that these gyros, right, have a self-correcting mechanism to gravity, or at least the old mechanical ones.
Yeah, it's called GPS, motherfucker.
No, or pendulous veins. I don't think
ring laser gyros have GPS.
I'm sure they do.
Do you think that they're relying on pendulous veins or GPS?
No, ring laser gyros do not have pendulous veins. No,
ring laser gyros run on a computer chip. Without the computer chip, they won't work at all.
Okay.
No, it's the fiber optic ones that do.
Yeah, basically. If you bought a ring laser gyro without GPS, you'd feel like you were such a boomer, right? Come on.
I don't know. How is the GPS going to give the orientation of the gyro?
Because GPS comports to a globe.
Well, GPS is an excellent proof use of the globe. Yes, Godric. Well done.
Well, it's proof of a flat land because that's where the ground-based towers are that that work. Otherwise, in a plane, I'd be able to get GPS to my phone.
Ken, would you like to see my GPS logs
If I
flying from Sydney
had
to LA?
no, I mean it should just be like a native system. It's not like I need my
Would
cell
you
phone
like to see my
carrier to give me
GPS
access.
logs from Sydney to LA over the
Nah,
Pacific?
dude.
No, I didn't think so.
Because you're using something that's like the plane. You're using the plane, not your phone.
I'm using the plane. I used a phone.
Well, how is your phone
Actually, I
getting a
used
signal? How the fuck is your phone getting a signal on a plane? You must have a better phone system than I do. But anyway, so what's supplying the connection to your phone? Is it the plane, or is it
I'm
a
receiving
tower, or
signals
is it
from
satellite?
a satellite.
Do you even have to pay for that, or what?
I'm receiving signals from a satellite to my phone or the bad elf
You're
little device. I've
serious?
got.
You think you're on a plane and you're receiving signals from a satellite?
Yes.
He's a miracle
At
man.
600 miles an hour. No, you're not. You're getting the plane's getting the plane is getting the information from its signal, and then you're getting it from the plane.
Jesus Christ, Carlos.
So, dog, go walk him.